C 2452 In the next life be smart Hongyuan Universe, Hongyuan Divine Palace. The Hongyuan Universe God looked down at Yang Fann coldly, as if he was looking at a dying man. I haven't gone to find this little son Yang Fann yet. He was the first one to deliver himself to my door. Good, it saved me a lot of effort. It was easy for him to defeat a middle-rank high-level universe god outside of the Hongyuan universe, but it was absolutely impossible for him to kill him. Especially this middle-rank high-level universe god, who also had middle-level chaos treasure with him. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to kill him. It could be a big loss for the boat in the sewers. It was only a difference of 1 rank. A slightly stronger middle-level chaos treasure was enough to make up for the gap between the two. And within this Hongyuan universe, there was another outcome. With the Hongyuan universe's ability level and the universe source's will, it was enough to suppress a middle-rank high-level universe god, a level, or even more. Being able to unleash the combat strength of a newly advanced universe god stage was almost the limit. With the support of the universe source's will, King of the Universe was able to break through to the peak. Or even extreme high-level universe god's combat strength. Adding on the foundation of the Hongyuan god clan, even the Hongyuan universe god had the confidence to fight King of the Universe, who had broken through to the top-level universe god with just a single step. Suppressing such a powerful warrior who was suppressed in the low-order advanced universe, and even little son Yang Fann who was even weaker than him, was a piece of cake for him. After billions of years of bitter cultivation and absorbing nearly 7 billion universe source, Yang Fann's cultivation base had jumped by 3 levels. His inner world was rapidly expanding. Now, he was not much weaker than some middle-rank high-level universe god. Naturally, Yang Fann had increased his cultivation base by a large margin, and disguised himself as a middle-rank high-level universe god. Middle-rank high-level universe god's top-level universe god combat strength was heaven-defying, but it was still much easier to accept than top-rank middle-level universe gods. The combat strength of a top-level universe god was even easier to accept than top-rank middle-level universe gods. Some of the top geniuses in the large-sized chaos domain, the monster, were not impossible. In middle-rank high-level universe god's place, it was not impossible for him to become one of the top geniuses in the monster. While they were talking, greed flashed in the Hongyuan universe god's eyes. Middle-level chaos treasure. He had lived for tens of thousands of eras, but he only had one. He was still the most ordinary low-grade middle-level chaos treasure. Today, he had suppressed this little son Yang Fann. He had taken down this blood-red warship and controlled 2 of middle-level chaos treasure's weapons. His strength would definitely soar by a huge margin. At that time, even if he faced top-rank high-level universe god, he might still be able to fight him. It was enough to push their Hongyuan god clan's ranking in the top 10 divine races of Wanong Chaos region to 1 or 2 places higher. Top-rank high-level universe god was considered a rare existence even in the old high-grade middle-sized chaos domain. On the surface, only the top 3 divine families had top-rank high-level universe god as their leader. Including the few old monsters that lived in seclusion, top-rank high-level universe god would not exceed the number of hands in Wanong Chaos region. Old man Hong Yuan, are you sure you can defeat me? Yang Fann squinted his eyes and revealed a mocking expression. Don't you know that after 3 days of separation, you will be treated differently? If it was 7 billion years ago, he really wouldn't have dared to go too deep into the Hongyuan universe. Even if he wanted to deal with the Hongyuan universe god and understand the karma between him and universe god Puyao, he would have thought of all sorts of ways to lure it out of the Hongyuan universe. Otherwise, even if he was lucky enough to win, it would still be a miserable victory. Furthermore, the Hongyuan universe god wanted to leave, so it would be extremely difficult for him to stop him. But now, let alone a high-rank high-level universe god like the Hongyuan universe god, even Yang Fann was confident that he could make it to the top-level universe controlled by a middle-low-order top universe god. I won't shed a tear until I see my coffin, little son Yang Fann. Very soon, you will know how big of a mistake it is to enter my Hongyuan universe. With a sneer, the Hongyuan universe's mind moved, and it immediately triggered the will of the Hongyuan universe. Rumble, 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 boom, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged, and the heavens and the earth changed colors. The aura around the Hongyuan universe god's body began to rise at a terrifying speed. Very quickly, it surpassed top-rank high-level universe god and chased after extreme high-level universe god. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the intermediate and high-level universe gods behind him all retreated, not daring to stay behind Hongyuan universe for too long. That terrifying pressure made them unable to breathe. This was not the end. The Hongyuan universe shook slightly. The next second, four corners of the universe, one after another, bright beams of light that were countless light years tall shot up into the sky. It was like a shining pillar that pierced through the heavens and earth. There were not many of them, but a total of 365, which was the total number of circulatory cycle revolution cultivators. The heavenly cycle origin divine formation, Hongyuan universe God had spent hundreds of thousands of eras to gradually create a complete divine formation. It was the number one divine formation in Hongyuan God clan. In an instant, the Hongyuan universe God's pressure, which had gradually calmed down, once again began to rise at a terrifying speed. The intermediate warriors of the Hongyuan God clan who had just stabilized their bodies, as well as the high-level universe gods, had no choice but to move out once again in the blink of an eye. The Hongyuan universe god's aura had surpassed extreme high-level universe gods. It was not much weaker than killing God Mingyi, who had used the forbidden divine ability. It was a perfect quasi-top-level battle force of universe god. Powerful, incomparably powerful. Unknowingly, the Hongyuan universe god's face revealed an intoxicated expression. This was a feeling of power that he had never felt before. Compared to the past him, it was more than 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. A casual strike was able to severely injure and destroy his past self. This was a great power that truly dominated everything. Ever since he became the Hongyuan universe king of the universe, the number of people who could use the will of the universe source could be counted on one's fingers, let alone using the guardian formation. The heavenly cycle divine formation. One should know that although the heavenly cycle divine formation was incomparably powerful, the amount of resources it consumed was also not a small amount. Every time it was activated, the amount of resources it used was enough for a low-order advanced universe god to go bankrupt. If it wasn't for the sake of suppressing the entire low-order advanced universe, suppressing Yang Fann, to prevent future troubles. Also, with middle-level chaos treasure's enticement, the Hongyuan universe would never use the heavenly cycle divine formation. Lowly aphids, tremble, despair. The Hongyuan universe god's voice suddenly became muffled, reverberating between heaven and earth. The next second, rumble, his right arm moved, a palm pressed down on Yang Fann. This palm was a straight and straightforward palm strike. It didn't contain any profound mysteries, and it didn't even use any divine abilities. Compared to the Hongyuan universe god, the many divine abilities he had mastered were of little value. Even the most powerful divine abilities could barely increase his combat strength, so he might as well not use them. Hiss. This is the power of His Majesty the Progenitor right now. Gulp, gulp. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Unblockable, completely unblockable. Just a trace of power left behind is enough to crush me 1,000 times over. The eyes of the expert of Hongyuan God clan shrunk, and they all gasped. Even the two deities of low-order advanced universe were filled with despair under that palm strike. They would die under this palm strike, and they wouldn't be able to escape even if they used all of their trump cards. This power had completely exceeded their imagination. It was a mighty power that they would never be able to reach in their entire lives. Die, die for sure. That little son Yang Fann is dead for sure. He dares to behave atrociously in my Hongyuan universe with just this little bit of ability. He really doesn't know what death is. He thinks that by advancing to a high-level universe god, he can do whatever he wants. What a joke. At this moment, in the eyes of the expert of Hongyuan God clan, it was the fat meat on the chopping board. They allowed their progenitor to slaughter it without any resistance. So what if he was middle-rank high-level universe god? Today next year would be his death anniversary. Kuyao Brat is stupid, you junior is even more stupid. Jia Jia Jia, remember to reincarnate in your next life, be smarter. Don't be arrogant just because you have some strength. The Hongyuan universe god cackled strangely. Victory was within his grasp. Under his terrifying strength that was comparable to a quasi-top-level universe god, a mere middle-rank high-level universe god was nothing to him, not to mention this middle-rank high-level universe god's strength. Furthermore, he was being suppressed by the will of the universe source. Would he be able to unleash 5 levels of combat strength? It was still unknown. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. It would be difficult for this junior to stir up any trouble. Entering their Hongyuan universe was the biggest mistake of this junior's life. Kekaki, that middle-level chaos treasure is mine now. C2453 Give me face Wanong Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe, Hongyuan Divine Palace. Under the double blessing of the Hongyuan Universe's origin will in the great heavenly source divine formation, the Hongyuan Universe God's strength increased by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. It was comparable to the quasi-top-level Universe God, incomparably domineering and high above. Its voice was like a bronze bell, rolling and boiling, directly announcing Yang Fann's fate. In the middle-sized chaos domain, the quasi-top-level Universe God was synonymous with invincibility. Even with the help of middle-level chaos treasure, little son Yang Fann could only die under his palm at that time. The middle-level chaos treasure in his hand would be his. Unknowingly, the Hongyuan Universe God's eyes were filled with blazing heat and greed. At that moment an ant dares to be impudent in front of me. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of disdain. What a big tone! If it wasn't for the Hongyuan Universe God standing right in front of him, he would have suspected that it wasn't that quasi-top-level Universe God. It was the quasi-chaos God who had stepped into the chaos God realm. Otherwise, how could he dare to speak such arrogant words to him? Rumble. Yang Fann no longer suppressed his own pressure. The aura in his body began to rise wildly and endlessly. Grug, grug, grug. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying pressure shattered the four-direction space. Even the heaven-sheltering big hand that fell from the sky was completely crushed and turned into nothingness. Woo-woo-woo, woo-woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Waves of mournful and despairing wails rose from the depths of the Hongyuan universes of countless living beings within the Hongyuan universe. That was the universe sources will trembling and wailing. Under Yang Fann's constantly rising and terrifying pressure, even the will of a peak universe source was nothing more than a lowly ant. It could only cry out in despair. Bang bang. Hongyuan Divine Palace up and down. Large. The Divine Palace and Divine Hall had completely collapsed. Countless Hongyuan God clans from the Hongyuan God clan couldn't withstand the violent pressure and were shattered into pieces. In just an instant, no one below the Universe God level could be found in the huge Divine Palace. Even the Universe Gods had pale faces and were coughing out blood continuously. Their chi was extremely weak, especially those lower-grade low-level Universe God. Blood was flowing out from their 7 apertures. Their chi was like a candle in the wind, faintly discernible. It seemed like there was a possibility that someone would die at any moment. Ah, this power, top-level Universe Gods. You are a top-level Universe God. Hongyuan Universe God's pupils contracted as he let out a heart-wrenching wail. The pressure alone was enough to destroy his full-strength palm strike. It caused the Hongyuan Universe's origin intent to tremble and wail in pain. This was not something that a high-level Universe God could possess. It was the quasi-top-level Universe God. It was far from being able to compare to it. A top-level Universe God, only a legendary top-level Universe God could possess such a terrifying power. It was not even the ordinary low-order top Universe God. No, how can you be a top-level Universe God? No, impossible. This isn't real. This must be an illusion. The Hongyuan Universe God's voice was filled with madness. He could not believe it. He could not believe everything that was happening in front of him. A top-level Universe God, compared to the living beings of the middle-sized chaos domain. It was almost a legend. For example, the number 1 person in the Wanong Chaos region, Wanhong, God King. He had cultivated bitterly for nearly 80 million eras, and now he hadn't even touched the threshold of the top-level Universe God. He didn't know how many eras it would take for him to break through to the top-level Universe God. In fact, it was very likely that he would spend the rest of his life cultivating bitterly. It would be hard for him to break through to the top-level Universe God. As for little son Yang Fann, he was merely a first-grade quasi-high-level Universe God inheritor. The fact that he was able to possess middle-rank high-level Universe God's cultivation base indicated that his son Pu Yao's grave was smoking. How could he possibly break through to the top-level Universe God? Fake. All of this must be fake. Roar. I don't believe it. Little son Yang Fann, die. Rumble. The Hongyuan Universe God let out a roar like a wild beast. All the energy in his body went berserk and gathered in his right hand. Then, he thrust his palm toward Yang Fann. This palm contained all the energy of the Hongyuan Universe God, and it even used the forbidden divine ability. Its power was so terrifying that it had faintly surpassed the realm of quasi-top-level Universe God, and it even had the terrifying power of a low-order top Universe God. This was the most powerful strike of the Hongyuan Universe God, and it contained all of the Hongyuan Universe God's will. He swore to break the illusion and obtain the truth. He didn't believe it. He absolutely didn't believe that this little son Yang Fann was the legendary top-level universe god. This little son Yang Fann must be deliberately mystifying him. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I will show you mercy and help you. I will let you know what reality is. Yang Fann gently shook his head. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of his mouth. Then, he casually struck out with his palm. Yang Fann didn't use any forbidden divine ability in this palm strike to increase his strength, but even so, his strength was still 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than the Hongyuan universe god. Rumble. Both palms collided. A terrifying energy wave seemed to want to destroy the entire Hongyuan divine palace. In all directions, large pieces of buildings in the void collapsed and turned into flying ashes. Those low-level universe god didn't even have the time to scream before he was crushed into pieces by the raging energy tide. Only those at the quasi-intermediate or even the true middle-level universe god could barely withstand the energy tide. However, just like the lone boat on the ocean, it was in danger of being overturned at any moment. In less than an instant, PCHT the Hongyuan universe god first had the bones of his hand, wrist, arm, shoulder. Before finally sweeping through his entire body, countless terrifying mushroom clouds rose from the Hongyuan universe god's body, and his entire body was like a tattered cloth sack as he was sent flying backwards. This was because Yang Fann had withdrawn a lot of his strength in the end. Otherwise, this palm would have completely destroyed the Hongyuan universe god. A high-rank high-level universe god was still a huge piece of fat meat compared to the current Yang Fann. He had destroyed the Hongyuan universe god just like that, and completely killed it. This was a complete waste, a waste of natural resources. Ever since he arrived at the Hongyuan universe god's life no longer belonged to him. It had become Yang Fann's nourishment for his growth. Ah, it's true, really. This little son Yang Fann is really. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? At this moment, the Hongyuan universe finally completely believed in this cruel reality. A palm strike had nearly caused him to explode. This strength was absolutely not something that a quasi-top-level universe god could possess. In an instant, an indescribable fear engulfed the Hongyuan universe god's heart. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in, causing him to feel extreme despair. Quasi-top-level universe god, top-level universe god, the difference of one word was like a heaven and earth cloud and mud. Even though his current combat strength wasn't any weaker than a quasi-top-level universe god, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he could survive the attack of a top-level universe god. He wasn't a true quasi-top-level universe god. He had only borrowed the power of the universe source and the divine formation. Once he left the Hongyuan universe, he would immediately return to his original form and become an ordinary high-rank high-level universe god. Not to mention a high-rank, high-level universe god like him, even extreme high-level universe god wasn't confident that he could escape from a top-level universe god. If he left the Hongyuan universe now, he would only die faster. Alright, the game ends here. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Yang Fann rolled his eyes and announced the final fate of the Hongyuan universe god. Not good, this little son Yang Fann has really decided to kill me. With my current condition, there's no way I can stop him. Little son Yang Fann's strike. Looks like I can only use that trump card, Your Highness, save me. Sir, please stop. Wei Kun from the Wei family of Gukang Chaos Domain, can you give me some face and spare this Hongyuan? C2454 Death Curse Seal Wanong Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe, Hongyuan Divine Palace. Rumble. A divine light rose from the Hongyuan universe god's body and turned into a golden-robed young man. He was around 20 years old, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. His body was emitting an extraordinary divine light, as if he was born superior to others. His expression was wild and arrogant, as if he was looking down on all living beings. Even when facing this top-level universe god, there was a hint of pride in his expression, as if what he was facing wasn't the high and mighty top-level universe god, but an ordinary low-level universe god. This gave him an equal chance to speak to him. This was a great honor. Wei Kun from the Wei family of Gukang Chaos Domain, could it be the Wei family? Yang Fann's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. Although killing God Ming Yi's Sea of Consciousness was protected by a restrictive spell, but that's just the protection of confidential information, some basic information that everyone knows, and there's nothing to be afraid of. After searching killing God Ming Yi's soul memory, Yang Fann didn't have to be blind about the Gukang Chaos Domain. Everything was just hearsay. At least, Yang Fann knew some basic information about the Gukang Chaos Domain. Among them, there was some information about the Wei family. There were countless families with the surname Wei family in the Gukang Chaos Domain. However, there was only one family that could make Wei Kun, who didn't even put a top-level universe god in his eyes. It was the Wei family, one of the 12 guardian families of the human race. It was one of the 12 oldest human families in the Gukang Chaos Domain. It was one of the most powerful human families. Every family had a quasi-chaos god warrior who had broken through to the chaos god stage, and there were more than one of them. According to the legends, among the top few families, there was also a true chaos god in charge. The reason why the human race was able to become one of the top families in the Gukang Chaos Domain was because of these 12 families. The Wei family, on the other hand, was one of the top few families. It had the true chaos god in charge. With the mighty strength of the Wei family, they did have the right to look down on top-level universe god warriors. Even quasi-chaos god warriors wouldn't dare to provoke the Wei family unless it was necessary. It seems like this peasant has heard of the name of the Wei family. Wei Kun's eyes lit up. This would make things easier. He refused to believe that there was still a top-level universe god in Gu Kang Chaos Circle. How dare he not give it to him? The Wei family only cared about their face. They were afraid of this peasant. They had never heard of the Wei family before. At that time, they would be caught blind. Ignorant people were fearless. Since they didn't know the reputation of their Wei family, they naturally wouldn't have any intention of joining forces with them. But now, he was just a soul imprint. He couldn't even be considered as a clone, so his combat strength was basically negligible. Compared to some low-level universe god, he wasn't much stronger. A top-level universe god could easily kill this soul imprint with just a breath of air. A Hongyuan universe god was nothing. A mere high-rank high-level universe god, under the command of young master Wei Kun. There were a lot of people like him, but no matter how one put it, he was also a dog of this Wei. This Hongyuan universe god had also helped him a great deal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind a soul imprint on this Hongyuan universe god. There weren't many people who could obtain his spiritual brand. In the Wei family, even many top-grade and extreme high-level universe god didn't have the qualifications to do so. He had given him a soul imprint. If he really died here, where would Wei Kun put his face? Fortunately, this barbarian wasn't an ignorant man. At least, he knew about the Wei family. Sir, for my sake, this matter ends here. How about it? Although he said that he was asking, his voice revealed an unquestionable tone. If it was not because he was merely a soul imprint here, why would he waste his time with a top-level universe god? He had so much nonsense to say. If he did not comply, he would have directly suppressed him. As one of the top 4 young masters of the Wei family, Wei Kun had dominated the primal chaos, not only because of the reputation of the Wei family. His strength couldn't be ignored either. Almost no one in the quasi-universe could be a match for him, young master Wei Kun. He didn't even put a top-level universe god from the middle-sized chaos domain in his eyes. Phew, my life is saved now. The Hongyuan universe god let out a long breath. In the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, there were not many people who dared to not give face to young master Wei Kun. If they really angered young master Wei Kun, even a top-level universe god wouldn't be able to escape death. Not only was young master Wei Kun one of the highest-grade quasi-universes in the quasi-universe, he was also a subordinate of a top-level universe god. There were also many of them. Even without the help of the Wei family, many quasi-chaos god warriors had to be wary of him. Right at this moment, give you face. Why, today, this old man Hong Yuan will die, Yang Fann sneered. The name of Wei family, one of the 12 guardian families of the human race, can scare the others, but not me. As long as it's not the chaos god or quasi-chaos god, Yang Fann won't be afraid of anyone in the top-level universe god. As long as he was given some more time, he would be able to devour and digest all the universe gods in his hands, and break through to the high-level universe lord. His strength would definitely undergo another transformation, and he was confident that he could even fight a quasi-chaos god. If the chaos god didn't appear, at least he wouldn't be able to defeat him. If he wanted to leave, not many people would be able to stop him. So what if he didn't give Wei Kun face? Could the Wei family send out the chaos god to deal with him? Not to mention a mere Wei family junior. Even the patriarch of the Wei family did not have the qualifications to do so. It was extremely difficult for him to even meet the Chaos God. The Chaos God was the most powerful force in the Gukang Chaos domain. It was synonymous with invincibility. Even the patriarch of the Wei clan was just a lowly ant in his eyes. Unless it was related to the survival of his clan, the Chaos God would never personally take action. He was the ancestor of every race, not a hired thug. If a small matter like this required the Chaos God to make a move personally, then what kind of force would he establish? What kind of family would he establish? What? Wei Kun widened his eyes. He couldn't believe what he just heard. How dare a mere barbarian from middle-sized Chaos domain not give him face in Wei family face? The next second, Wei Kun's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Sir, there are some things you need to be careful about. Not everyone can afford to lose the face of our Wei family." "Oh, is that so? But today, I won't give you face in the Wei family." "What are you going to do about it?" A hint of ridicule climbed onto Yang Fann's face. How dare a mere soul imprint talk about the Wei family's face in front of him? Who gave him face? Did they really think that the Wei family could do whatever they wanted? Did they really think that everyone had to give face to the Wei family? While they were talking, Yang Fann moved his right arm and ignored Wei Kun. He clawed at the Hongyuan Universe God. The Hongyuan Universe God had to die. Otherwise, how could he settle the karma between him and Universe God Puyao? Not to mention a mere junior of the Wei family, even the patriarch of the Wei family and the old ancestor of Wei family wouldn't be able to change anything. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Kun was just a soul imprint and dared to argue with him, Yang Fann would have suppressed Wei Kun along with him. Ah, no, how could this be? How could this be? The Hongyuan Universe's soul was in a daze, and his face was filled with disbelief. This soul imprint of young Master Wei Kun had always been regarded as his final trump card. How could it not be effective? "Save me, Your Highness, save me. Stop if you dare to harm Hongyuan, I, Wei Kun. And my Wei family will never divorce you." Wei Kun is furious. This is not only his subordinate's life, it is also related to his face and the reputation of the Wei family. Although this was only his sole imprint, it represented Wei Kun of Wei family. There was no difference between him and Wei Kun. If this was the case, the Hongyuan Universe God would be completely suppressed in front of him. One of the four young masters of Wei family, young Master Wei Kun's face, he really didn't need it anymore. However, Yang Fann acted as if he didn't hear what he said. He ignored Wei Kun's threat and grabbed the Hongyuan Universe God in his hand. "Ah, no, I haven't even reached the top-level Universe God. How can I? No, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Ah, indigenous being, you will regret it. I guarantee that you will definitely regret it." Roar. C-2455 Opportunities Wanong Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe, Hongyuan Divine Palace. Wei Kun's eyes were fixed on Yang Fann. His eyes were filled with enmity, and his voice was so cold that it made people's hair stand on end. Ever since Wei Kun became the Wei family's fourth young master, even some quasi-chaos god warriors had to give him some face when they saw him. They had never been slapped in the face like this before. He was also a native of middle-sized chaos domain. This was unforgivable. This native would definitely regret it. So what if he was a top-level universe god? He had offended Wei Kun, and he would surely die for offending the Wei family. Bang! As soon as his voice faded, Wei Kun's entire body exploded, turning into a strange blood-red light that ignored the time and space. In an instant, he arrived in front of Yang Fann. His speed was so fast that even Yang Fann didn't have the time to react. The blood-red light had already merged into Yang Fann's body and disappeared without a trace. The next second, a bloody skull mark appeared on Yang Fann's arm. What a good death curse seal from the Wei family. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The name of the Wei family's death curse seal was not unfamiliar to Yang Fann. It was famous throughout the entire Gukang Chaos domain. It was called the Death God Summon. Once this death curse seal was planted, it usually meant that one's life had come to an end. The Wei family of the human race had a great reputation, and the deterrence of the Chaos God was one thing. The death curse seal was also one of the main reasons. As long as the people of the Wei family planted this death curse seal, they would be able to find him easily even if they hid at the ends of the earth. Unless they could remove this death curse seal, but it was easier said than done. According to the legends, This death curse seal was obtained by the old ancestor of Wei family, the Chaos God. Even if the Chaos God wanted to destroy this death curse seal, it wouldn't be an easy task. Not to mention Quasi-Chaos God and Universe God. Many top-level Universe God and Quasi-Chaos God didn't dare to offend the Wei family. To a large extent, they were afraid of the death curse seal. They were afraid of being planted with the death curse seal. There was no way out, no way out. Not everyone could obtain the protection of the Chaos God, allowing the Chaos God to wipe out the death curse seal. Otherwise, even if he killed the people of Wei family, so what? At most, he wouldn't stay in Gukang Chaos Domain anymore. There was no limit to the chaos in Gukang Chaos Domain, and no one knew how many there were in Chaos Domain. Even the Chaos God wouldn't be able to find a top-level Universe God hiding all the time. Of course, what shocked Yang Fann wasn't the infamous name of the Death Curse Seal, but the strangeness of the Death Curse Seal. It was able to completely ignore the defense of his divine body and merge into his body. One should know that with the help of the eternal immortal divine body in the huge perfection great cosmos, his current defense was no less than that of a high-grade chaos treasure. Even some top-level Universe God warriors would find it hard to tear his skin and break through his defense if they didn't have high-grade and high-grade chaos treasures in their hands. It would be fine if Wei Kun was the real Wei Kun himself. Currently, it was just a single soul imprint. Although it had some mystical abilities, its combat strength wasn't much stronger than low-level Universe Gods. It might even be slightly weaker. It could actually ignore his defense and plant death curse seals in his body. He had to admit that the means of the Chaos God was not something he could imagine right now. Rumble. Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique began to circulate. An endless amount of power of devourings began to surge like a tidal wave as they headed towards the death curse seal to devour it. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, heaven-swallowing 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 earth, all living things in the world, all living things in the universe, there was nothing that could not be swallowed. It should not disappoint him. 10 breaths later, Wang. A golden light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. Sure enough, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique did not disappoint him. So what if it was a death curse seal or a chaotic divine technique? In front of the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great technique, they were nothing. In a day at most, he would be able to completely devour this death curse seal. Terrifying according to the legends, even if the Chaos God were to personally attack, it would still take him thousands or tens of thousands of years to destroy the Wei family's death curse seal. The profundity of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring law had probably far exceeded the imagination of the Chaos God. But on second thought, the Chaos Origin divine arts that he had inherited earlier was enough to make the highest level of Chaos God go crazy over it. In comparison, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was the foundation of his heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter. Its profoundness was definitely far beyond the Chaos Origin divine arts. After letting out a long breath, Yang Fann suppressed it and immediately erased the idea of the death curse seal. The death curse seal was just a mark, a type of brand. When compared to the person who had been struck, it didn't have much of an effect. If it wasn't for the formidable strength of the Wei family, the number of experts in the family was as high as the clouds, and the reign of experts, if it was a small force, even if they controlled the death curse seal, they wouldn't be able to bring much fame to the death curse seal. So what if they were hit by the death curse seal? It would just be an additional skull tattoo. Could it be that that small power still dared to chase after a top-level Universe God, quasi-chaos God, all the way to the primal chaos? Perhaps this is an opportunity for me. Yang Fann's eyes glittered, as if he had thought of something. He had a lot of resources in his hands, and his wealth was even greater than some of extreme high-level Universe Gods. However, compared to Yang Fann, this amount of resources was still a drop in the bucket. At most, it could help him break through to the high-level Universe Lord, and it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the top-level Universe Lord with this amount of resources. As one of the top powers in Gukang Chaos Domain, the Wei family had existed for countless eras. The number of quasi-chaos god warriors alone was no less than 2 hands. There were hundreds or thousands of top-level Universe God warriors, which represented a huge amount of resources. Not to mention the destruction of the entire Wei family. As long as he took a bite, there was hope for him to become a top-level universe lord warrior. He was a first-grade top-level universe god, a mere native of the middle-sized chaos domain. The Wei family wouldn't put him in their eyes. The possibility of mobilizing quasi-chaos god warriors to deal with him was too low, almost negligible. A quasi-chaos god was an expert that was second only to the chaos god. In the Gukang chaos domain, any major power was an absolute upper echelon. That Wei Kun was just a junior of the Wei family. He wasn't the patriarch of the Wei family yet, so he didn't have the qualifications to mobilize these quasi-chaos god warriors. In fact, even if it was the patriarch of the Wei family, it wouldn't be an easy task to mobilize these quasi-chaos god warriors. Of course, taking a step back, even if Wei Kun's status in the Wei family had exceeded his expectations, if the Wei family sent that quasi-chaos god warrior to deal with him, he would just destroy the death curse seal and flee far away. A short day was nothing. With his current strength, although he was far from being a match for a quasi-chaos god, Yang Fann was confident that he could stall him for a few days if he didn't hesitate to pay any price. Besides, it might take some time for the people of Wei family to arrive. It was enough for him to make some more breakthroughs in his cultivation. Ah, His Majesty the Progenitor. The remaining intermediate and high-level universe gods of Hongyuan God clan let out heart-wrenching wails. At this moment, they finally believed the cruel reality. The invincible expert in their hearts, their ancestor, the Hongyuan universe god, was really suppressed by Yang Fann. Oh, I almost forgot about all of you. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and revealed a mocking expression. It was fine for the other middle-level universe god, but those 9 quasi-high-level universe god and 2 low-order advanced universe gods were still a piece of fat meat compared to the current Yang Fann. While they were talking, Yang Fann moved his right arm, and sent a palm strike towards the group of intermediate and high-level universe gods. Ah, not good, let's attack together and block it. We have to block it. Ah, no, woo-woo-woo, why am I so stupid? I know that Dark Star will not let us go, so why am I still staying here? I will just sneak away when he is unprepared. It's over. We, the Hongyuan God clan, are finished. It's over. Please spare my life, senior. Please spare my life. The one who killed universe god Pu Yao was the ancestor. No, it was the old scoundrel Hongyuan. It has nothing to do with this little one. It has nothing to do with this little one. No, Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. You will have your retribution. You will definitely have your retribution. C2456. I want that native's life. Wanong Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe, Hongyuan Divine City. Begging for mercy, wailing, cursing, and cursing. Regarding this, Yang Fann remained unmoved. His expression was cold and indifferent. The heaven-sheltering big hand crushed down with irresistible force, destroying everything. It completely suppressed the group of intermediate and high-level universe gods from the Hongyuan God clan. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Yang Fann appeared in front of the Hongyuan God clan's treasure vault with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As one of the top 10 divine races in Wanong Chaos Region, the Hongyuan God clan's accumulation of tens of thousands of eras would not disappoint me. In the next second, rumble, the terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a top-level universe god, pierced through his body and swept across everything. Puchi Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. The Hongyuan universe god had set up a formation that could stop top-rank high-level universe gods' divine formation and defense mechanisms. Under Yang Fann's strength of soul, it was like a piece of paper that could be broken with just a poke. It was completely useless. In less than 10 breaths' time, rumble, the door of the treasury slowly opened. In an instant, endless treasure lights erupted from within. Beautiful and spectacular, dazzling and resplendent. What entered his eyes was a vast great world. All kinds of treasures piled up like a mountain, and there were countless of them. 2 hours later, Yang Fann walked out of the treasury with a satisfied smile on his face. Sure enough, the Hongyuan God clan didn't disappoint him, as expected of the ancient god race that had existed for tens of thousands of eras. The wealth they had was far more than what the Heaven Favor clan could compare with. Compared to the Heaven Favor clan, it was more than a few times more abundant. Just the universe source alone had brought Yang Fann close to 3 billion cubic meters. The total value of the other heavenly treasures, supreme treasures, and divine abilities combined was at least over 1 billion universe sources. An ordinary top-rank high-level universe god. That was all he had. He might not even be as good as he was now. As for the group of intermediate and high-level universe gods from the Hongyuan God clan, when they combined, they added nearly 2 billion Yang Fanns to Yang Fann's wealth, treasures, and divine abilities that were worth close to 5 billion universe sources. Of course, the big head came from the Hongyuan universe god. Just his wealth alone was more than half of the total wealth of the other intermediate and high-level universe gods in the Hongyuan god clan. This trip to the Hongyuan universe was not a loss at all. Not only did it resolve the karma between him and universe god Puyao, it also made his thoughts clear, and he also obtained a huge amount of resources. Nearly 5 billion universe sources were worth more than 15 billion universe sources worth of heavenly wealth and earthly treasures. It directly increased his value by 3 levels. In the next moment, buzz. With a thought, the strength of world in Yang Fann's body started surging violently. A world that was bigger than many high-level universes emerged above the skies of the Hongyuan Divine Palace, swallowing the Hongyuan Divine Palace into its mouth. As the holy land of the Hongyuan God clan, the Divine Palace wasn't just a symbol. It was also a powerful chaos treasure. Compared to middle-level chaos treasure, it was only slightly weaker. The most important thing was that the Hongyuan Divine Palace was refined by the Hongyuan Universe God with a Haodian high-level universe as its foundation. Although it was only a divine perishing universe of the low-order advanced universe God, with the massive amount of heavenly wealth and earthly treasures that the Hongyuan Universe God had integrated into it, if Yang Fann swallowed and refined the Great Origin Divine Palace, it would definitely be no less than swallowing and refining a low-order advanced universe God. No, it's gone. The Hongyuan Divine Palace is gone. And that invincible tide of energy just now. Could it be that Hongyuan Universe God and the others? They rumble. I'm afraid that's really the case. The power was so terrifying that even the Hongyuan Universe God was far inferior to it. Including the disappearance of the Hongyuan Divine Palace, everything was clear. The Hongyuan Divine Palace was the symbol of the Hongyuan God clan. Since its establishment, it had been hanging high in the sky above the Hongyuan universe. It was like a bright sun that illuminated the entire Hongyuan universe. From ancient times until now, not to mention the disappearance of the Hongyuan Divine Palace, it had never appeared even when it shifted its position. The Hongyuan Universe God and the others must have experienced a tremendous change. No, this is a matter of great importance. I must inform the old ancestor of my clan immediately. Even the Hongyuan Universe God won't be able to escape. The Wanong Chaos region is going to change. My clan has to make plans as soon as possible. Soon, the news of the destruction of the Hongyuan Divine Palace spread to the Wanong Chaos region at a terrifying speed. What? The destruction of the Hongyuan Divine Palace and the death of the Hongyuan Universe God was unknown. How is this possible? The first reaction of countless upper echelons of the God race was disbelief. Who was the Hongyuan Universe God? That was one of the most powerful Wanong Chaos regions in their Wanong Chaos region. Especially in the Hongyuan God clan's old lair, Hongyuan Divine Palace. It was the #1 person in the Wanong Chaos region, Wan Hongyan God King. If they were to fight the Hongyuan Universe God here, they would usually lose more than they could win, not to mention completely defeating the Hongyuan Universe God and wiping out the entire Hongyuan Divine Palace. If a top-level Universe God didn't appear, even those quasi-top-level Universe God warriors wouldn't have the strength to do so. But compared to the Wanong Chaos region, a top-level Universe God was just a legend. However, the truth was as such. They didn't know how many experts there were, but their words were firm, and they couldn't help but believe it. One person could be wrong. 2 people could be wrong, but 10 million, a billion people, could it be that they were wrong? This was especially the case for these people, all of them from various great powers, quite a few of them even enemies, old enemies. There was absolutely no way they could provide a string of confessions. It seems like a top-level Universe God has really come to Wanong Chaos region. Hiss. I really don't know why Hongyuan God clan would provoke such an expert. Confusion and confusion. Although the Hongyuan God clan had always been domineering and had countless divine races destroyed in their hands, it wasn't because they didn't know the situation and didn't know what was good for them. They would never dare to offend a top-level Universe God. Even a quasi-top-level Universe God, or even extreme high-level Universe God, the Hongyuan God clan wouldn't dare to offend them. During this period of time, there might be some hidden secrets. However, very quickly, many of the higher-ups of the divine race didn't have the time to guess the hidden secrets. They quickly deployed their troops and generals to gather the expert in their clan. Hongyuan God clan, as one of the 10 great God race in Wanong Chaos region, controlled nearly half of the resources in the myriad Hong universe. The number of universes it occupied was unknown. Just the number of top universes alone was as high as 52. And now, the upper echelons of the Hongyuan God clan were almost completely wiped out. To them, it was like a piece of fat meat on a chopping board that they could slaughter as they pleased. At this moment, countless God race forces had their eyes on the Hongyuan God clan. If they attacked too late, not to mention cutting off the meat, even a mouthful of soup might not be theirs to drink. It was over. Hongyuan God clan was completely finished. Even if they weren't killed, it wouldn't be any better. It was very difficult for the Hongyuan God clan to have a foothold in the top universes. It was only a matter of time before they were reduced to a third-rate God race, retreating to a high-level universe, or even an intermediate or low-level universe. The Chaos Circle, this was the upgrade of the Chaos Domain. The Chaos Domain was densely covered with millions of universes, and the Chaos Circle was filled with thousands of stars and stars that covered the entire Chaos Domain. Usually, it was formed with the large-sized Chaos Domain as the core. The Chaos Circle was formed with the large-sized Chaos Domain as the center. It was a small-scale Chaos Circle. There were usually two or even several large-sized Chaos Domain in the medium-sized Chaos Circle. Once there were more than 10 large-sized Chaos Domain in the Chaos Circle, it would be the large-sized Chaos Circle according to the legends. There were even dozens or even hundreds of large-sized Chaos Domain in the top tier of the large-sized Chaos Circle. It was hard to imagine that a top-level universe god or quasi-chaos god could only be considered as an ordinary expert. Only the Chaos God could be considered as a true top-tier expert. Gukang Chaos Circle was a miniature Chaos Circle. With the Gukang Chaos Domain as the core, there were tens of millions of Chaos Domains gathered in the Chaos Domain. The chaotic region that Yang Fann was born in actually also belonged to the Gukang Chaos Circle, but it was located in an inconspicuous corner of the Chaos Circle. In the past, basically no expert would come to this place. The Gukang Chaos Domain was the only large-sized Chaos Domain in the Gukang Chaos Circle. It was so vast that it almost took up 1/100th of the entire Gukang Chaos Circle. Compared to it, the other medium-sized and small-sized chaos region were like stars in the sky, surrounding it. Even the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain like the Wanong Chaos region and the Qianyao Chaos domain was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was not even 1,000th of 100,000, or even 1,000th of a million. In the Wei family's ancestral land, this was one of the greatest holy lands of the human race in Gukang Chaos domain. It was formed from 108 top universes, supported by tens of thousands of high-level universes. According to the legend, in order to build this ancestral land, old ancestor of Wei family had personally moved a large number of high-level and top universes over, and arranged them in a profound formation to form the ancestral land. The entire ancestral land was like the slumbering divine dragon. Once it was activated, it would definitely destroy the heavens and earth, and suppress the universe. It was the high and mighty Chaos God. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Tianline Universe was one of the top 108 universes in the Wei family's ancestral land. Tianline Universe, within a glorious divine palace. Boom! A terrifying killing intent flashed across the eyes of Wei Kun, one of the 4 young masters of Wei family. A mere barbarian dares to disrespect me. This is great Wei Jian, I'll let you go. I'll take that barbarian's life. C 2456. I want that native's life. Wanong Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe, Hongyuan Divine City. Begging for mercy, wailing, cursing, and cursing. Regarding this, Yang Fann remained unmoved. His expression was cold and indifferent. The heaven-sheltering big hand crushed down with irresistible force, destroying everything. It completely suppressed the group of intermediate and high-level universe gods from the Hongyuan God clan. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Yang Fann appeared in front of the Hongyuan God clan's treasure vault with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As one of the top 10 divine races in Wanong Chaos region, the Hongyuan God clan's accumulation of tens of thousands of eras would not disappoint me. In the next second, rumble, the terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a top-level universe god, pierced through his body and swept across everything. Puchi Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. The Hongyuan Universe God had set up a formation that could stop top-ranked high-level Universe God's divine formation and defense mechanisms. Under Yang Fann's strength of soul, it was like a piece of paper that could be broken with just a poke. It was completely useless. In less than 10 breaths' time, rumble, The door of the treasury slowly opened. In an instant, endless treasure lights erupted from within. Beautiful and spectacular, dazzling and resplendent. What entered his eyes was a vast great world. All kinds of treasures piled up like a mountain, and there were countless of them. 2 hours later, Yang Fann walked out of the treasury with a satisfied smile on his face. Sure enough, the Hongyuan god clan didn't disappoint him, as expected of the ancient god race that had existed for tens of thousands of eras. The wealth they had was far more than what the Heaven Favor clan could compare with. Compared to the Heaven Favor clan, it was more than a few times more abundant. Just the universe source alone had brought Yang Fann close to 3 billion cubic meters. The total value of the other heavenly treasures, supreme treasures, and divine abilities combined was at least over 1 billion universe sources. An ordinary top-ranked high-level universe god. That was all he had. He might not even be as good as he was now. As for the group of intermediate and high-level universe gods from the Hongyuan god clan, when they combined, they added nearly 2 billion Yang Fanns to Yang Fann's wealth, treasures, and divine abilities that were worth close to 5 billion universe sources. Of course, the big head came from the Hongyuan universe god. Just his wealth alone was more than half of the total wealth of the other intermediate and high-level universe gods in the Hongyuan god clan. This trip to the Hongyuan universe was not a loss at all. Not only did it resolve the karma between him and universe god Puyao, it also made his thoughts clear, and he also obtained a huge amount of resources. Nearly 5 billion universe sources were worth more than 15 billion universe sources worth of heavenly wealth and earthly treasures. It directly increased his value by 3 levels. In the next moment, buzz. With a thought, the strength of world in Yang Fann's body started surging violently. A world that was bigger than many high-level universes emerged above the skies of the Hongyuan Divine Palace, swallowing the Hongyuan Divine Palace into its mouth. As the holy land of the Hongyuan god clan, the Divine Palace wasn't just a symbol. It was also a powerful chaos treasure. Compared to middle-level chaos treasure, it was only slightly weaker. The most important thing was that the Hongyuan Divine Palace was refined by the Hongyuan universe god with a Hautian high-level universe as its foundation. Although it was only a divine perishing universe of the low-order advanced universe god, with the massive amount of heavenly wealth and earthly treasures that the Hongyuan universe god had integrated into it, if Yang Fann swallowed and refined the Great Origin Divine Palace, it would definitely be no less than swallowing and refining a low-order advanced universe god. No, it's gone. The Hongyuan Divine Palace is gone. And that invincible tide of energy just now. Could it be that Hongyuan universe god and the others, they rumble? I'm afraid that's really the case. The power was so terrifying that even the Hongyuan universe god was far inferior to it. Including the disappearance of the Hongyuan Divine Palace, everything was clear. The Hongyuan Divine Palace was the symbol of the Hongyuan god clan. Since its establishment, it had been hanging high in the sky above the Hongyuan universe. It was like a bright sun that illuminated the entire Hongyuan universe. From ancient times until now, not to mention the disappearance of the Hongyuan Divine Palace, it had never appeared even when it shifted its position. The Hongyuan universe god and the others must have experienced a tremendous change. No, this is a matter of great importance. I must inform the old ancestor of my clan immediately. Even the Hongyuan universe god won't be able to escape. The Wanong Chaos region is going to change. My clan has to make plans as soon as possible. Soon, the news of the destruction of the Hongyuan Divine Palace spread to the Wanong Chaos region at a terrifying speed. What? The destruction of the Hongyuan Divine Palace and the death of the Hongyuan universe god was unknown. How is this possible? The first reaction of countless upper echelons of the god race was disbelief. Who was the Hongyuan universe god? That was one of the most powerful Wanong Chaos regions in their Wanong Chaos region. Especially in the Hongyuan god clan's old lair, Hongyuan Divine Palace. It was the #1 person in the Wanong Chaos region, Wanhongan God King. If they were to fight the Hongyuan universe god here, they would usually lose more than they could win, not to mention completely defeating the Hongyuan universe god and wiping out the entire Hongyuan Divine Palace. If a top-level universe god didn't appear, even those quasi-top-level universe god warriors wouldn't have the strength to do so. But compared to the Wanong Chaos region, a top-level universe god was just a legend. However, the truth was as such. They didn't know how many experts there were, but their words were firm, and they couldn't help but believe it. One person could be wrong, 2 people could be wrong, but 10 million, a billion people, could it be that they were wrong? This was especially the case for these people, all of them from various great powers, quite a few of them even enemies, old enemies. There was absolutely no way they could provide a string of confessions. It seems like a top-level universe god has really come to Wanong Chaos region. Hiss. I really don't know why Hongyuan God clan would provoke such a expert. Confusion and confusion. Although the Hongyuan God clan had always been domineering and had countless divine races destroyed in their hands, it wasn't because they didn't know the situation and didn't know what was good for them. They would never dare to offend a top-level universe god. Even a quasi-top-level universe god, or even extreme high-level universe god, the Hongyuan God clan wouldn't dare to offend them. During this period of time, there might be some hidden secrets. However, very quickly, many of the higher-ups of the divine race didn't have the time to guess the hidden secrets. They quickly deployed their troops and generals to gather the expert in their clan. Hongyuan God clan, as one of the 10 great god race in Wanong Chaos region, controlled nearly half of the resources in the myriad Hong universe. The number of universes it occupied was unknown. Just the number of top universes alone was as high as 52. And now, the upper echelons of the Hongyuan God clan were almost completely wiped out. To them, it was like a piece of fat meat on a chopping board that they could slaughter as they pleased. At this moment, countless god race forces had their eyes on the Hongyuan God clan. If they attacked too late, not to mention cutting off the meat, even a mouthful of soup might not be theirs to drink. It was over. Hongyuan God clan was completely finished. Even if they weren't killed, it wouldn't be any better. It was very difficult for the Hongyuan God clan to have a foothold in the top universes. It was only a matter of time before they were reduced to a third-rate god race, retreating to a high-level universe, or even an intermediate or low-level universe. The Chaos Circle. This was the upgrade of the Chaos Domain. The Chaos Domain was densely covered with millions of universes, and the Chaos Circle was filled with thousands of stars and stars that covered the entire Chaos Domain. Usually, it was formed with the large-sized Chaos Domain as the core. The Chaos Circle was formed with the large-sized Chaos Domain as the center. It was a small-scale Chaos Circle. There were usually 2 or even several large-sized Chaos Domain in the medium-sized Chaos Circle. Once there were more than 10 large-sized Chaos Domain in the Chaos Circle, it would be the large-sized Chaos Circle according to the legends. There were even dozens or even hundreds of large-sized Chaos Domain in the top tier of the large-sized Chaos Circle. It was hard to imagine that a top-level universe god or quasi-chaos god could only be considered as an ordinary expert. Only the Chaos God could be considered as a true top-tier expert. Gukang Chaos Circle was a miniature Chaos Circle. With the Gukang Chaos Domain as the core, there were tens of millions of Chaos Domains gathered in the Chaos Domain. The chaotic region that Yang Fann was born in actually also belonged to the Gukang Chaos Circle, but it was located in an inconspicuous corner of the Chaos Circle. In the past, basically no expert would come to this place. The Gukang Chaos Domain was the only large-sized Chaos Domain in the Gukang Chaos Circle. It was so vast that it almost took up 1/100th of the entire Gukang Chaos Circle. Compared to it, the other medium-sized and small-sized chaos region were like stars in the sky, surrounding it. Even the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain like the Wanong Chaos region and the Xianxia Chaos domain was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was not even 1,000th of 100,000, or even 1,000th of a million. In the Wei family's ancestral land, this was one of the greatest holy lands of the human race in Gukang Chaos domain. It was formed from 108 top universes, supported by tens of thousands of high-level universes. According to the legend, in order to build this ancestral land, old ancestor of Wei family had personally moved a large number of high-level and top universes over, and arranged them in a profound formation to form the ancestral land. The entire ancestral land was like the slumbering divine dragon. Once it was activated, it would definitely destroy the heavens and earth, and suppress the universe. It was the high and mighty Chaos God. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. T-Online Universe was one of the top 108 universes in the Wei family's ancestral land. T-Online Universe, within a glorious divine palace. Boom! A terrifying killing intent flashed across the eyes of Wei Kun, one of the 4 young masters of Wei family. A mere barbarian dares to disrespect me. This is great Wei Jian, I'll let you go. I'll take that barbarian's life. C-2457 breaking through to the quasi-advanced level Lord of the Universe in the Wanong Chaos region, Bloodbone warships were moving around aimlessly. After leaving the Hongyuan Universe, Yang Fann did not immediately head to the Gukang Chaos Domain. With his current cultivation base, he was still a little short of going to the Gukang Chaos Domain. Top-level Universe God. Although he was a mighty warrior in the Gukang Chaos Domain, he was also a top-tier expert. However, there were still quasi-Chaos God and Chaos Gods on top of him. He was still quite a distance away from the top of the pyramid. If he wanted to be like the Qianyao Chaos Domain and Wanong Chaos Region, he could do whatever he wanted without even thinking about it. If he didn't offend the Wei family, it wouldn't be a big deal. As long as he wasn't too high profile, he would be able to guarantee the safety of a top-level Universe God. As the ancestors of the clan suppressing, the Chaos God basically lived in seclusion. He was a rare existence, and a quasi-Chaos God was the pinnacle expert in the Gukang Chaos Domain. It wouldn't be easy for him to encounter one. But now, he had offended the Wei family. This was another situation the Wei family had existed for countless eras. In the Gukang Chaos Domain, their forces were deeply rooted. In addition to the death curse seal and the expert of the Wei family, it would not be too easy to find him. At this moment, the risk of heading to the Gukang Chaos Domain was a little too great. Unless, he was willing to erase the death curse seal now, but without the death curse seal, he wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. It wouldn't be easy to scam the Wei family. In any case, he still had a lot of resources in his hands. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the Gukang Chaos Domain. Once he successfully broke through to the high-level Universe Lord and had the strength to fight a quasi-Chaos God warrior, the risk of going to the Gukang Chaos Domain would be reduced to the lowest. He couldn't be reckless, he had to do what he had to do. Yang Fann had always remembered this in his heart. With the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, sooner or later, he would reach the top of the primal chaos, so there was no need to be in such a rush to take the risk. The one who laughed in the end was the true victor, the fallen genius. No matter what kind of heaven's pride evildoer was, he was just a dead man. The reason why the Bloodbone warship could travel through the chaos without any purpose. First of all, Yang Fann really didn't have any place to go. Secondly, it was to buy some time. The soul imprint was connected to the original body's memory. Obviously, Wei Kun already knew that he wouldn't give the Wei family any face. Perhaps, Wei Kun had already sent the expert to deal with him. Although he didn't use his full strength at that time, and only used a small portion of the power of the great cosmic eternal divine body, he was still stronger than most low-order top universe divine gods, and wasn't much weaker than some quasi-middle-rank universe god who had just broken through to the intermediate top-level universe god. If someone really came to deal with him, the person who came wouldn't be weak. At least, it was possible for him to be a high-grade top-level universe god, or even a peak-grade top-level universe god. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat a high-grade or peak-grade top-level universe god with his full strength. However, if he wanted to suppress the opponent completely, his hope wouldn't exceed 3 levels. Yang Fann didn't hesitate to use himself as bait. He didn't want to leave behind this death curse seal to defeat his enemies. What he wanted was to suppress them completely. Only by doing so would he be able to live up to the risk he had taken this time. In order to buy more time, Yang Fann didn't hesitate to consume the Bloodbone warship's essence to increase the Bloodbone warship's speed to the limit. Its speed wasn't much slower than many top-level universe god warriors. Of course, the price might not be able to last for 1 billion years, and the grade of the Bloodbone warship would drop drastically, turning into the low-level chaos treasure. However, in Yang Fann's opinion, all of this was completely worth it. As long as he could suppress the invading enemies and destroy a quasi-intermediate middle-level chaos treasure, so what? In the eyes of a high-level universe god, a quasi-intermediate middle-level chaos treasure was a supreme treasure, but in the eyes of top-level universe god, especially those high in top-level universe god, it was nothing. Not to mention a quasi-intermediate middle-level chaos treasure, even if it was a high-grade one, exquisite intermediate's chaos treasure was nothing in their eyes. Even if it was a quasi-high-grade chaos treasure, or even a true high-grade chaos treasure, they might still have it. Bloodbone warship, within the master control room. Boom boom, boom. The cells in Yang Fann's body expanded crazily, turning into terrifying devouring black holes that crazily devoured the universe sources in the surroundings. Every breath, every second, there were over 100 cubic meters of universe sources that were swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. His cultivation base had jumped by 3 grades. After breaking through to the limit middle-level universe lord, Yang Fann's devouring speed had also increased by more than 10 times. In a flash, 60 million years had passed. Pucci, the last universe source, was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. Nearly 5 billion universe source had allowed Yang Fann's cultivation to improve by a lot. Although he hadn't broken through to the quasi-high-level universe lord, he had still reached the peak of the middle-level universe lord. The strength of world in his body had increased by more than 3 levels. The next second, a ray of light flashed, and a quasi-middle-level universe god appeared in front of Yang Fann. Another 50 million years passed. The remaining quasi-middle-level universe god were all devoured by Yang Fann. This caused Yang Fann's cultivation to break through another small realm, almost reaching the limit of the middle-level universe lord, and was only a step away from breaking through. Very quickly, a low-rank middle-level universe god appeared in the devouring black hole. Streams of pure strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center. One had to admit that a middle-level universe god was a middle-level universe god. The purity of the strength of origin was incomparable to a quasi-middle-level universe god. If a quasi-middle-level universe god warrior could compare 10 strength of origins with 1 strength of origin, then a middle-level universe god warrior could have 30 strength of origins, or even more. This was also the reason why Yang Fann insisted on swallowing a universe god. Although the refining difficulty was 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times harder than the universe source, the strength of origin was also incomparable to the universe source. Under the conversion, Yang Fann actually did not waste much time. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have long thought of a way to exchange the universe god in his hands for the universe source. Other heavenly treasures might be lacking in sales, but these universe god slaves had always been in short supply. Even among the top powers in Gukang Chaos Domain, every universe god was the backbone. No power would complain about having too many universe gods. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 300 million and 20 million years. More than half of the 168 low-rank middle-level universe god had been devoured by Yang Fann. There were less than 50 people left. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally broken through the critical point, and he had successfully broken through to the quasi-high-level universe lord. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the energy around Yang Fann's body started to rise crazily and steadily. The terrifying pressure was so strong that even some top-level universe god warriors would be shocked by it. 8 million years later, after devouring the remaining 46 low-rank middle-level universe god, Yang Fann's cultivation finally stabilized at the quasi-high-level universe lord. Compared to the peak middle-level universe lord, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by several times. At this moment, although there was no accurate evaluation, Yang Fann had a feeling that his current combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than some extreme top-level universe gods. If he used the forbidden divine ability, he would be able to fight a low-rank quasi-chaos gods, and even challenge an intermediate quasi-chaos god. The man from the Wei family. As long as it wasn't extreme top-level universe god, Yang Fann was at least confident that he would be able to defeat him. As for extreme top-level universe god, he was the strongest warrior below the quasi-chaos god. In the entire Wei family, he was an absolute high-ranking official. Wei Kun was just a junior. It wouldn't be easy for him to mobilize extreme top-level universe god. He might not be able to surpass the first level of the sect. However, I only have 7 levels of confidence, and I'm still a bit lacking. What I want is 10 to 10, and I still have time. It's best if I can break through to the high-level universe lord. At that time, I'm confident that I can even defeat extreme top-level universe god. With a thought, Yang Fann suppressed the joy of breaking through and continued to devour and refine the universe god. In the blink of an eye, another 300 million years passed. Not only was the low-order advanced universe god in his hand completely devoured by Yang Fann, even the 123 middle-rank middle-level universe god were devoured by Yang Fann, 42 of them. After advancing to the quasi-high-level universe lord, Yang Fann's devouring speed had obviously doubled. However, compared to advancing to the high-level universe lord, a mere 42 middle-rank middle-level universe god was just a drop in the bucket. It was barely enough for Yang Fann to break through a small realm and reach the quasi-high-level universe lord mid-stage. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura that caused even quasi-top-level universe god warriors to feel despair swept over from all directions. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it surrounded the Bloodbone warship, making it so that not even a drop of water could leak out. What a good peasant, Junior. You can run, but you can find me easily. C 2458 battling a top-tier universe god, boundless chaos. Rumble, rumble, a terrifying aura that caused even quasi-top-level universe god to tremble in despair swept out from all directions. In an instant, the Bloodbone warship was completely covered by it. Grug 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 in all directions, there were huge patches. The chaos was unable to withstand the violent pressure, and it was obliterated into nothingness. In the next second, boom boom boom, chaos trembled as a mighty figure stepped out of the chaos. Every step it took shattered the endless chaos, leaving behind a terrifying chaotic vortex. This was a middle-aged man wearing a green dragon scale armor. He had a proud expression and a wild look in his eyes. It was as if nothing in the world could enter his eyes. Every single move he made caused others to feel an instinctive fear. This man was none other than the elder of Wei family, Wei Jian, who had come to kill Yang Fann in the name of Wei Kun. Bloodbone warship, master control room. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes. Both of his eyes were shining with a divine light, as if he had seen through the endless chaos, and was staring straight at Wei Jian, who was walking towards him. It's finally here. This pressure should only be a peak top-level universe god, or even not. Feeling the surging divine might from Wei Jian's body, Yang Fann fell into deep thought. Although this pressure coming from Wei Jian was terrifying enough to make many top-level universe god tremble in fear, it gave Yang Fann the feeling that it wasn't much stronger than when he was in his great cosmos, when the great perfection of the body of the god was still indestructible. At most, it was comparable to when he broke through to the peak middle-level universe lord. It was impossible for this power to be extreme top-level universe gods. In an instant, Yang Fann was certain in his heart. The current him was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than when he was a peak middle-level universe lord. If he wanted to suppress this top-level universe god from the Wei family, he was absolutely confident. He didn't even need to use the power of the Dragon Sun 10 rotations, the power of the last 4 rotations. If that was the case, it would be the best. With his current cultivation base and strength, he would be able to achieve the 7th transformation of the Solar Dragon. It would take a few breaths of time. He had to devour and refine an extreme middle-level universe god to recover. Not to mention the last Dragon Sun 10 transformations, he might even have to devour and refine a high-level universe god. Only then could he make up for all his losses. The next second, Poochie. Yang Fann moved his body and took out the Bloodbone warship. He stood in the chaos and waited quietly for the top-level universe god from the Wei family to arrive. In less than half a breath's time, Wei Jian had already arrived in front of Yang Fann. Looking down at Yang Fann from above, he said, "Indigenous being, you do know your own limitations. Knowing that you won't be able to escape today's calamity, you better surrender obediently. Perhaps, I can give you a quick death." His voice was filled with pride, totally not putting Yang Fann in his eyes. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a top-level universe god who was on the same level as him. Their life and death were in their hands. He was just a native of the middle-sized chaos domain. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the top-level universe god, how many divine abilities and resources could he have? Not to mention that he had already stepped into the top-level universe god realm. His cultivation base was 2.5 grade higher than this native. Even if he was also a low-rank top-level universe god stage, he was confident that he could do it. He could easily defeat this barbarian, who was at the same level as him. There were also grades ranging from 36 to 9. They were the ones who were valued by the Chaos God, Bloodline Descendant. Apart from those monsters who could challenge those who were stronger than them, they were also incomparable to these rogue cultivators. It was not an exaggeration to say that they, the Chaos God Bloodline Descendant, were invincible amongst those of the same grade. Only the other Chaos God Bloodline Descendant had the qualifications to compete with them. The only thing he was worried about was this native. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he decided to flee with all his heart. However, the surrounding primal chaos had long since been sealed by his supreme treasure. This indigenous being was unable to escape even if he had wings. "You want me to surrender without putting up a fight? Ha ha ha, you think you're worthy?" Yang Fann burst into laughter as if he had just heard a huge joke. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He said, "How about this? I'll give you a chance. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. What a lowly barbarian, how dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die. Good. A wisp of anger flashed across Wei Jian's eyes, and he said the word, good, 3 times in a row, while his body seethed with killing intent. Divine ability, great chaotic palm. He started the fight as soon as he said it, and it was as swift as lightning. Rumble. In all directions, endless chaos rolled violently, turning into a horrendous hand. It stretched out for countless tens of thousands of light years. At this moment, it was as if the top universe could be contained in one hand. Insignificant skill break for me, Yang Fann sneered. He no longer held back his strength and unleashed his full strength. Boom. The chi around his body was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, rising endlessly. He was like an ancient ferocious god that had crossed the time-long river and awakened in this era. His chi was more than 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than Wei Jian's. Pucci, the chaotic palm that could destroy a peak-grade universe with a single palm, couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. It was shattered and completely disintegrated. Ah, this power, the limit. Extreme top-level universe god. This is extreme top-level universe god's strength. Bitch, how could this be? How could a mere native of the middle-sized chaos domain have such a mighty power? Wei Jian's pupils constricted. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes. He thought that he was just a little sheep that could be captured easily. Who would have thought that it would be a man-eating beast? He was merely a quasi-top-rank high-level universe god. Even if his foundation was extraordinary, he would still be able to fight a peak top-level universe god. There was no way he could be a match for an extreme top-level universe god. Even if this extreme top-level universe god was just a native of the middle-sized chaos domain, it would still be the same. Young Master Kun has made a mistake on me. Young Master Kun has made a mistake on me. Boundless regret was overflowing in Wei Jian's heart. If he knew that he would be facing this extreme top-level universe god, he would never have accepted this mission. At most, he would have offended Wei Kun. Although the 4 young masters were the strongest geniuses of the Wei family, the leaders, and the contenders for the position of family lord, they had no choice but to offend this young master. However, they were still not the patriarch of the Wei family. If they offended him, the most they could do was to live a rough life. They still didn't have the ability to settle the score with an elder of the Wei family. If it really did not work, he could still rely on the other 3 young masters. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. He circulated the forbidden divine ability Solar Dragon 3 rotations, and his strength increased by 4 times. It seemed like he was about to touch the threshold of the quasi-chaos god. The Dragon Sun 10 rotations, the first 9 rotations, the third rotation, was a threshold, and the last 10 rotations were another barrier. Once he broke through that barrier, his energy consumption would increase exponentially. If he only needed the power of the first 3 rotations, he could suppress Wei Jian. That would be for the best. With his huge perfection great cosmos eternal immortal physique, he wouldn't suffer much damage. Not good. Wei Jian's expression suddenly changed. An extremely ominous omen swept across his heart. Stardragon Divine Shield, attack rumble. A dragon-shaped starlight rose from his body, transforming into a gigantic stardragon that was tens of thousands of meters long, protecting Wei Jian's entire body. This was the strongest defensive treasure in Wei Jian's hand, a true high-rank defensive chaos treasure. Bang! Yang Fann struck the stardragon with his palm. The stardragon wailed in pain as the starlight dimmed. As expected of a disciple of the Wei family, one of the 12 guardian families of the human race. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. The Stardragon Divine Shield was definitely a high-grade defensive chaos treasure. From killing God Mingyi's memory, he knew that even in the Gukang chaos domain, there were many top-level universe god warriors without high-grade chaos treasures. Not to mention a high-grade defensive chaos treasure. Even the most inferior high-grade defensive chaos treasure would be worth as much as an intermediate offensive chaos treasure. Looks like it will be very difficult to take down this person with just the 3rd cycle of Dragon Sun. There was no way he could break through the defense of the Star Dragon Divine Shield with just the 3rd transformation of Dragon Sun. An hour was just wishful thinking. A top-level universe god would definitely have a way to save his life, especially since the opponent came from a top force, the Wei family. 6th transformation of Dragon Sun, break it for me rumble. Yang Fann's strength increased by another 8 times. His strength was terrifying, and he had steadily broken through to the quasi-chaos god. Pucci with a palm strike, the chaotic star dragon was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah no, stop bitch it, why aren't you stopping? Are you really going to make Wei family your enemy?" C-2459 Suppress Wei Jian. In the chaos, Yang Fann was facing the elder of Wei family, Wei Jian. With the help of the 6 rotations of the forbidden divine ability dragon, Yang Fann's strength had increased by 32 times. His combat strength had increased to the quasi-chaos god, although he had just broken through to the quasi-chaos god. But a quasi-chaos god is a quasi-chaos god. He was far beyond the top-level universe god, even if the Star Dragon Divine Shield was a high-grade defensive chaos treasure. It was the chaotic Star Dragon. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly collapsed. In 3 breaths at most, the chaotic Star Dragon would be completely destroyed. At this moment, Wei Jian's heart was in complete panic. His eyes were filled with fear. A horrifying death chi rushed from his feet to his head. The Star Dragon Divine Shield was the strongest defensive treasure in his hand. Without the protection of the shield, with his little strength, he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a breath's time. He would be blown into pieces and the soul would be destroyed. At this critical moment, Wei Jian let out an intense wail and carried out the Wei family behind him. He hoped that Yang Fann would be wary of him and wouldn't dare to kill him. Become the enemy of your Wei family. From start to finish, it seems like your Wei family is going to make things difficult for me, Yang Fann sneered. He just wanted to settle some karma. First, Wei Kun from the Wei family jumped out and asked him to give him face. He spared the Hongyuan universe god's life, and then this top-level universe god from the Wei family came. He wanted him to surrender, but now, he was no match for him. He wanted him to stop and let him go. Did he really think that the Wei family would take all the good things for themselves? Or did he, Yang Chao, think that he was a good man who wouldn't return the favor and wouldn't fight back? He didn't have a bad temper. Puchi Puchi Puchi. The terrifying invincible power continued to destroy the chaotic Star Dragon like a hot knife cutting through butter. "Sir, we are all humans, so why do you have to be so ruthless? I am the elder of the Wei family, Wei Jian. If you dare to hurt me, Wei family will never divorce you, human. It's too late for you to know how to be friends with me," Yang Fann sneered. Some people were just so shameless. When they wanted to suppress him, why didn't they think that they were all from the human race? What was the point of talking about the human race now? What a joke, let alone the fact that they were all human beings. Even if they were related by blood, it would be hard for them to escape the fate of being suppressed by him today. No, wait for me. My Wei family is not finished with you. A ruthless look flashed across Wei Jian's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Chaotic bloodline ignition, blood escape great technique. This was the strongest life-saving technique of the disciples of Wei family. By igniting the chaotic bloodline in his body, he would be able to escape far away. With Wei Jian's quasi-top-level universe god cultivation base, once he used the blood escape great technique, even a quasi-chaos god might not be able to stop him. Of course, the side effects were also terrifying. The reason why the direct disciples of Wei family were able to have a combat strength that far exceeded those of the same level, or even fight those who had a higher cultivation base than them. The main reason was, it was because of the strand of chaotic divine blood that was passed down to the old ancestor of Wei family. It wasn't a chaotic divine blood. Except for the real Heaven's Pride evildoer, most of the experts would be suppressed by the chaotic divine blood, and their combat strength wouldn't be able to reach the peak of 8th layer. Once the chaotic divine blood vein was ignited, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would their combat strength drop drastically, their potential would be exhausted, and they would have no hope of breaking through in the future, but they would also be expelled from the direct bloodline. They wouldn't even have the bloodline of their ancestor, and they wouldn't have the right to call themselves the direct bloodline of the Wei family. As both of them were elders of the Wei family, the status of the direct line elders and the branch elders were like heaven and earth, cloud and muds. Some of the collateral line elders' status in the Wei family was even lower than some of the high-ranked universe god stage's direct line of elders. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, Wei Jian wouldn't have used the blood escape technique no matter what. All of this was the fault of this native, it was all his fault. When I return to my clan, I'll make sure that the savage dies. No, I'll just let him die a quick death, and it'll be difficult to quell the rage in my heart. I'm going to imprison his soul, make him fall into reincarnation hell for all eternity, make him unable to live, and make him unable to die. Wei Jian's eyes were fixed on Yang Fann. His eyes were filled with enmity, as if he wanted to engrave Yang Fann deep into his mind. You want to run? Stay here. Yin and Yang double flag, seal. Yang Fann's expression did not change. He had long been prepared for this. He immediately took out the yin and yang double flag and sealed the space. Furthermore, before he made his move, Yang Fann had already ignited the origin of yin and yang, forcefully increasing the power of the yin and yang double flag. However, the intermediate middle-level chaos treasures yin and yang double flag still had some effect on those low-order top universe divine gods. It was nothing to Wei Jian, who was a quasi-top-grade top-level universe god. Even a fraction of a second might not be enough to seal him. Only by burning the origin of yin and yang at all costs and unleashing the yin and yang double flag's strongest power could he seal Wei Jian for a breath's time. For this reason, Yang Fann didn't care even if the yin and yang double flag was destroyed. As long as he could capture Wei Jian, a mere intermediate middle-level chaos treasure was nothing. If his senses were right, around him, there was a powerful space treasure sealing the surrounding space. The grade was so high that it far exceeded the yin and yang double flag. Even if it wasn't a true high-grade spatial chaos treasure, it wouldn't be much different. Roar Dragon Sun 10 transformations, explode for me with that one breath's time. Yang Fann did not dare to hold back at all. The forbidden divine ability Dragon 10 rotations unleashed the power of the 10th rotation. Wasn't it just a waste of a high-level universe god? Compared to a quasi-top-grade top-level universe god, it was nothing. Even if 1,000 or 10,000 high-grade universe gods were combined together, they were still far from being comparable to a quasi-top-grade top-level universe god. Rumble. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength had increased by 8 times. The strength of his strength had surpassed most low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors, and was now on par with intermediate quasi-chaos god warriors. Die bang, the sky collapsed and the earth split apart. The chaotic star dragon, which was already on the brink of collapse, could not even hold on for a moment before completely collapsing into dust. It turned into a blue round shield that was full of criss-cross cracks and returned to Wei Jian's body. Ah, no! Wei Jian let out a miserable wail. Before this, he had never thought that. He was not a match for such a lowly native. In his haste, he wanted to burn the essence of the Stardragon Divine Shield at all costs to forcefully enhance the defense of the Stardragon Divine Shield, but he was unable to do so. He could only do his best to hurriedly lay hundreds of layers of defensive barriers around his body. Poochie poochie poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter. With a crushing force, it smashed through all the barriers with a single strike. Even the high-grade Chaos Treasure Stardragon Divine Shield could not withstand Yang Fann's invincible power, let alone the layers of barrier that he had set up in such a hurry. In a fraction of a second, hundreds of layers of defensive barriers were destroyed into pieces. Poochie. Yang Fann grabbed Wei Jian in his hand, and the terrifying energy that was chasing after an intermediate quasi-chaos god surged into Wei Jian's body, forcefully interrupting his blood escape skill. They were both at the quasi-top-grade top-level universe god, but it was a completely different matter whether they had the chaotic divine blood meridian or not. Between the two, the strength of original life was at least twice as powerful, or even more. Yang Fann let out a long breath. Luckily, he managed to suppress it in time. The chaos divine blood vein in Wei Jian's body didn't burn too much. At most, he had used up a layer of strength of origin. If he really burned the chaos divine blood vein completely, he would suffer a great loss. Wei Jian and the chaos divine blood vein in his body had long been regarded as his belongings. Ah, bastard, don't make a mistake. Let me go now. I can still pretend that nothing happened and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, if you offend my Wei family, you will no longer have a place to stay in the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. C-2460. The terrifying Wei clan. You still want to use the Wei family to suppress me? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth revealed a hint of ridicule. This Wei Jian was truly ridiculous. Even in this situation, would I still be afraid of the Wei family's revenge? Furthermore, even if I am willing to give up now, will you, Wei Jian, and your Wei family give up just like that and let me go? Do you really think that I am a newly minted hair-raising boy? I'm afraid that I will let you go the moment I let you go. In the blink of an eye, your Wei family has sent even more expert to deal with me. He was well aware of the characteristics of these disciples. In the next second, Wang. With a thought, Yang Fann stored Wei Jian into his inner world and suppressed him. Want to run? Stay behind. Yang Fann turned his gaze and saw through the endless chaos. His gaze fell upon a green divine pearl. Azure Dragon Divine Pearl, quasi-high-ranked spatial chaos treasure. It was refined using a low-ranked top-level universe god stage Azure Dragon Ball that cultivated Azure Dragons. It was fused with a large amount of top-grade natural treasures and spatial divine stones. It was also the only quasi-high-grade spatial chaos treasure in Wei Jian's hands. Its value was so high that it was even better than ordinary low-grade high-grade chaos treasures. One should know that space treasures were scarce, and it was even more precious than defensive treasures. Its value was much higher than defensive treasures of the same level. As he spoke, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm and moved through the endless time and space, grabbing the Azure Dragon Divine Pearl in his palm. Rumble, rumble, a bright green light erupted from within. The Azure Dragon Divine Pearl trembled violently, and dragon roars could be heard. Vaguely, one could see a Azure Dragon roaring and roaring. However, even his master was far from being Yang Fann's match, let alone a quasi-high-grade spatial chaos treasure like him. Even if the current Yang Fann had dispersed the forbidden divine ability Solar Dragon 10 rotations, it would still be the same. Everything was in vain. 15 minutes later, above the Azure Dragon God Orb, streams of Azure Divine Light gradually converged. The Azure Dragon's soul let out a sorrowful cry, as if it was expressing its allegiance to Yang Fann. The Azure Dragon Divine Pearl was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. Swoosh! Very quickly, the Bloodbone warship once again appeared in the chaos. It turned into a ray of light, and with a speed comparable to a top-level universe god, it quickly ripped apart the chaos. Bloodbone warship, Master Control Room. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne and began to count the gains and losses of this battle. His losses in this battle were not small. Although it had only been less than 3 breaths of time since the start of the battle, the amount of energy that Yang Fann had lost was not low. Especially the last Dragon Sun 10 transformations. Even if he didn't completely devour a low-order advanced universe god, he would need at least half of the strength of Origin in order to recover. In the Yin and Yang double flag, the origin of Yin and Yang had almost been burnt up, and its grade had dropped by a whole level. Not only that, it was not much stronger than that high-grade chaos treasure. In the future, not to mention sealing top-level universe god, even a high-level universe god would be able to break free from the restraints of the Yin and Yang double flag. This intermediate space treasure could be considered completely useless. However, compared to Yang Fann's harvest, this little loss was nothing. Let's not talk about anything else. Just that quasi-high-grade chaos treasure, the Azure Dragon Divine Pearl, could make up for all of Yang Fann's losses. It was even more than that, not to mention Wei Jian's other belongings. As a quasi-high-grade top-level universe god, he came from a prestigious family like the Wei family. Wei Jian's wealth far exceeded Yang Fann's imagination. Yang Fann estimated that even a peak top-level universe god from a small power might not be able to compare with Wei Jian. Compared to killing god Ming Yi, Wei Jian was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. Just the universe source alone had exceeded 10 quadrillion. With all the other heavenly treasures and treasures combined together, without 3 billion universe source, it wouldn't be much different. This was also because the Stardragon Divine Shield had been severely damaged by Yang Fann. Otherwise, this family would have risen by a lot. A low-grade high-grade chaos treasure and a defensive chaos treasure were worth no less than some high-intermediate chaos treasures. Selling it for 10 billion universe sources was a very easy task. Of course, to Yang Fann, the biggest gain was still Wei Jian himself. A quasi-top-grade top-level universe god with a body full of strength of origin was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than killing god Ming Yi's. This time, Yang Fann had struck it rich. If he could absorb all of killing god Ming Yi's resources and break through to the top-level universe lord, he would be able to break through to the top-level universe lord. The possibility wasn't big, but a peak high-level universe lord still had a chance of breaking through to the 5th or 6th level. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the quasi-top-level universe lord realm. At that time, even without using the forbidden divine ability, his combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than some quasi-chaos god warriors, and he would still be a high-ranked or even top-ranked quasi-chaos god warrior. Buzz! A ray of light flashed and Wei Jian appeared in front of Yang Fann once again. The next second, rumble, rumble, The strength of soul, which was not much weaker than extreme top-level universe god, pierced through his body and forcefully searched Wei Jian's soul memory. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one could win 100 battles. Killing God Ming Yi was just a top-ranked high-level universe god, the assassin who walked in the darkness and could not see the light. He was not qualified to come into contact with Wei Jian. The Wei family was a huge monster, and its understanding of the Wei family was limited. Most of it was just hearsay. This Wei Jian was different. He was a direct descendant of the old ancestor of Wei family, a disciple of the Wei family with a righteous background, and an elder of the Wei family. In the Wei family, he could be considered as one of the elders. He had a high position in the upper echelons, so he wouldn't disappoint him. Indeed, these disciples from the top clans are also restricted by the soul. Not long after, Yang Fann frowned. Furthermore, the power of the seal was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than the one in killing God Ming Yi's soul. It was on a completely different level. Yang Fann even had a feeling that, if he were to forcefully remove the restriction, his soul would be severely damaged or even killed. If his estimation was correct, there was a possibility that the chaotic god of old ancestor of Wei family had personally planted the restriction of the soul. Fortunately, the soul seals were only used to protect some of the inherited divine abilities of the Wei family, so as not to leak the secrets of the Wei family. As for the other memories, the soul seals were not planted in them. One day later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Although he had tried his best to overestimate the Wei family, he hadn't expected that he would still underestimate the Wei family. As one of the top super families in the human race, it wasn't that simple. In the entire Wei family, there were more than 1,000 elders. One should know that the most important requirement for an elder of the Wei family was to reach the top-level universe god. Furthermore, this was only the Wei family's top-level universe god, not included. If the Wei family was willing to, they could easily mobilize 2,000 or even more top-level universe god experts. As for the quasi-chaos god Great Grand Elder, it wasn't as he had guessed. There were more than 20 of them, or 26 of them. Even Yang Fann had some doubts. These 26 people weren't all quasi-chaos god warriors. Wei Jian was merely an elder. Among the thousands of elders in Wei family, his ranking was only average. Not to mention the top 100, he wouldn't even be able to enter the top 500. There were many secrets of the Wei family that he couldn't access. Furthermore, among the subsidiary powers of the Wei family, there were also many quasi-chaos god experts. For example, the Wei family was the most famous. There were 10 tigers in the Wei clan, and every clan had quasi-chaos god experts. There were even a few tigers ranked in the top few, and there were even more than one quasi-chaos god expert. If all the quasi-chaos god that could be mobilized were combined, it was very likely that there would be more than 50 of them. Terrifying, the depth of the Gukang Chaos Domain's water was beyond Yang Fann's imagination. Initially, he thought that a top-level universe god could dominate the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, but now, it seemed like he was thinking too much. The Wei family was merely one of the 12 guardian families of the human race. In the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, the human race was only one of the 10 major clans. They couldn't even be considered as one of the top 3. In the huge Gukang Chaos Domain, how many quasi-chaos god were there? 10,000, 20,000, or even more. The ancestral land of the Wei family, the heavenly rain universe. What a native, I have underestimated you. It turned out to be an extreme top-level universe god, who had hidden himself really well. He was able to hide himself in the middle-sized chaos domain. This barbarian, middle-sized chaos domain has limited resources. Compared to the Gukang chaos domain, it is millions of times poorer. Billions of times more, he could break through to the top-level universe god in middle-sized chaos domain. Not to mention extreme top-level universe god. Since the ancient times, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It's a pity, you shouldn't have given me face by suppressing my clan's elders. Go and invite Feng and Yun over. C-2461 High-level Lord of the Universe. Boundless chaos, a streak of light, tearing space apart quickly. Its speed wasn't much slower than extreme top-level universe god's speed. It was a green flying shuttle that was less than 3,000 meters long. Its body was surrounded by a dazzling green light, and it looked like a dream-like crystal. Azure Light Divine Shuttle. It was a quasi-high-ranked chaos treasure, and it was the ride of the Wei clan's elder, Wei Jian. Of course, after Wei Jian was suppressed by Yang Fann, this Azure Light Divine Shuttle naturally became Yang Fann's. With the Azure Light Divine Shuttle, the Bloodbone warship would immediately fall back to the second tier. Furthermore, the Bloodbone warship had almost reached its limit. After nearly 650 million years, more than half of the Bloodbone warship's supreme treasure source had been used up, and it was about to fall into the quasi-middle-level Chaos Treasure realm. Even if it wasn't replaced now, it would at most be able to last for tens of millions of years. The Bloodbone warship would exhaust all of its source and become completely useless. It had to be said that quasi-high-grade Chaos Treasures were quasi-high-grade Chaos Treasures. The Azure Light Divine Shuttle was much faster than the Bloodbone warships that burned their source. Otherwise, Wei Jian would not have been able to catch up to him. But even so, the speed of the Azure Light Divine Shuttle was at most comparable to a high-ranked top-level universe god. The reason why it was comparable to extreme top-level universe god was because of this. There was only one true form. The Azure Light Divine Shuttle was like a Bloodbone warship. It consumed the origin of the supreme treasure on its own, and flew at an extreme speed. As Wei Jian was suppressed by it, the next person to return was at least extreme top-level universe god, or perhaps even a true quasi-chaos god. The elder was one of the higher-ups of Wei family. Yang Fann suppressing Wei Jian and not giving Wei Kun face were two completely different concepts. It could be said that Yang Fann had completely fallen out with Wei family. As long as Wei Kun exposed the truth, the higher-ups of the Wei family would be furious and mobilize the real expert to hunt him down. With his current strength, extreme top-level universe god might be able to suppress him, but if he was a quasi-chaos god, Yang Fann had no confidence in keeping him alive, or even winning. It was a big problem. Even if he was lucky enough to win the battle, it would still be a miserable victory. In less than a breath's time, the Dragon Sun 10 transformations had caused him to lose a middle-rank high-level universe god. If he were to fight a quasi-chaos god, it would take him a lot of time and effort to win. 100 breaths, 1,000 breaths, or even longer. At that time, he might have to devour that Wei Jian to make up for it. If that was really the case, Yang Fann would suffer a huge loss. What he lacked the most right now was time. At this moment, it was not the time to be calculating the gains and losses. If the quasi-high-grade Chaos Treasure was destroyed, then so be it. If he could suppress the enemy with ease, he would be able to earn back all his losses. Wei Kun, a quasi-high-ranked top-level universe god, had already given him such a huge harvest. If it was extreme top-level universe god, or even a true quasi-chaos god, then what would he do? His net worth wasn't even 10 times higher. 100 times higher than Wei Kun's. At that time, not to mention advancing to quasi-top-level universe lord, even a true top-level universe lord would be a possibility. If he really advanced to the top-level universe lord, not many chaos gods would be a match for him. As long as he didn't run into the old ancestor of Wei family or the people of the Wei family, he was just a mere human from the Wei family. He would be able to take care of every single one of them. If they were able to suppress a dozen or 20 quasi-chaos god warriors from the Wei family, they would be able to take care of them one by one. That scene was too beautiful. Yang Fann didn't even dare to think about it anymore. He took a deep breath. Yang Fann forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. The next second, rumble, rumble, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit as Yang Fann crazily devoured those power of the universe sources. If he could successfully break through to the high-level universe lord with more than 10 trillion high-level universe lords, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the intermediate or even the high-level universe lord. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million years. Time passed quickly. 500 million years had passed. Yang Fann had swallowed nearly 300 billion universe sources, and his cultivation base had finally reached the critical point of the quasi-high-level universe lord. There was only a slight gap between him and breaking through. Soon, another 100 million years passed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's aura erupted like a flood, rising to its limit. After 100 million years of hard work, he had once again absorbed nearly 100 billion universe source. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully taken that critical step, and he had broken through to the high-level universe lord. 10 million years later, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's surging energy gradually calmed down. His cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the Lord of Low Order Advanced Universe. Hong Long. He opened his eyes, and a bright divine light shone. It pierced through the void and destroyed everything. Powerful compared to a quasi-high-level universe god, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 10 times. If he were to fight Wei Jian now, he wouldn't even need to use the forbidden divine ability to suppress Wei Jian. Currently, Yang Fann's inner world was so vast that it wasn't much weaker than many top universes. With just the strength of world alone, he could sweep away many quasi-top-level universe god warriors. At the same time, Yang Fann's strength of divine body and divine body's defense had also increased by a lot under the attack of the strength of world. Even without using any other means, Yang Fann was confident that he could compete with those extreme high-level universe god with just the pure strength of body alone. His overall combat strength was terrifying, and he had steadily broken through to the quasi-chaos god. It was hard to say whether he was an intermediate quasi-chaos god or not, but amongst low-rank quasi-chaos god's warriors, Yang Fann was not afraid of anyone. Once he used the forbidden divine ability at all costs, he would be able to fight even a top-rank quasi-chaos god warrior. This strength could be considered a peak expert even in the Gukang Chaos domain. He had already established a quasi-top-level power, and was called the Ancestral Tao. As for how old Yang Fann was, he was only 12 trillion years old, not even a fraction of an entire era. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Who would dare believe it? For example, the youngest quasi-chaos god in Gukang Chaos domain had cultivated hundreds of thousands of eras. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. Rumble. The heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit, continuing to devour the boundless universe sources. Although he had successfully broken through to the high-level universe lord and had the strength to fight a quasi-chaos god warrior, Yang Fann was absolutely confident that he could defeat the Wei family's expert that was about to attack. After all, he had just revealed extreme top-level universe god's combat strength. In order to suppress Wei Jian, he had used the forbidden divine ability at all costs. In the eyes of the people of Wei family, it was a huge problem whether he could recover from his injuries, let alone breaking through to the next realm. Even if he mobilized a quasi-chaos god, his strength wouldn't be too strong. A low-rank quasi-chaos god's was the limit. But even so, Yang Fann wasn't sure if he could take him down completely. A low-rank quasi-chaos god's warrior who only wanted to leave, even a top-rank quasi-chaos god warrior wouldn't be able to do so. He would definitely be able to hold him back. This was not the time for him to slack off. He still needed to work hard. What Yang Fann wanted was not just to defeat the enemy. Chi in all directions, the countless universe sources disappeared without a trace at a terrifying speed. Every breath and every second, thousands of cubic universe would be devoured and refined. After breaking through to the high-level universe lord, Yang Fann's ability to devour the great Tao had improved by leaps and bounds. Time flew by, another 800 million years had passed. More than 10 billion, close to 1 trillion universe sources, less than half of them were left. Yang Fann's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had once again broken through to the intermediate high-level universe lord. His overall strength had increased by nearly 10 times. Even if his overall strength wasn't as strong as an intermediate quasi-chaos god, it wouldn't be much weaker. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 1.6 billion years. Nearly 1 trillion universe sources, there was only a shallow layer left, not even a billion universe sources. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light shone brightly, and it tore through the endless chaos. It's finally here. 2 extreme top-level universe god. Good Wei family, I will accept this great gift. C-2462 suppress the Feng Yun brothers' Azure Light Divine Shuttle, Master Control Room. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, like a hunter looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. 2 extreme top-level universe god were exactly what Yang Fann wanted. If 2 quasi-chaos god came, it would be difficult to deal with them. Although the value of quasi-chaos god was several times, or even more than 10 times that of extreme top-level universe god, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could completely suppress the lowest quasi-chaos god, let alone the 2 of them. The possibility of leaving them behind wouldn't exceed the 3rd level. It was better to have a bird in hand than 10,000 birds in the forest and eat the fat in one's mouth. Extreme top-level universe god, even if 2 of them came at once, suppressing them would still be within his grasp. Breaking through another major grade was not for nothing. Furthermore, in the past 200 million years, he had absorbed nearly 500 billion universe source. Although he was still far from reaching the high-level universe lord, it had also increased his strength by a lot. With his overall combat strength, he had steadily stepped into the intermediate quasi-chaos god. Wei Jian, a quasi-top-grade top-level universe god, had given him such a great harvest. If he could suppress these two extreme top-level universe god, what kind of harvest would that be? Yang Fann didn't even dare to think about it any further, as if he had already seen top-level universe lord waving at him. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved and instantly disappeared from the master control room. Billions of billions behind the Azure Light Divine Shuttle, a trillion light years away, a disc-shaped flying supreme treasure was approaching the Azure Light Godly Shuttle at a speed that was almost twice as fast as the Azure Light Godly Shuttle. At this speed, in at most one more day, this disc-shaped flying treasure would successfully catch up to the Azure Light Godly Shuttle. The disc-shaped flying treasure, within the master control room, two old men with white hair and a blue face sat on the cloud bed with sage-like demeanors. Their auras were ethereal, making people feel like they were floating in the air. They were unpredictable. From top to bottom, there was a concept that could return to its original state, as if they were going to ascend to the immortal realm and ascend to the immortal realm in the next second. These two old men were none other than Feng and Yun, who had come to hunt Yang Fann under Wei Kun's orders. These two men were the only two extreme top-level universe god under Wei Kun's command. Although Wei Kun was one of the four great young masters of the Wei family and the leader of the younger generation, he wasn't the patriarch of the Wei family after all. It wouldn't be easy for him to recruit extreme top-level universe god as his subordinate. Even in the Wei family, every extreme top-level universe god wasn't easy to recruit. It's all very important. He wasn't any weaker than Wei Kun and the other young masters. It was because of his mother that Feng and Yun was used by him. As one of the four great wives of the Wei family, Wei Kun's mother's family was not weak. Although they could not be compared to the Wei family, they were only a grade lower. They had several quasi-chaos god warriors guarding them. Wei Kun's talent was one of the reasons why he was able to become one of the four young masters of Wei family, and it was also because of his powerful mother's power that he was able to become one of the four young masters of Wei family. Without the support of his powerful mother force, it was almost impossible for him to stand out from the thousands of descendants of the Wei family's patriarch unless he was a top-tier monster prodigy who had the potential to become a chaos god. It was just that this was too difficult and too slow. The Wei clan had been passed down for hundreds of millions of eras. However, other than the old ancestor, there had never been a second chaos god, and this Feng and Yun was one of the two top experts of Wei Kun's mother clan. He was ordered to protect his safety. As for quasi-chaos god, that was something that couldn't even be considered. His status was basically on par with Wei family's acting head of the family, and some of the top and extreme quasi-chaos god were even higher than the Wei family's patriarch. One should know that many of the top grade and extreme quasi-chaos god had abdicated from family lord's position. The patriarch of the Wei family was changed once every 10 million eras. If that wasn't the case, why would Wei Kun and the other young masters of the Wei family work so hard to compete for the position of family lord? One had to admit that Wei Kun had put in a lot of effort in order to deal with Yang Fann. Although Feng and Yun wasn't a chaotic divine blood, he was still one of the best among extreme top-level universe god. Furthermore, both of them were from the same sect, and they were proficient in joint attacks. When the two old men joined forces, their combat strength wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. There were hardly anyone below the quasi-chaos god who could be Feng and Yun's match. Even Wei Kun himself would have to pay a price if he wanted to defeat Feng and Yun. Not to mention a native born in the middle-sized chaos domain. Besides, in order to completely suppress this native, Wei Kun had given a precious treasure to Feng and Yun. Senior brother, it's almost time. There's still one more day at most, and we'll be able to catch up to that indigenous being. Elder Feng, who was wearing a green robe, said, "What young Master Kun means is to see if we can recruit that barbarian. An extreme top-level universe god, who was born in a barren land like middle-sized chaos domain, had an indisputable talent. There was not much hope for the chaos god, but it was highly possible for him to become a quasi-chaos god. If he could subdue him, it would be a great help to Wei Kun. All of this depends on whether he has done something irreparable or not. It's fine if Elder Wei Jian is fine, but if anything happens to him, we can only kill him. Although Wei Jian was only a quasi-peak top-level universe god, any one of them could easily suppress him, but even they wouldn't dare to offend him. Because his surname was Wei, and he was an elder of the Wei family. Any elder of the Wei family was a core force of the Wei family. No matter who it was, since they dared to kill a direct elder of the Wei family would never let this matter rest. Even their master, Wei Kun, was the young master of the Wei family. They couldn't protect that barbarian. Right at this moment, Azure Dragon God Orb, seal time and space, a sound of great Tao that seemed to exist in the underworld. It came from all directions. Rumble, rumble, the roars of dragons, the terrifying power of space surged forth, locking down the surrounding space and time. Ah, this is the power of the Azure Dragon God Orb, it's that indigenous being. The Azure Dragon God Orb. They weren't unfamiliar with it. It was a quasi-high-ranked spatial chaos treasure in Elder Wei Jian's hand. Now that Elder Wei Jian was being suppressed by that indigenous being, the Azure Dragon Divine Pearl naturally fell into the indigenous being's hands. Damn it, how could this be? How dare that barbarian? He couldn't believe it. Why would that indigenous being suddenly turn around and ambush them? Normally speaking, that indigenous being was still recuperating from his injuries, and the forbidden divine ability wasn't something that could be used so easily. If one wanted to recover from an origin Dao injury, it would take 10 trillion years, 100 trillion years, or even an era. A mere 1.6 billion years was nothing. Dragon Sun 10 transformations, suppress pressure without any hesitation. Yang Fann unleashed the power of Dragon Sun 10 cycles 10 cycles. The Azure Dragon Divine Pearl was only a quasi-high-ranked chaos treasure. Even if he used his ultimate technique to burn the strength of origin of the Azure Dragon Divine Pearl, he would only be able to trap the two extreme top-level universe god for a few breaths at most. He didn't have that much time to waste. Once the Azure Dragon Divine Pearl was gone, it would be very difficult for him to suppress these two extreme top-level universe god. As long as he could suppress these two extreme top-level universe god, a small loss was nothing. Even though his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, the consumption of the forbidden divine ability had increased by 100-fold. Senior, so what? Compared to extreme top-level universe god, it was nothing. Rumble. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength had increased by 512 times. His strength was so terrifying that it had almost surpassed the level of a top-rank quasi-chaos god, and was now on par with the extreme quasi-chaos god warrior. Wherever he went, everything he passed would be crushed into dust. Around the supreme flying treasure were all kinds of defensive divine formations and divine seals that could resist extreme top-level universe god's attack. They were like paper, completely useless. Ah, this power. Quasi-divine seals. Quasi-chaos god. This is the power of a quasi-chaos god. No, ordinary middle and low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors aren't this terrifying. This is the power of a high-grade, or even a top-rank quasi-chaos god warrior. How could this be? How could this be? Despair and endless despair swept across Feng and Yun's heart. With the two of them working together, no one below the quasi-chaos god would be their match. However, there was still a huge gap between them and a true quasi-chaos god. Even if they used all of their trump cards, the forbidden divine ability was just barely enough to fight a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. A high-grade and top-rank quasi-chaos god was not something that the two of them could deal with. Young Master Kun, you have really screwed us both to death this time. Please spare our lives, Senior. We are willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender. C-2463 Report Wind and Cloud Tian Pan, Master Control Room. Feng and Yun howled in pain and begged for mercy. At this moment, they couldn't care less about betrayal. As long as they could live, they wouldn't hesitate to submit to him and become his slave. They'd cultivated bitterly for tens of millions of eras to attain their current cultivation. They didn't want to die, they really didn't want to die. Besides, all of this couldn't be blamed on them, as they were victims as well. They were scammed, alright. They had clearly said that it was extreme top-level universe god, but now, what awaited them was high-rank quasi-chaos god, or even a top-rank quasi-chaos god. This was totally a trap for the two of them. Young Master Kun was the one who set them up, so they shouldn't blame him for being unjust. Surrender. Yang Fann sneered and remained unmoved. The invincible force that was chasing after the extreme quasi-chaos god continued to crush down, suppressing it. If it was anyone else, they would gladly accept the surrender of the two extreme top-level universe god. Even to the top families in large-sized chaos domain like Wei family, the two extreme top-level universe god were still a force to be reckoned with. However, to Yang Fann, slaves were not as important as swallowing them and converting everything they had into their own strength. His own strength was the true strength. Everything else was just an illusion. Furthermore, these two mere extreme top-level universe god didn't provide much help to Yang Fann's overall strength. If he really encountered a powerful enemy that even he couldn't deal with, so what if he had two more extreme top-level universe god? It would just be adding two more dead souls. However, swallowing Feng and Yun was different. With the two extreme top-level universe god and the huge amount of resources they had, Yang Fann didn't dare say that he had full confidence in dealing with a top-level universe lord, but he definitely wouldn't lose a single quasi-top-level universe lord. At that time, even if Yang Fann's overall combat strength wasn't as strong as an extreme quasi-chaos god warrior, he wouldn't be much weaker. If the chaos god didn't appear, even if he couldn't defeat it, he was confident that he would be able to defeat it. Thus, he calmly retreated. "Ah, no, don't, let us go." Roar, "Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. The Wei family will never let you go. They will definitely not let you go. Wei family, I'll be waiting for them." The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and an evil smile flashed across his face. He couldn't wait for them to come over. With just two groups of soldiers chasing after them, it had already made him look like a top-level universe lord. If a few more waves were to come, that would be terrible. Perhaps even the deities of quasi-universe were right in front of him. Very quickly, Yang Fann's carriage changed from the Azure Light Divine Shuttle to Feng and Yun's Wind and Cloud Heavenly Wheel. Although 1.6 billion years had passed and he had only used up less than 3 levels of the Azure Light Divine Shuttle's supreme treasure, the remaining strength of origin of the Azure Light Divine Shuttle could still last for at least 23 billion years. However, with this Wind Cloud Divine Shuttle, Yang Fann naturally didn't need to continue shining the Azure Light Divine Shuttle. Even without the risk of losing the supreme treasure's origin and flying at an overload, the speed of the Wind Cloud Heavenly Wheel was almost twice as fast as the Azure Light Divine Shuttle. Once the Azure Light Divine Shuttle lost its origin and flew at an overload at all costs, its speed would be more than 10 times faster than the Azure Light Divine Shuttle. Even many low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors would find it hard to catch up with the speed of the Azure Light Divine Shuttle. Wind Cloud Heavenly Plate, Master Control Room. Yang Fann pondered for a moment, but still chose to fly over his limit. High-rank flying chaos treasures were rare, but since the situation was urgent, Yang Fann couldn't care less. What he lacked the most right now was time. The news of Feng and Yun being suppressed had been sent back to the Wei family. The next person from the Wei family would surely be that quasi-chaos god. There were at least 8 to 9 of them, and that wasn't even the low-rank quasi-chaos gods. With his current strength, not to mention suppressing him, Yang Fann wasn't even sure if he could win. He had the forbidden divine ability Dragon 10 rotations in the Wei family's quasi-chaos god, and he also had all kinds of secret techniques, the forbidden arts. If he really was in a desperate situation, those quasi-chaos god wouldn't care about the side effects or the side effects. He was going to lose his life. How could they care about so much? Just like Wei Jian, no matter how important the chaotic divine blood meridian was, he still used the blood escape great technique in the end. When a rabbit was anxious, it would bite. When a human was pushed into a dead end, he would do anything. If he flew at a normal speed, it would not take more than a few 100 million years for a quasi-chaos god from the Wei family to catch up to him. In just a few 100 million years, let alone fully digesting the benefits he had gotten this time, whether he could advance to a high-ranked high-level universe lord or not. It was also a big problem. As long as he could suppress the enemy, sacrificing a high intermediate flying treasure was nothing if necessary. It wasn't as if he couldn't abandon that supreme grade spatial treasure. A quasi-chaos god was not something a top-level universe god could compare with. If he could take down a quasi-chaos god, he would surely advance to the top-level universe lord, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the middle-rank top-level universe lord. Very quickly, Yang Fann shifted his gaze, and his gaze fell upon Feng and Yun, who had been completely sealed by him. A quasi-top-level universe god possesses nearly 5 billion universe sources. These two extreme top-level universe gods shouldn't disappoint me, right? Rumble. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The terrifying soul power. which could rival an intermediate quasi-chaos god, pierced through his body and turned into a chaotic devil god. With the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, he violently shattered the cosmic crystal wall in Feng and Yun's inner universe. The next second, a vast universe appeared within Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. One day later, Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. Extreme top-level universe god was indeed extreme top-level universe god. Both of them were worth more than 10 times more than Wei Jian. Just the universe source alone was worth more than 1 billion universe sources. When the two of them combined, the universe source had exceeded 5 billion, nearly 6 billion. The other natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines were piled up like a mountain, and there were countless of them. Yang Fann even found more than 10 high-grade Yang Fanns, and he even found a treasure, a high-grade chaos treasure. Were treasures that many quasi-chaos god coveted. Some low-rank quasi-chaos gods might not even have a high-grade chaos treasure in their hands. Not to mention, this high-grade chaos treasure was a rare spatial chaos treasure. If this was spread out, even many intermediate quasi-chaos god would be tempted. This high-grade spatial chaos treasure. It was precisely for the sake of suppressing Yang Fann that Wei Kun lent it to Feng and Yun. Unfortunately, before Feng and Yun could use this treasure, they had already become prisoners. Originally, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could completely stop the quasi-chaos god who was about to attack. It was easy to defeat a quasi-chaos god, but difficult to suppress a quasi-chaos god. Even an extreme quasi-chaos god wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to suppress a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. However, with this high-grade spatial chaos treasure, Yang Fann's confidence increased exponentially. A high-grade spatial chaos treasure was enough to seal an intermediate quasi-chaos god for a few breaths of time. If he were to burn his origin at any cost, even a top-rank quasi-chaos god could be imprisoned for a few breaths of time. One had to admit that the Wei family was really a good man. Without the selfless contribution of the Wei family, Yang Fann would have to wait for hundreds of millions of years if he wanted to have his current cultivation base. Not to mention looking at the top-level universe lord, who, he exhaled a mouthful of foul air and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit, crazily devouring the surrounding universe sources. Nearly 6 billion universe sources. I wonder what realm my cultivation base will reach. It's not a big problem for me to break through to the high-level universe lord, but I wonder if I can break through to the top-ranked high-level universe lord smoothly. Yang Fann was a little uncertain in his heart. One should know that breaking through to the intermediate high-level universe lord from the master of low-order advanced universe alone had cost him nearly 600 billion universe sources. Although breaking through to the next realm wasn't as difficult as breaking through to the next realm, the amount of resources required for each breakthrough was 10 times, or even more than 10 times. The ancestral land of the Wei family, Tian Lin universe. What? Even Feng and Yun died at the hands of that savage? No. How is this possible? How is this possible? Feng and Yun joined forces. Almost no one under the quasi-chaos god could be their match. Not to mention suppressing them completely. With the thousand sifting seal. What's going on? Could it be that there's someone backing that barbarian? No matter what, Wei Kun didn't believe that Yang Fann was a quasi-chaos god. What kind of joke was this? Since ancient times, he had never heard of anyone who could break through to the quasi-chaos god in middle-sized chaos domain. As for this barbarian, if he stayed in Gukang chaos domain for a long period of time, it was impossible for him not to know about it. The Gukang chaos domain was a very big place, but it was just a small place. As for the quasi-chaos god that was born in middle-sized chaos domain, it was extremely rare. Even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard about it. Could it be that some top power is plotting against my Wei family? No way, looks like I can't hide this anymore. I have to go to the Bing family. C-2464 5 quasi-chaos gods, the ancestors of the Wei family, the earth, the sky and rain of the universe. Wei Kun didn't continue to attack Yang Fann. Instead, he chose to report this matter to his family. The development of the matter had already exceeded his control. Feng and Yun was the strongest combat strength under his command. Even if he attacked personally, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Although he was one of the 4 most outstanding geniuses of the Wei family's young generation, he had already broken through to the top. After all, he hadn't grown up yet. With his current cultivation base and strength, he was barely able to fight a low-ranked quasi-chaos gods. In the hands of an intermediate quasi-chaos god, he wouldn't be much stronger than Feng and Yun. If he were to fight a high-grade warrior or even a top-ranked quasi-chaos god warrior, whether he could escape or not would be a big problem. The opponent would be able to suppress him without any worries. Suppressing Elder Wei Jian and suppressing Feng and Yun might not be the case. Because of his status as the young master of Wei family, he had shown mercy to him. Very quickly, the upper echelons of the Wei family were shocked. There were even many supreme elders who were alarmed and broke out of their seclusion. Feng and Yun could be considered to be extremely famous in the Wei family's ancestral grounds. He was almost able to squeeze into the top 100 experts of the Wei family. However, he was ruthlessly suppressed. There must be a quasi-chaos god who was targeting the Wei family. Furthermore, he was not an intermediate, but a low-ranked quasi-chaos gods. This was not a small matter. Wind Cloud Heavenly Plate, Master Control Room. Rumble. Yang Fann transformed into a terrifying giant spirit, and the pores on his body expanded to the limit. He was like numerous devouring black holes, crazily devouring the universe sources around him. The vast sea of universe sources in the surroundings was instantly devoured. It started to dry up. A terrifying aura wreaked havoc in all directions, dominating the heavens. At this moment, even an extreme top-level universe god like Feng and Yun would be crushed to the ground in an instant when he appeared in Master Control Room, and he wouldn't be able to move at all. Fortunately, Yang Fann had replaced the high-ranked intermediate chaos treasure with the heavenly wind cloud plate. If it was still within the Azure Light Divine Shuttle, just the rising pressure alone would be enough to blow up the entire Master Control Room. In a flash, 2 billion years had passed. 130 million years ago, after Yang Fann had absorbed and refined nearly 5 billion universe sources, his cultivation base had once again advanced to a higher-grade high-level universe lord. His overall strength had increased by nearly 10 times. Yang Fann estimated that even if his combat strength wasn't as strong as high-ranked quasi-chaos gods, it wouldn't be much weaker. Soon, 5 billion years later, Pucci, the last universe source, was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A hint of regret flashed across his eyes. If he could get another 2 billion universe source, he would be able to break through to the top-ranked high-level universe lord smoothly, and his combat strength would increase by another 12 times. However, without the universe source, I still have other resources. Buzz. With a flash of light, a middle-ranked middle-level universe god appeared in front of Yang Fann. Less than 1,000 years of light and darkness. That middle-ranked middle-level universe god had used up the last trace of the strength of original life and turned it into a flying ash. After breaking through to the high-level universe lord, compared to the middle-level universe lord, Yang Fann's absorption of the great Tao had increased by more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and was on a completely different level. 80,000 years later, the remaining 100 middle-ranked middle-level universe god were all devoured by Yang Fann. Unfortunately, to the current Yang Fann, middle-ranked middle-level universe god was as useless as a chicken. Almost 100 middle-ranked middle-level universe god were like clay cows entering the sea, without any splash. It only made Yang Fann's cultivation improve slightly. If he wanted to rely on these middle-ranked middle-level universe god to break through to the top-ranked high-level universe lord, he would have to devour and refine 10 million or even 100 million of them. Only then would he be able to break through to the top-ranked high-level universe lord. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for these middle-level universe god to give up. 100 million years passed. Yang Fann began to devour the first high-level universe god. It had to be said that a high-level universe god was a high-level universe god. It was far from what those middle-level universe god could compare with. Even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base, he had to swallow nearly 10 million years before he could devour a low-order advanced universe god. What made him feel helpless was that even the god of low-order advanced universe could only provide Yang Fann with limited help. If he wanted to break through to the top-rank high-level universe lord with the help of the gods of low-order advanced universe, he would need to devour at least a few hundred to 1,000 of them. This was because Yang Fann had absorbed and refined a large number of middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god in the past 100 million years. This had allowed his cultivation base to improve by a lot, almost reaching the limit of a high-grade high-level universe lord. Otherwise, the number would have increased by a lot. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 8 billion years. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura rose steadily and exponentially. Yang Fann had finally broken through the shackles of many high-grade universe gods, the 168 demon god of slaughter that killing god Ming Yi had refined, and the top-rank high-level universe god's third-level strength of original life. He had finally broken through to the high-level universe lord. A million years later, Yang Fann's cultivation base was stable at the top-rank high-level universe lord. With just the strength of world alone, he could crush most low-order top universe gods. His overall combat strength was terrifying. Even if he was a top-rank quasi-chaos god, he would still need to fight a battle to decide who would win. In addition, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. With the help of the forbidden divine ability, Yang Fann was able to use it without any worries. Under the chaos god, Yang Fann was no longer afraid of anyone. At least, if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would just leave. No one could stop him. Only now did Yang Fann have the confidence to face the Wei family. The Wei family only had one chaos god. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wei family was in danger, they wouldn't have made a move so easily. As for the others, even those perfection quasi-chaos god who only needed one more chance to become a chaos god, Yang Fann wasn't afraid of them. At worst, he would just take it back and destroy the death curse seal. Today was different from the past. When he suppressed the Hongyuan universe god, he still needed a day's time to completely devour the death curse seal. But now, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 10,000 times. In less than half a minute, Yang Fann was confident that he could devour the death curse seal. Without the death curse seal as a mark, not to mention quasi-chaos god, even if the chaos god wanted to find him, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Another 30 million years passed. Pucci, the last drop of strength of original life that killing god Ming Yi absorbed, was completely turned into a flying ash by Yang Fann. Initially, he thought that killing god Ming Yi was very confident that he would be able to break through to the limit high-level universe lord, but now that he thought about it, it was just a joke. Killing god Ming Yi's remaining half of the strength of origin had only made his cultivation improve a little, and not even a small realm had been broken through. The next second, a ray of light flashed and Elder Wei Jian appeared in front of Yang Fann. Top-level universe god, don't disappoint me. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This was the first time he had devoured a top-level universe god, and it was even a quasi-top-grade top-level universe god. Buzz. Soon, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. A top-level universe god was a top-level universe god. The purity of the strength of origin was far from what a high-level universe god could compare with. Especially since it was a descendant of the chaotic divine lineage like Elder Wei Jian. A portion of the strength of origin was equivalent to 1,000 portions of killing god Ming Yi's origin. If it was converted into a universe source, it would be equal to 100,000 or a million portions. Yang Fann's cultivation base was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Top-rank high-level universe lord early stage peak, top-rank high-level universe lord early stage, top-rank high-level universe lord mid-stage. Peak, top-rank high-level universe lord mid-stage. Late, top-rank high-level universe lord. Peak, late, top-rank high-level universe lord. Time flew by and another billion years passed. Elder Wei Jian did not experience much of a change. He only became slightly thinner. The strength of origin could at most allow Yang Fann to absorb a portion of it, but Yang Fann's cultivation base was already approaching the limit of the top-rank high-level universe lord. Once he had completely absorbed Elder Wei Jian, the limit of the top-rank high-level universe lord would be fixed. It wasn't impossible for quasi-top-level universe lord to do so. Right at this moment, rumble, around Feng Yuntian, 5 terrifying pressures that were millions of times stronger than Elder Wei Jian's came rolling over from all directions. In an instant, the Tian Feng Pan was completely surrounded. Not even a drop of water could leak out. C-2465 Reversal Wind and Cloud Tian Pan, Master Control Room. What a good Wei family, you really think highly of me. Yang Fann frowned, his eyes had never been so serious before. He had thought that the Wei family's next target would be quasi-chaos god. It might not even be an ordinary mid or low-rank quasi-chaos god's warrior, but he had never thought that. What a luxurious lineup, 5 quasi-chaos god warriors, a total of 5 quasi-chaos god warriors. Furthermore, none of them were ordinary low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors. Each of their auras was much stronger than when they were still intermediate universe lord. Each of them was at least high-rank quasi-chaos god, and even the top-rank quasi-chaos god warrior. Even a lion would use all of its strength to fight a rabbit. Feng and Yun was suppressed, and this had completely attracted the attention of the Wei family. If Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God didn't come out with such a luxurious lineup, even an extreme Quasi-Chaos God wouldn't necessarily be a match for them. Next, there was going to be a tough battle. As for keeping them here, Yang Fann didn't dare to think too much about it. If it was just one person, it might not be possible. There was still one or two more chances. If the 5 of them joined forces, it would be a huge problem whether they could win or not, let alone suppress them. Phew, fortunately, I haven't slacked off for the past 10 billion years. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Fann felt lucky in his heart. If he was still at the intermediate high-level Universe Lord, there was no need for him to fight this battle anymore. He could just flee for his life. If he wasn't careful, it would be a huge problem whether he could escape successfully. Feng and Yun could even carry a high-grade spatial chaos treasure with him, let alone these high-grade and top-rank quasi-chaos god top-rank quasi-chaos gods. Quasi-top-level spatial chaos treasures, and even those true top-grade spatial chaos treasures were not impossible. Right at this moment, rumble, 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 in all directions. In all directions, the chaotic streams of air went berserk, went against the flow, and collapsed. Countless streams of chaotic air were obliterated into dust, vanishing into nothingness. 5 mighty figures that looked like Chaos Devil God appeared around the Tian Feng Tian Pan. Terrifying pressure rolled like tides, completely sealing off the 4-direction space. ZZZT above the Tian Yung wheel, the layers of divine formation that could resist extreme top-level universe gods' attack were like spider webs, causing countless terrifying cracks to appear. It seemed like the next second, the layers of divine formation would completely collapse. Buzz. Yang Fann's body moved, and a divine mountain emerged from the wind cloud heavenly plate. The next battle wasn't something an intermediate chaos treasure like the heavenly wind cloud plate could participate in. A random high-rank quasi-chaos god could seriously injure the wind cloud heavenly plate with a wave of his hand. Junior, ask the person behind you to come out. Among the 5 of them, the middle-aged man with the strongest aura, who was wearing a golden divine armor, looked down at Yang Fann and spoke. His eyes were wild and arrogant, totally not putting Yang Fann in his eyes. Just like Wei Kun, these 5 elders of Wei family didn't think that Yang Fann was the one who suppressed Feng and Yun, but someone else. There must be someone else behind this barbarian who was directing him. Otherwise, how could a lowly barbarian from the middle-sized chaos domain, a puny top-level universe god, have the courage to become the enemy of the Wei family? The reason why the 5 Grand Elders attacked personally wasn't to deal with such an aphid. The quasi-chaos god behind this barbarian was their target. Anyone who dared to plot against the Wei family would only die. The person behind you. There's no one behind me. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and denied it. Ever since he rose to power, although he had joined a lot of sect, he had truly supported him. That was almost unheard of. All of this was because of his iron fists. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Junior, wait until I capture you. Let's see if the person behind you can still sit still. He sneered. The golden-armored middle-aged man moved his right arm and clawed at Yang Fann. This claw wasn't anything special, nor did it use any special abilities or secret techniques. It was just a direct and indirect claw attack, but its terrifying strength was enough to make many low-rank quasi-chaos gods' warriors tremble in fear. It made extreme top-level universe god, who was like Feng and Yun, unable to put up any resistance. You're not qualified to take me down, Hong Long. Yang Fann stopped suppressing his energy and unleashed his full strength. In an instant, the energy around his body rose exponentially. The chi was so terrifying that it seemed to have surpassed the middle-aged man in golden armor. Pucci. In an instant, the golden-armored middle-aged man's chaotic palm was shattered. When he had just broken through to the top-rank high-level universe lord, Yang Fann's combat strength might not be as strong as a top-rank quasi-chaos god, but now that he had almost reached the limit of the top-rank high-level universe lord, his combat strength had already broken through to the top-rank quasi-chaos god, and he was one of the best among them. Top-rank quasi-chaos god, he is a top-rank quasi-chaos god. Not good, we were wrong, we were all wrong, Wei Kun, this evil creature. The expressions of the 5 Wei family's grand elders changed. In their hearts, they cursed Wei Kun for causing trouble for their family. At this moment, the nature of the matter had changed. If it was only a top-level universe god native, it would be a great disrespect to the young master of the Wei family, and also a provocation to the Wei family. However, if he was replaced by a top-rank quasi-chaos god, that would be another meaning. A top-rank quasi-chaos god, even if he was a rogue cultivator or not the chaos god bloodline descendant, he had the right to speak on equal terms with the patriarch of the Wei family. Wei Kun was only the young master of the Wei family, not even a low-rank quasi-chaos god's warrior. What right did he have to ask a top-rank quasi-chaos god warrior to give him face? He even sent an elder of his family to take revenge on that top-rank quasi-chaos god. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that with the Wei family backing him up, he would be able to run amok and not put any expert in his eyes? This unfilial son was enough to make a trip into the law enforcement hall. Although the Wei family was one of the top families in Gukang Chaos Domain, there were only a few top-rank quasi-chaos god level 1 experts in the entire Wei family. Even Wei Kun's father, the acting head of the family in Wei family, was just a high-rank quasi-chaos god. If a top-rank quasi-chaos god wanted to take revenge on the Wei family, he would be a huge threat to the Wei family. If it wasn't necessary, the Wei family wouldn't casually provoke a top-grade quasi-god, not even a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. If they had known earlier, Yang Fann was that quasi-chaos god, they wouldn't have made a move. Family Lord had committed a crime, so why should they pay for it? The Wei family had existed for hundreds of millions of eras, and there were countless family members and disciples. Just the direct descendants who possessed the Chaos Divine bloodline were worth 1 billion, or even 10 billion. The entire Wei family was filled with countless mountains and factions. Among them, there were many who were staring at Family Lord's position. Many elders and supreme elders wished that Family Lord's bloodline would make a mistake so that they could replace him. The bloodline of the Wei family's patriarch was not the same. Out of the 36 direct branches of the Wei family, besides Family Lord's bloodline, the direct disciples of the other 35 branches were also qualified to compete for the position of Family Lord as long as their bloodline potential was high enough. It was just like the position of the next Family Lord of the Wei family. The most advantageous candidate for the position of the next Family Lord was the 4 young masters of the Wei family, one of whom was the 4th young master of the Wei family. Apart from Wei Kun, there was only one other candidate. Wei Sheng was the son of an acting head of the family. The other 2 young masters were from other branches. As for Yang Fann, he had only broken through to the top-rank quasi-chaos god from the top-level universe god after 100 billion years. The 5 Grand Elders had never even thought about it. What kind of joke was this? This was only a few 100 billion years, not 100 or so eras, and definitely not a million or even hundreds of thousands of eras. In such a short period of time, not to mention breaking through to the top-rank quasi-chaos god from the top-level universe god, it was already a stroke of luck for him to have such a slight improvement. Even the high and mighty chaos god, who had broken through from the top-level universe god to the quasi-chaos god, had a time limit of 100,000 to 1 million eras. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding between us. We are all humans, how can we work together? Fellow Taoist, please let Wei Jian and Feng and Yun go, and we'll settle the score with you. What do you think? C-2466. I respectfully ask for the old ancestors' decree. After learning that Yang Fann wasn't extreme top-level universe god, but a top-rank quasi-chaos god, the attitude of the 5 supreme elders of Wei family changed drastically. A peak-grade god of quasi-universe wouldn't give face to the young master of Wei family. He would be extremely audacious if he didn't give face to the young master of Wei family. However, if he was replaced by a top-rank quasi-chaos god, it would be a completely different story. Wei Kun was the one who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The dignity of the expert was sacred and inviolable. Even the Wei family wouldn't dare to provoke a top-rank quasi-chaos god and establish a strong enemy for their family. The old ancestor of chaos god. With the strength of the Wei family, it would be very difficult for them to deal with a top-rank quasi-chaos god. A top-rank quasi-chaos god warrior was determined to leave. Even great perfection quasi-chaos god wouldn't be able to stop him. If it was any major power, they would have set up a trap. It would be fine if they targeted the Wei family. However, it was obvious that this wasn't the case. It was Wei Kun, the little bastard, who didn't know what he was capable of, who provoked the dignity of a top-rank quasi-chaos god for no reason. Yang Fann frowned slightly. He never thought that these quasi-chaos god from the Wei family would choose to stop at this moment. One had to admit that the Wei family could be passed down for hundreds of millions of eras. With the chaos divine ancestor in charge, it was a great element, and it was also a great contribution to the people's way of doing things. If one had to admit defeat, one had to admit defeat. If one did not die, he would not let go of the face of the Wei family. Of course, all of this was under the premise that he was a top-ranked quasi-chaos god, and that he could barely be treated as an equal with the Wei family. If it was a top-level universe god, would these quasi-chaos god from the Wei family be so easy to talk to? It must be just like before. Without saying a word, he attacked with the intention of suppressing him. Since it's a misunderstanding, then let's just forget about it. This matter ends here. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and said, 5 supreme elders of Wei family and 4 high-ranked quasi-chaos god. One of them was a top quasi-god, fighting 5 of them at the same time. Yang Fann didn't have much of a chance of winning. He had the forbidden divine ability. As the chaos god bloodline descendant, these supreme elders, how could they not have a trump card? Compared to him, the 5 supreme elders of Wei family would only be stronger. If they really wanted to fight, the outcome of the battle would be 50-50 at most. The most important thing was that even if they won, these 5 supreme elders were determined to leave. Yang Fann wasn't confident that he would be able to hold them back. It was a total waste of effort. He really thought that the resources in his hands were inexhaustible. With his current strength, once he used the Dragon Sun 10 transformations and then the 4th transformation, he would be able to unleash the Dragon Sun 10 transformations. The strength of origin required was not something ordinary people could imagine. With every breath and every second, he might be able to reach the high rank, and even top-rank high-level universe god would have to spend all his fortune. However, this evenly matched battle was different from him suppressing Elder Wei Jian. Feng and Yang would be able to determine the victor in less than 3 breaths of time. It was not impossible to fight for 4 hours, 2 days, or even 10 days or half a month. At that time, he would have to spend a lot of resources. Just thinking about it made Yang Fann's heart ache. The 3 top-level universe god subordinates under him might be enough for him to make up for his losses. The 5 grand elders of Wei family didn't want to fight this war. In Yang Fann's heart, in fact, it was the same as well. Phew. Upon hearing this, the 5 grand elders of Wei family felt relieved. It was better for a peak top-level universe god to not completely fall out with him. Otherwise, if they couldn't completely suppress him today, the Wei family would be in big trouble. A top-ranked quasi-chaos god was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. In the entire Wei family, except for these old fogies, once the others left the Wei clan's ancestral ground, they would all be in danger of perishing. Right at this moment, Yang Fann changed the topic and continued. But you guys are a step too late. That Wei Jian and Feng and Yun have already been killed by me. It was fine to stop here, but Yang Fann had no reason to spit out the fat in his mouth. He still wanted to use Wei Jian and Feng and Yun to raise his cultivation base to the top-level universe lord in one go. If he let them go, where else could he find the 3 top-level universe god warriors? Did he really think that top-level universe god warriors were like cabbages on the roadside? He could get as many as he wanted. Even in the Gukang Chaos domain, top-level universe god was the overlord of a region. As long as he was willing, he could become an elder of any top god race. It was not something that could be met just because one wanted to. Fellow Taoist, are you really unwilling to let him go? The faces of the 5 supreme elders of Wei family instantly darkened. What did he mean by late? Wei Jian and Feng and Yun had already been killed. He was lying through his teeth. The natal soul lamp of the 3 of them had been perfectly fine until now. How could it be as he had said? They had been completely killed. I have already said that all of you are late. The 3 of them have already been killed. I don't have any divine ability that can reverse time and bring them back to life. Yang Fann didn't give up. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, he was going to devour all 3 of them. Besides, it was just empty words. He didn't have any compensation. He just wanted him to let Wei Jian and the other 2 go. What did he think Yang Fann was? Fellow Taoist, we are all smart people. Some things should not be too extreme. The golden-armored middle-aged man's voice was somewhat cold, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. The Wei family was the inheritance of the Chaos God. In the face of a top-ranked quasi-Chaos God, he thought that it was enough for them to give him face by giving up on pursuing the matter and making peace with him. Let Wei Jian and Feng and Yun go now. Otherwise, don't blame us for disregarding our friendship. Wei Jian and the other two elders were different from those ordinary elders. If Feng and Yun joined forces, he would be able to fight a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was half a quasi-chaos god. He was the expert that was second only to the supreme elders of Wei family. Furthermore, the Kun Yuan divine clan behind them wasn't an ordinary minor divine clan. They were notorious even in the quasi-top-level god clan. With great perfection quasi-chaos god in charge, they were much more powerful than the other Wei family. They were only a level lower. If he didn't help them, they would surely die. It was not easy for them to explain to the Kun Yuan divine race. As for Elder Wei Jian, needless to say, he was the direct elder of the Wei family. The old ancestor, bloodline descendant, was the true core disciple of Wei family. If he was a direct elder, they wouldn't even care about him. What would the people of the world think of the five of them? What would they think of the Wei family? This was secondary. Once this news spread to the Wei family, the people of the Wei family would probably scatter. Even the direct elders could give up just like that. There was even less of a need to talk about these ordinary family members. As they spoke, rumble, rumble, a restrained aura once again erupted from the bodies of the five grand elders of the Wei family. They charged towards Yang Fann in a mighty manner. It seemed to be the final warning. As long as Yang Fann dared to say no, what awaited him would be a thunderous strike from them. I will say it one last time. They have already been killed by me. If you don't believe me, then let's fight. Rumble. Rumble. A terrifying battle intent rose from Yang Fann's head like a 9 Empyrean star Wei. If he wanted to hand Wei Jian and the other two over, he wouldn't need to lock the door. There wasn't even a piece of paper on the window. It was just a battle. Did he really think that he was afraid of the three of you? After forcefully reading Wei Jian and Feng and Yun's memories, Yang Fann was different from before. He knew nothing about high-grade chaos treasures. It could be said that he had gained a deeper understanding of his own defense. Just the pure body defense alone was even more powerful than the quasi-high-grade chaos treasures. It was comparable to the true high-grade chaos treasures. Once the great universe's eternal divine body erupted with its full power, its defense would be even more terrifying than many high-grade chaos treasures. Without a top-grade chaos treasure in hand, it would be extremely difficult to tear apart his skin. As for a top-tier chaos treasure, even amongst quasi-chaos god warriors, it was extremely rare to have one. Among 10 quasi-chaos god warriors, not even one of them could possess one. It could be said that with Yang Fann's heaven-defying divine body's defense, he was in an undefeatable position. At most, he would just have to fight harder and suffer some injuries. He wouldn't need to use the power of the 4th revolution after the 10th revolution. Yang Fann could barely bear the first 6 revolutions. Stubborn, you're courting death. Respectfully inviting the old ancestors' decree c. 2466. I respectfully ask for the old ancestors' decree. After learning that Yang Fann wasn't extreme top-level universe god, but a top-rank quasi-chaos god, the attitude of the 5 supreme elders of Wei family changed drastically. A peak-grade god of quasi-universe wouldn't give face to the young master of Wei family. He would be extremely audacious if he didn't give face to the young master of Wei family. However, if he was replaced by a top-rank quasi-chaos god, it would be a completely different story. Wei Kun was the one who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The dignity of the expert was sacred and inviolable. Even the Wei family wouldn't dare to provoke a top-rank quasi-chaos god and establish a strong enemy for their family. The old ancestor of chaos god. With the strength of the Wei family, it would be very difficult for them to deal with a top-rank quasi-chaos god. A top-rank quasi-chaos god warrior was determined to leave. Even great perfection quasi-chaos god wouldn't be able to stop him. If it was any major power, they would have set up a trap. It would be fine if they targeted the Wei family. However, it was obvious that this wasn't the case. It was Wei Kun, the little bastard, who didn't know what he was capable of, who provoked the dignity of a top-rank quasi-chaos god for no reason. Yang Fann frowned slightly. He never thought that these quasi-chaos god from the Wei family would choose to stop at this moment. One had to admit that the Wei family could be passed down for hundreds of millions of eras. With the chaos divine ancestor in charge, it was a great element, and it was also a great contribution to the people's way of doing things. If one had to admit defeat, one had to admit defeat. If one did not die, he would not let go of the face of the Wei family. Of course, all of this was under the premise that he was a top-rank quasi-chaos god, and that he could barely be treated as an equal with the Wei family. If it was a top-level universe god, would these quasi-chaos god from the Wei family be so easy to talk to? It must be just like before. Without saying a word, he attacked with the intention of suppressing him. Since it's a misunderstanding, then let's just forget about it. This matter ends here. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and said, 5 supreme elders of Wei family and 4 high-rank quasi-chaos god. One of them was a top quasi-god, fighting 5 of them at the same time. Yang Fann didn't have much of a chance of winning. He had the forbidden divine ability. As the chaos god bloodline descendant, these supreme elders, how could they not have a trump card? Compared to him, the 5 supreme elders of Wei family would only be stronger. If they really wanted to fight, the outcome of the battle would be 50-50 at most. The most important thing was that even if they won, these 5 supreme elders were determined to leave. Yang Fann wasn't confident that he would be able to hold them back. It was a total waste of effort. He really thought that the resources in his hands were inexhaustible. With his current strength, once he used the Dragon Sun 10 transformations and then the 4th transformation, he would be able to unleash the Dragon Sun 10 transformations. The strength of origin required was not something ordinary people could imagine. With every breath and every second, he might be able to reach the high rank, and even top-rank high-level universe god would have to spend all his fortune. However, this evenly matched battle was different from him suppressing Elder Wei Jian. Feng and Yang would be able to determine the victor in less than 3 breaths of time. It was not impossible to fight for 4 hours, 2 days, or even 10 days or half a month. At that time, he would have to spend a lot of resources. Just thinking about it made Yang Fann's heart ache. The 3 top-level universe god subordinates under him might be enough for him to make up for his losses. The 5 grand elders of Wei family didn't want to fight this war. In Yang Fann's heart, in fact, it was the same as well. Phew. Upon hearing this, the 5 grand elders of Wei family felt relieved. It was better for a peak top-level universe god to not completely fall out with him. Otherwise, if they couldn't completely suppress him today, the Wei family would be in big trouble. A top-rank quasi-chaos god was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. In the entire Wei family, except for these old fogies, once the others left the Wei clan's ancestral ground, they would all be in danger of perishing. Right at this moment, Yang Fann changed the topic and continued. But you guys are a step too late. That Wei Jian and Feng and Yun have already been killed by me. It was fine to stop here, but Yang Fann had no reason to spit out the fat in his mouth. He still wanted to use Wei Jian and Feng and Yun to raise his cultivation base to the top-level universe lord in one go. If he let them go, where else could he find the 3 top-level universe god warriors? Did he really think that top-level universe god warriors were like cabbages on the roadside? He could get as many as he wanted. Even in the Gukang Chaos domain, top-level universe god was the overlord of a region. As long as he was willing, he could become an elder of any top god race. It was not something that could be met just because one wanted to. Fellow Taoist, are you really unwilling to let him go? The faces of the 5 supreme elders of Wei family instantly darkened. What did he mean by late? Wei Jian and Feng and Yun had already been killed. He was lying through his teeth. The natal soul lamp of the 3 of them had been perfectly fine until now. How could it be as he had said? They had been completely killed. I have already said that all of you are late. The 3 of them have already been killed. I don't have any divine ability that can reverse time and bring them back to life. Yang Fann didn't give up. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, he was going to devour all 3 of them. Besides, it was just empty words. He didn't have any compensation. He just wanted him to let Wei Jian and the other 2 go. What did he think Yang Fann was? Fellow Taoist, we are all smart people. Some things should not be too extreme. The golden-armored middle-aged man's voice was somewhat cold, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. The Wei family was the inheritance of the Chaos God. In the face of a top-rank quasi-Chaos God, he thought that it was enough for them to give him face by giving up on pursuing the matter and making peace with him. Let Wei Jian and Feng and Yun go now. Otherwise, don't blame us for disregarding our friendship. Wei Jian and the other 2 elders were different from those ordinary elders. If Feng and Yun joined forces, he would be able to fight a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was half a quasi-chaos god. He was the expert that was second only to the supreme elders of Wei family. Furthermore, the Kun Yuan divine clan behind them wasn't an ordinary minor divine clan. They were notorious even in the quasi-top-level god clan. With great perfection quasi-chaos god in charge, they were much more powerful than the other Wei family. They were only a level lower. If he didn't help them, they would surely die. It was not easy for them to explain to the Kun Yuan divine race. As for Elder Wei Jian, needless to say, he was the direct elder of the Wei family. The old ancestor, bloodline descendant, was the true core disciple of Wei family. If he was a direct elder, they wouldn't even care about him. What would the people of the world think of the five of them? What would they think of the Wei family? This was secondary. Once this news spread to the Wei family, the people of the Wei family would probably scatter. Even the direct elders could give up just like that. There was even less of a need to talk about these ordinary family members. As they spoke, rumble, rumble, a restrained aura once again erupted from the bodies of the five grand elders of the Wei family. They charged towards Yang Fann in a mighty manner. It seemed to be the final warning. As long as Yang Fann dared to say no, what awaited him would be a thunderous strike from them. I will say it one last time. They have already been killed by me. If you don't believe me, then let's fight. Rumble. Rumble. A terrifying battle intent rose from Yang Fann's head like a 9 Empyrean star Wei. If he wanted to hand Wei Jian and the other two over, he wouldn't need to lock the door. There wasn't even a piece of paper on the window. It was just a battle. Did he really think that he was afraid of the three of you? After forcefully reading Wei Jian and Feng and Yun's memories, Yang Fann was different from before. He knew nothing about high-grade chaos treasures. It could be said that he had gained a deeper understanding of his own defense. Just the pure body defense alone was even more powerful than the quasi-high-grade chaos treasures. It was comparable to the true high-grade chaos treasures. Once the great universe's eternal divine body erupted with its full power, its defense would be even more terrifying than many high-grade chaos treasures. Without a top-grade chaos treasure in hand, it would be extremely difficult to tear apart his skin. As for a top-tier chaos treasure, even amongst quasi-chaos god warriors, it was extremely rare to have one. Among 10 quasi-chaos god warriors, not even one of them could possess one. It could be said that with Yang Fann's heaven-defying divine body's defense, he was in an undefeatable position. At most, he would just have to fight harder and suffer some injuries. He wouldn't need to use the power of the 4th revolution after the 10th revolution. Yang Fann could barely bear the first 6 revolutions. Stubborn, you're courting death, respectfully inviting the old ancestors. Decree C2467. I will destroy the Wei clan. Rumble. A stream of light rose from the golden armored middle-aged man's body, transforming into a talisman. Boom boom rumble. In an instant, 1,000 times more terrifying than the top-ranked quasi-chaos god, tens of thousands of times more. Terrifying divine might radiated out from the talisman. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, suppressing everything. Grug grug grug. The entire primal chaos seemed to be trembling under this divine might. Ah, what is that? Yang Fann's expression changed instantly. An extremely dangerous aura swept across his soul. That talisman made him feel a deep sense of danger. Ancestors' decree, could this be the means of the Wei family's chaos god? To be addressed as the old ancestor by a top-ranked quasi-chaos god, and to bring him such a terrifying and dangerous aura. There was probably only one person in the entire Wei family who had such a divine ability. If you can die under the decree of the old ancestor, you will be able to rest in peace. The golden-armored middle-aged man looked down at Yang Fann from above. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. Anyone below the Chaos God realm was just an ant. Even Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was just a slightly stronger ant compared to the real Chaos God. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to suppress and kill it. And in this decree, the power of their old ancestor was sealed. Although it was just an insignificant strike to the true Chaos God, it was a mighty force that they couldn't match against a Quasi-Chaos God no matter what. Even Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God would be severely injured or even killed, let alone a Quasi-Chaos God. Hong Long. While they were talking, a hint of hesitation flashed across the golden-armored man's eyes. If it was possible, he didn't want to fall out with Yang Fann. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to ease the relationship between him and Yang Fann. The old ancestor was traveling outside. He didn't know when he would be able to return to the ancestral land. The old ancestor's decree was that if one was used, one less would be used. From the time the old ancestor left until now, the 10 decrees he left behind had already been used up by more than half. Once the remaining dharmic decrees were used up, their Wei family would lose their most powerful means of deterring the quasi-top-level god clan. But very quickly, that hesitation disappeared without a trace. If a top-rank quasi-chaos god didn't use the dharmic decree of their ancestor, it would be easy to defeat him with just the strength of the 5 of them. However, it was almost impossible to completely keep him here for the rest of his life. Since they had already completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, they absolutely couldn't let him leave alive today. Otherwise, he would certainly become a great threat to the Wei family. Although the old ancestor's decree was precious, as long as the old ancestor returned from his travels, he would be able to easily refine 10 or even more decrees. A chaotic divine decree like this was nothing to the primal chaos gods. As long as there were enough items to carry, even if they were produced in one go, 100 or even 1,000, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Moreover, since the clan had him bring the ancestral decree, it was precisely to have him use the decree, completely suppress and kill the other party. Younger generation descendants respectfully invite the old ancestor to display his divine ability, kill this child Wang. Bright divine light erupted from the primal chaos divine decree. It was majestic, resplendent, and incomparably divine, causing one to submit to it from the depths of their soul. In the end, it transformed into a 10,000 zhang illusionary figure and stepped out from it. Its face was hazy and indistinct, making people unable to see it clearly. Its aura was vast and mighty, making people feel as if they were facing a chaos domain. It seemed that this illusory figure was a huge chaos domain. Lowly aphids, I sentence you to death. A judgment that seemed like fate came out of the shadow's mouth. Boom boom, his right arm moved, a palm pressed down on Yang Fann. This huge palm was extremely huge, as if it could even contain the peak-level universe. Its terrifying strength had completely exceeded the realm of quasi-chaos god, and even those great perfection quasi-chaos god were far inferior to it. In an instant, a sound kept exploding on Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. He couldn't block this palm strike. Even if he used all of his trump cards, he would still be defeated. This is the power of the chaos god. Hiss. Yang Fann sucked in a breath of cold air. Before this, although he felt that the strength of the chaos god was far beyond the quasi-chaos god, there was only a small gap between them. With his current strength, although he wasn't a match for the chaos god, he was confident that he could escape if he wanted to. He was confident that he could save his life in the hands of the chaos god. Now, it seemed like this was just an illusion, trying to save his life in the hands of the chaos god. Not to mention the current him, it was impossible for him to even break through to the limit of high-level universe lord. Just a single decree, and not even a single bit of strength from his true self was enough to make him unable to summon much strength to resist. Not to mention the fact that the true self of the primal chaos god was personally here. He might not even be able to resist, and would be suppressed by relentless. Perhaps he would only be able to escape from the hands of a primal chaos god after advancing to the quasi-universe. As for wanting to face the chaos god head-on, he would have to wait for him to truly become a universe god. Or perhaps, he would be lucky enough to obtain some origin of chaos one day, allowing the chaos origin divine arts of the Supreme Pavilion to successfully break through to the beginning. At that moment, Roar Dragon Sun 10 transformations, Taishao 9 changes, Cloud Dragon 9 transformations, Heaven and Earth secret technique, Blood Ignition divine technique. The forbidden divine ability that he had once cultivated erupted with all his might. At this moment, Yang Fann couldn't care less about the side effects of using the forbidden divine ability at the same time. If he couldn't block this palm, he could only die. No matter how big the side effects were, he had to avoid this disaster first. Anyway, with the heaven swallowing earth devouring technique, he would be able to recover sooner or later. It was nothing more than wasting a bit more resources. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, Yang Fann's aura began to rise madly, rising endlessly. Although many forbidden divine ability didn't make Yang Fann's combat strength increase by 100 or even 1,000 times, it still made his strength increase by nearly 10 times. At this moment, Yang Fann's chi was so terrifying that it had almost exceeded the scope of great perfection quasi-chaos god. Chi, however, his divine body was faintly covered with tiny and dense fissured traces. Even after the great universe's eternal immortal great perfection of the body of the god, his divine body's defense was comparable to a supreme-grade high-grade chaos treasure. At the same time, he was also able to support dozens of forbidden divine ability, exceeding the limits of his divine body. Roar break from me like the roar of the thunder god, Yang Fann also struck out with his palm. This palm strike was the pinnacle of Yang Fann's palm strike. It had gathered all of his strength, and it was so terrifying that even great perfection quasi-chaos god was trembling. Hong Long. When their palms collided, a terrifying energy tide seemed to be on the verge of shattering the entire primal chaos. In all directions, billions and billions of energy waves were unleashed. In the area of the trillion light years, countless streams of chaotic energy were completely obliterated, turning the place into a terrifying nothingness zone. Furthermore, the area was still expanding rapidly, as if it was going to destroy the entire primal chaos. Not good, retreat, quickly retreat. The expressions of the 5 grand elders of the Wei family changed drastically as they hastily retreated. Rumble, rumble, one quasi-top level after another, and even top-grade chaos treasures rose from their bodies, emitting rays of patron saint's light that protected their bodies. Even if they weren't high-rank quasi-chaos god, they were top-rank quasi-chaos god warriors. Under the terrifying energy tide, they were like a lone boat on a raging ocean. They were in danger of being overturned at any moment. A few breaths later, the energy tide calmed down a little. How is that person? Is he dead? The 5 supreme elders of Wei family were staring at the center of the explosion, trying to find out what had happened. Although they were very confident in the decree of the old ancestor, it was the power of the chaos god, great perfection quasi-chaos god. Both of them were far from being a match for Yang Fann, but the final burst of power that Yang Fann unleashed also made their hearts palpitate. Even those great perfection quasi-chaos god were much weaker compared to him. Ah, that man isn't dead yet. He isn't dead yet. How is this possible? How is this possible? The old ancestor's decree can even suppress great perfection quasi-chaos god. How can a mere top-rank quasi-chaos god block the old ancestor's attack? In the center of the explosion, although Yang Fann had successfully withstood the attack from the chaos god, he had also paid a heavy price for it. He was in an extremely miserable state, and he couldn't find a complete place to hide. Kai. The blood that looked like an ocean kept flowing down from the terrifying cracks on his body. In an instant, it was completely wiped out by the energy waves around him. Yang Fann's chi was extremely weak. He wasn't much stronger than some low-rank quasi-chaos god's warriors. Yang Fann's breathing was disordered, and he felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he wasn't just a pure great Tao of the world, trainer, and he was also a body cultivator. The great universe was eternal and inextinguishable. He was already a huge perfection, and his divine body's defense was comparable to a high-grade chaos treasure. If his divine body's defense was a bit weaker, he might not be able to withstand it. Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. It was as if he was going to destroy all of his attacks with Yi's Wei family. I will remember today's gift. In the future, I swear I will destroy your Wei family. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with enmities. He had seen through the endless energy storm. He wanted to carve the 5 supreme elders into the sea of consciousness. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never been so close to death. Just a little bit more, and his body and soul would be completely destroyed. However, he wasn't alone. In his inner world, there were also his parents and friends. Once his soul was destroyed, and his inner world collapsed, they would never be able to live. This enmity, this hatred, they would never be able to live under the same sky. Origin blood god, escape. Ah, not good, he wants to escape. Chase, let's chase. C 2468. Remove the curse. Oh, no, he's trying to escape. Go after him. The faces of the 5 supreme elders of Wei family changed. They had finally recovered from the shock after Yang Fann was able to withstand their ancestors' attack. Now was not the time to be in a daze. If he could escape this disaster, he would definitely become a huge threat to Wei family in the future. The power that he had just unleashed had made all of them, who were at the high and top rank quasi-chaos god, despair. If that power was targeted at them, none of them would be able to withstand it even if they used all their trump cards. That terrifying power had almost exceeded the realm of quasi-chaos god. It was not something that a quasi-chaos god could possess. However, no one put it into action. That violent energy tide, Although it had weakened slightly, it was still far from what the 5 of them could bear. If they were to barge in at this moment, they would die without a doubt. Even if Yang Fann was very likely to become a major threat to their Wei family, they weren't that great to risk their lives to hunt him down. There was no rush. In any case, there was still the death curse seal. Even if that man ran to the end of the primal chaos, they would still be able to find him. It wouldn't be too late for them to continue hunting after the chaotic turbulence had calmed down a little. They didn't believe that such a serious injury could be healed in such a short period of time. Perhaps, that person would die from severe injuries before they even had to do anything. There was really no need to take such a risk for such a person who was about to die. Xiao Universe, this was an intermediate acquired universe in the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. It was floating in the chaos. In all directions, apart from the chaos, there was also chaos. A trillion light years away, there was no other universe to be found. The huge Xiao universe was very simple. There were no large number of worlds, planes, and countless lesser continents. The entire Xiao universe was a continent, a vast continent that spanned billions of trillions of light years. There were countless races and kingdoms on it. The extraordinary power within it was no different from the orthodox cultivation method of the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. It also walked the path of the world's metamorphosis. Wanlong Cave, this is the mysterious brilliant continent, one of the 4 forbidden lands of the Empire of True Mystery. It was one of the famous dragon nests in the mysterious brilliant continent. A large number of dragon clan resided in it. There were also many dragons with true dragon bloodlines. Even some universe lord didn't dare to venture too deep into the Wanlong Cave. Legend has it that in the deepest part of the Wanlong Cave, there was also the dragon clan's dragon god cultivating. There might even be more than one. One had to know that in the mysterious brilliant continent, the ones who could call themselves gods were all universe gods who had condensed acquired universes. It was the highest grade expert in the mysterious brilliant continent. It was able to create an empire and stand at the top of the continent. According to the legends, a million years ago, founding emperor and true profound emperor of the Empire of True Mystery had ventured deep into the depths of the Wanlong Cave. In the end, they returned in a sorry state, not mentioning anything about the Wanlong Cave. It was also at that time that the Wanlong Cave had become one of the 4 major forbidden areas of the Empire of True Mystery. It was also known as the head of the 4 major forbidden areas. At the border of the Wanlong Cave, Pucci, all of a sudden, the space was torn apart like a curtain. A person fell from within, creating a human-shaped crater on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood and flesh, and there was almost no complete place to be found. It could barely be seen. It was a young man. Swoosh swoosh, streaks of silver divine light transformed into warm currents that washed over the criss-crossing cracks in the divine body, slowly repairing it. This person was none other than Yang Fann, who had luckily saved his life under the chaos divine decree. This time, he had suffered a great loss. He had risked the risk of his divine body completely collapsing, using dozens of forbidden divine ability at the same time. The strength of origin in his body had been used up countless times, causing his cultivation base to drop by a grade, returning him to a high level universe lord. The inner world had collapsed. A large part of the world had collapsed, and it had shrunk by almost half. Fortunately, the areas that collapsed were all at the periphery, so there weren't many casualties. Yang Fann's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his inner world had expanded time and time again. However, he was no longer like before, constantly shifting the living beings of the outside world into his inner world, causing the reproduction of the inner creature of the world to be far from being able to keep up with the expansion of his inner world. Currently, there were more than 9 levels in Yang Fann's inner world, and they were all desolate lands with no signs of human habitation. If not, then it wouldn't be a big deal for the others, but for his parents and the others, if something were to happen, Yang Fann would definitely go crazy. However, Yang Fann would remember this debt. Wei family, sooner or later, I will make you pay with your blood. In the past 10 trillion years, he had never suffered such a huge loss. In the end, he was seriously injured and used the secret life-saving technique, Origin Blood God's Escape Technique, which increased his injuries. Even with the heaven-defying recovery ability of the eternal immortal divine body in the huge perfection great cosmos, it was not something that could be completely healed in a short period of time. The external injuries only looked terrifying, but it wasn't a big deal. The main thing was that the chaotic divine power that had seeped into his body was like a maggot that was attached to his bones. It would take a lot of time to erase a trace of it. Furthermore, with the help of the heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique. Otherwise, it would have become an indelible Tao injury. It could be said that he'd bitterly endured for a few hundred to a few thousand eras. He would be like Universe God Puyao and Universe God Zan Shao, dying from severe injuries. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He wouldn't be able to take his life in a short period of time. The most important thing right now was to get rid of the death curse seal. Yang Fann's heart tightened. With his current condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand the combined attack of the 5 quasi-chaos god warriors. Let alone the 5 of them. Even if one of them was a low-rank quasi-chaos god's warrior, he would be able to loosen his grip on them. Suppress him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the Origin Blood God's escape technique without saying a word, even at the risk of being injured. If he was hunted down by the 5 Grand Elders of Wei family, it would be an extravagant hope for him to escape. The next second, rumble. The power of devouring rumbled like a tidal wave as it began to devour the death curse seal. 15 minutes later, Yang Fann frowned slightly, and a serious look flashed across his eyes. After breaking through to the high-level Universe Lord, he would be able to erase the death curse seal in less than half a minute, and he would be able to break through to the top-ranked high-level Universe Lord in less than 10 seconds. But now, after 15 minutes had passed, the blood-red skull that the death curse seal had transformed into was only a tiny portion that he had erased. At this rate, he wanted to completely wipe out the death curse seal. It'll take at least 10 days. This time, his injuries were really too severe. One should know that back in the Hongyuan universe, his overall strength was only comparable to a peak top-level universe god. At most, he could only be compared to extreme top-level universe god. However, in just a day's time, he would be able to completely wipe out the death curse seal. But now, time had increased by tenfold. It was imaginable how severe Yang Fann's injuries were. Wei family, just you wait. I swear that I will flatten the Wei family's ancestral ground in the future. The place where Yang Fann and Wei ancestor fought. The 5 Grand Elders of Wei family were still standing in their original positions. Even though 7 days had passed, the terrifying energy wave wasn't weakened by much. It could easily eliminate the 5 Grand Elders. It would take at least a year and a half for them to pass through the energy tide in one piece. As for the true dissipation, it would probably take 100 billion years, a trillion years, or even an era plan over time. This place would become a new forbidden area in the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. That's strange. The death curse seal sensing is weakening. Could it be that the expert is helping that vile creature destroy the death curse seal? No, that's impossible. Even if it's the chaos god, it would still take tens of thousands of years to destroy the death curse seal. How long has it only been now? There's another possibility. The soul of that vile creature began to disintegrate. It was the strike of the old ancestor. How could a top-ranked quasi-chaos god like him withstand it? C2469 Perspective Universe God. The death curse seal was like a maggot attached to a cultivator's soul. Apart from the high and mighty chaos god, who was able to forcefully remove the curse seal with his mighty supernatural power, the second method of removing the curse was to destroy the target's soul. Since the death curse seal did not attach itself to the target, it would naturally dissipate along with it. Putting aside the fact that the high and mighty chaos gods were elusive existences, how could they be encountered so easily? Even if that man was lucky enough to meet a chaos god, he would also be very lucky to obtain the chaos god's favor, with the chaos god personally taking action. However, it would still take tens of thousands of years for the death curse seal to be destroyed. Only then would he be able to erase the death curse seal. And now, how long had it been? Less than a week. More than half of the death curse seal was gone. As a result, their perception of the curse had dropped to a very low level. It was so intermittent that they almost could not sense where the curse seal was. It was impossible for the chaos god to have done it. The answer was obvious. That person's soul had already collapsed by more than half, and it was on the verge of being destroyed in body and spirit. Thinking about it made sense. The old ancestor's decree represented the full power strike of a chaos god, so how could it be so easy to receive? Even great perfection quasi-chaos god, under the old ancestor's decree, would die without a doubt. Let alone a top-ranked quasi-chaos god. He was lucky to be able to survive for a week. HMPH, this is truly letting that bastard off easy. They had even prepared to imprison Yang Fann's soul and torture him properly so that he could have a taste of what it meant to be unable to live and beg for death. They had already calmed down and wanted to let go of this matter with him. However, that evil creature refused to listen. In the end, they had no choice but to use the few old ancestor decrees. Truly giving face without shame. If they didn't properly torture this evil creature, then it would be difficult to quell the flames of anger in their hearts. Qiao Universe, Wanlong Cave. Buzzing Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique with all his might, devouring the death curse seal. 7 days passed. More than half of the death curse seal had already dissipated. The blood-colored skeleton mark on his right arm, if one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to see it clearly. As for Yang Fann, the criss-crossing, spiderweb-like cracks on his body had all healed up under the power of the indestructible force. There was no longer a single crack on his body. Apart from his pale face and his ragged clothes, which were stained with blood, he was no different from an ordinary person. He didn't look like he was on the verge of death at all. Of course, all of this was just an appearance. Although his external injuries had healed, the condition in Yang Fann's body was still extremely bad. The chaotic divine energy was still destroying his divine body, swearing to destroy his inner world and shatter his soul. Yang Fann's strength was at least at the 9th layer or even more, suppressing the chaotic divine energy. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need at least 1,000,000 years, or even tens of millions of years. Right at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from afar. In less than a breath's time, a group of people appeared in front of the human-shaped sinkhole. The first were 2 beautiful girls. One of them was wearing a fiery red long robe and looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was young and lively, and her eyes were like limpid autumn water. She had an innocent and mischievous expression on her face, as if she were a fairy who had no knowledge of the world. Just a glance was enough to give people a favorable impression. The other person was wearing a blue dress. His appearance was exceptional, and he had an extraordinary temperament. His skin was as white as jade, and his long black hair was tied around his waist. He looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, and his immortal aura was ethereal. Beside the 2 women were dozens of armored soldiers dressed in black full-body armor. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. They were all at the high-level Universe Lord, with Universe Lord's cultivation base. The strongest one among them was a top-level Universe Lord warrior. This kind of strength was nothing in some of the top universes. Any one of them, low-rank quasi-universe god, could easily suppress them. However, in the Qiao universe, which was a Hautian intermediate universe, it was considered not bad. It was worthy of being called an expert. It even had the right to establish a dynasty in a remote place in the mysterious brilliant continent. It could be called a king, and it could lead billions of people. Sister, look, there are people there. Suddenly, the red-dressed girl pointed at the human-shaped sinkhole where Yang Fann was and exclaimed, "Eldest miss, it should be an adventurer from One Dragon Cave. The proper business is more important. Let's go, so as to avoid unnecessary complications." The middle-aged man in black armor, who was also the only top-level Universe Lord in the group, followed closely behind the lady in the blue dress. Wanlong Cave was one of the 10 forbidden lands of their empire. It was also a great treasure land. There were countless treasures in it. Some of the top treasures, even the deities of the quasi-universe would go crazy for them. Every year, there would be a large number of experts that went deep into it. Some returned with a bountiful harvest. Of course, most of them would stay in the Wanlong Cave and die in the hands of the thousands of draconic beasts. The mysterious young man in this heavenly pit should be one of the countless adventurers. Sister, let's help him. He will die if we leave him here alone. A trace of pity flashed across the red-dressed girl's beautiful eyes as she begged. In the Wanlong Cave, draconic beasts were running amok and there were countless dangers. Besides the supreme god, even the quasi-god would be in danger of dying if they were not careful. The aura of the person in front of her was weak, and it was sometimes absent. One look and one could tell that he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. If he continued to stay here, it would not take long for him to become the food of the draconic beast. A hint of hesitation flashed across the blue-dressed girl's eyes. They had come to the Wanlong Cave and had important matters to attend to. Even she herself was in a precarious situation. How could she have the time and energy to take care of such a wounded person? Eldest Miss, the Wanlong Cave is filled with countless dangers. It's better not to take care of an unknown person like him. The top-level Universe Lord tried to persuade her again. With their cultivation base and strength, they would have a slim chance of survival if they ventured deep into the Wanlong Cave. Who knew what kind of danger they would face if they brought along such an unknown person? Unnecessary kindness would only harm others and themselves. Sometimes. Sister, let's bring him along. He's already like this. If we don't save him, he'll really die. At most, we'll just take him into the inner world. Sis, don't worry, he won't give us any trouble. The red-dressed girl shook the blue-dressed girl's arm and begged. Hey, you little girl, I'm really afraid of you. The blue-dressed girl dotingly enchanted the red-dressed girl's hair. Fine, I'll listen to my little sister and take this person into my inner world the next second. He waved at a high-level Universe Lord behind him. Mohan, you can take him with you. Yes, young lady. However, very quickly, the expression of the guard called Mohan changed, and he said, Eldest Miss, I can't take him in. Mohan is already a top-rank high-level Universe Lord, and even Mohan can't take him in. This person is very likely to be a top-level Universe Lord. The girl in the blue dress's heart skipped a beat. Initially, she thought that he was just a low-level Universe Lord, but in the outer perimeter of the Wanlong Cave. Normally, those who were active were only low-level Universe Lord, but she never expected him to be a top-level Universe Lord warrior. The inner world of a cultivator had its limits. Once the gap between their strength was too great, unless that person willingly entered the inner world, it was absolutely impossible to force him into the inner world. Even if the person was completely unconscious, it was still the same. One must know that after reaching the true God stage, one person represented a world. After advancing to the Universe God realm, one would be able to forcefully absorb a world, a universe, an inner world, and an inner universe. If the universe was not strong enough, how could it contain a world or a universe? I wonder who this person is. The girl in the blue dress gradually became curious about Yang Fann. A top-level Universe Lord was considered a first-class expert in the entire mysterious brilliant continent, and he was a person with a small reputation. Uncle Ming, come here. Mohan couldn't do it. If it was them, they wouldn't be any better. Yes, eldest miss. The top-level Universe Lord took a step forward, and in less than a breath's time, just like Mohan, he revealed a bitter smile. Young lady, I can't take it either. What? Even Uncle Ming can't take it? The blue-dressed girl widened her eyes in shock. Uncle Ming was his father's right-hand man, one of the top-tier Yun families in the Yun family. He was already the master of the highest universe 100,000 years ago. Although Uncle Ming hadn't taken that step during the 100,000 years of cultivation, however, he was only a step away from top-rank top-level Universe Lord. As long as he wasn't a god of quasi-universe, he would be a peak top-level Universe Lord. Under such heavy injuries, he could easily absorb it into his inner world. Hiss. Could it be that the person before me is a prospective deity? One should know that prospective deities were second only to the deities. They were one of the peak mysterious brilliant continents in the mysterious brilliant continent. Each of them could create a dynasty and rule over trillions of lives. For example, the Yun family was able to become one of the 36 top families in the Empire of True Mystery. It was because their father, a acting head of the family from the Cloud family, was a god of the quasi-universe. Miss, let's go. This was unusual. It's not something we can interfere in, so as to avoid getting ourselves into trouble. C-2470 helped secretly Kiao Universe, the Empire of True Mystery, Wanlong Cave. Yun Ming looked at Yang Fann, who was standing in the human-shaped crater with some fear. This was the high and mighty god of quasi-universe, one of the peak the Empire of True Mysteries of the Empire of True Mystery. He was an invincible existence below the Universe God realm. But now, it was unknown whether he was alive or dead in Wanlong Cave. What kind of terrifying existence would be able to severely injure him? It was obvious with just the thought of his feat. It was very likely that a few dragon kings from the dragon clan, or even the legendary dragon god, had attacked him. The other draconic beasts, even the quasi-dragon kings, would never be able to injure them to such an extent. Perhaps, there was still the dragon king chasing after him. If they brought him along, it would be no different from lighting a lamp in the toilet, courting death. Once it aroused the hostility of the dragon king and dragon god, the consequences would be unimaginable. With their meager strength, under the hands of the Dragon King who was comparable to the deities of quasi-universe, saving their lives was an extravagant hope. The old master only had 2 seedlings. He could not let them die here just like that. At this moment, young Ming was regretting in his heart. Why would he agree to the request of the young miss and the others? If he didn't bring them along, they would be the only ones entering the Wanlong cave. There wouldn't be such trouble. A hint of hesitation flashed across the blue-dressed girl's beautiful eyes. How could she not know about Uncle Ming's worries? However, she also had her own thoughts. The kindness of saving her life was greater than the kindness of the heavens. If she could save this senior today, it would be a great help to the Yun family. Along with her father, the acting head of the family Yun family had suffered a severe injury. These days, the Yun family was in a precarious situation. Countless eyes were staring at the Yun family. In fact, even the internal structure of the Yun family was unstable. If it wasn't for this, she wouldn't have brought her little sister into the Wanlong cave. She hoped that she could find the heavenly treasure that could save her father. If they could have a quasi-universe god attraction as an external helper, it would be no different than injecting a cardiac stimulant into the Yun family. Their lives would be much better. Many of them would be wary of him. Uncle Ming, please bring this senior along. After pondering for a moment, Yun Yu made up his mind and prepared to take a risk. As long as he could obtain the friendship of a quasi-universe god, it was worth the risk. Yun Ming was about to say something, but he swallowed his words when he saw Yun Yu's determined eyes. He had watched Miss grow up, so how could he not know? Although Miss looked gentle and weak, she was actually a very assertive person. Once a decision was made, even 10 oxen wouldn't be able to pull her back. In the entire Yun family, the only person who could change the young lady's mind was Family Lord. Mo Han, carry this senior on your back. Yun Ming called out to Mo Han. He was only a servant of the Yun family, and the young lady was the master. He had the right to dissuade the young lady, but he didn't have the right to disobey the orders of the young lady. In the human-shaped sinkhole, the killing intent in Yang Fann's heart was gradually restrained. Although he was devouring the death curse seal with all his strength, it didn't mean that Yang Fann had sealed off his 6 senses. He didn't know anything about the outside world. If Yun Yu and the others didn't know what death was, they would want to attack him. Yang Fann didn't mind, so he sent them on their way. Even if he had more than 9 levels of strength to suppress the chaotic god force in his body, it would only be a matter of a thought for him to get rid of low-level universe god, not to mention these aphids that weren't even universe gods. Without any preparation, he started to devour the death curse seal in the heavenly pit. It wasn't that Yang Fann was foolish and bold. It was Yang Fann who had the confidence that there was nothing in this intermediate acquired universe that could threaten him. As long as he didn't run into a quasi-chaos god, Yang Fann's safety was guaranteed. He had no idea that his group had already wandered back and forth in front of the gates of hell. After carrying Yang Fann on his back, Yun Yu and his group continued on their way. A woo dragon roars resounded. 10,000 dragons roared. The Wanlong cave was indeed worthy of being called one of the old nests of the dragon clan. No one knew how many draconic beasts and true dragons lived in it. As Yun Yu and his group went deeper into the Wanlong cave, they would encounter a draconic beast attack every few minutes. The deeper they went, the stronger the draconic beast became. However, all of them were easily taken care of by Yun Yu and his group. As long as they didn't encounter a peak top-level universe lord, their safety would be guaranteed. As for the powerful top-level universe lords that were comparable to a peak top-level universe lord, they were considered top-grade existences in the Wanlong cave. It wasn't easy to encounter a top-tier expert under the dragon throne. Furthermore, they were only living in the outer perimeter of the Wanlong cave. The universe lords that lived below universe lord were all weak. One day later, Yun Yu and his group arrived at the center of Wanlong cave. Within the draconic beast, there were already some powerful universe lords that were comparable to universe lord, but they still didn't pose much of a threat to Yun Yu and his group. Any draconic beast that blocked their path was mercilessly killed. Their dragon bodies were taken away, becoming the spoils of war for Yun Yu and his group. Yun Yu and his group were not interested in ordinary Yun Yus. However, these powerful universe lords that were comparable to universe lord were quite tempting. These powerful draconic beasts, from head to toe, it's explosive. Even the weakest of them was only comparable to a low-grade universe lord. They were worth a few cubic meters of universe source. Soon, another day passed. Yun Yu and his group stepped into the inner region of Wanlong Cave. At this moment, they had no choice but to slow down their pace and be careful. The draconic beasts that could cultivate in this place were all powerful power of Universe Lords that could match the power of Universe Lord. It was true that middle-level Universe Lord warriors were everywhere, and low-level Universe Lord was everywhere. He even encountered top-tier high-level Universe Lords that were comparable to high-level Universe Lord warriors. Yun Yu and his group couldn't afford to be careless. If they were able to avoid them, they would avoid them. There was really nothing they could do, so they unleashed their full strength, hoping to defeat their opponent as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be the ones who would be at a disadvantage if they attracted the attention of the other powerful draconic beasts after a long period of time. On the third day, Yun Yu and his group gradually approached the true core circle of the Wanlong Cave. Gradually, some people started to get injured. Even Yun Ming, who was supposed to be top-ranked top-level Universe Lord, couldn't protect them. The draconic beasts that could enter the core circle were all top-grade high-level Universe Lords that were comparable to high-level Universe Lord. It was common even for quasi-dragon kings that were comparable to top-level Universe Lord. But luckily, up until now, the dozens of guards were only slightly injured. They weren't even seriously injured, let alone dying. All of this was naturally Yang Fann's doing. No matter what, these people could be considered his saviors. Yang Fann had to admit that he wasn't as cold as them to just watch them die in front of his eyes. With Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength, even if all of his attention was focused on the death curse seal, it would be a piece of cake for him to protect Yun Yu and his group. If not for this, Yun Yu's group would have at least lost more than half of their people. The draconic beast in Wanlong Cave would not show any mercy to these outsiders. One word was to do it to the death. Another 6 hours passed. A hint of doubt appeared in Yun Yu's beautiful eyes. Something was not right. Something was not right. They had already prepared themselves for death when they ventured deep into the Wanlong Cave. Logically speaking, even if they were not completely wiped out, they should have suffered heavy casualties. One should know that they had already entered the core area of the Wanlong Cave. Here, any random draconic beast was equivalent to a top-level Universe Lord quasi-dragon king. Along the way, they had fought several quasi-dragon kings whose strength had surpassed Uncle Ming and was comparable to a peak top-level Universe Lord. However, the result was no exception. They were like gods helping them. Every time, they would escape from the hunt of a quasi-dragon king without any danger. One could be said to be a coincidence, two could be said to be luck, but 3 times, 4 times. What about 5 times? What's going on? Could it be? Suddenly, Yun Yu's sea of consciousness lit up. As if he had thought of something, his gaze subconsciously fell on Yang Fann, who was being carried by Mohan. Uncle Ming and the others were old servants that the Yun family had nurtured for hundreds of thousands of eras. They had always known the root of the problem, and the only variable was. They were the seniors who had saved them in the outer region of Wanlong Cave. If all of this was done by senior, then his strength should be greater. Hiss. C2471 Dragon Heart Fruit Kiao Universe, the Empire of True Mystery, Wanlong Cave. Yun Yu looked suspiciously at Yang Fann, who was on Mohan's back. A trace of horror flashed in the depths of his eyes. Their group had always known each other. The only variable was this senior. And to be able to send away so many quasi-dragon kings who were comparable to a peak top-level Universe Lord without anyone knowing, this strength had completely exceeded his imagination. Even her father, the head of the Yun family, was far inferior to her. If it was her father, it would be easy for him to defeat those quasi-dragon kings, but he was absolutely not confident that he could send them away without making any noise. These were 2 completely different concepts. Hiss. What was Senior's cultivation base? Intermediate, high grade, or top-ranked quasi-universe god? And Senior, is he really as badly injured as we thought? Very quickly, a hint of doubt emerged in Yun Yu's heart. If he could expel so many quasi-dragon kings even when he was on the verge of death, how terrifying would he be when he was at his peak? Even the legendary Universe God was only so-so. But was this possible? Universe God, what kind of existence was that? In the Empire of True Mystery, they could count it all with a single palm. On the surface, there were only 2 of them. Founding Emperor and True Profound Emperor of the Empire. There was also the Imperial Advisor of the Empire of True Mystery, Eternal Saint Master. Every one of them was an elusive master, not to mention them. Even her father was not qualified to meet them. How could that be? To be able to save a person so casually in Wanlong Cave was the universe god. But if Senior wasn't heavily injured, why did he pretend to be unconscious and approach us? He couldn't figure it out. The strongest among them, Uncle Ming. He was just a mere top-ranked top-level universe lord. Compared to that Senior, he was just an ant that could be killed with a wave of his hand. Logically speaking, this sort of ultimate expert shouldn't be able to do anything to them, and it would be beneath them to pay any attention to them. Or is this Senior plotting something against us? As soon as this thought was born, it was snuffed out by Yun Yu in the cradle. Given their meager strength, Senior really wanted to harm them. He would just attack them and suppress them. Even if that was the case, could they still resist? Why would they waste so much effort? Forget it in any case, it will be beneficial to us along the way. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with an answer. Luckily, Yun Yu did not think too much about it. No matter what, they were the ones who benefited from it now. If it wasn't for the protection of their Senior, their group would have suffered at least half of their casualties. It wasn't impossible for them to be completely wiped out. Just the thought of the terrifying aura that was comparable to a peak top-level universe Lord Quasi-Dragon King caused her heart to palpitate. Apart from Uncle Ming, the auras of the others, those Quasi-Dragon Kings alone could crush them. How could they reach this place without encountering any danger? Soon, another 2 hours passed. The strength of the draconic beast continued to increase. Even the number of quasi-top-level universe lords that were comparable to a peak top-level universe lord increased by quite a bit. Almost every 10 minutes, they would encounter one. However, their group was still like before, safe and sound along the way. Apart from a few new wounds, there were no more casualties. It was as if there was a force protecting them, turning bad luck into safety. "All right, that's enough. Put me down suddenly," a slightly indifferent voice resounded by the ears of everyone. It was Yang Fann. At this moment, Yang Fann had finally completely wiped out the Death Curse seal and removed the biggest hidden danger. It had to be said that this Death Curse seal was truly worthy of being a technique that even the Chaos Gods had a headache over. It was truly troublesome to deal with. Not only was it like a maggot that clung to one's bones, it was also deeply attached to the soul. What was even more terrifying was that it had an extremely strong self-healing ability. Due to the severe injury, he could only use a small portion of the power of devouring. For the past 10 days, he had been in a state of anxiety, and every second he used it to erase a trace of the curse's power. At the place where Yang Fann and the old ancestor of Wei family were fighting. It's broken, the connection between the Death Curse seal is completely broken. The 5 Supreme Elders' expressions changed. They had already sensed Yang Fann after he removed the Death Curse seal. It seems like that bastard has really died. If that wasn't the case, who would be able to completely remove the Death Curse seal in just 10 days? Not to mention the other Chaos Gods, even the legendary number 1 expert of Gukang Chaos Domain, the ancient Blue Chaos God, had no such possibility. In the next second, the 5 Grand Elders' eyes revealed a hint of regret. What a pity a top-ranked quasi-Chaos God was their home, and to them, it was a huge fortune. Even if it was 5 people, it was enough for their net worth to skyrocket. Unfortunately, they just slipped away right under their noses. Without the Death Curse seal as a guide, it was easier said than done to find a top-grade quasi-chaos god in the boundless primal chaos. Although it was only 10 days, with the speed of a top-grade quasi-chaos god, no one knew how many people could escape from the chaos domain, especially when he was using the forbidden divine ability. Why isn't this bastard able to hold on for a little longer? Why is his will of survival so weak? Is it really that difficult for us to kill you after we find you? No, we can't give up like this. When the chaotic storms calm down a bit, we will carefully search for you. There might still be hope. The 5 great supreme elders were still a bit unwilling to give up. Top-rank quasi-chaos god, 100,000, a million great eras, there might not even be a single one that would fall. They really weren't willing to give up just like that. Furthermore, Wei Jian and Feng and Yun were still there. Their natal soul lamp had yet to be extinguished. It was obvious that the 3 of them had yet to truly die. It was hard to say whether they would be sealed somewhere by that person. If they could find the 3 of them, perhaps they would be able to find the place where that person died. That's right, this is a good idea. Let's see if there are any secret techniques that can contact the 3 of them. The Empire of True Mystery, Wanlong Cave. Senior, you're awake. Yun Yu looked at Yang Fann with a surprised expression. Although she knew that Yang Fann was pretending to be unconscious, she had no choice but to pretend to be confused. There were some things that once exposed, this senior would become angry from embarrassment, and the consequences wouldn't be something they could bear. Thank you, young ladies, for saving my life. Yang Fann thanked the Yunyu sisters, especially the red-dressed Yunlei. There was a trace of gratitude in his eyes. The eldest Miss's motive was not pure, so he did not mention it for the time being. However, the second Miss really had a good heart and wanted to save his life. Although, even if they didn't save him, Yang Fann wouldn't be in any danger. Even if the master of Qiao Universe, the god of Qiao Universe, was resurrected, it was only a matter of a thought for Yang Fann to kill him. However, Yang Fann still remembered this kindness of the young lady. Furthermore, looking at the innocent young lady in red, Yang Fann found some traces of his cousin and Xiaolian, which made him feel very close to her. If it wasn't for Yunlei, Yang Fann wouldn't have been so devoted to protecting them. Although they wouldn't really die, some of the guards were seriously injured, and even their foundations were damaged. It was inevitable. Senior, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. After saying a few polite words, Yunyu opened his red lips and said with a stuttering voice, Senior. Can you, Miss Yun, you are my saviors. If there's anything, just say it. Yang Fann chuckled. He had a kind of confidence in his bones, as if the world was so big. There was nothing that he couldn't do, but Yang Fann wasn't exaggerating. At least, in the Qiao universe, there was nothing he couldn't do. Even if he was heavily injured right now, with less than 100% of his combat strength remaining, it would still be the same. Senior, this, Junior thinks. Yunyu was still a little hesitant. What savior? It was just a polite sentence. If she really took it seriously, it would be her stepping on his face. However, Yunlei, who was standing at the side, did not have so many concerns. She went straight to the point and said, Sister, what are you hesitating about, Senior? My father was seriously injured and urgently needed the dragon heart fruit to heal his injuries. I wonder if Senior can help us find the dragon heart fruit. As she spoke, a layer of mist circulated in Yunlei's beautiful eyes. She stared straight at Yang Fann, like an abandoned kitten. She couldn't help but feel pity for him. Dragon heart fruit. C-2472. Was it enough? Qiao Universe, the Empire of True Mystery, Wanlong Cave. Dragon heart fruit. Yang Fann repeated, but did not directly agree to the request of the Yun family's second young lady, Yunlei. What dragon heart fruit? Yang Fann had never heard of it. Even if he wanted to help them get the dragon heart fruit, he had to at least know what the dragon heart fruit looked like. In fact, the simplest way was to directly read the memories of the people of Yun family. With Yang Fann's terrifying strength of soul that was comparable to a quasi-chaos god, even if he was severely injured, he wouldn't be able to use too many strength of soul. It would be extremely easy for him to secretly search the souls of a few universe gods. However, Yang Fann obviously couldn't do that. No matter how well Yang Fann controlled the memory, it would still affect the people of Yun family. These people were his saviors after all. It wouldn't be good for Yang Fann to do such a thing to them. However, this scene had another meaning in the eyes of Yun Yu and the others. As expected, Senior rejected us. That's true, he wasn't related to us, so why should Senior take the risk to help us? The dragon heart fruit isn't an ordinary heaven and earth treasure. It's one of the top heaven and earth treasures in Wanlong Cave. 10,000 great eras bloomed, 10,000 great eras ended, 10,000 great eras matured. It was a healing holy herb that even the deities of the quasi-universe had to go crazy for. Every dragon heart fruit tree was a supreme treasure of the dragon clan, and it was personally protected by the Dragon King expert. That was a supreme expert that was comparable to the deities of quasi-universe. If they wanted to seize the dragon heart fruit, they would have to fight with the Dragon King. In the Wanlong Cave, there was more than one Dragon King expert. There were 2 of them, and there were dozens of them. Not to mention, there was also the dragon god guarding behind these Dragon Kings. If they could not leave quickly, they would be held back by the Dragon King. Even the deities of quasi-universe would be in danger of dying if they were not careful. Senior didn't owe them anything. As for saving their lives, that was even more of a joke. With Senior's divine ability, even without them, there wouldn't be any danger. It seems like we'll have to rely on ourselves in the end. No matter what, I have to bring back a dragon's heart fruit. Very quickly, A resolute look flashed across Yun Yu's eyes. As long as he could bring back a dragon heart fruit, he wouldn't hesitate to bet her life on it. Her father was almost unable to suppress his injuries. Without the help of the dragon heart fruit, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would die from serious injuries. If that really happened, it would be the end of Yun family. If it wasn't for the fear of her father, who was on the verge of death, retaliating and dragging people down with him, those hungry wolves would have already divided the Yun family up. Right at this moment, Miss Yun Yu, can you tell me what that dragon heart fruit looks like? Yang Fann gave Yun Yu a funny look. Since I promised to help you guys, why would I say something so easily? This is looking down on me too much. It was just a tiny intermediate acquired universe. Under the shackles of the Shantian realm, the living beings inside would at most break through to the quasi-middle level universe god. Yang Fann didn't believe that there was anything that could stop him. Ah, senior, you don't know about the dragon's heart fruit. Yun Yu gasped, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. The dragon's heart fruit was one of the top 10 healing holy herbs. It was extremely famous in the mysterious brilliant continent, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was known by all women. It was the dignified god of the quasi-universe, an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of eras. How could he not know about the dragon heart fruit? I don't know about the dragon's heart fruit. Is it really strange? Yang Fann gave Yun Yu a strange look, although he didn't know what the dragon heart fruit was. There was one thing he was sure of. This so-called dragon's heart fruit was definitely not of a high grade. A bunch of ants that were not even gods of quasi-universe dared to come and look for the dragon's heart fruit. It was obvious with one's toe that this so-called dragon's heart fruit was. At most, it had some effect on low-level universe god. With Yang Fann's experience, even some top-level universe god divine fruit and divine medicine might not be able to catch his eye, let alone a low-grade divine fruit like the dragon heart fruit. It was perfectly normal for him to not know about this dragon's heart fruit. No, that's not what this junior meant. She didn't dare to look down on Yang Fann. If she provoked him, it wouldn't end well for them. Senior, this is the dragon heart fruit. As he spoke, buzz, a stream of light streaked across, and an illusory figure appeared in front of Yun Yu. It was a fruit that was completely blood red, like a dragon's heart. Oh, is this the dragon's heart fruit? Yang Fann nodded slightly. Senior, I wonder if you can do it. A trace of expectation flashed across Yun Yu's beautiful eyes. With their strength, they might not be able to snatch a dragon heart fruit from the Dragon King. Not to mention, they would have to escape from the Wanlong Cave under the crazy pursuit of countless Wanlong Caves. That was infinitely close to zero. However, if they had the help of a quasi-universe god, it would be another concept. Especially since Yang Fann was a high-grade expert, and even top-ranked quasi-universe god was a high-grade expert. If Yang Fann was willing to help, the chances of him successfully taking the dragon heart fruit would be at least 5 levels higher. However, before Yun Yu could finish his words, he saw Yang Fann flip his right hand. A blood-red divine fruit that was half the height of a person, shaped like a heart, appeared in his hand. Vaguely, one could hear the sound of powerful hearts. Take a look. Is this the dragon heart fruit? Ah, dragon's heart fruit. Senior, do you have the dragon's heart fruit? Yun Yu's face was full of surprise. He never thought that happiness would come so suddenly. To be honest, their trip to the Wanlong Cave was entirely up to fate. They even wondered if they could see the dragon heart fruit. They didn't have much confidence. There were countless dangers in the Wanlong Cave. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's protection, it would be difficult for them to reach this place even if they wanted to. Senior, I wonder if you can give up your love. Senior, don't worry, my family will never let you down. Senior, I beg of you to save my father's life. Lei will kowtow to you. Miss Young Lei, there is no need for this. I have yet to repay you for saving my life. This dragon heart fruit, just take it. As he spoke, Yang Fann threw the dragon's heart fruit towards Yun Yu as if he was throwing trash. This kind of low-grade divine fruit. If Yun Yu and the others didn't need it, Yang Fann wouldn't even have the interest to take a look at it, let alone pick it up. This. Yun Yu subconsciously took the dragon's heart fruit and looked at it, at a loss for what to do. I'm not dreaming, am I? Senior gave me the dragon's heart fruit just like that. I can't believe it, I really can't believe it. This is the dragon's heart fruit, the legendary 10 great healing holy herbs. To put it bluntly, a dragon's heart fruit represented a life. In the black market, a dragon's heart fruit could be sold for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of cubic universe sources. Even the high and mighty universe gods couldn't casually throw out a dragon's heart fruit like trash. Just who was senior? Was he really just a quasi-universe god? At this moment, a huge question mark appeared in Yun Yu's mind regarding Yang Fann's identity. It was impossible for a god of quasi-universe to be so generous. A dragon heart fruit was almost equivalent to the entire fortune of a god of quasi-universe. If they really saved their lives, it would be reasonable to take out a dragon heart fruit to repay them for saving their lives. But in reality, whoever saved their lives, other than the innocent and innocent little sister, everyone present was well aware. Miss Yun Yu, is one dragon heart fruit enough? As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red light flashed in Yang Fann's hand, and another dragon heart fruit appeared. The entire Wanlong cave was like Yang Fann's backyard. As long as there was a dragon heart fruit in the Wanlong cave, he would have a few if he wanted some. As for the dragon kings guarding the dragon heart fruits, they were ignored by Yang Fann. Not to mention some divine quasi-universes from quasi-universe, even those two dragon gods in the deepest part of the dragon cave were not taken seriously by Yang Fann. If not for the fact that his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, he would no longer need to devour these low-level universe god. These two dragon gods were his life nourishment. Gulp. Again. Another dragon's heart fruit. Yun Yu swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. Am I seeing things? Since when did the dragon heart fruit become so casual? Miss Yun Yu, is 2 dragon heart fruits enough? If not, I still have more. C-2473 The Imperial Advisor's Residence Qiao Universe, the Empire of True Mystery, Wanlong Cave. Buzz. A blood-red light flashed, and another dragon heart fruit appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Not to mention him, even his little sister and the others couldn't be bothered to take a look at such low-grade divine fruits. No matter how many of them were given, Yang Fann wouldn't feel any heartache, let alone give them to someone else. SS's. The third dragon's heart fruit. This. Yun Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Was this really the dragon heart fruit that made the deities of quasi-universe go crazy over, and not the wild fruit by the roadside? 3 dragon heart fruits is enough. If it wasn't enough, I still have more here. Yang Fann asked again. His voice was calm, as if as long as Yun Yu said no, he would immediately take out 3 more dragon heart fruits. No, senior, that's enough. Junior only needs 1 dragon heart fruit. Yun Yu was in a hurry. She waved her hand and said. Yang Fann had given her 3 dragon heart fruits, and she didn't dare to accept it. It was their good fortune to have 1 dragon heart fruit. If they accepted all 3 dragon heart fruits, they would be extremely greedy. Who knew if the senior was trying to test them? If the senior was displeased because of his greed, he would not even give them the dragon heart fruit. Then she would be a sinner of the family. Even if it was for the rest of her life, Yun Yu wouldn't be able to forgive herself. Those who know what is good will always be happy, and those who know what is good will know what is good. Right at this moment, dragon heart fruit, and 3 dragon heart fruits ha. Luck, it's really our luck. With these 3 dragon heart fruits, even if we don't get that dragon king egg, we can still report to His Highness. With a burst of wild laughter, a group of people quickly tore through space and appeared in front of Yang Fann and the others. There were a total of 8 of them. All of them were staring at the dragon heart fruits in Yang Fann's and Yun Yu's hands. It seemed like they only had 3 dragon heart fruits in their eyes. As for Yang Fann and the others, they had already been completely ignored by them. They were just a bunch of ants that were no more than top-ranked top-level universe lord. How could they put them in their eyes? Bye. Jade Sea Green Cloud Robe. You guys are from Imperial Advisor's mansion. Suddenly, Yun Yu and the others' expressions changed. There was an indescribable panic in the depths of their eyes. The Jade Sea Green Cloud Robe was the symbol of the Imperial Advisor's mansion. In the Empire of True Mystery, only the expert from the Imperial Advisor's mansion was qualified to wear the Jade Sea Green Cloud Robe. If anyone else dared to wear the Jade Sea Green Cloud Robe, they would be killed in the slightest. In the worst case, they would directly kill all of their family members. As for the master of the Imperial Advisor's mansion, Eternal Saint Master, he was one of the 2 universe gods of the Empire of True Mystery, the Pillar of the Empire. Even the Imperial family of the Empire of True Mystery did not dare to provoke Imperial Advisor's mansion. Since you know we are from Imperial Advisor's mansion, why don't you quickly hand over the dragon heart fruit in your hands? One of them took a step forward and looked down at Yang Fann and his group from above. His voice was overbearing, as if he was berating the lowly servants in their prefecture. In the empire of true mystery, other than the sovereign family of Zhenzan, there were no other major powers that could be taken seriously by Imperial Advisor's mansion. Everyone, please show us your kindness. We are from the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace. This dragon heart fruit is of great use to the Yun family. I hope that all of you can give us some face. In the future, I, Kang Yunyan's family, will reward you handsomely. Yun Yu held the dragon heart fruit tightly in his hand. The dragon heart fruit was related to her father's injuries, and it was also related to the survival of the Yun family. He couldn't afford to lose it. Who does the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace think they are? They deserve my respect. Although the Yun family of the Blue Cloud Palace was one of the 36 top families in the Empire of True Mystery, it could only be considered as the weakest among the 36 top families. Especially in recent years, as the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Yi, was seriously injured, it seemed like he was going to fall into a top family. If it was the top families, he might even give them some face. Although those families didn't have a universe god guarding them, the number of gods in quasi-universe was not small. Furthermore, they didn't have any. All of them had a great perfection quasi-universe god guarding them. Even the Imperial Advisor's mansion was unwilling to provoke them. The great perfection quasi-universe god was different from the other quasi-universe gods. In the eyes of the universe gods, they were like ants, barely qualified to attract the attention of the universe gods. Even Eternal Saint Master, who was behind them, did not dare to say that he would be able to suppress them. All of you. Anger flashed across the eyes of Yun Yu and the rest of the Yun family. Although Imperial Advisor's mansion was one of the two strongest major powers in the Empire of True Mystery, they didn't dare to look down on their Yun family. After all, their Yun family was one of the 36 top families in the Empire of True Mystery. Among all the major powers in the Empire of True Mystery, they were able to squeeze into the top 100, not some unknown minor powers. Hand over the dragon heart fruit. For the sake of old man Yun Yi, I won't make it difficult for you all. A trace of hesitation flashed across Yun Yu's beautiful eyes. She was absolutely unwilling to hand over the dragon's heart fruit in her hand, but if she resisted, it would be no different than throwing an egg at a stone. With just this bit of strength, what could they use to fight against them? Similarly, there were also differences in the Jade Sea Green Cloud robe. There was a total of 5 grades of white, black, green, silver and gold. They were respectively divided into 5 grades: low-level Universe Lord, middle-level Universe Lord, high-level Universe Lord, top-level Universe Lord and quasi-Universe Divine God. Among the 8 Imperial Advisors' mansions in front of him, apart from the one who spoke, who was the Golden Thread quasi-Universe God, the other 7 were all at the Silver Thread top-level Universe Lord. This lineup was more than 10 times stronger than them, 100 times stronger. They were definitely not someone they could deal with. Not to mention, they were also backed by a huge monster like the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Unknowingly, the eyes of the other expert of Yun family fell upon Yang Fann. At this moment, the only one who could turn the tides and stop the 8 expert of Imperial Advisor's mansion and protect the dragon heart fruit in their hands was Yang Fann. However, in their eyes was Yang Fann. Hong Long, would Senior make a move? They really didn't have much confidence in themselves. The 8 people in front of them were nothing. There was only one god from the Gold Thread quasi-universe, and there was a very high chance that he wouldn't be a match for Senior. However, they represented the Imperial Advisor's mansion and the Imperial Advisor, Eternal Saint Master. The deterrence of a universe god was not a joke, especially since Eternal Saint Master was a veteran universe god. According to the legends, he was one of the many universe gods. Eternal Saint Master was not a weakling. Kid, what, do you have an opinion? The gaze of the Golden Thread quasi-universe god shifted and landed on Yang Fann. A mocking smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Although he couldn't see through Yang Fann's cultivation base, but when he thought about it, it wasn't much higher than the spiritual sense. It was just a secret technique that he had used to hide from his spiritual sense. In the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace, except for Yun Yi, who could make him slightly afraid, what other spiritual senses were there? Since when did a puny little quasi-middle rank universe god dare to talk to me like that? A hint of self-mockery flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. How many years had it been since he became the great elemental old man of Morning Star Alliance? It seemed like there had never been any deities of quasi-universe who dared to act so impudently in front of him. Not to mention now, even a top-level universe god wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in front of him. One had to admit that he was truly ignorant and fearless. What? The divine eye of the golden thread quasi-universe shrunk, and a wisp of panic flashed through its eyes. This time, it was afraid that it had misjudged him. For someone to be able to break through his cultivation with just a single word, it was highly possible that this person's strength was not inferior to his, or even above his. How dare you speak to Lord Miao Yuan in such a manner? A silver thread top-level universe lord shouted and glared at Yang Fann. Shut up, Puvark! With a cold shout, the silver streak top-level universe lord disintegrated completely without Yang Fann making any moves. It turned into a flying ash and was destroyed in both body and soul. Li Feng. Miao Yuan let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes spewing fire like an enraged beast. He had never imagined that this person would attack him right away, and even kill him right in front of him. This was completely not putting Miao Yuan in his eyes. However, deep within Miao Yuan's eyes, there was a faint hint of an intent. Li Feng was not a weakling. He was second only to him in their team. He had been a peak top-level universe lord since tens of thousands of eras ago, and was only a step away from becoming a god of quasi-universe. Even he would have to put in a lot of effort to suppress Li Feng, let alone kill him so easily. This man's strength was far more terrifying than his. It was very likely that he was at the top rank, or even ultimate quasi-cosmic god. "We are from the Imperial Advisor's Mansion. Aren't you afraid that you will offend the Imperial Advisor's Mansion if you act so ruthlessly?" C-2474 Return the Empire of True Mystery, Wanlong Cave. Miao Yuan's eyes were red as he stared at Yang Fann. It seemed like Yang Fann would never give up until Yang Fann gave him an explanation. Although Yang Fann's strength was far above his, possibly at the high level, top level, or even ultimate quasi-cosmic gods. But so what? They came from Imperial Advisor's Mansion, and with Eternal Saint Master supporting them, he didn't believe that this guy would dare to continue killing them. Did he really think that anyone could provoke the Imperial Advisor's Mansion? Of course, the most important thing was that Miao Yuan was confident in his own strength. Not to mention ultimate quasi-cosmic god, even if he was a great perfection quasi-universe god. With his cultivation base and strength, even though he was far from being a match for ultimate quasi-cosmic god, he was confident that he could escape with his life if he wanted to. A god of quasi-universe was not so easy to kill. Apart from the high and mighty god of the universe, there were very few things in the mysterious brilliant continent that could threaten his life. However, it was obvious that Miao Yuan had made a mistake. Not to mention a god of quasi-universe like him, even Yang Fann did not know how many true universe gods he had killed. "You still dare to threaten me? You are courting death." The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. In an instant, Miao Yuan was just like Li Feng from before. He didn't even have the time to scream before his entire body shattered into pieces and turned into a flying ash. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Miao Yuan had once stood here. Ah, Lord Miao Yuan. The other 7 top-level universe lord from the Imperial Advisor's Mansion all let out heart-wrenching wails, as if they had lost their parents. Dead, dead. Lord Miao Yuan died just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. Lord Miao Yuan was middle-rank quasi-universe god. Even the master of Imperial Advisor's Mansion, Eternal Saint Master, wouldn't dare to say it. With just one look, he could instantly kill Lord Miao Yuan. Dream on, we must be dreaming. Yun Yu and the others behind Yang Fann were not in a good state either. Although they had some guesses, Yang Fann was most likely a god of quasi-universe, and he was also a top-tier expert among the gods of quasi-universe. His strength was far above the patriarch of their Yun family, but they never thought that he would be able to use such a terrifying technique. That was the gold thread expert of Imperial Advisor's Mansion, and at the very least, it was low-rank quasi-universe god, who was the same as the patriarch of the Yun family. Universe god, Senior is definitely a universe god. No wonder he was able to take out so many dragon heart fruits so easily. Dragon heart fruits and quasi-universe gods were treasures, but in the eyes of a true universe god, they were just good treasures. Hiss. Our luck. Really, it's really. At this moment, Yun Yu and the others had no idea how to describe it. To pick up a random person at the edge of Wanlong Cave, it would be a universe god expert. Was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? If this was spread out, who would believe it, and who would dare to believe it? Boom! Yang Fann's cold wooden pipe turned and landed on the 7 top-level universe lord from Imperial Advisor's mansion. Hong Long. In an instant, the 7 top-level universe lord warriors' bodies stiffened, and their hearts started beating violently, as if they were going to jump out of their chests. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down from their foreheads. It's true, Lord Miao Yuan really did it. Spare us, Lord Miao Yuan. Spare us. All of this is Miao Yuan's fault. It has nothing to do with us. Get lost. After a slight pause, Yang Fann coldly shouted. A group of ants that were not even gods of quasi-universe could not raise Yang Fann's desire to attack. If it wasn't for Miao Yuan's reckless action of protecting his own face and saying a few words, and then leaving with his people, Yang Fann wouldn't have bothered with them. Phew. Thank you, my lord, for not killing me. Thank you, lord, for not killing me. This lowly one will scram now. The 7 top-level universe lord felt as if they had been pardoned from a great punishment. All of them immediately ran away, as if they were deeply afraid that Yang Fann would go back on his word. Senior. Yun Yu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. There would be endless troubles in the future. As a universe god, Senior, as long as Eternal Saint Master's head wasn't squeezed by the door, it was impossible for him to seek revenge from a universe god because of a divine god of quasi-universe and a top-level universe lord. Otherwise, he would really tear apart all pretenses of cordiality with a universe god. Even someone as strong as the Imperial Advisor's mansion would be in deep trouble. However, the Yun family of the Blue Cloud Palace was different. Although they were the #1 overlord of the Blue Cloud Palace in the 160 provinces of the Empire of True Mystery, the true ruler of the Blue Cloud Palace, when compared to the gigantic Imperial Advisor's mansion, the Yun family was nothing, especially the patriarch of the Yun family. Under the heavy injuries of the only divine god in the quasi-universe, he casually mobilized an intermediate and high-rank quasi-universe god. They would be able to wipe out their Yun family from this world. The Imperial Advisor's mansion couldn't do anything to their senior. They might not be able to vent their anger on the Yun family because of this, and they might even vent their anger on the Yun family. At that time, the consequences would be disastrous. Hiss. Yun Yu didn't dare to continue thinking about it. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he made her swallow them. It was already their greatest fortune that Senior was able to protect them all the way, and even gave them the dragon heart fruit. What right did she have to ask Senior to do this? Don't worry, if that Imperial Advisor's mansion dares to take revenge on you, I'll deal with it myself. Seeing through Yun Yu and the others' worries, Yang Fann chuckled. It was not his style to make others take the blame for the trouble he had caused. I don't have a place to stay. I am temporarily lacking a place to stay. Miss Yun Yu, can you arrange a place for me? Since he had promised to help Yun family resolve the possible revenge of the Imperial Advisor's mansion, he might as well stay in the Yun family. Anyway, he would be staying in the Qiao universe for a long period of time. Yang Fann wouldn't leave the Qiao universe until his injuries were fully healed and the chaotic divine power in his body was completely wiped out. A mere intermediate acquired universe wasn't something he could take a fancy to. It was the same no matter where he lived. Ah, Senior, you. Yun Yu lost his voice and looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. This happiness came too suddenly, and it made her feel as if she had fallen into a dream. If a universe god could live in their Yun family, at that time, what other powers would dare to provoke their Yun family? Even the Imperial family and Imperial Advisor's mansion had to respect the Yun family. The current predicament of the Yun family was nothing to them. As long as they let out a little bit of news, not only would the powers that targeted them no longer dare to target the Yun family, they would also prepare a generous gift in hopes of getting the Yun family's forgiveness. Miss Yun Yu, could it be that there are some difficulties? No, Senior, there is no difficulty. There is no difficulty, Yun Yu hurriedly said. What kind of joke was this? This was a universe god, their mysterious brilliant continent's expert. Many powers, a good thing that could not even be obtained in tens of millions of eras, only fools would push it out. Not to mention that there were no difficulties, even if there were, the Yun family would sell everything they had to overcome the difficulties. This was the opportunity for the Yun family to rise. Miss Yun Yu, Do you have anything else you want to find? If not, let's go back. The environment of Wanlong Cave wasn't that good. Besides, there weren't any treasures that could attract his attention. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to devour the death curse seal as soon as possible, Yang Fann wouldn't have stayed here. There's no more. Senior, let's go back now. Yang Fann's words were exactly what Yun Yu wanted. The dragon heart fruit had already been obtained. She couldn't wait to return to Yun family and save her father. The sooner her father recovered, the better it would be for the Yun family. Furthermore, even with the presence of Yang Fann, the universe god, Yun Yu still felt a little uneasy. In Wanlong Cave, there was also the dragon god, and there was even more than one of them. When she thought about the scene of her first encounter with Yang Fann, it made her heart beat even faster. She was like a corpse lying in a sinkhole, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. As a universe god, even if she thought about it with her toes, she knew that she wouldn't have the hobby of playing dead. Obviously, he was heavily injured by someone, and in Wanlong Cave, the answer was obvious: to be able to severely injure a universe god. If those few dragon gods were drawn out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Phew, he's gone. That monster is finally gone. Woo woo woo. It scared the old dragon to death. A middle-level universe god, that monster was definitely a middle-level universe god, or perhaps even stronger. Hiss. When did my Qiao universe produce such an ultimate expert? C-2475 Ambush the Empire of True Mystery, Wanlong Cave, Dragon God Cave. This was the core of Wanlong Cave, the holy land of countless dragon clan. Many dragon clans' lifelong wish was to have a chance to enter Dragon God Cave once. This was none other than the place where the two great dragon gods were cultivating. However, at this moment, in the Wanlong Cave, the two great dragon gods looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and fear. Terrifying, that monster was truly terrifying to the extreme. Just its aura alone was enough to suppress them to the point of being unable to catch their breath, causing them to be unable to summon any resistance thoughts. In front of that person, these two great dragon gods were not much stronger than that lowly ant on the ground. They had a feeling, if that person was willing to kill them. That was just a thought. Not only them, but also the mysterious brilliant continent. The other universe gods were the same. Between the two of them, there were two life forms. It was their godfather, the master of Qiao universe, the resurrection of the Qiao universe god. They were probably far from being a match for that monster. A middle-level universe god was at least a middle-level universe god. Even the legendary high-level universe god was not impossible. He is definitely not a person of my Qiao universe, and I don't know what his background is, or why he appeared in my Qiao universe. Ordinary living beings didn't know. As universe gods in the highest grade Qiao universes in Qiao universe, they knew very well that outside of Qiao universe, there was a vast chaos and countless universes. In Qiao universe, acquired life was restricted by the heaven's will. Quasi-middle-level universe god was their limit. It was impossible for a middle-level universe god to be born, let alone an existence that surpassed the middle-level universe god. I wonder what this man thinks about our Qiao universe. If he has any evil thoughts. The consequences. The consequences. The two dragon gods no longer dared to think any further. In front of an ultimate expert that surpassed their godfather, the power of all the gods in the universe was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If that person wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of a wave of his hand. Forget it, it was pointless to think about it. If it really doesn't work, we'll leave the dragon's bloodline and leave Qiao universe. We can't afford to offend them, but we can't even hide from them. The 10,000 dragon lineage isn't considered a powerful force in the boundless primal chaos, but they aren't considered weak either. Apart from the two dragon gods, there were also 86 divine dragon king from quasi-universe, who were comparable to a top-level universe Lord Dragon King. More than 1,000 people, including the other high, intermediate, and low-grade universe lord, there were even more of them. There were millions of them. If they were placed in some small-sized chaos regions, it would be enough for them to become a top-grade god race, and they would be able to dominate the world. Even in the middle-sized chaos domain, they were not a small force. As long as they were not too high-profile and occupied a few high-grade universes, hundreds of thousands of intermediate and low-grade universes would not be a problem. Yang Fann had no idea that the spiritual consciousness that he had exploded out in order to search for the dragon heart fruit had scared the two dragon gods of the Wanlong Cave into thinking of moving out of the Qiao universe. After leaving the Wanlong Cave, Yang Fann rode on the supreme flying treasure of Yun Yu and the others, heading towards the Yun family of the Blue Cloud Palace. The strength of the Yun family was limited. The strongest person was low-rank quasi-universe god. Naturally, he didn't have any good treasures with him. The supreme flying treasure underneath his feet was just a top-tier original treasure. It was also a top-grade substandard original treasure. Not to mention comparing its speed to Feng Yuntian Pan, even the glazed celestial boat that Yang Fann rode on when he left the Morning Star Alliance was thousands of times slower. It was barely comparable to top-ranked top-level Universe Lord's speed. This was the flying treasure that ranked second in the Yun family, second only to the master of the Yun family. If it wasn't for the fact that the sisters were the daughter of Yun family's master, any other disciple of the Yun family wouldn't have the qualifications to use the Flowing Cloud Sky Shuttle. The Wanlong Cave was located in the Myriad Dragon Prefecture, one of the 38 prefectures in the eastern part of the Empire of True Mystery. The Blue Cloud Palace where the Yun family was located was one of the 26 prefectures in the southern part of the Empire of True Mystery. There were 8 big prefectures in between. It was more than 1 billion light years. With the speed of the Flowing Cloud Heavenly Shuttle, it would take about a year to get to the Blue Cloud Palace from the Myriad Dragon Prefecture. However, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have the slightest intention of bringing the people of the Yun family back to the Yun family. He had already prepared to stay in the mysterious brilliant continent for a long time. Given his current recovery speed, it would be impossible for him to fully recover without hundreds of billions of years of light and yin. A mere year was nothing to him. Very quickly, half a year's time passed and the Flowing Cloud Heavenly Shuttle entered Navy Tide Manor. Just like Blue Cloud Palace, Kanglin Prefecture was also one of the 26 major prefectures in the southern part of the Empire of True Mystery. It was only separated from Blue Cloud Palace by a single manor, the Lanlin Prefecture. They would arrive at Blue Cloud Palace in a month's time at most. Rumble. Suddenly, streams of dazzling divine light burst forth from all directions, shooting into the sky. Light pillars, piercing through the heavens and earth. Roar. Roar, chirp chirp. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix, the roar of a tiger and the roar of a turtle, reverberated through the air. The azure dragons, vermilion birds, white tigers, and black tortoises that were over 30 million meters tall suddenly appeared, and they swept through the heavens and the earth. The terrifying might of the divine beast surged like a tide, and they transformed into a spatial cage that completely sealed the area within 1 trillion kilometers of the Skycloud shuttle. Swish swish invisibly, it was as if there were countless chains of laws that tore through space and wrapped around the Skycloud shuttle, causing its speed to drop to the lowest point. Flowing Cloud Heavenly Shuttle, Master Control Room. Miss, not good, there's an ambush. Yun Ming's expression changed, and he cried out in alarm. Uncle Ming, it's fine. I would like to see who dares to plot against us. Yun Yu's expression was calm, as if he didn't put the ambush in his eyes at all. Today was different from the past. There was still a great god sitting in their Flowing Cloud Heavenly Shuttle. As long as it wasn't a universe god, with a senior present, they could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. And a universe god personally ambushing them, was that possible? That would be too much of a praise for them. Even her father, the patriarch of the Yun family, did not have the qualifications to cause the universe god to personally make a move, let alone a junior like them. To be able to attract a quasi-universe god was already a sign of respect for them. Hearing this, Yun Ming also reacted. Now was not the time to come. What he should be worried about was the person lying in ambush, not them. Eldest Miss is right, I was too nervous. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, waves of terrifying top-level Universe Lord pressure descended from the sky and swept towards the Flowing Cloud Heavenly Shuttle. The next second, Poochie, the void started twisting. A team of 5 appeared in the sky above the Flowing Cloud Heavenly Shuttle. All of them were top-level Universe Lord warriors. The strongest one was even stronger than Yun Ming. He was a peak top-level Universe Lord warrior. He's from the Wang family of Hidden Moon Mansion. With just a glance, Yun Yu recognized the identities of the 5 men. His eyes instantly shone with hatred. Hidden Moon Prefecture was a large prefecture adjacent to Blue Cloud Palace, and the Wang family was the #1 family in Hidden Moon Prefecture. Just like the Yun family, it was also one of the 36 top families in the Empire of True Mystery. Their ranking was even higher than the Yun family, and it was much higher. They were almost in the top 20, and there were 2 deities of the quasi-universe. According to the legends, the old ancestor of the Wang family was a middle-rank quasi-universe god. It was even said that he had already stepped into the high-rank quasi-universe god realm. When her father was at his peak, the Wang family of Hidden Moon Prefecture would still be wary of the Yun family. Although they had always wanted to annex the Blue Cloud Palace, they had always been on a small scale, secretly infiltrating the Blue Cloud Palace. However, along with her father's severe injuries, he had not shown himself for a long time. The Wang family of Hidden Moon Prefecture had gradually lost their fear. Now, they were directly seizing it by force. In the vast Blue Cloud Palace, almost half of the people had already changed owners and fallen into the hands of the Wang family. Almost every year, there were cities under the jurisdiction of Yun family that were annexed by the Wang family. As for the disciples of the Yun family, there were countless of them who fell in the hands of the Wang family. It was not an exaggeration to say that these two families were mortal enemies. Little girl from the Yun family, you told me to wait patiently. One of the Wang family's 5 elders, who was at the limit of top-level universe lord, took a step forward and stepped onto the path of cultivation. What? They've been waiting for us for a long time. How is this possible? Yun Yu's beautiful eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. One should know that this trip to the Wanlong cave to search for the dragon's heart fruit was a huge secret. In the entire Yun family, besides her father, there was only one person who knew about it. Could it be? Could it be? No, impossible, this is impossible. Grandpa Hai is completely loyal to my father. It's impossible. Little girl from the Yun family, today you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Don't struggle for no reason. Just surrender obediently. C. 2476 Senior helped the Empire of True Mystery, Kanglan Prefecture, on top of a mountain range. The Wang family's great elder, Old Wang, looked down at the flowing cloud heavenly shuttle from above. His eyes seemed to see through everything, staring straight at the Yun family sisters in the master control room. His voice was high and mighty, as if victory was within his grasp. Today, the Yun family sisters would have no way to escape even if they had wings. The surrounding space had already been completely sealed by the 4 symbols heaven locking formation. No one in the quasi-universe could break through the seal of the 4 symbols heaven locking formation. And with the strength of the 5 elders, suppressing the Yun family sisters was a piece of cake. Apart from him, who was a peak top-level universe lord, there were 4 other elders. One of them was top-ranked top-level universe lord, while the other 2 were the master of the highest universe. The weakest one was also a quasi-the master of the highest universe who had stepped into the master of the highest universe's realm. On the other hand, the man from the Yun family. Apart from Yun Ming, they were slightly afraid of him. The rest of them were just a group of weak high-level universe lord warriors. Any one of them could easily suppress them. With the Yun family sisters, he wasn't afraid that the Yun family wouldn't yield. Although the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Yi, was also a beautiful woman with many wives and concubines, he had suffered a Dao injury in his early years, causing him to have very few children. Up until now, he only had 2 daughters from the Yun family. Yun Yi had always held these 2 girls in his hands, fearing that they would fall to the ground and melt in his mouth. He was really pampering them to the extreme. In Yun Yi's heart, the status of Yun Yu and Yun Lei was no less than that of the entire Yun family. As long as he could successfully take down the Yun family in the Blue Cloud Palace, the Wang family of Hidden Moon City would surely rise along with the tide. Their ranking among the 36 top families in the Empire of True Mystery would have to be shifted a little. The Empire of True Mystery was one of the 36 top families. There weren't many families that could control the 2 prefectures, not even half of them. Perhaps, he could also take the opportunity to break through the bottleneck and become the 3rd quasi-universe god of the Wang family. From 80,000 eras ago, he had successfully broken through to the limit of top-level universe lord. Now, he was only a turning point away from the god of quasi-universe. You want us to surrender without putting up a fight? With just you? Yun Yu's beautiful eyes turned and revealed a hint of disdain. If it was before, with the strength of the 5 elders of the Wang family and the 4 symbols god-locking formation, they would never have been able to escape. However, it was different now. There was a senior here. Don't say it. It was just that the Wang family's 5 elders, even the Wang family's 2 old ancestors arriving together, were all meat buns beating dogs, unable to return alive. Little girl from the Yun family, you really won't shed tears until you see your coffin. Elders, let's attack together. A hint of anger flashed across Wang Ping's eyes. He said coldly, but at the end, he added, right, don't hurt the sisters of the Yun family. If he was angry at the other people of Yun family, then so be it. However, the sisters of Yun family were the precious treasures of Yun Yi, old ghost. If anything were to happen to them, he would have to fight them to the death. The thought of a quasi-universe god seeking revenge with his life on the line was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even if he was seriously injured, he still had the confidence to drag a quasi-universe god along with him if he risked his life at all costs. Currently, their Wang family had only occupied less than 3 levels of the Blue Cloud Palace. They hadn't fully occupied the entire Blue Cloud Palace, but they were still afraid that Yun Yi would put everything on the line and fight to the death. If they were severely injured because of this, and even dragged an old ancestor along with them, then their Wang family would suffer a great loss. Right at this moment, Yun Lei, the second young lady of the Yun family, suddenly burst into tears. "Ah, help senior, help, someone was bullying Lei senior, someone was bullying Lei." The 5 elders of the Wang clan, who were just about to make their move, frowned. Faintly, a trace of unease arose in their hearts. It was as though some unknown matter was about to descend upon them. Could it be that there's something hidden in the Yun family? No, how is this possible? With that person here, we are very clear about the situation in the Yun family. There is no way that there are any hidden experts. Or is this girl from the Yun family trying to mystify us? Yun Tiansuo, in an exquisite guest room. Yang Fann did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was really an actor. She was crying loudly, but it wasn't raining. There wasn't even a trace of tears in her eyes. Compared to the eldest miss, Yun Yu, who was respectful and polite to him, Yang Fann preferred this second miss, Yun Lei, to face Yun Lei. Yang Fann always had the feeling of seeing his cousin Luo Jiawei and the others. She was just as eccentric and naive. In just half a year's time, Yang Fann had pampered Yun Lei a little. Now, Yun Lei even dared to joke with Yang Fann, or even play a little prank on him. The next second, a slightly mocking voice drifted out from within the flowing cloud heavenly shuttle. "You actually dared to bully our second miss. Truly audacious, who is it?" Wang Ping's heart shook. His spiritual sense had already enveloped the entire flowing cloud heavenly shuttle. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone in the flowing cloud heavenly shuttle that could hide from his spiritual sense. However, he didn't find out who was talking. The person who spoke was probably not weaker than him, or even stronger than him. "My Hidden Moon Mansion's Wang clan's great elder, Wang Ping, you really want to fight with my Wang clan?" Only, before Wang Ping could finish speaking, Wang family's 5 great elders' bodies directly collapsed, turning into flying ashes. A group of small native families, the most powerful of them not even comparable to quasi-universe's deities, really didn't know where they got their confidence from, actually daring to threaten me. Ah, they're all dead, all of them are dead. Even though he had seen it more than once, this kind of method that could turn people into ashes without making any sound, Yun Yu and the others couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air at this moment. They were all top-level Universe Lord warriors. Especially that Wang family's great elder, Wang Ping, who was known as the 3rd person in the Wang family. He was one of the 160 big prefectures in the Empire of True Mystery, and all of them were top-level Universe Lord warriors. He had a great reputation. The Universe God was the Universe God. Divine abilities and techniques are beyond our imagination. The next second, Yun Yu looked at Yun Lei with a hint of envy. She could clearly feel that although Yang Fann was friendly to her, it was far from being as intimate as being with her little sister. There was a senior pampering her little sister. In the future, her little sister would be able to do whatever she wanted in the Empire of True Mystery. Even the princess of the royal family was not as respectable as his little sister. There were hundreds or thousands of princesses in the Empire of True Mystery, and there were only a few that could be doted on by true profound emperor. However, she would never dare to act like her little sister and play around in front of her senior. Sometimes, being too sensible was not a good thing. Hidden Moon Prefecture, Hidden Moon City. This was the capital of Hidden Moon Mansion, the #1 city in Hidden Moon Mansion. It was also where the Wang family's old nest was located. After nearly 200,000 eras of management by the Wang family, the entire Hidden Moon City could be said to be impregnable. Even some high-rank quasi-universe god who wanted to take advantage of their Hidden Moon City might have a nose full of dust. Wang family, Divine Hall of Souls. This was the place where all direct descendants of the Wang family placed their natal soul lamps. Divine Hall of Souls, 8th layer. The top-level Universe Lord soul lamps of the Wang family were placed here. There were a total of 37 eighth layers in the huge eighth layer. They were like scorching suns that illuminated the entire eighth layer. Bang bang suddenly, 5 of the soul lamps shattered with a loud bang. Arg! The soul lamps of the Grand Elder and the others shattered number. How could this be? How could the Great Elder and the others possibly? Quickly, inform Family Lord and Family Lord. Dong dong dong. Very quickly, a long bell sound rang out from within the Soul Hall, engulfing the entire Wang family. The entire Wang family was shaken. The elders who were in secluded cultivation all broke out of their seclusion, and even the 2 divine ancestors of quasi-universe were startled. Every elder was a mainstay of the Wang family. In the past, the death of one elder was a huge matter. Furthermore, 5 elders had fallen in one go, especially Great Elder Wang Ping. This was their Wang family's 3rd person, second only to the 2 old ancestors' supreme expert. His fall was enough to shake their Wang family's foundation. Just what is going on? How could Great Elder and the others possibly fall? The Great Elder and the others are here to kill the Yun family sisters. Could it be that old man Yun Yi is the one who killed them? No, that's impossible. Old man Yun Yi has been staying in the residence of Yun all this time. He has never left the residence of Yun. Besides, with the strength of the Great Elder and the others, although they aren't a match for old man Yun Yi, they are determined to leave. Old man Yun Yi will never leave them behind. If it isn't old man Yun Yi, who else could it be? The only person who can make the Great Elder and the others unable to escape is the god of Quasi-Universe. As for the god of Quasi-Universe, he is the only one who has shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Yun family. No matter who did it, elders, if there's nothing important, it's better that you don't leave the family. Otherwise, that thief will find an opportunity to take advantage of you. C-2477 arrived the Empire of True Mystery, Hidden Moon Prefecture, Hidden Moon City, Wang family. For a moment, it was as if the wind was howling and the crane was alarmed. The entire Wang family seemed to be filled with an indescribable pressure. 5 elders. That was a total of 5 elders. There were only a few elders in the entire Wang family, but only 37 of them. Especially these 5 elders, they weren't ordinary elders. The weakest of them was a quasi the master of the highest universe. Amongst all the elders, he was ranked in the top 20. Not to mention the Great Elder, Wang Ping. This was the 3rd elder of the Wang family. This loss was truly too great. Ever since their Wang family was established, close to 200,000 eras, they had never suffered such a great loss. This was already enough to shake their Wang family's foundation. The most terrifying thing was that until now, they still didn't know who their opponent was. The enemies on the surface weren't scary, but the terrifying ones were the poisonous snakes hiding in the shadows. They didn't even know who that enemy was, so what was there to plan and deal with? There was even less of a need to talk about revenge, avenging Wang Ping and the 5 great elders. Now, the only thing he could do was to try his best to shrink the power of the Wang clan, especially the elders. If there was no need, he must not leave the Wang clan or the Hidden Moon Mansion, lest he give the Dark Hand an opportunity. The Black Hand was able to kill 5 elders in one go, so one could only imagine how terrifying its strength was. Apart from the 2 divine old masters of Quasi-Universe, none of the other elders were confident that they could survive the attack of the Dark Hand. As the Wang family's forces shrank, they didn't have much strength left. They continued to target the Yun family in the Blue Cloud Palace, giving the Yun family a rare chance to catch their breath. All these years, as the Wang family entered the Blue Cloud Palace on a large scale, the Yun family was almost suffocated by the pressure. They could only step back step by step. Family Lord was severely injured. Without the help of the Quasi-Universe God, the disciples of Yun family did not have much confidence to fight against the Wang family. Among these top forces, the true opponent was still the Quasi-Universe's divine God. The expert of the rest of the family members was secondary. Soon, another month passed. Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City. Originally, it was an ordinary big city in Blue Cloud Palace. In the entire Blue Cloud Palace, among the tens of thousands of cities, it was only able to squeeze into the top 100. At that time, the Yun family was just as weak. It could barely be considered a first-class family in the Blue Cloud Palace, the strongest in the family. It was just a top-level Universe Lord, and it was also a low-ranked top-level Universe Lord. He was only a second-grade high-level Universe Lord, and he wouldn't exceed the number of hands he had. In the entire Blue Cloud Palace, there were many powers stronger than the Yun family. There weren't 100 families. There were also 80 families. However, with the birth of the Yun family's patriarch, Yun Yi, all of this had undergone a tremendous change. Yun Yi had successfully broken through to the top-level Universe Lord in less than 1,000 top-level Universe Lords. After that, he led the Yun family and rose to power. He swept through everything in his path, and finally, 60,000 eras ago, he had successfully broken through to the god realm of quasi-universe and unified the entire Blue Cloud Palace. He allowed the Yun family to squeeze into the ranks of the 36 top families into the Empire of True Mystery, and as the price continued to increase, the Blue Cloud City had expanded again and again, and now it had become the capital of Blue Cloud Palace, the biggest city in the Blue Cloud Palace. Even in the Empire of True Mystery, it was a famous city. The entire Blue Cloud City, which spanned 80 million miles, was surrounded by thick and solid city walls that were tens of thousands of meters tall and thousands of meters thick. Countless Yun families were carved into the walls by the expert of Yun family. The talisman was a top-level Universe Lord. Even a full-fledged attack would not be able to leave a 3-meter deep hole in the wall. As for those formations and divine seals, once they were activated, even a god from the quasi-universe might suffer a great loss if they were not careful. The Yun family would not be careless when it came to their own lair. However, at this moment, in the entire Blue Cloud City, from the disciples of the Yun family to the ordinary people, all of their faces revealed a sense of melancholy and oppression. The news of the Yun family's patriarch being severely injured was no longer a secret. Once something bad happened to the Yun family's patriarch, even if the Yun family wasn't completely destroyed, it wouldn't be any better. As the newly risen top families, the Yun family's foundation was limited. To a large extent, it was all because of the support of the Yun family patriarch, Yun Yi. If the Yun family was destroyed, no egg would be left behind. As citizens of the Yun family, how could they have any good results? Blue Cloud City, residence of Yun, a large public square. A stream of light descended from the sky, revealing a 7-story ship that was tens of thousands of meters long. Eldest Miss, Second Miss, return to the residence. Eldest Miss, Second Miss, return to the residence. Eldest Miss, Second Miss will return to the residence. Soon, the entire residence of Yun became noisy. This 7-story ship was none other than the Flowing Cloud Heavenly Shuttle. After a month, the Skycloud Shuttle had finally arrived at the Blue Cloud City. Blue Cloud Palace, Yun family. Yang Fann casually looked around. Although the Yun family was much weaker compared to the spiritual Martial Palace in the Morning Star Alliance, there was no comparison at all. Not to mention his Chaos Treasure Palaces. However, it was considered pretty good for a small force that only had one low-rank quasi-universe god. The entire Yun family and the palaces were filled with hidden secrets. All the palaces had formed a divine formation. With the protection of this formation, even high-rank quasi-universe god would have to pay a price if he was not careful. In less than a breath's time, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the square. A group of high-ranking officials from the Yun family hurried over. Leading them was an old man who wore a light green robe. He had white hair and a youthful face. He looked like a transcendent being. His cultivation base had already reached the limit of top-level Universe Lord. Compared to the Wang family's great elder, who was killed by Yang Fann, he wasn't any weaker. The Yun family's chief steward, Hai Yun. He was the most trusted subordinate of the Yun family's patriarch, Yun Yi. He had gone through countless life and death situations with Yun Yi. Even the two young ladies, Yun Yu and Yun Lei, had grown up under Yun Hai's care. Their status in the Yun family was only lower than the Yun family's patriarch, Yun Yi, and the two young ladies. Compared to the top-level Universe Lord elders of the Yun family, they were at least half a grade higher. Will it really be Grandpa Hai? Looking at Yun Hai and the others who were rushing over, a trace of confusion flashed across Yun Yu's eyes. The only ones who knew where they were her father, Yun Yi and Hai Yun. Even many disciples of the Yun family didn't know that they had left the residence of Yun. Naturally, her father, Yun Yi, wouldn't reveal their whereabouts. However, Yun Yu didn't want to believe that the person who leaked the secret was Yun Hai. The two sisters had been watching Yun Hai grow up. Yun Hai had stayed by their side for a longer period of time than their father, Yun Hai. In their hearts, Yun Hai was their grandfather. No, It can't be Grandpa Hai. Grandpa Hai is loyal to my father, it definitely won't be him. Maybe, our whereabouts are unknown and we were coincidentally seen by the Wang family. Wang family's spies were everywhere in Blue Cloud Palace. Even in Blue Cloud City and even residents of Yun, there were countless people who were bribed by Wang family. If one wasn't careful, he would be seen by those aconite and reported to the Wang family. This wasn't impossible. That's right, that must be the case. How could Grandpa Hai do that? In the time it takes to breathe, Yun Hai had already brought the people of Yun family to Yun Yu's side. He looked at Yun Yu with a hopeful expression. Eldest miss, you have all returned. I wonder if you have found that dragon heart fruit. What? Eldest miss and the others are actually looking for the dragon heart fruit. In an instant, the hearts of the Yun family's higher-ups behind Yun Hai trembled. They looked at Yun Yu and the others with disbelief. There was no wall in this world that could not be blocked by wind. A few months after Yun Yu and the others left, the higher-ups of Yun family gradually learned about the news of the sisters leaving the prefecture. However, they didn't know exactly what they were going to do. Many of them thought that the two young ladies were suppressing themselves in the prefecture, so they left the city to get some fresh air. One should know that the life of Yun family had been tough all these years, especially the young lady. She had to bear an unknown amount of pressure. She had never expected that she would carry them on her back to search for the healing holy herb, the dragon heart fruit. The next second, all the higher-ups of Yun family focused their attention on Yun Yu. There was a trace of apprehension, nervousness, and desire in their eyes. Eldest miss, I wonder what the dragon's heart fruit is. C-2478 Have you forgotten about that person? The Empire of True Mystery, Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Yun family. All the elders of Yun family looked at Yun Yu with hopeful eyes, although they didn't think that their young miss would be able to bring back the dragon heart fruit. The dragon heart fruit tree was a supreme treasure of the dragon clan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was clan-suppressing treasure. With the protection of the dragon king of the dragon clan, even if family lord wasn't injured. If they wanted to bring back a dragon heart fruit successfully, they wouldn't need more than a layer of it. The strongest amongst them was only a quasi-top-grade universe lord. It was too difficult to take back a dragon's heart fruit. There was almost no hope at all. However, everything was an exception. What if eldest miss and the others were lucky enough to obtain a dragon's heart fruit? Currently, the Yun family was in grave danger. Lord family lord's injuries wouldn't last long. If it wasn't for the dragon heart fruit, he would have died from severe injuries if he didn't have it. Once family lord fell, what awaited Yun family would be. Just thinking about it made people despair. The best outcome would be to submit to Wang family and become their vassal. It was very likely that the Wang family would be uprooted by the roots and completely annihilated in Time-Long River. The conflict between the Yun family and the Wang family had lasted for tens of thousands of eras. It was extremely difficult to resolve the grudge between the two families. This dragon heart fruit could be said to be the last hope of the Yun family. Grandpa Hai, don't worry. This time, our luck is pretty good. We have received the help of a benefactor. I've already obtained the dragon's heart fruit. Yun Yu nodded without hiding anything. He spoke frankly, just now. If he was still worried that the news of the dragon's heart fruit would be leaked, it would cause some forces, especially the Wang clan, to take a risk. Even with the help of the dragon's heart fruit, her father wanted to recover completely. However, right now, she had completely lost this concern. With a senior guarding the Yun family, it would be courting death if those demons and devils dared to plot against the Yun family. What? Did you really get the dragon's heart fruit? This, I'm not dreaming, am I? Milady, are you sure it's really the dragon's heart fruit? Upon hearing this, the hearts of the upper echelons of Yun family trembled. They didn't expect that the miracle would really happen. However, most of them were still skeptical. Did the young lady really bring the dragon's heart fruit back? Or did she deliberately say this in order to calm the hearts of the people? If a top-grade divine fruit like the dragon heart fruit was really that easy to obtain, they would have already brought it over for family lord a long time ago. There was no need to drag it out until now. There was nothing they could do about it. Elders, this is the dragon's heart fruit. Buzz. A blood-red light flashed, and a dragon heart fruit appeared in Yun Yu's hand. Ah, dragon heart fruit, it really is a dragon heart fruit. It can't be wrong. It's exactly the same as what was recorded. It's no different from a dragon's heart fruit. Ha 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 ha. Good God bless my Yun family, God bless my Yun family, Lord is saved, Lord family, Lord is saved. In an instant, the entire square turned into a sea of joy. All the upper echelons of Yun family were extremely excited. As long as Lord family Lord could recover from his injuries, the current difficulties wouldn't be a big deal. Lord family Lord would definitely be able to lead them and defeat all of them. At most, they would lose some of their benefits. The deterrence of a god from quasi-universe was no joke. Even if the Wang family was given 3 more guts, they wouldn't dare to force the Yun family. This time, we were able to bring back the dragon's heart fruit smoothly, all thanks to Senior's help. Without Senior, not to mention getting the dragon's heart fruit, we would even have to stay in Wanlong Cave with our lives. While speaking, Yun Yu introduced Yang Fann to the higher-ups of Yun family. Many thanks for Senior's help. I, Kang Union, will never forget Senior's great kindness. However, if you have any orders in the future, I, Kang Union, will remember them. I will not hesitate to go up the mountain of swords and sea of fire. When the people of Yun family heard this, they all stepped forward and expressed their gratitude to Yang Fann. All of them were so grateful that they almost knelt down in front of Yang Fann. This dragon heart fruit had saved their entire Yun family. Yang Fann gently nodded his head in response to the people of Yun family. However, he found it funny in his heart. If he really relied on the Yun family to go through hell and water for him, his life would be over. Is the person who leaked the secret Grandpa Hai? Yun Yu was unwilling to believe it. It was Yun Hai who leaked the information to the Wang family and betrayed them. However, his rationality kept making her look at Yun Hai. It seemed like she hadn't found any flaws at all. Everything was normal. However, it didn't take long for Yun Yu to temporarily suppress the doubt in his heart. Sooner or later, that person would give himself away. The most important thing right now was to arrange a place for Senior to live in that would satisfy him. She didn't forget what she promised Yang Fann in Wanlong Cave. Furthermore, she had to do it the best she could. Although, in the past year, her little sister had gotten along well with her senior, and judging from the way her senior treated her, it didn't mean that they would be able to slow down their relationship with their senior. If they really made their senior unhappy because of this, she would become a sinner of the Yun family, and she wouldn't be able to feel at ease for the rest of her life. Very quickly, Yang Fann moved into the best palace in the Yun family. At the same time, Yun Yu also chose the best batch of maids to serve Yang Fann. Each of them was devastatingly beautiful. Many of them were even from the Yun family. Most importantly, they were all Yun Ying's unmarried wives. Furthermore, each and every one of them was using all of their abilities to serve Yang Fann. As long as Yang Fann was willing, he could enjoy them anytime and anywhere. In order to curry favor with Yang Fann, who was a universe god, Yun Yu had put in a lot of effort. Even Yun Yu himself felt a little bit of fear. The other clansmen were not clear about it. Senior's true strength, at most, could only be regarded as a quasi-universe god. She was very clear about it herself. That was the supreme god of the universe. It wouldn't be unacceptable to her if she could become the woman of a god of the universe. Furthermore, the senior had saved her life. She was the great benefactor of Yun family. It was perfectly normal for children of aristocratic families like them to get married through marriage. Hidden Moon Prefecture, Hidden Moon City, Wang family. Wang family's patriarch Wang Qi once again gathered all of the Wang family's elders together. Elders, let's take a look. This is the latest information of Yun family. What? That Yun Yu actually found the dragon's heart fruit. Could this information be fake? That's right, family lord, what kind of treasure is the dragon heart fruit? With the little strength of the Yun family sisters, how could they find the dragon heart fruit? Elders, there is no need to doubt. This news is absolutely true. It will definitely not be false. Motherfucker, these Yun family sisters are really lucky they actually managed to find the dragon's heart fruit. Elders, it's too late to talk about it now. The most important thing right now is to talk about what we should do next. That old man Yun Yi has the dragon heart fruit, and he will be able to recover in at most 10,000 years. Once old man Yun Yi recovers from his injuries, it will be very difficult for us to take down the Yun family and Blue Cloud Palace. Family Lord is right. If we really let old man Yun Yi recover from his injuries, all of our plans over the years will be in vain. They would even have to spit out the territory that they had eaten all these years. Yun Yi was not an easy opponent to deal with. He had risen from a small family in a prefecture to become the overlord of a region. He was one of the top 36 families in the Empire of True Mystery. He was not an ordinary person. Although it was only low-rank quasi-universe gods' cultivation base, his true combat strength was no less than middle-rank quasi-universe gods. Even the old ancestor of the Wang family had to be wary of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold their Wang family for such a long time. It was almost impossible for them to gain the upper hand. Family Lord, in my opinion, we should just attack them. With that spy, the Yun family's defensive formation is no different from our Wang family's. If we attack now, we will certainly be able to catch them off guard. Otherwise, it will be too late when that old man Yunyi recovers from his injuries. That's right, Family Lord, what second elder said makes sense. There is no time to lose. We should attack earlier. Many of the elders echoed in agreement. There was no dragon heart fruit. It was the best time to strike after old man Yunyi's death. It was the best time to minimize the losses of their Wang family. However, with the dragon heart fruit, old man Yunyi's injuries were no longer a problem. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for their Wang family. Right at this moment, an elder raised an objection. Everyone, could it be that you have forgotten about that man? With him around, it won't be easy for us to take down the Yun family. Sixth elder, who are you talking about? All the elders looked confused. In the entire Yun family, there was only one Yunyi who could make them feel apprehensive. Everyone, think carefully. Who helped the Yun family sisters bring back the dragon heart fruit? C-2479 Uninvited guest. The Empire of True Mystery, Hidden Moon Prefecture, Hidden Moon City, Wang family. Sixth elder, are you talking about that person? With sixth elder's reminder, the other elders of the Wang family also reacted. They were truly too careless and careless. How could they have forgotten about that person? Currently, Yunyi wasn't the only hindrance to their Wang family. There was also that mysterious expert. If that mysterious expert was determined to stand on the Yun family's side, it would definitely be a hindrance to their Wang family. They couldn't afford to not pay attention to it. They would be able to seize the dragon heart fruit from the Dragon King who guarded the Wanlong cave, and they would also be able to safely evacuate the Wanlong cave with the Yun family sisters. The mysterious expert's strength could be seen from this. It was at least 8 to 9 times stronger, and it was a god of the quasi-universe. At that time, even if they had the help of an insider, they would still have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to take down the Yun family. They would never dare to underestimate the power of the gods of quasi-universe. If the universe god did not appear, the quasi-universe god would be the peak expert of the mysterious brilliant continent. It was the current great sovereign of the Empire of True Mystery. They were all of the same generation. Suddenly, an elder's pupil shrunk, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Family Lord, elders, do you think the death of the great elder is related to this person? Eighth elder, what you mean is that this man has killed the great elder and the others? Needless to say, it must be that person. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? That's right, it must be him who killed the great elder and the others. Very quickly, the group of elders had a flash of inspiration in their heads, and they all came to a realization. With the weak strength of the Yun family sisters, they naturally wouldn't be able to threaten the safety of the great elder and the others. However, if there was an additional quasi-universe god, it would be another concept. Furthermore, no matter how much they thought about it, they could not figure out which god of quasi-universe they had fallen out with besides the Yun family. For no reason, the quasi-universe god wasn't a madman who would kill anyone he saw. How could he suddenly kill the great elder and the others? Besides, the great elder was the one who killed the deities of quasi-universe. They were going to ambush the Yun family sisters, and the god of quasi-universe was in charge of the Yun family sisters. If it wasn't him who killed the great elder and the others, who else could it be? Even so, they didn't say anything to avenge the great elder and the others. Instead, they were all deeply concerned. Great elder only needs one more chance to break through to the god realm of quasi-universe. He can even prevent great elder from escaping. I'm afraid that person's strength is even higher than our estimation. It's very likely that it's a middle-rank quasi-universe god. It was easy for an ordinary low-rank quasi-universe god to defeat great elder, but it was absolutely impossible for him to keep great elder alive. Even if Yunyi's combat strength was comparable to the god of quasi-universe, his chances of making the great elder stay wouldn't exceed 3 levels. Even in middle-rank quasi-universe god's place, he was not a weakling. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. A middle-rank quasi-universe god and a half-crippled Yun Yi. In terms of combat strength, they weren't much weaker than the Wang family. Even if they could win this battle, it would be a miserable victory. It could not be said that more than half of their elders would be killed or injured. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone elders with high positions like them. It was true that they wanted to take down the Yun family and expand their territory, but they didn't want to be the one to sacrifice themselves. Elders, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you are going to let old man Yun Yi recover from his injuries? The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Qi, frowned. 10,000 years was like a vast ocean to ordinary mortals, but to the cultivation world, it was only a matter of a few blinks. Any one of them would take more than this amount of time to doze off. Opportunities were fleeting. Once old man Yun Yi fully recovered from his injuries, it would be the Wang family who would suffer a loss. Old man Yun Yi, although it wasn't middle-rank quasi-universe god, it was middle-rank quasi-universe god. As for their Wang family, other than their old ancestor Wang Mian, the other old ancestor Wang Miao was just an ordinary low-rank quasi-universe god. Not to mention comparing him to middle-rank quasi-universe god, there was still quite a distance between them and middle-rank quasi-universe god. In terms of peak combat powers, their Wang family did not have any advantage at all. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. The elders hesitated. They all knew the reason. Now was the best chance for them to take down the Yun family. It would be virtually impossible for them to annex the Yun family after Yun Yi recovered from his injuries. However, even though they knew about it, they still didn't dare make the decision in vain. This battle would surely kill them. No one could guarantee that they would be the ones to die. Humans were selfish, especially the higher-ups of these big shots. The first thing they had to consider was their own safety and benefits. Right at this moment, rumble, all of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than a peak top-level universe lord descended from the sky and covered the entire meeting hall. Ah, this pressure, high-rank quasi-universe god, this is high-rank quasi-universe god's pressure. Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has broken through, the old ancestor has made a breakthrough. Ha ha ha, good God bless my Wang family, God bless my Wang family. Wang Qi and the others were startled at first, then they were delighted. They were all very familiar with this pressure. It was precisely the pressure of their ancestor, Wang Mian. He had broken through. Their ancestor had finally broken through to the critical stage, advancing to high-rank quasi-universe god. Good old ancestor, this was the perfect time to break through with this. There was hope for the destruction of Yun family, and their Wang family didn't have to pay too much of a price. It would be a piece of cake for a high-rank quasi-universe god to suppress a middle-rank quasi-universe god and a half-crippled Yun Yi. Without those two men, there would only be 2 or 3 little cats from the Yun family. How could they possibly be a match for them? As a new family that had risen to prominence less than 50,000 eras ago, the Yun family only had a limited number of top-level universe lord elders. Not to mention half of their family, most of them were still newly advanced intermediate and low-rank top-level universe lord, and their quality was far inferior to theirs. Not to mention the fact that they had just broken through to the intermediate. Furthermore, they still had a trump card. This time, they would definitely be able to defeat the Yun family with ease. Many of the elders' eyes lit up. They began to fantasize about the wonderful scene of destroying the Yun family. After taking control of the 2 prefectures, the old ancestor had successfully advanced to high-rank quasi-universe god. Their Wang family's ranking in the 36 families of the Empire of True Mystery would surely rise by several folds. It wasn't impossible for them to enter the top 15 in one go. High-rank quasi-universe god could be considered as an expert amongst all the deities of quasi-universe. Among the 36 families, only the top 10 or so families were ranked. High-rank quasi-universe god was in charge. Blue Cloud City, Yun family, a glorious divine hall. A group of beautiful dancers were dancing. Their bodies were in a good shape. Their bodies were in perfect shape, their heads were in perfect shape, and their bodies were in perfect shape. Their bodies were in perfect shape, and their bodies were in perfect shape. Their bodies were in perfect shape, and their bodies were in perfect shape. The upper echelons and elders of the Yun family were sitting on both sides of the main hall. From time to time, beautiful maids would enter the main hall and serve a plate of delicious dishes and divine fruit immortal brew. Yang Fann sat at the head seat. Above, he sat on his left and right. On both sides of him were Yun Yu, Yun Lei, and the Yun family sisters. Not far away, there was the acting head of the family Yun Yi from the Yun family who had not appeared for a long time. He was a scholarly middle-aged man with a handsome face. He could vaguely see the silhouettes of the sisters from the Yun family on his face. From top to bottom, he exuded the aura of a scholar. He was called the overlord of a region. He was more like a sage who had read a lot of books. His face was pale, giving people the impression that he had just recovered from a serious illness. The arrival of an expert like Yang Fann to the Yun family was a welcome feast. No matter what, it was inevitable. At this moment, Yun Yi looked at Yang Fann with an indescribable gratitude in his eyes. This was not only because Yang Fann had helped him obtain the dragon heart fruit, it had given him hope to recover. More importantly, it was to protect his two daughters in return. Safely. To be honest, Yun Yi regretted at the moment the two girls left residence of Yun. Why did he become so obsessed with the Wanlong cave? He had promised them that he wouldn't venture into it even if he was at his peak. What's more, it was Universe Lord and them. That would be a dead end. If these two precious daughters of his had any advantages, even if he could recover from his injuries, his future life would be bleak. Luckily, everything was safe and sound. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Kid of the Yun family, you're so mean. How can you not invite us to a banquet? C-2480 Strange Poison Fallen God Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Yun Family, Banquet Hall. Da 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 da, da 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 da. Following a mocking voice, a series of footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. In less than a breath's time, a group of people strode into the hall from outside the hall. They walked with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, as if they were entering their own home. They had no intention of being outsiders at all. Ah, it's you guys. Bitch it, who told you guys to come? Get out of here, our Yun family doesn't welcome you guys. In an instant, the people of the Yun family were all furious. They glared at the intruder, and many of their eyes were burning with anger. They were like enraged beasts that wanted to eat the intruder. They wanted nothing more than to shred the intruder into 1,000 pieces. These uninvited guests were none other than the people of the Wang family. Although there weren't many of them, there were only a few hundred of them. However, they had gathered the most powerful combat strength of the 9th level of the Wang family. Not only Wang Mian, Wang Miao, and the 2 divine ancestors of Quasi-Universe were here personally. There were 32 top-level Universe Lord warriors left. Apart from 2 of them who stayed behind to guard the Wang family, the remaining 30 people, including the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Qi, were all here. The remaining people were Deacon and the protector of the Wang family. There were a total of 350 of them, and each of them was a high-level Universe Lord warrior. One should know that there were less than 400 high-level Universe Lord warriors and 350 of them in Wang family. It could be said that almost all of them were high-level Universe Lord warriors. If there was anything good about these people, the huge Wang family would be finished. They could basically be removed from the Empire of True Mystery in order to take down the Yun family in one fell swoop. The Wang family had put everything on the line. If they didn't succeed, they would be willing to give up. Strange, how did they enter? The patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Yi, furrowed his brows, feeling extremely uneasy in his heart. The matter wasn't simple. The Wang family and the Yun family had almost shed all pretenses of cordiality. The entire Yun family was protected by the Divine Formation, Universe Uniting Divine Formation. The Formation Genie was monitoring the entire residence of Yun. Apart from the disciples of the Yun family, it was impossible for anyone else to enter this place. It was as if no one was there, and they were able to enter this place with ease. Not to mention, they were also enemies of the Wang family. Unless there was a traitor in their family, and someone was helping them. Furthermore, that person's status wasn't low. He was one of the higher-ups of Yun family. Otherwise, ordinary clansmen simply didn't have the qualifications to enter and exit the Divine Formation. That authority allowed them to bring people in and out of the Divine Formation as they pleased. Could it really be? Suddenly, Yun Yi's pupils constricted. He recalled his precious daughter's previous guess. No, impossible. Uncle Hai and I have been through life and death together for so many eras. It's impossible for him to betray me. Selling out the Yun family. If he really wanted to betray me, Uncle Hai would have betrayed me a long time ago. Why wait until today? There must be someone else. Right, it must be like this. Uncle Hai will never betray me. He can bring people in and out of the Yun family at will. There are only a few of them. Are they the great elder? The second elder? Or are they the other elders? Yun Yi recalled all the elders of the Yun family in his heart. However, he maintained his composure and said, Wang Mian, Wang Miao, the Yun family has never invited you. Why did you barge into the Yun family? Yun family, ha ha ha, after today, there will be no more Yun family in the Empire of True Mystery, there will only be the Wang family of Blue Cloud Palace. Ha ha ha, Yun Yi, if you know what's good for you, you should surrender immediately and swear your loyalty to the Wang family. I, the old ancestor, have a good heart, and I can spare the lives of everyone in the Yun family. Otherwise, I will make sure that no one in the Yun family is left alive. Wang Mian burst into laughter, and his voice was filled with an indescribable arrogance. It was as if everything was under his control. Everyone in the Yun family, including Yun Yi, who was the god of quasi-universe, were like fat meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by them. Wang Mian, you want me to swear? Dream on now, take your people and get the hell out of here, there's still time, otherwise, it won't be easy for us to enter the Yun family. Be careful, come in and walk out horizontally. Yun Yi said forcefully. This was the lair of the Yun family, and the current him. After consuming the dragon heart fruit, he had barely managed to stabilize his injuries. If he could unleash the combat strength of a 8th layer, even if the Wang family sent out all their forces, with the geographical advantage, he would definitely be able to make the Wang family suffer a huge loss. Yun Yi brat, since the old ancestor dares to come to your Yun family, how could I not have prepared for this? Try it now, and you can use some more strength of worlds. The corner of Wang Mian's mouth cracked open, and a playful smile appeared on his face. What? Yun Yi's eyes bulged, and an extremely ominous feeling surged into his heart. Bitch it, how could this be? Very quickly, Yun Yi's expression changed once again. His inner world that was about to transform into the universe seemed to have completely disappeared. He could not sense his existence at all, let alone use the strength of world. Almost at the same time, the expressions of the 15 Yun family elders on both sides of the divine hall changed. Apart from panic, there was also panic in their eyes. It was gone. Their inner worlds had disappeared without a trace, as if they didn't exist at all. Bitch it, what's going on? How could this be? Why can't I sense the inner worlds anymore? Yun Yi brat, have you ever heard of the strange poison, the name Fallen God? Wang Mian looked around and asked. What? Fallen God? Fallen magic poison? Wang Mian, you. A trace of fear flashed across Yun Yi's eyes. How could he not know about it? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was like thunder striking his ears. In the huge, mysterious, brilliant continent, every family in power that had some hidden resources. It was impossible for them not to have heard of the name of this mystical poison. It was one of the 10 great mysterious poisons of Qiao universe. It was colorless and odorless, making it impossible to guard against. Once one accidentally got hit by this poison, they would become an extraordinary deified being. They would become mortals with different cultivation paths and fall into the name of the fallen god. This was how it came to being a fallen god. Almost no one below the universe god level could withstand this poison. Even a true universe god's combat strength would drop drastically once they were poisoned, and they wouldn't be able to unleash 5 levels of their strength. Although it was only a short day, compared to the real expert, not to mention a day, even a minute, or even an instant, was enough to determine life and death. It's over, our Yun family is finished. Despair, endless despair spread in the hearts of the elders of the Yun family. Originally, the strength of the Yun family was far inferior to the Wang family. Even if they included that mysterious senior, they were still inferior to the Wang family. Now that they were poisoned by the mystical poison, they had become useless within a day. With just the strength of their divine bodies, apart from a few tall and slender foreigners, the combat strength of the rest of them was far less than 1 in 100 million when they were at their peak. Even a high-level universe lord could defeat them and torture them to death. What else could they use to fight against the Wang family? Bitch it this. What is going on? Who is it? Who is it that poisoned us? He couldn't figure it out. Everything was fine. How did they get poisoned by this mystical poison? They had always been on guard against food, and the kitchen was the most important thing. The Wang family simply didn't have the chance to poison them. At this moment, Yang Yi looked at the sea of clouds below him in disbelief. Uncle Hai, it's you. It's really you. The other elders were all poisoned by the mystical poison. The strength of world in their bodies had disappeared without a trace. On Hai Yun's body, he could clearly feel the fluctuation of the strength of world. Obviously, Hai Yun wasn't poisoned by the mystical poison. At this moment, the answer was obvious as to who else would not be poisoned by the mystical poison. Why did you betray me and my Yun family? Yang Yi let out a heart-wrenching cry. In the entire Yun family, he trusted Yun Hai the most. He even trusted Yun Hai more than those elders who were related to him by blood. In these past tens of thousands of eras, he and the Yun family had never mistreated him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was below one person and above billions of people. All kinds of natural treasures. As long as he could obtain them, he would never lose the share of Hai Yun. The reason why Hai Yun was able to have his current cultivation base was mostly because of his care. Without him, not to mention the limit of top-level universe lord, even if he could advance to the master of the highest universe, it would still be impossible for him to do so. Hong Long, he had never thought that his trusted subordinates, whom he had carefully nurtured and treated as family members, would betray him. Yang Yi couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. Grandpa Hai, why did you do that? Tell me, what did the Yun family do to you that made you betray the Yun family? C-2481 Recruitment Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Yun family. Yun Yu and Yun Lei couldn't believe all of this either. Their voices were hysterical, and they were on the verge of going crazy. In their hearts, although Grandpa Yun Hai wasn't their biological grandfather, he was their biological grandfather. Like their father, he was the person closest to them in their lives. In their hearts, anyone in the Yun family could betray their father. Grandpa Hai Yun would never betray their father. This huge impact had driven them crazy. Facing Yun Yi and his daughter's hysterical questioning, a hint of guilt flashed across Hai Yun's eyes. In these past tens of thousands of years, no matter if it was Yun Yi, Yun Yu, or Yun Lei, they had never treated him unfairly. He was called a servant of the Yun family, but in fact, he was treated like a family member. His status in the Yun family was even higher than those elders who possessed the bloodline of the Yun family. If it was possible, Hai Yun didn't want to betray Yun Yi and join the Wang family. Master, young lady, I have no other choice. My great Tao is lacking, and I can only rely on the Wang family's 4 elephants heavenly lake to make up for it and obtain a chance to break through. Grandpa Hai, you betrayed my father and our Yun family just for that tiny bit of opportunity to break through. Yun Yu pointed his finger at the sea of clouds. He couldn't believe his ears. He had thought of other reasons, but he never thought that it would be such a reason. Although breaking through was important, was there no other choice besides the Wang family? Just because of this, his conscience wouldn't hurt if he betrayed them. How could he be worthy of their feelings for so many years? Eldest miss, if this is all there is to it, I will naturally not do such a thing. However, if there is no 4 symbols heavenly lake, in order to perfect my great Tao, I would definitely suffer from the backlash of the great Tao. I don't need a single era to destroy my body and soul. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Hai Yun had a helpless expression. If it was tens of thousands of eras ago, wouldn't he just die? He would never betray Yun Yi and Yun family because of this. However, he had been in a high position for tens of thousands of years, and his blood had long faded away. He was no longer the him he used to be. His luxurious life had corroded his will, and he didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die just like that. An entire great era, 6 billion years, was a long period of time. However, compared to old monsters like them who had lived for hundreds of thousands of eras, it was like a day in the mortal world. It was too short, too short. As long as he could live, he could give up everything for it, even if it was his own conscience. Master, miss, as long as you choose to surrender and swear loyalty to the Wang clan, I guarantee that the Wang clan will not harm you in the slightest. Hai Yun looked at Yun Yi and his daughter with some hope. Although they had betrayed Yun Yi, humans were not plants. How could they be heartless? The relationship between them had lasted for tens of thousands of eras. How could they just let it go? If it was possible, Hai Yun really didn't want them to die here. Especially the 2 sisters, Yun Yu and Yun Lei. Hai Yun, who had no children, also treated the 2 sisters as his own granddaughter. Yun Yi, as long as you can lead the Yun family to surrender to my Wang family, I can assure you that you will let bygones be bygones. No one in our Wang family will ever take revenge on the Yun family. Wang Mian agreed. If they could take down the Yun family without any bloodshed, it would be the best. Yun Yi was a god of quasi-universe and the Yun family had 16 top-level universe lord warriors. If he joined their family, it would be enough to increase their power by a large margin. At that time, their family would have 3 quasi-universe gods. It was impossible for a large family with 49 top-level universe lord warriors to be ranked in the top 10 among the 36 families in the Empire of True Mystery, but there were still 12 or 3 of them, and they were confident that they could get into the top 10. If they could persuade middle-rank quasi-universe god to surrender, besides the top 10 families, the Wang family wouldn't fear any other family in the 36th family. Pa, you want us to surrender to your Wang family? You are not worthy. Hai Yun, you will regret it. I promise you, you will regret it. Before Yun Yi could say anything, Yun Yu had already taken the initiative to reply. The Wang family had a good plan. They had this old bastard, Hai Yun, as their spy. Without batting an eyelid, they poisoned them with the mystical poison, causing the higher-ups of Yun family to become ordinary mortals with no cultivation base in just one day. However, they had calculated everything and missed out on one thing. That was that Senior was not a god of quasi-universe, but the expert of their mysterious brilliant continent, the universe god. Although the mystical degeneration poison had an effect on the universe god, it was far from being as serious as the other cultivators. At most, it would temporarily weaken the combat strength of 5 levels. But even so, the power of the universe god was not the same as the power of the quasi-universe god. In comparison, 5 levels of strength was enough to easily crush a great perfection quasi-universe god. From the moment Wang family and the others appeared, their fate had already been decided, and that was death. Even without their relationship, Senior wouldn't let this Wang family go. To dare poison a universe god, this Wang family was truly something. At the same time, Yun Yu felt a trace of relief in his heart. He was glad that before he returned, he had already warned his little sister and the others many times. Without Senior's permission, they shouldn't reveal the exact details of Senior to others, especially his cultivation level, so as to avoid making Senior unhappy. Even his father had kept it a secret. Otherwise, how could the Wang family send someone to their doorstep to die on their own accord? With the sea of clouds, their Yun family and the Wang family would have no choice but to send their ruthless disciples to their doorstep. There were no secrets to speak of. Even if it was just telling her father alone, given her father's trust in this old bastard Hai Yun, how could she not tell him? You're right. If you want me to surrender to your Wang family, you are not worthy. Even if he died, Yun Yi would never surrender to their Wang family. Being a dog for the Wang family was a life worse than death for him. However, it was obvious that not everyone could be like Yun Yi, who would rather die than surrender. Lord Wang Mian, please spare my life. This lowly one is willing to surrender, and this lowly one is willing to surrender. This lowly one has always admired Wang family. If not for old thief Yun Yi's stubbornness, this lowly one would never dare become Wang family's enemy. That's right, Lord Wang Mian, all of this is old thief Yun Yi's fault. I hope that Lord can give this lowly one a chance to pledge loyalty to Lord and Wang family. From today onwards, I, Yun Hua, will be the Wang family's dog. If the Wang family wants me to head east, this lowly one will definitely not head west. If the Wang family wants me to catch chickens, I will definitely not chase dogs away. Soon, 6 of the 16 elders of the Yun family stood out and swore that they would be the dogs of the Wang family. They only hoped that the Wang family would spare their dog lives. They didn't even hesitate to pour all the blame on Yun Yi. Bastard, little people, have your conscience been eaten by dogs? Shameless, have you forgotten who used resources to improve your cultivation base? You bunch of ungrateful bastards, you will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Many of the Yun family elders glared at them, gnashing their teeth in anger. A group of ingrates. They didn't even think about it. If it wasn't for Lord Family Lord, they would still be a first high-level universe lord. Not to mention a few tens of thousands of eras. Even if they were given 100,000 eras, they wouldn't be able to break through to the top-level universe lord. Ha ha ha, a wise man who understands the situation is a wise man. Don't worry, since you have surrendered to my Wang family, then we are one family. You, as well as your line of disciples. Let bygones be bygones. Wang Mian laughed. 6 top-level universe lord warriors. They were also a great help to the Wang family. And the few of you, what do you think? Do you want to die together with Yun Yi? Do you want to die together with Yun Yi? Or do you want to surrender to our Wang family? I only have one life. If there's no more, then there's nothing left. Even if you don't think for yourselves, you should think for your descendants. If you don't surrender, my Wang family will definitely eradicate the roots, not leaving a single one alive. Family Lord, I'm sorry, Family Lord, it doesn't matter if I die. But my sons and grandsons are innocent. I can't be so selfish. In the blink of an eye, another 5 elders stood out. Good, looks like all of you are determined to die together with this Yun Yi brat. Wang Mian's cold gaze swept across the remaining 5 Yun family elders. Finally, his gaze shifted and landed on Yang Fann. Sir, you are not related to the Yun family. Why do you want to be buried with them? As long as you surrender to the Wang family. From now on, you are the 3rd ancestor of our Wang family. Only below me and Wang Miao. C-2482. The farce had come to an end. The empire of true mystery, Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Yun family. The old ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Mian, stared at Yang Fann and offered a high price. He wanted to make Yang Fann surrender. As long as Yang Fann was willing to join the Wang family, he was willing to be the 3rd old ancestor. His status was only below the 2 old ancestors of the Wang family, much higher than the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Qi. A god of quasi-universe and a middle-rank quasi-universe god. If they could convince him to surrender, it would be enough for the Wang family to rise by a large margin. It was much more useful than summoning the 11 elders of the Yun family to surrender. In order to recruit Yang Fann, Wang Mian didn't even mention that Yang Fann had killed the 5 elders of the Wang family, Old Wang and Ping. It was as if he didn't know that Yang Fann had killed the 5 elders of the Wang family. This was the cruelty of a large family. How could the so-called familial love be compared to the benefits? Since Great Elder Wang Ping and the others were dead, then they were a group of dead people with no value at all. Using the 5 great elders to exchange for a middle-ranked quasi-universe god was a profitable business. For top families like them, what determined the strength of their family was never the number of top-level universe lord warriors, but the gods of quasi-universe. For example, when the Yun family had just become a top family, apart from Yun Yi, there were only a few top-level universe lord warriors. There were less than 50 high-level universe lord warriors, and the strongest one among them was a top-grade universe lord. There was only one of them. However, he was still one of the 36 top families warriors of the Empire of True Mystery. All of this was because Yun Yi had become a god of quasi-universe. Ha ha ha, summon me, let me be the old ancestor of your Wang family. I'm only below the 2 deities of quasi-universe, ha ha ha. Yang Fann laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Could he be more funny? Nowadays, the world was really unpredictable, making it hard for people to adapt to it. Since when did a quasi-universe god have the courage to summon a quasi-chaos god? If this news spread out, it would shake the entire Gu Kang chaos circle, and even the entire primal chaos. He had seen bold people before, but he had never seen someone as bold as this. There was a difference of 1 word between the divine gods of quasi-universe and quasi-chaos god, but the gap between them was more than 1,000 trillion, or even 10,000 trillion times. To put it bluntly, any random quasi-chaos god could kill millions of gods of quasi-universe with a single blow. Senior, this old man wants to recruit you as well. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Did he eat the heart of a bear or the guts of a leopard? How dare he open his mouth? Ha ha ha, to be able to be so heartless and wild in front of Yang Fann, I don't need to say anything to know that it is the 2nd young lady of Yun family, Yun Lei. Wang Mian frowned slightly and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. At this time, they still dared to laugh wildly and mock them. Either they were crazy, or they really had something to rely on. Could it be that they can turn the tables in a desperate situation? How is this possible? The mystical poison of the fallen was not a joke. Not to mention middle-rank quasi-universe god, even if the great perfection quasi-universe god, who was second only to the universe god, was poisoned by the mystical poison, within a day's time, he would become a cripple without any cultivation base. Or is it that he wasn't poisoned at all? This was not impossible. Perhaps he had already found out about it a long time ago. No, he did not drink the mystical poison. If that was the case, a heavy look flashed across Wang Mian's eyes. A middle-rank quasi-universe god wasn't easy to deal with. The most important thing was that it was easy for him to defeat him. He might not be able to defeat him completely. No, this man can leave, but don't let that old man Yun Yi leave. A bright light flashed in Wang Mian's eyes, and he made a decision in his heart. Today, no matter what, he had to make Yun Yi stay. He didn't have a second portion of the mystical poison. It wasn't easy to obtain the 10 great mysterious poisons. For the sake of this portion of the mystical poison, he had emptied most of his fortune. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to take down the Yun family in one fell swoop, he wouldn't be willing to use this trump card. Once Yun Yi escaped, if that was the case, all of his efforts would be in vain. Even if they suppressed all the elders of Yun family, so what? These elders were merely the last of the branch. Yun Yi was the true core of Yun family. As long as Yun Yi, the god of quasi-universe, didn't die, it wouldn't take long for him to establish a second Yun family. Sir, are you really going to make the Wang family your enemy? Sir, you aren't a member of the Yun family. Is it worth it to sacrifice your own life for the sake of the Yun family? Make the Wang family your enemy. You aphids, are you worthy of being my enemy? Sir, you are going too far. A trace of anger flashed across Wang Mian's eyes. I am trying to advise you with good intentions, but you don't appreciate my kindness. How dare you insult my Wang family? This is ridiculous. Ever since my Wang family became one of the top families in the Empire of True Mystery, I have never thought that my Wang family would be so arrogant. The Wang family had never been looked down upon like this before. Even the top 5 families didn't dare to speak such arrogant words. While speaking, Wang Mian no longer hid his aura. High-rank quasi-universe god's terrifying pressure was centered around Wang Mian. It radiated out in a mighty manner, crushing towards Yang Fann. A mere middle-rank quasi-universe god. Today, I will let him know what it means to say that misfortune comes from one's mouth. High-rank quasi-universe god, this is bad. Old man Wang Mian has broken through. Yun Yi's facial expression changed. This terrifying pressure was when he was at his peak. Not to mention, he was now poisoned by a strange poison, and his cultivation base had been crippled. He didn't even have 10,000% of his strength left. Senior, Lei will be relying on you. Let's go, Senior, you guys should leave quickly. Just like what Wang Mian had thought, in Yun Yi's heart, he also thought that Yang Fann was just lucky enough not to be poisoned by the mystical poison and that he had preserved his cultivation base. He did not associate Yang Fann with the Universe God at all. Universe God, what kind of person was that? The Empire of True Mystery, 160 prefectures. It could be counted with a single hand. Even he, the god of quasi-universe, the master of top families, was not qualified to meet a universe god. Yun Yu and his sister could meet a universe god with just a casual trip, and they were even on good terms with the universe god. It was simply a fantasy. As long as it was a normal person, they would not have such thoughts. Daddy, what are you afraid of? It's them who should run away. It's not us. Senior is a universe god. At this moment, Yun Lei finally could not hold it in anymore. She could not care less about Yun Yu's repeated warnings and blurted out. A bunch of ants, unable to surrender, actually wanted to endanger a primeval giant beast. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? This was especially true for their own father. His nervous expression was truly enough to cause people to roll their eyes. Little sister. Yun Yu scolded Yun Lei and carefully looked at Yang Fann. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Fann did not show any signs of displeasure. Without the permission of the senior, he would leak his strength without permission. If he made the senior unhappy because of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially at this moment of life and death, without the protection of the senior, what would be waiting for the Yun family? Just thinking about it made people shiver in fear. What? You? This. Yun Lei's words were like a bomb being thrown into a calm lake, shocking everyone present. If it really was a universe god, their Wang family would be finished. Even if they were poisoned by the mystical poison, a universe god could easily defeat a great perfection quasi-universe god, let alone their Wang family, which was not stronger than high-rank quasi-universe god. At that time, even if they wanted to run, it would be an extravagant hope. No, impossible. How could he be a universe god? Fake. It must be that this lowly servant from the Yun family is deliberately mystifying. Yes, it must be so. It was already a great fortune to meet a god of quasi-universe on a long journey, and she even wanted to meet a god of the universe. Who did she think she was? Furthermore, even if she was really lucky enough to meet a god of the universe, could the high and mighty god of the universe take a fancy to their Yun family? With the wealth of the Yun family, how could there be any treasure that could attract the attention of a universe god? Or was it the beauty of the Yun family sisters? Was it possible, although the Yun family sisters were the top beauties in the world, there were still many beauties in the Empire of True Mystery that were more beautiful than them? Furthermore, there were quite a number of them. As a universe god, what kind of beauties didn't they have? Why would they take a fancy to the Yun family sisters? At this moment, Yang Fann moved lazily. He was a little bored as he said, "It's done, the farce came to an end." C-2483 The Imperial Advisor's residence cannot be humiliated. The Empire of True Mystery, Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Yun family. What? A farce? The old ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Mian's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe his ears. The uneasiness in his heart intensified. To be able to turn all four of these farce into a farce, his tone was truly extraordinary. Even many top-grade, ultimate quasi-cosmic god, and even great perfection quasi-universe god wouldn't dare to boast like this. Gurgle gurgle, could it be? Could it really be like what that lowly servant had said? That person was really, it really was, you, the universe. No, impossible, impossible. The tiny Yun family had only risen up for a few tens of thousands of eras, and its foundation was shallow. What ability did it have to be able to strengthen the high and mighty universe god? Even their Wang family, which dominated the nearly 200,000 eras of Hidden Moon Prefecture, had no chance of meeting a universe god. At this moment, rumble, rumble, a formless energy instantly enveloped the entire body of the Wang clan. Under that force, everyone, including high-rank quasi-universe god, was like ignorant aphids, completely unable to resist. Not to mention struggling, they couldn't even move their fingers. Imprisonment, it was a complete imprisonment. Ah, universe god, you. Are you really a universe god? Wang Mian stared at Yang Fann. In his eyes, besides fear, there was also fear. At this moment, Wang Mian dispelled the last trace of hope and completely believed Yunlei's words. It was fine for the rest of the Wang family. But he was high-rank quasi-universe god. Even the great perfection quasi-universe god wouldn't be able to restrain his power so easily. Only the high and mighty universe god had such a terrifying power. Woo. How could this be? Universe god, we actually provoked a universe god. We're dead. Woo. The Wang family is finished, completely finished. Regret, endless regret, it devoured Wang Mian and the souls of the Wang family's universe lord. Woo. Why is our Wang family so unlucky? Isn't it just because we want to deal with the Yun family, the one ranked last among the 36 families? Why did we provoke that elusive universe god? Is there anything more unfortunate than this? If he had known earlier that the Yun family had a universe god on their side, he wouldn't have had the time to pay his respects. How could he have had any ideas about the Yun family? Fuck trash Yun Hai, this bastard, was just a trash. He didn't even want to talk about the Yun family. There was nothing that he didn't know. How could he not know about such an important piece of information? This trash, why didn't he go die? If looks could kill Hai Yun, he would have been cut into pieces by now. Universe god, I didn't expect Senior to be a universe god. The sudden change, Yun Yi couldn't react in time, but looking at the two girls, it was obvious that they already knew all of this. These two girls are really. He had truly loved them for nothing in the past. Such important news, they didn't even tell me, causing me to worry for nothing. Unconsciously, Yun Yi looked at Yun Yu and Yun Lei, the two sisters' eyes filled with indescribable resentment. Sigh, Daddy, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that without Senior's permission, I really wouldn't dare to tell you. Yun Yu shrugged helplessly. There were some things that couldn't be casually said even if she wanted to. She had no choice but to do so. Senior, you have saved my Yun family once again. Your great kindness, the Yun family will never forget it. Master of Yun family, it was just a small effort. You don't have to worry about it. As he spoke, grug everyone in the Wang family, including Wang Mian and Wang Miao, the two gods of quasi-universe, had been reduced to dust. A group of ants actually dared to poison him. Their fate had long been decided, and that was death. I'll leave them to you guys. I'll take my leave first. Before Yun Yi could say anything, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared from the divine throne. It was one thing for the people of Wang family. However, Hai Yun and the 11 elders of the Yun family who had surrendered to the Wang family were still members of the Yun family. Now that he was a guest of the Yun family, he had to give the Yun family some face. It was not good for him to interfere in the affairs of the Yun family. It was better for the people of the Yun family to handle these ants themselves. Farewell, Senior. Family Lord, please spare my life. Family Lord, please spare my life. I know my mistake, I really know my mistake. Family Lord, second uncle was only blinded by Wang Mian's lies. For the sake of my dead eldest brother, please spare me this time. The 11 elders who surrendered to the Wang family were so regretful that their intestines were all cleared. If not for their entire bodies being imprisoned and unable to move, all of them would have long knelt down on the ground. They kowtowed and begged. At the same time, all of them looked at the Yun family sisters with indescribable grief. No one could cheat people like you. We are all your elders. We pampered you sisters in the past, and this is how you repay us. If you had told us all this earlier, how would we have gone to seek refuge with the Wang clan? A bunch of ingrate, you have the nerve to beg for mercy. Family Lord, you must not be soft-hearted. Right, Family Lord, we can't let them go. The other 5 elders of the Yun family were all gritting their teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Yi had yet to speak, they would have already rushed forward and torn this bunch of cruel and heartless dogfish into pieces, turning his bones into ashes. Compared to the Wang family, they hated these 11 elders even more in their hearts. Wang family was the greatest enemy of Yun family. Since they were enemies, it was perfectly normal for them to use all kinds of means to deal with them. There was nothing much to say about the winner. If they were to die here today, they could only blame themselves for being inferior to others. However, these 11 men were the people of the Yun family. They were afraid of death, and at the last moment, they had betrayed them, and were willing to become the dogs of the Wang family. They deserved to die 10,000 times for their crimes. Take them away and keep a close watch on them. Tomorrow, when we recover our cultivation base, we will execute them. We will also execute their direct descendants. Cripple their cultivation base and expel them from the Yun family. They will never be able to return to the Yun family in the future. After pondering for a moment, a resolute look flashed across Yun Yi's eyes. In this way, the Yun family's strength would be greatly reduced. However, the crime of betraying the family must be severely punished. Otherwise, the crime of betraying the family would be pardoned. How could he restrain the other clansmen in the future? If they all did the same, it wouldn't be long before the Yun family fell apart. As long as he was here, this loss was nothing. He was able to nurture dozens of top-level Universe Lord warriors for his family in the tens of thousands of top-level Universe Lords. He could do the same in the future. If they were able to establish a connection with their senior, the Yun family would be able to soar into the sky. It was only a matter of time. And so, they would get rid of this bunch of cancer. It would save them the trouble of becoming a threat to the Yun family in the future. Ah, Family Lord, spare my life. Spare my life. I know I was wrong. He really knew he was wrong. Next, it's your turn. Yun Yi's gaze landed on Yun Hai's body. His gaze was so cold that it felt like it was going to freeze Yun Hai's soul into pieces. The 11th elder was hateful, but what he hated the most was Hai Yun's ingrate. His sin was something that even 10,000 deaths would not be able to atone for. Master, please forgive me. Master, please forgive me. Master, please forgive me for risking my life for the Yun family in this era. Please spare me this time, I promise. There won't be a next time. Yun Hai didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. If it wasn't because he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have betrayed the Yun family. He would seek refuge with the Wang family. Do you want another time? Someone, break this dogfish's divine body, imprison his soul, and lock him up in the Ghost King cave. I want him to beg for death. Yun Yi's face was extremely twisted. His face was filled with malevolence. The trust he had in Dogfish had now turned into endless hatred. Ah, no, no, Master, please don't let me go. Let me go. The Ghost King cave was a forbidden place in the Yun family. Not to mention the soul, even if one's divine body was intact, entering the Ghost King cave would be a fate worse than death. True Profound Palace, True Profound Emperor City, Imperial Advisor's Mansion. The 6 top-level Universe Lord who were lucky enough to escape from Yang Fann in the Wanlong Cave stood respectfully. In a handsome man, he was a handsome young master with an extraordinary bearing. I didn't expect to meet a universe god in Wanlong Cave. What a pity, Elder Miao Yuan. I can't do anything to that universe god, but I, the Imperial Advisor's mansion, cannot humiliate him. The Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace, you will accompany Elder Miao Yuan. C-2484 4 Divine Generals. The Empire of True Mystery, Kangming Prefecture. This was Blue Cloud Palace, another neighboring prefecture. However, it was different from Hidden Moon Prefecture, Blue Cloud Palace. It was dominated by Wang family and Yun family. Other than the two overlords, there were no other powerful families or forces in the two prefectures. At most, there were a few small families with quasi-top-level universe lord in charge, but the number of them could be counted on one hand. Even those small high-level universe lord powers were few in number. How could he allow others to sleep under his bed? Every top family, the big prefecture where the top powers were located, except for some rogue cultivators and top-level universe lord warriors who hadn't established their own powers, the strongest ones were usually quasi-top-level universe lord. For example, in the Blue Cloud Palace, tens of thousands of years ago, before the rise of the Yun family, there were more than 100 major families with top-level universe lord guarding the place. However, all of this had vanished along with the rise of Yun Yi. Especially after the Yun family had become the ruler of the Blue Cloud Palace, all the other major powers with top-level universe lord guarding the place were either expelled or destroyed by the Yun family. Up until now, no quasi-universe god had been born in this Kangming Prefecture. The situation in Kangming Prefecture was not much better than the Blue Cloud Palace in the past. There were nearly 100 first-rate powers with top-level universe lord in charge. The other major and minor powers were as numerous as hairs on a cow. In the entire Blue Cloud Palace, every day, every year, it could be said that there were powers fighting each other. Countless living beings had died and their souls had vanished. Shui Tong City, Shui family. This was one of the 100 first-rate powers in Kangming Palace. Furthermore, it was ranked at the forefront of the 100 first-rate powers and was firmly in the top 10 on the surface. There were as many as 5 top-level universe lord. When all the powers were combined, the number of top-level universe lord might double. As for the Shui family's ancestor, he was already a peak top-level universe lord tens of thousands of eras ago, along with the patriarch of Yun family, Yun Yi, being severely injured. The status of the overlord of Blue Cloud Palace in Yun family had become unstable. Among all the major powers that had set their sights on Blue Cloud Palace, this Shui family was one of them. Of course, it was different from the Wang family. With the intention to devour the entire Blue Cloud Palace, the Shui family only wanted to take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and reap some benefits without the presence of the quasi-universe god. Wanting to monopolize a large prefecture was simply courting death since ancient times. Every clear example indicated that if one wanted to become the overlord of a prefecture, the first condition was to have a quasi-universe god. When would their ancestor successfully break through the critical step of breaking through and become a god of quasi-universe? Only then would they truly take down a prefecture and break through to the top 36 families of the Empire of True Mystery. What? Wang family was destroyed, or was it destroyed by Yun family? How is this possible? How is this possible? Looking at the information in his hand, Shui Yufeng, a acting head of the family from the Shui family, was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. What kind of joke was this? The Yun family was about to lose its protection. How could they still have the power to destroy the Wang family? One should know that the Wang family's strength was far above the Yun family's. Putting aside the fact that old ancestor Yun Yi, the pillar of the Yun family, was already on the verge of death, even if he was at his peak, the Yun family would never be able to destroy the Wang family. Otherwise, the war between the Yun family and the Wang family wouldn't have been a passive defense for the past tens of thousands of eras. After the poison of the fallen god dissipated and his cultivation base recovered, Yun Yi didn't hesitate at all. He led his men and charged towards the Hidden Moon Mansion, heading straight for the Wang family's old nest. Such a heavenly opportunity. If they didn't take down the Wang family, they would surely suffer the wrath of heaven. And the result was exactly as Yun Yi had expected. It was as effortless as blowing off dust, and they had easily swept across the Wang family. Even though their injuries hadn't healed yet, they could only exert 7 or 8 levels of combat strength. However, Yun Yi's combat strength still surpassed many of low-rank quasi-universe gods. On the other hand, the people of the Wang family were in front of the two old ancestors. There were also many top-grade high-level universe lord soul lamps that were destroyed. Everyone was in a state of panic, and the hearts of countless people were collapsing. They were in complete despair, especially the two top-level universe lord warriors who were in charge of the family. They were scared out of their wits. They couldn't care less about their descendants. They immediately fled in panic, without a leader. How could he organize an effective counterattack? It was a complete one-sided massacre. That day, blood really flowed like a river. Blood almost dyed the entire Hidden Moon City red. The war of genocide was this cruel. All of the direct bloodline of the Wang family had been purged. Of course, it was also the same. If the Yun family was defeated, the one who would be bathed in blood would be Blue Cloud City. Kangming Province, Mingyu City, Ming family. This was the undisputed #1 faction among the 100 first-rate factions in Kangming Palace. It was also the faction with the greatest hope of unifying the entire Kangming Palace in the entire Ming family. There were more than 10 top-level Universe Lord warriors on the surface. Adding some hidden forces, they were even more powerful than the Yun family. The only one that was weaker was the god of quasi-universe. Even the Wang family had to be wary of the Ming family. Among all the major powers who had designs on Blue Cloud Palace, besides the Wang family, the Ming family was the most active. Up until now, 8 major cities of Blue Cloud Palace had fallen into the hands of the Ming family, and there were hundreds of thousands of smaller cities in the other cities. Ah, no, this is impossible. This must be a mistake. How could Yun family turn the tables and even destroy the Wang family in one fell swoop? I'm not dreaming, am I? How could there be such an absurd thing in the world? The Yun family had already become a fat piece of meat on the chopping board, allowing them to slaughter it as they pleased. How could it be possible for it to transform into the primeval giant beast that chose to devour people and even swallow the enormous Wang family in one go? He couldn't believe it, and he was even more unwilling to believe all of this. The Wang family's strength was far above their Ming family's. If everything was true, then wouldn't the Yun family be able to easily take down the Ming family if they could take over the Wang family? Kangming Palace, Wind Pick City, Feng family. Kangming Palace, Zunlong City, Long family. Kangming Palace, Baiyang City, Bai family. Kanglan Manor, Kanglan City, Lan family. A terrifying storm was brewing in a few big prefectures near Blue Cloud Palace. The news of the Yun family destroying the Wang family of Hidden Moon Prefecture spread in all directions like a sudden clap of thunder. Countless powers were terrified and panicked. They were deeply afraid that the Yun family would punish them. Although they didn't know what the Yun family had done to destroy the Wang family, Yunyi really wanted everyone to know that their Wang family was backed by Yang Fann, the universe god. However, just like Yunyi also had some concerns in his heart. He didn't dare to spread the news about Yang Fann. If he made Yang Fann unhappy because of this, the loss would outweigh the gain in any case. Senior wouldn't leave the Yun family for a short period of time. There was still time, so there was no need to rush. He believed that one day, everyone in the Empire of True Mystery would know that the Yun family was backed by a universe god, but even so, it was enough to shock the masses. If the Yun family could destroy the Wang family, it would naturally destroy them. For a moment, the Yun family was in the limelight. Every major power had prepared generous gifts and paid them a visit. Even if they did not offend the Yun family, they had to build a good rapport with the Yun family. As for the opposing factions such as the Shui and Ming families, they had to admit their wrongdoings. Not only did they return the territory they had occupied, they had also paid them a great gift. Yunyi did not make things too difficult for them. They knew what they were doing. The reason why the Wang family was destroyed was because they had recklessly attacked the Yun family. However, if the Yun family took the initiative to attack, it would be a completely different situation. Yang Fann wasn't a fighter of the Yun family, and Yunyi wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. Otherwise, the Yun family would be the first one to be destroyed. He would not think that Yang Fann could do whatever he wanted just because he spoiled his little daughter. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, 4 terrifying pressures that were more than 10 times more terrifying than the old ancestor of Wang family, Wang Mian, came from all directions and enveloped the entire Blue Cloud City in the next second. Poochie poochie, poochie. The spatial zone shattered, and 4 towering figures appeared around the Blue Cloud City. The terrifying devil god, his aura dominating the heavens. Just like that, the surrounding spatial zone shattered into pieces. Horrifying. One had to know that this was the Yun family's lair. With the help of the Guardian formation, the sturdiness of this spatial barrier was far from what the other places in the Blue Cloud Palace could compare with. Even if some top-ranked top-level universe lord attacked with his full strength, he might not be able to blow up the spatial zone. Ah, they are the 4 divine generals of Imperial Advisor's mansion. C-2485 let him wash his neck and wait the empire of true mystery, Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City. Boom boom boom. 4 mighty figures, who looked like devil god, stood in all 4 directions of the Blue Cloud City. Their divine aura was like a prison that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards the Blue Cloud City. Chi, the barrier for protecting the city of the Blue Cloud City shook violently. Terrifying cracks that looked like spider webs kept spreading in all directions. The guardian formation of the Blue Cloud City was carefully crafted by the Yun family. Even some middle-rank quasi-universe god could withstand a little bit of it. However, even the pressure of the 4 men almost couldn't withstand it. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the guardian formation would be crushed into pieces. The strength of those 4 men could be seen from this. The god of the quasi-universe was no ordinary god, low-rank quasi-universe god. At this moment, four divine generals. They are the 4 great godly generals from Imperial Advisor's Mansion. That's right, they are really the 4 divine generals of Imperial Advisor's Mansion. I have seen them from afar before. I will never mistake them for someone else. Cries of surprise sounded from the Blue Cloud City. Someone recognized the 4 great devil god. What is going on? This doesn't make sense. Why did the Yun family provoke the Imperial Advisor's Mansion? He couldn't figure out what kind of power the Imperial Advisor's Mansion was. It was the strongest power in the Empire of True Mystery, the true ruler of the Empire of True Mystery. Logically speaking, as long as the people of the Yun family didn't have their brains squeezed by the door, they would never offend the Imperial Advisor's Mansion. This time, even the 4 great godly generals is here. Obviously, Imperial Advisor's Mansion is serious about this. It's over, the Yun family is finished, ha 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 ha. Good, finally, a huge burden has been lifted from my heart. I don't have to worry about the Yun family getting even with me in the future. After that, I will take revenge on my clan. Ha ha ha. Soon, many experts revealed gloating expressions. Some of them even secretly regretted their actions. If they knew that the Yun family had offended the Imperial Advisor's Mansion, they wouldn't have rushed over to apologize. In order to quell the anger of the Yun family and ease their relationship with the Yun family, all of them had shed a lot of blood. For example, the Shui and Ming families, which were the few families that were the happiest, took out half of their families to understand the karma between them and Yun family. Now that they thought about it, it really made their hearts ache. It was like their hearts were bleeding. Why am I so impulsive? Can't I just wait for a while? With the 4 great godly generals' help, how could the Yun family survive? The 4 great godly generals was one of the 4 famous Imperial Advisors' mansions in the Imperial Advisors' Mansion. Among all the Imperial Advisors' mansions in the Imperial Advisors' Mansion, he was able to enter the top 15, or even the top 10. Every one of them was top-rank quasi-universe god, and the 4 great godly generals had always been close to him. Combined with the joint attack that they had painstakingly practiced, his combat strength had increased exponentially. Even ultimate quasi-cosmic god would find it hard to be a match for them. According to the legends, the 4 great godly generals had once fought a great perfection quasi-universe god together. Both of them had fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and the 4 great godly generals was only slightly at a disadvantage. The 4 great godly generals was alone, and he was just a top-ranked quasi-universe god. However, if the 4 of them joined forces, they were comparable to a great perfection quasi-universe god. It could be said to be the most powerful expert in the universe below the level of a universe god. Although the Yun family had destroyed the Wang family, which was ranked 20th in the 36 great families, their strength was beyond their imagination. Their hidden strength might not be inferior to the last few in the 10 great families, but with the 4 great godly generals joining forces, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for them. Not to mention, Eternal Saint Master was also the backer of the 4 great godly generals. So what if the Yun family was lucky enough to defeat the 4 great godly generals? Could it be that the Yun family could defeat the Imperial Advisor's Mansion and Eternal Saint Master? Eternal Saint Master had dominated the Empire of True Mystery for millions of years. His reputation had long been deeply rooted in the people's hearts. In the entire Empire of True Mystery, other than the true profound sovereign clan, no other major power was a match for the Imperial Advisor's Mansion. Even if it was the top 3 families of the 36 great families, if Eternal Saint Master was really determined to deal with them, he would definitely kill them. What awaited them would be a total annihilation. It was nothing more than a matter of how much they had to pay. Blue Cloud City, Yun family. Imperial Advisor's Mansion. It's the 4 great godly generals from Imperial Advisor's Mansion. What's going on? Why don't I know anything about this? Did my Yun family offend the Imperial Advisor's Mansion? Woo. What should we do? What should we do? Imperial Advisor's Mansion. That is one of the 2 overlords of the Empire of True Mystery, the Imperial Advisor's Mansion. Despair and panic quickly spread across the residents of Yun. Countless clansmen, Deacon, he was like an ant on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. Unreconciled, truly unresigned. Initially, they thought that Yun family had destroyed the Wang family and plundered everything from them. They would rise to power in the shortest amount of time. They were the members of the Yun family, and they were going to break through to the top 10 families in the shortest time possible. His status would also rise, and his cultivation base would rise in the future. Who would have thought that it had only been a short period of time? It brought about the genocide. Woo. Godfather, my lord, what did the Yun family do wrong? Why did they want to treat us so cruelly? However, there were a few people who were as steady as Mount Tai. There was not a trace of fear on their faces, and there was even a trace of anticipation. The 4 great godly generals of Imperial Advisor's Mansion had arrived at the perfect time. They could not take the initiative to spread the news about their senior, but if they were to spread it out, it would have nothing to do with Yun family. After today, the name of the Yun family would surely shake the Empire of True Mystery. And this the 4 great godly generals from the Imperial Advisor's Mansion was the stepping stone for the rise of their Yun family. With the presence of this senior, not to mention the 4 great godly generals, even Eternal Saint Master of the Imperial Advisor's Mansion wouldn't be able to gain anything from him. In less than a breath's time, the leader of the 4 great godly generals, the Eastern Divine General, took a step forward and looked down at the residents of Yun from above. He said loudly, "How dare you, the Yun family, try to kill the protector of Imperial Advisor's Mansion, Li Feng, and Elder Miao Yuan? You have stolen the tribute, the dragon heart fruit. You are extremely audacious and heinous. I have been ordered by the young Imperial Advisor to kill all 9 generations of the Yun family as a warning to others. Killing without teaching was a thief. As the official power of the Empire of True Mystery, how could the righteous master of the Imperial Advisor's Mansion do such a thing? If something went wrong, it might cause a huge upheaval in the Empire. Today, if your Imperial Advisor's Mansion can kill the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace for no reason, will you be able to wipe out my race tomorrow? Even the Imperial Advisor's Mansion wouldn't dare to try it. What? Killing for treasures? Isn't this man from the Yun family a bit too bold? In all directions, all the experts were dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Killing someone to seize their treasures wasn't a rare thing. The Empire of True Mystery, there were a total of 160 prefectures. No one knew how many people were involved in this matter every day. However, if they were to target the Imperial Advisor's Mansion, it would be like poking a hole through the sky. Even those few major powers with great perfection quasi-universe god cultivation bases wouldn't dare to do such a thing. It was a path of death. This young lady's dragon heart fruit actually came from this. In the entire Yun family, the countless people of the Yun family weren't any better. Endless fear and despair spread across the entire residence of Yun. Many of them were filled with resentment. Eldest Miss, oh eldest Miss, you have really screwed us over this time. Even if Lord urgently needed the dragon heart fruit to save him, he shouldn't have had any ideas about the Imperial Advisor's Mansion. This was no different from drinking poison to quench one's thirst. It's over. Our Yun family is completely finished. HMPH. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in the 4 great godly generals' ears. It sounded like the judgment of the Great Path, and it almost caused the 4 great godly generals' mind to collapse. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the 4 great godly generals spurted out more blood. All of his chi was extremely weak, and he couldn't even maintain his divine body. His gigantic divine body shrunk rapidly, and became the size of an ordinary man. Both of his eyes were filled with fear, as if there was some kind of prehistoric berserk beast in the residence of Yun. Am I seeing things? What exactly is going on? The 4 great godly generals and the others. How could they? The expert was at a loss. It did not understand why this sudden change had happened in less than a breath's time. The 4 great godly generals, who had been so majestic a moment ago and did not put any of them in his eyes, had turned into a sick chicken. Gulp gulp, could it be that? Could it be that all of this is? All of them. However, there were some who followed the four great godly generals' gaze and seemed to have understood something. At this moment, a high and mighty voice that sounded like the voice of a supreme god drifted out from the Yun family. What an inverted imperial advisor's mansion are you trying to snatch my dragon heart fruit by force? How dare you frame me? How dare you? Initially, I didn't want to bicker with you ants, but now, you have come to find me even though you don't know the difference between life and death. I will fulfill your wish and go back to tell your master. Ask him to wash his neck and wait for me. Very quickly, there will be no more imperial advisor's mansion in the Empire of True Mystery. C-2486. He wasn't qualified. The Empire of True Mystery, Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City. The experts in the surroundings were dumbfounded. The changes in the situation were too unexpected, and they couldn't come back to their senses. Initially, they thought that the Yun family wouldn't be able to escape today. The four great godly generals had arrived from all directions, and his combat strength was comparable to a great perfection quasi-universe god. He was sure that he would be able to sweep across the Yun family with ease. But, who would have thought that the four great godly generals would be severely injured in such a short period of time? His chi was extremely weak, and he wasn't much stronger than some of the peak top-level Universe Lord warriors. Hiss. Did I hear it wrong? This is a declaration of war against the Imperial Advisor's mansion. SS's. It can't be. A tiny Yun family dares to declare war on the Imperial Advisor's mansion. They don't want to live anymore. They couldn't believe it. Ever since the establishment of the Empire of True Mystery, Eternal Saint Master had joined the Empire and founded the Imperial Advisor's mansion. There had never been a force that dared to openly declare war on the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Gulp, gulp. No, that's not right. The people of the Yun family aren't idiots. If they don't have any confidence, would they dare to declare war on the Imperial Advisor's mansion? Universe God, the Yun family also has the Universe God behind them. Suddenly, many experts' expressions changed. Suddenly, a shocking thought flashed across their minds. It wasn't like Yun Yi and the others didn't have a brain, they didn't have anything to rely on. How could they challenge the Imperial Advisor's mansion and challenge Eternal Saint Master? Also, that tone of his said that he didn't put the Imperial Advisor's mansion in his eyes at all. He didn't put Eternal Saint Master in his eyes at all. It was as if the Imperial Advisor's mansion and Eternal Saint Master were like the lowly aphids on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he could wipe them out from this world. How could it be the words of a quasi-universe god? Even those great perfection quasi-universe god wouldn't dare to speak such arrogant words. Great perfection quasi-universe god, although they weren't afraid of universe gods, it was only towards those low-rank universe god. Eternal Saint Master had achieved the Tao of universe for nearly 1,000,000 eras. He wasn't an ordinary low-rank universe god. As long as he was willing to pay some price and use the forbidden arts, it wouldn't be difficult for him to keep in great perfection quasi-universe god warrior alive. In the past millions of eras, although there weren't 10 great perfection quasi-universe god warriors who had fallen in Eternal Saint Master's hands, there were still more than a handful of them. Only true universe gods had the right to challenge Imperial Advisor's mansion and Eternal Saint Master. Furthermore, looking at the four great godly generals' miserable condition, one could easily tell what was going on. Even though the four great godly generals had underestimated his opponent and didn't deploy the four divine formation, each of them was still top-rank quasi-universe god. Almost without anyone knowing, he had severely wounded the four great godly generals. This strength was not something that a great perfection quasi-universe god could possess. Yun family, what a good Yun family. Hiss. This was really a deep and profound concealment. There's actually a universe god supporting him, no wonder he was able to destroy the Wang family so easily. At this moment, the doubts in the hearts of the various factions were resolved. With the power of a universe god, he destroyed a small Wang family. That was a piece of cake. Let's go. He took a deep look at the Yun family from the east, south, west, and left no words behind. Without saying another word, he turned around and left. A universe god was not someone the four great godly generals could fight against. Furthermore, all of them were seriously injured. Their combat strength was less than 10%, and they couldn't even defeat low-ranked quasi-universe god. If they really wanted to fight, even running away would be an extravagant hope. They were all elites who had lived for more than 200,000 eras, not the hair-raising boy who had just left the mountain. How could they put themselves in danger just because of a few words? In this world, how many people were there because they couldn't understand the situation? Even though they knew that they weren't a match for him, they still had to say some ruthless words. In the end, they angered the other party, and then they were ruthlessly killed by the other party. Their role was precisely to deliver messages. Not to mention the fact that they had 4 people. After killing 3, there was still 1 person who could return and report back, even if they killed all of them. There were so many major powers in the Blue Cloud City. With so many experts, they could easily send the news back to the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Let's go, let's go. The 4 great godly generals left just like that. Although they knew that the 4 great godly generals' defeat and escape was already a foregone conclusion, no matter how proficient the 4 great godly generals was in joint attack, he could only barely fight a great perfection quasi-universe god. Compared to a true universe god, the gap between them was an insurmountable chasm, but when it really came to it, everyone still felt that it was unreal. That was the 4 great godly generals in the Empire of True Mystery, amongst the 36 top families. Other than those few great perfection quasi-universe god families, the rest of the top families were at most on par with the 4 great godly generals. As for the Yun family, before this, they were the lowest ranked amongst the 36 top families. Between the 2 of them, it was not an exaggeration to say that one was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. I'm afraid that the Empire of True Mystery is going to change this time. We must inform the family immediately and make preparations as soon as possible. The Empire of True Mystery. On the surface, there were only 2 universe gods in the Empire, Founding Emperor, and Eternal Saint Master. Now that such a universe god suddenly appeared, it was enough to completely change the structure of the Empire of True Mystery. I wonder what kind of luck this Yun family has gotten, to be able to have a connection with a universe god. The group of experts looked at the residents of Yun, their eyes were filled with jealousy and envy. Motherfucker, why wasn't it the lord that my clan had befriended? This time, the Yun family had finally struck it rich. Even if they were to face the Imperial Advisor's mansion because of this, it wouldn't be a problem for them to face Eternal Saint Master. To be able to provoke Eternal Saint Master so brazenly, the universe god behind the Yun family was definitely not weak. Even if he wasn't as strong as Eternal Saint Master, he wouldn't be much weaker. Even if he couldn't win this battle, he wouldn't face the risk of perishing. As long as that master did not die, the Yun family would definitely rise under his protection. It was not impossible for the Yun family to be on par with the top few of the 36 generations of the family, or even surpass them. Blue Cloud City, residents of Yun. We won, we won, we won. I'm not dreaming, right? Our Yun family also has someone behind us. We also have the support of the universe god. It's not a dream, this is not a dream, universe god. My Yun family really does have the support of the universe god. Ha ha ha, we've struck it rich, we've struck it rich. Countless disciples of the Yun family erupted into cheers after surviving the calamity. Their faces were filled with pride and pride. From now on, no one would be able to stop them. The Yun family was a superpower with a universe god in charge. It was their fortune to be able to become a member of the Yun family. Who else would dare to provoke them in the future? Many people even saw top-level universe lord and quasi-universe god waving at them. The quasi-universe god was an old ancestor of the 36 generations of families. Even the top 5 families might not have more than 2 hands of the quasi-universe god, but he was under the command of the universe god. This wasn't the only thing. Dozens, or even hundreds of quasi-universe gods. It wasn't as if there weren't any. Residents of Yun, within a glorious divine palace. Senior, are you really going to the capital in the Imperial Advisor's mansion? Yun Yi looked at Yang Fann worriedly. The power of the Imperial Advisor, Eternal Saint Master, had been deeply imprinted in their bones. He was one of the many universe gods. Those were all experts, not to mention, they were all experts. In the Imperial Advisor's mansion of capital, that was the lair of Eternal Saint Master. No one knew how many trump cards had been hidden by Eternal Saint Master. Also, he had to be on guard against the true profound sovereign clan. The Empire of True Mystery and the Imperial Advisor's mansion controlled nearly 1 million G yuan light and yin in the Empire of True Mystery. The 2 of them had already merged into one, inseparable. Although there would occasionally be some competition and conflicts, if Eternal Saint Master was really in danger, the true profound sovereign clan would definitely not stand idly by. Once Senior went to the capital, it was very likely that he would face both the Imperial Advisor's mansion and the true profound sovereign clan at the same time. Even if Senior's strength was above Eternal Saint Master's, it would be very difficult for him to win against the joint forces of the Imperial Advisor's mansion and the true profound sovereign race. The true profound sovereign clan was one of the two major powers in the Imperial Advisor's mansion. The effect of the joint forces of the two major powers was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It's just a mere Imperial Advisor's mansion. They aren't qualified enough for me to make a move myself. See 2487 Horrifying Speculation. The Empire of True Mystery, Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Yun Family. Yang Fann's voice was flat and undisguised. He was disdainful towards the Imperial Advisor's mansion and the Imperial Advisor Eternal Saint Master. A bunch of lowly ants, I didn't go and find trouble with them. They should have been secretly enjoying themselves, yet they still dared to distort the truth. If you want to make a false accusation, then you might as well. They had completely settled the matter of Imperial Advisor's mansion and Eternal Saint Master. He would do it once and for all, save these ignorant ants. He would come and disturb him again. However, Yang Fann didn't have the intention to make a move. A group of ants with the highest cultivation base of low-level universe god wasn't qualified to trouble him. With his useless subordinates, it was enough. In the Gold Rock Chaos domain, for convenience's sake, he had enslaved a group of universe gods. Although these universe gods were of great help and couldn't be of much help, any high-level universe god, or even a slightly stronger middle-level universe god could take care of them. However, in the Qiao universe, they were able to do whatever they wanted. However, when these words entered Yun Yi and the others' ears, it was like a bolt of lightning that struck their hearts. This, could it be that I'm hallucinating? Senior, what did he just say? Country, Imperial Advisor's mansion is not qualified for him to personally take action. How is this possible? I can't believe it, I really can't believe it. Although Eternal Saint Master wasn't the strongest universe god in Qiao universe, he was still ranked among all the universe gods. If the senior said that he was going to suppress Eternal Saint Master, they wouldn't have too many doubts. However, if he didn't do it himself, his subordinates would be able to suppress Eternal Saint Master. That would be too much of an exaggeration. No matter what, it was hard to believe. Universe gods, only other universe gods could suppress them. As for the others, even if they were great perfection quasi-universe god, no matter how many of them there were, even if they could defeat a universe god was determined to leave. There was no way they could let him live, unless the senior had a universe god under his command. But was that possible? Universe god, where, how could a high and mighty lord be willing to be beneath others? Right at this moment, rumble, a stream of light flashed past. A small team of 15 appeared within the hall. Greetings, Master. Upon seeing Yang Fann, the team of 15 immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to him respectfully. Their voices were extremely pious, as if they were the most loyal believers, worshipping the gods they believed in. The 15 people who suddenly appeared were the 15 slave universe gods under Yang Fann. In less than 1 trillion years, they were completely conquered by Yang Fann. Their master was a complete miracle. It had only been a short period of time, but their master was able to easily suppress a top-level universe god. It was unimaginable, far beyond their imagination. Even the highest-grade monster in the entire primal chaos was not even qualified to carry shoes when compared to their master. No need for formalities. Yang Fann waved his hand gently. With the help of 15 people from Crimson Soul, they would definitely be able to easily suppress Eternal Saint Master. These 15 people were the strongest 15 out of his 31 universe god slaves. 1 limit low-level universe god, 2 top-grade low-level universe god, 4 high-grade low-level universe god, and 8 intermediate low-level universe god. Eternal Saint Master, on the other hand, was at most a high-grade low-level universe god, perhaps he hadn't broken through yet. Just now, Yang Fann forcefully read the 4 great godly generals' memories from the north, south, east and west, and learned from them that 200,000 years ago. Given Eternal Saint Master's talent, it was his limit to advance to a high-grade low-level universe god 200,000 years ago. Qiao universe was only an intermediate acquired universe, and its resources were limited. It wasn't much better than the Morning Star Chaos domain where Yang Fann was born. With the strength of 15 universe gods, it would be a piece of cake for them to suppress Eternal Saint Master. Even if Eternal Saint Master had the help of his old nest, and even if the true profound sovereign race didn't know the difference between life and death and helping Eternal Saint Master, it wouldn't change anything. Although founding emperor, true profound emperor of the Empire of True Mystery, was slightly stronger than Eternal Saint Master, there was a limit to how strong he was. A high-grade low-level universe god was also true profound emperor's limit. With the trace of Yang Fann's brand, Eternal Saint Master and the other barbarians from the Xiao universe wouldn't give them much of an advantage. As for the other low-level universe god, he would be suppressed by the will of the universe source once he entered the Xiao universe. His combat strength would be suppressed by at least 1 grade, or even more. However, the Green Sky universe god and the others were different. Under the protection of Yang Fann, their strength was not suppressed at all. The intelligent life would bully the weak and fear the strong. The will of the universe source was the same. The other outer universe creatures would be suppressed by the origin will. It was just that they were not strong enough. Yang Fann's fist was strong enough to make Yang Fann unhappy. He could easily devour this Xiao universe. How could the origin will of Xiao universe dare to show its face in front of Yang Fann? It wouldn't dare to suppress Yang Fann's subordinates in order to avoid angering him. If the universe source's will had a complete sagacity, the first thing it needed to do was to pray and pray that Yang Fann, this dark star, could leave their Xiao universe as soon as possible. The farther away they could get, the better. If Yang Fann stayed in mysterious brilliant continent for one more day, Xiao universe would feel like it was carrying a death bomb. No one knew when, but the bomb would explode and turn Xiao universe into powder. Hiss. They. Just who are they? Looking at the 15 people kneeling at Yang Fann's feet, Yi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although the 15 of them had restrained all of their chi, with Yi's cultivation base of the quasi-universe's divine god, he could still sense the invincible power contained within their bodies. It seemed that once it erupted, any one of them would be able to easily kill him, the quasi-universe's divine god. With his combat strength comparable to middle-rank quasi-universe gods, even some great perfection quasi-universe god wouldn't be able to give him such a feeling. Although he was far from being a match for a great perfection quasi-universe god, if he wanted to leave, he was confident that he could survive a great perfection quasi-universe god's attack. However, the people in front of him gave him the feeling that as long as they were willing, it would be impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Gulp, gulp, they wouldn't all be like that. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying thought appeared in Yi's sea of consciousness. No, how could this be? 15 people, this was a total of 15 people. He was thinking too much. I must be thinking too much in the entire Xiao universe, there were only a few universe gods. On the surface, the 8 empires only had a total of 19 universe gods. Even if he included those hidden in the dark, such as the dragon god in the dragon cave of Wanlong Cave, it was still unknown whether there were 50 universe gods. A force would have 15 universe gods. No, that's not right. Including senior, there were 16 of them. Was that even possible? Furthermore, they would be directly slaves to the universe gods. From ancient times until now, not even a universe god had ever heard of a certain someone submitting to a minister, let alone a universe god who directly subjugated a high and mighty god. But for some reason, this thought was like a maggot that clung to his bones, deeply rooted in his sea of consciousness, unable to get rid of it. Kai Hun, bring Qing Kang and the others to that true profound capital. Bring that eternal Saint Master's head back to me. Yang Fann's voice was calm, as if he was commenting on a trivial matter. Yes, Master, Kai Hun and the other 15 universe gods said respectfully. Their eyes were calm, and there was even a hint of disdain in many people's eyes. Just now, Yang Fann had already poured a portion of Eternal Saint Master's information into their sea of consciousness. A native with the highest cultivation base but not higher than a high-grade low-level universe god, their master had actually sent 15 of them at once. He had overestimated this native called Eternal Saint Master. Although he had become Yang Fann's slave, it was no different than a stroke of luck to them. Now, even if Yang Fann withdrew the soul imprint and let them leave, they wouldn't leave. First of all, Yang Fann's heaven-defying potential was less than 1 trillion years old, and he had the power to suppress top-level universe god from a high-grade battle force of universe god. If he was given 1 or 2 era, he wouldn't be able to imagine what kind of realm he would be able to reach. Confirming the Tao and becoming a chaos god was an absolute certainty. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed the chaos god. With such potential gone, who else was worth following? More importantly, there were their personal interests. Yang Fann would not blame his subordinates, even if they were lowly slaves. Before they became Yang Fann's slaves, not to mention middle-grade origin abilities, even low-grade origin divine abilities and practitioners were few and far between. After becoming Yang Fan's slaves, each of them would be able to learn 1 attack and 2 defense middle-grade origin abilities for free. The ultimate treasure in their hands was also a bird spear to exchange for a cannon. Each and every one of their combat strength had more than doubled. Against these native universe gods who did not have much of a foundation, not to mention being invincible amongst those of the same level, even challenging those of a higher level would not be difficult. If that true mystic emperor clan dares to meddle in other people's business, then take care of them as well. Master, we understand. Gulp. This tone, this expression, hiss. They couldn't really be. Yes. C-2488. The imperial advisor returned to his residence. Time passed day by day. The 4 great godly generals from the imperial advisor's mansion had broken his halberd in the residence of Yun. The news of the mysterious universe god from the Yun family challenging the imperial advisor's mansion and provoking eternal Saint Master spread to the 160 prefecture of the Empire of True Mystery at a terrifying speed. In the end, even the empires and dynasties near the Empire of True Mystery received the news. Eastwood Prefecture was a high-grade prefecture in the Empire of True Mystery. Whether it was in terms of size or resources, compared to the Blue Cloud Palace occupied by the Yun family, it was at least several times larger. It was imaginable how powerful the Lin family was to be able to occupy Eastwood Prefecture and become the sole overlord of it. They were one of the top 3 families in the 36 generations of the Empire of True Mystery. They were far from being comparable to the Wang family and the Yun family. The number of divine gods in quasi-universe alone was more than a handful. There were more than 200 top-level universe lord below the 1st grade, and the old ancestor of the Lin family was a great perfection quasi-universe god who was only one more step away from becoming a universe god. Compared to the Yun family, the Wang family was more than 10 times stronger if it wasn't necessary. Even the true profound sovereign family wouldn't dare to offend the Lin family. Eastwood Manor, Eastwood City, Lin Manor. What a good Yun family from Blue Cloud Palace. They really hid themselves well. It seems like the situation of the 2 tyrants of the Empire of True Mystery is going to change. The old ancestor of the Lin family let out a long sigh. The appearance of a universe god was a rare occurrence. No one knew how many forces had fallen, but the old ancestor of the Lin family only sighed. He was not too worried about his own family. With the power of the Lin family, as long as they didn't provoke the universe god wouldn't casually deal with the Lin family. There was even a hint of excitement and anticipation in the Lin family's old ancestor's eyes. He was stuck at the last step. There were already close to 300,000 eras. It was even more than the history of the Wang family. He had nearly 100,000 Ji Yuanguang eras, but unfortunately, he had no idea how to break through. He had no idea how many eras he would need to rely on to break through. It was possible that he would be stuck at this step for the rest of his life, unable to make any progress. Great perfection quasi-universe god. Although it was said that one could break through to the universe god realm with just 1 chance, from ancient times until now, one could find this chance. How many people were there? Out of the 10 great perfection quasi-universe god, it was already considered not bad if 1 or 2 of them could find this opportunity and break through successfully. This battle might be his chance, and he might even gain some insights from it. Nansheng Prefecture was the same as Eastwood Prefecture, one of the upper prefectures of the Empire of True Mystery. The overlord of Nansheng Prefecture, the Sheng clan, was slightly stronger than the Lin clan of the East. The 2 old ancestors of the Sheng family were both great perfection quasi-universe god experts, and they were proficient in joint attacks. If they joined forces, even low-rank universe god would be able to fight them. It was precisely because of the strength of these 2 old ancestors that the Sheng family of Nansheng Prefecture had the title of the head of 36 families. Dong dong dong. A long and drawn-out sound of a drum rang out from the center of the Sheng's residence, sweeping through the entire southern prosperous Fountain City. All grand elders and elders, gather together and follow the 2 of us to the capital's true profound. The battle between the 2 universe gods. How can I miss such a grand occasion, the opportunity? Perhaps this is the chance for me to break through. Good, I can't wait any longer. Just like the Lin family and the Sheng family's old ancestor, there were many people who were interested in this pinnacle battle. In the Empire of True Mystery, countless gods and top-level universe lord from the quasi-universe emerged from their seclusion. Even the experts from the surrounding countries swarmed towards the capital of the Empire of True Mystery, the true profound capital. In the mysterious brilliant continent. Each and every one of them was elusive and elusive, let alone the life and death battle between two universe gods. They were fighting with the vast majority of universe lord. In terms of the battle of the universe gods, even the quasi-universe gods had never seen a universe god before, but they were still able to grab a handful of them. As for the universe god, every move and style was the evolution of the great Tao. If they could comprehend a little bit from it, it would be enough to make their cultivation base advance by leaps and bounds, even great perfection quasi-universe god. It wasn't impossible for them to seize the opportunity to seize that tiny bit of opportunity. For a moment, the entire capital was filled with dark waves, forcing the true profound sovereign clan to send out a large number of experts to guard all four sides of the capital and maintain order. DMN, 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 DMN. Groups of Janissary guard dressed in black armor patrolled the area in an orderly fashion. There were simply too many capitals that had entered the capital. Just the great perfection quasi-universe god alone was more than a handful of them. There were no less than 50 people from the other tier of the quasi-universe, let alone the number of top-level universe lord warriors. The number of top-level universe lords had even exceeded 1,000. Furthermore, there were also a large number of experts coming from all directions. When the day of the final battle arrived, the number of experts would at least double, or even more. These experts were all overlords of a region. Many of them had strange temperaments and were temperamental. If they were not strictly restrained, no one knew what kind of disaster would befall the entire imperial capital. Imperial Advisor's Mansion. The little imperial advisor, Wangu Xueni, had a livid expression on his face. Both of his eyes seemed to be on the verge of erupting with flames. Drag him down, imprison the world, and throw him into the ice prison if it weren't for these 6 trash. He vowed that the universe god didn't have much of a relationship with the Yun family, and that they had just met by chance. Why would he send the 4 great godly generals to the Yun family? He wanted to use the blood of the Yun family to save the reputation of Imperial Advisor's Mansion. Although face was important, it still depended on the target. Even if the Imperial Advisor's Mansion had Eternal Saint Master in charge, it was best not to provoke a universe god. Furthermore, it was Miao Yuan and the others who were courting death. To seize a treasure and seize a universe god's head, such a waste with no discerning eyes would be fine even if he died, lest he bring disaster to their Imperial Advisor's Mansion. No, please spare my life, Your Highness. Please spare my life. Let us go, Your Highness. Let us go, Your Highness. Please spare our dog lives for the sake of our family's tens of thousands of eras. The 6 top-level universe lord wailed and begged for mercy. The ice prison was a forbidden area controlled by the Imperial Advisor's Mansion, and it was filled with a large amount of extreme cold energy. A top-level universe lord wouldn't be able to stay in there for more than 100 million years, and his soul would be completely corroded by the extreme cold energy. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed, not to mention that they had been imprisoned by the strength of world. They wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 1,000,000 years, and would be turned into ashes. Drag it on. He had to contact his father immediately. With a flash of light in his eyes, the little Imperial Advisor made a decision. A universe god was not someone he could fight against. Even if he had the geographical advantage, using many trump cards, he would at most be able to remain undefeated among universe gods. Furthermore, he could remain undefeated for a short period of time. After a long period of time, his foundation would be exhausted, and his Imperial Advisor's Mansion would still be in danger of being destroyed. Only when his father, Eternal Saint Master, returned and personally took charge of the Imperial Advisor's Mansion would he be able to defeat or even suppress the mysterious universe god behind the Yun family. True Mystic Capital, Central Imperial City, within a glorious divine palace. 2 terrifying huge perfections that were 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than huge perfection universe gods sat on the throne that represented supreme authority. Universe gods, they were all universe gods. Everyone in the world had underestimated the true profound emperor clan. Apart from True Profound Emperor, this founding emperor, there was also another universe god in the True Profound Emperor clan. That was the second generation great sovereign of the Empire of True Mystery, and also the son of True Profound Emperor, True Profound Jingyang. Royal Father, what do you think about this battle? Zhenzan Jingyao looked at True Profound Emperor and asked, does my clan want to help a Saint Master? We just need to wait and see. Old Man Wangu is not that simple. We can also use this opportunity to find out Old Man Wangu's background. Time passed bit by bit. Very quickly, half a 60-year cycle passed. The huge True Profound capital had a kind of calm before a storm. Everyone knew that the mysterious universe god behind Yun family had yet to make a move. It wasn't because he had given up on the idea of becoming the enemy of Imperial Advisor's mansion, but because he was waiting for Eternal Saint Master to return. Imperial Advisor's mansion, without Eternal Saint Master's presence, it was just an empty frame. Even if he defeated Imperial Advisor's mansion, it wouldn't be a big deal. Only by defeating Eternal Saint Master could they be considered to have defeated the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Once Eternal Saint Master arrived, it would be the time for both sides to fight. Another 10 years passed. Lord Imperial Advisor, return to the Imperial residence. Lord Imperial Advisor, return to the Imperial residence. Greetings, Imperial Advisor. Greetings, Imperial Advisor. Suddenly, a stream of light ignored the layers of divine formations on the Imperial Advisor's mansion and fell into the Imperial Advisor's mansion. After that, the entire Imperial Advisor's mansion boiled up. He had returned. Eternal Saint Master is back. The pinnacle battle is about to arrive. I can't wait to witness this pinnacle battle. C-2489. Who gave you the guts? The Empire of True Mystery, Zhenzan capital. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless experts were looking forward to it. Their eyes were shining brightly, as if they had seen through countless spaces and were looking straight at the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Powerful spiritual consciousness were interweaving and communicating within the voids. What did Eternal Saint Master's return mean? All the experts were well aware of it. A battle at its peak had already sounded the horn. Phew, the battle is about to begin. It's really exciting. I can't wait any longer. I wonder if the final victor will be Eternal Saint Master or the mysterious universe god behind Yun family. Eternal Saint Master, as early as 200,000 eras ago. He had been roaming the outside world during these eras. I heard that he has had a lot of fortuitous encounters. Now, even if he isn't a high-rank universe god, even among all the universe gods, it was an expert, but the universe god behind the Yun family. Since he dared to challenge Eternal Saint Master, he must have something to rely on. It was very likely that he was also a middle-rank universe god. The outcome of this battle was hard to predict. It's possible for anyone to win. Indeed, there is no simple universe god. Until the very last moment, it is hard to come to a conclusion, but if we really want to talk about it, Eternal Saint Master's chances of winning should be higher. Without a 8th layer, there would still be a 7th level. This was Eternal Saint Master's home, and it had the geographical advantage. The power that Eternal Saint Master could unleash was definitely no weaker than a high-rank universe god. In fact, it might even be stronger than that. That's not right. In my opinion, Eternal Saint Master's chances of winning are not just at the 8th layer. Could it be that everyone has forgotten about the Imperial family? Although True Profound Emperor hasn't shown himself yet, if Eternal Saint Master really is in danger, True Profound Emperor won't just sit back and watch. That's right, True Profound Emperor is also a big variable. Once the Imperial family takes action and the two major powers combine, the power that can be unleashed won't be 1 + 1 = 2, especially in the capital's Zhenzan. The Imperial Advisor's mansion and the Zhenzan Empire had long been in peace. The possibility of True Profound Emperor taking action was definitely not low. From the looks of it, the chances of the universe god behind Yun family winning will not exceed 1 level. Choosing the battlefield to be in the True Profound capital is his biggest loss. Otherwise, his chances of winning would at least increase by 2 levels, or even more. No one had high hopes for Yang Fann in the 4 expert. In Zhenzan capital, Eternal Saint Master's advantage was too obvious. In this place, once True Profound Emperor intervened, not to mention high-rank universe god, even a peak universe god might not be Eternal Saint Master's match. The True Profound Sovereign family had managed the capital for millions of years, and they had planted countless hidden killing moves here. Just the capital Guardian formation on the surface, once it was activated, it would be enough for some middle-rank universe god warriors to drink a pot of water. As for the person behind the Yun family, it was Extreme Universe God, who had surpassed a top-grade universe god. The possibility was too low. Their Qiao universe was only a intermediate acquired universe and a quasi-middle level universe god. That was the limit of acquired life. Extreme Universe God was the strongest person below the limit of all living beings, and he was almost the number one person in the Qiao universe. In the entire mysterious brilliant continent, if Extreme Universe God joined forces, he probably wouldn't have more than one hand. A universe god that came out of nowhere, could it be that Extreme Universe God? Furthermore, to be frank, could Extreme Universe God like there the Empire of True Mystery? Mysterious brilliant continent, within the 8 empires. Although the Empire of True Mystery wasn't at the bottom of the pyramid, it wasn't any better. It was only one rank higher than the last most empire. With limited resources, even if Extreme Universe God occupied there the Empire of True Mystery, he wouldn't be able to provide much help with his cultivation base. It was absolutely impossible for him to take the opportunity to peek into the secrets of the middle-level Universe God and reach the quasi-middle-level Universe God. Imperial Advisor's Mansion. Little Imperial Advisor Wangu Zan and Eternal Saint Master finally met. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He wore a scholarly robe and looked like a scholar. He looked more like a sage who had read a lot of sage books. From his body, there was a burning aura of civilization. It was vast and mighty, covering the sky and covering the earth, as if he was teaching the people of this world. Black, come here and greet your uncle Tien Mu. Eternal Saint Master waved his hand at Wangu Xueni, then he introduced the man beside him. This was a rugged middle-aged man wearing a lightning divine armor. There was a vertical eye between his brows. The vertical eye was slightly opened, and streams of lightning flickered within. Just a single glance was enough to cause Wangu Xuani's heart to palpitate. It was as if that tiny bit of lightning was able to completely annihilate him. Universe God. This Uncle Tien Mu was the same as his own father. He was also a universe god. In fact, his strength might even be higher than his father's. As Eternal Saint Master's only son, the young Imperial Advisor of Imperial Advisor's Mansion, there were many resources in Imperial Advisor's Mansion that could be used by the Eternal Black. This was a treatment that even Son of Monarch, who had inherited the position of Great Sovereign in the Empire of True Mystery, couldn't compare to. The Eternal Black had already broken through to the Divine God realm, and he was still a top-ranked quasi-universe god. His true combat strength was not any weaker than ultimate quasi-cosmic gods. Apart from the universe god, no one else could give him such a deadly aura. Furthermore, it was most likely not low-rank universe god. Black, greet Uncle Tien Mu. A thought flashed through his mind. The Eternal Black bowed respectfully toward God Lord Tien Mu, not daring to show any disrespect. Nephew, there's no need for formalities. Black, your Uncle Tien Mu was invited by your father to come and help us. Your Uncle Tien Mu is a high-rank universe god warrior, and his strength is above your father's. With your Uncle Tien Mu's help, I will definitely kill that crazy man this time, and I won't be able to return alive at the end of his words. Killing intent flashed across Eternal Saint Master's eyes. No one had ever dared to provoke him in so many eras, and even asked him to wash his neck and wait for his return. This was totally not putting Eternal Saint Master in his eyes. This time, he would definitely use the blood of that crazy man to warn the world. He, Eternal Saint Master, was not someone to be trifled with. High-rank universe god, this Uncle Tien Mu is indeed a high-rank universe god. Wangu Black's heart skipped a beat. A high-rank universe god warrior, even amongst all the universe gods, was a mighty warrior. In their Qiao universe, out of the billions of trillion spirits, he could be ranked in the top 20. In the next second, a hint of pleasant surprise flashed across Wangu Xuani's eyes. Good with the help of Uncle Tien Mu, this high-rank universe god, as well as father and the resources of our Imperial Advisor's Mansion, we will definitely be able to kill that mysterious universe god. At that time, the power of the Imperial Advisor's Mansion will definitely be able to rise to a higher level, surpassing the true profound sovereign clan in one go. The Imperial Advisor's Mansion and the Imperial family were partners, and they were also competitors. As the future heir of the Imperial Advisor's Mansion, surpassing the Imperial family had always been the biggest dream of the eternal profound realm. Brother Wangu is too polite. With Brother Wangu's strength, even without my help, he would definitely be able to suppress that maniac. God Lord Tian Mu chuckled and praised Eternal Saint Master as well. Although Eternal Saint Master hadn't truly broken through to the high-rank Universe God, he was only a step away from breaking through. He wasn't much weaker than God Lord Tian Mu. He still had to give Eternal Saint Master face. Right at this moment, two lowly natives, who gave you the guts to say that you can suppress our Lord? A bone-piercing cold voice exploded in their ears, causing them to tremble from the depths of the soul. What, my lord, did I hear it wrong? This, how is this possible? How is this possible? C-2490 Collapse the Empire of True Mystery, Zhenzan Capital, Imperial Advisor's Mansion. Eternal Saint Master and God Lord Tian Mu were the first to get angry. They had never been insulted like this since they became Tao gods. Since when had they been humiliated like this? Someone dared to speak to them like this. However, as the words left their mouths, the fury in their eyes disappeared without a trace and was replaced with disbelief. Vaguely, in the depths of their eyes, there were traces of panic. They could not believe their ears at all. No, this was impossible. I misheard, I must have misheard. Although I don't know the exact cultivation base of the newcomers, they are able to silently approach them. One could imagine the strength of the person who came. Even if they weren't as strong as the two of them, they wouldn't be much weaker. Universe God, and it wasn't even low-rank Universe God. This was the pinnacle expert of their mysterious brilliant continent. He had never heard of any Universe God who recognized him as their master. Even if he was once a servant, after he advanced to the Universe God realm, his master would immediately regain his freedom and would never continue to slave him. This was the most basic respect for a Universe God. At this moment, rumble, a terrifying aura that caused even huge perfection Universe Gods to palpitate descended from the sky, radiating towards the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Poochie. The space above Imperial Advisor's mansion distorted, and a man stepped into the air and arrived. Every step he took left a huge dent in the air, as if the ancient vicious beasts had just stepped on him. It was a ferocious and terrifying step, and it gave people an instinctive fear. It's finally here. Is this the mysterious young man behind the Yun family? As expected, the person who dares to challenge Eternal Saint Master isn't an ordinary person. He's a middle-rank Universe God. And he's one of the best amongst the middle-rank Universe God. However, with such a cultivation base, it won't be easy to defeat Eternal Saint Master. From all directions, the deities of quasi-universe were looking at the majestic figure that was approaching them. Although the chi of the newcomer was terrifying and domineering, it was still within the realm of middle-rank Universe God. Eternal Saint Master was also a middle-rank Universe God. Even if he was stronger than Eternal Saint Master, he wouldn't be much stronger. With the geographical advantage, Eternal Saint Master could easily wipe out the gap between the two of them. Not to mention, Eternal Saint Master and the external helper of the true profound sovereign family. It was obvious who had the upper hand between the two of them. It seems like it's just as we predicted. The chances of this Universe God winning will not exceed 1 level. At that moment, rumble, rumble, two more terrifying pressures descended from the sky, roiling and blotting out the heavens and covering the earth. Ah, another 2 middle-rank Universe God, hiss. We have underestimated him. No wonder the mysterious Universe God behind Yun family dared to place the final battle in Imperial Advisor's mansion. The combined strength of 3 middle-rank Universe God was enough to wipe them out. Eternal Saint Master's geographical advantage, and the uncertain factor of the true profound sovereign race. The outcome of this battle was going to be 50-50. Looks like Eternal Saint Master is in big trouble this time. However, this will be interesting. What's the point of watching a one-sided battle? Instantly, the eyes of the Universe Gods lit up. Those who were here to watch the show would never think that the matter was too big. It would be best if both sides fought to the point of mutual destruction, or even mutual destruction. They might even be able to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Imperial Advisor's mansion. Eternal Saint Master and God Lord Tian Mu's eyes narrowed. The combined strength of the 3 middle-rank Universe God wasn't much weaker than the two of them. Even if they had a geographical advantage, their chances of winning wouldn't exceed the 7th level. However, Eternal Saint Master and Eternal Saint Master were obviously worried too early. Hong Long, bang. 5 terrifying auras that were not any weaker than middle-rank Universe gods swept over once more. Another 5 mighty experts broke through the sky and arrived. Grug grug grug. The terrifying pressure directly crushed the defensive formation of Imperial Advisor's mansion, causing it to shake violently. 8. 8 universe gods, 8 middle-rank universe god. This. The expert were so shocked that they almost couldn't speak. That was a total of 8 universe gods, in terms of numbers. Even the number 1 Yulun Empire might not be able to produce 8 universe gods in one go. Brother Wangu, what do we do now? God Lord Tian Mu had a solemn expression on his face. The strength of these 8 middle-rank universe god warriors had completely surpassed them. There was a trace of regret in his heart. He regretted coming here and getting himself involved in this mess. If these 8 middle-rank universe god warriors joined forces, even if he wasn't careful, he would suffer a huge loss. One should know that. A few of them gave him a vague sense of danger. Brother Tian Yu, don't worry. This is the true profound capital. I will contact true profound emperor now. Eternal Saint Master forced himself to remain calm. He was the imperial advisor of the Empire of True Mystery, but he didn't know much about the other families. Apart from true profound emperor, who was a quasi-high-rank universe god, there was also great sovereign Jing Yong, who was a quasi-middle-rank universe god. As long as they were willing to help, they would have 4 universe gods. Although they were still slightly weaker than the 8 middle-rank universe god, the geographical advantage was enough to make up for the gap between them, and they might even be able to gain the upper hand. As he spoke, Eternal Saint Master moved his spiritual sense and contacted true profound emperor. Great sovereign, please help me. A hint of hesitation flashed across true profound emperor's eyes. These were 8 universe gods, and all of them were middle-rank universe god. There were even a few of them whose auras weren't any weaker than true profound emperors. Clearly, they had already stepped into the high-rank universe god quasi-high-rank universe god. This force was enough to destroy their true profound sovereign clan. Furthermore, even with the addition of the father and son duo, they only had 3 universe gods. Compared to the other party, they were still 5 people weaker. In order to surprise the mysterious universe god so that he could take down the mysterious universe god in one fell swoop, Eternal Saint Master deliberately concealed it from God Lord Tian Mu. Even true profound emperor didn't know of its existence. Great sovereign, I have also invited God Lord Tian Mu here. The combined strength of the 4 universe gods isn't much weaker than him. Adding our foundation, our chances of winning are at least at the 6th level or higher. Emperor, the teeth are cold when the lips die. Those 8 universe gods came to the Empire of True Mystery confidently. Could it be to destroy my Imperial Advisor's mansion? Once my Imperial Advisor's mansion is destroyed, their next target might very well be the True Profound Sovereign clan. True Profound Emperor's expression changed slightly. This was exactly what he was worried about. The 8 universe gods had come aggressively just for our Imperial Advisor's mansion. What if their true target was the Empire of True Mystery? At that time, the Imperial Advisor's mansion would be destroyed. With just their true profound empire alone, they would definitely not be a match for these 8 universe gods. Great Sovereign, as long as you and Great Sovereign Jing Yong are willing to help, my 10,000 Dao Law book will allow you to comprehend it for an entire era. Clenching his teeth, Eternal Saint Master threw out another huge bait. Hearing this, true profound emperor's eyes immediately lit up. The 10,000 Dao Law book was Eternal Saint Master's vital treasure. It was inscribed with the myriad of great Daos that Eternal Saint Master had comprehended. True Profound Emperor had been coveting this for a long time. The stones of other mountains could be used to attack Jade. If he could comprehend the 10,000 Dao Law book, he would be able to comprehend it. He was very confident that he would be able to break through the last step and break through to the high-rank universe god. Furthermore, what Eternal Saint Master said made sense. If the lips died, the teeth would turn cold. At this moment, letting these 8 universe gods destroy the Imperial Advisor's mansion was a little too dangerous. Putting the fate of his race on the enemy's side was really just to deal with the Imperial Advisor's mansion, and not to attack the Empire of True Mystery. It was not the doing of a wise man. Eternal Saint Master, True Profound Emperor was just about to agree. Rumble, rumble. 4 terrifying pressures that were more than 10 times more terrifying than middle-rank universe god came crashing down towards Imperial Advisor's mansion. High-rank universe god, 4 great high-rank universe god, this. True Profound Emperor's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. 4 high-rank universe god and 8 middle-rank universe god. Not to mention the fact that Eternal Saint Master only brought God Lord Tian Mu. Even if 2 more came, their chances of winning would not exceed 1 level. It was over Imperial Advisor's mansion and Eternal Saint Master were completely finished at this moment. True profound Emperor had completely forgotten about all the books he had read. The 12 universe gods were not something they could deal with. Even if they were to be added to the mix, it would only be a waste of their time to deal with the true profound sovereign clan. What happened in the future? It was better to talk about it in the future. Perhaps, the other party did not care about the wealth of the Empire of True Mystery at all. Imperial Advisor's mansion. Ah, Wangu old man, you bastard, did I treat you as my brother in vain? Is this how you tricked me? C-2491. The Imperial Advisor's residence was destroyed. The Empire of True Mystery, Zhenzan capital, Imperial Advisor's mansion. God Lord Tian Mu let out a heart-wrenching cry. His eyes were fixed on Eternal Saint Master, as if he was going to spurt out flames. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to devour Eternal Saint Master alive. I have treated you as my brother, and I have come with good intentions to help you. Is this how you tricked me? Is this the universe god you are talking about? Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. There were 4 high-rank universe god and 8 middle-rank universe god. You want my life? Forget about the 8 middle-rank universe god warriors. However, each of the 4 high-rank universe god warriors had a stronger aura than him. Obviously, they were the best of the high-rank universe god warriors, especially the human-bodied expert of the Dragonman race, who was wearing a black divine armor. It gave him the feeling that, he even had the feeling that he was facing a top-grade universe god. This person had obviously stepped into the peak universe god realm. With these 4 high-rank universe god here, even if he wanted to escape, his chances wouldn't be higher than the 3rd level, or even lower. Motherfucker, this time, he was really fucked up by this old man. Regret, endless regret, it was like a surging tide that swallowed God Lord Tian Mu's soul. If time could be reversed, he would never agree to Eternal Saint Master's request. He wouldn't care about this bastard's death. Unfortunately, this kind of large-scale flow of time wasn't something a high-rank universe god like him could use. Especially when it involved so many universe gods who dared to use the laws of time to reverse time. That was simply courting death. With his current cultivation level, he could only reverse time in a small area. With the acceleration of time, he wouldn't be able to find any experts. Not to mention universe gods, even the gods of quasi-universe and even top-level universe lord would suffer severe injuries from the backlash, or even from the Tao that couldn't be erased. The power of time was the most mysterious power in the chaos. Even the universe gods who had condensed the inner universe could only see the surface of the time Tao. Perhaps only the chaos god who was said to surpass the universe god had the qualification to see the secrets of time. Everyone, this has nothing to do with me. I was also deceived by this old man. Every injustice has its debtor. If you want to find me, find this old man. God Lord Tian Mu cupped his fists at the 12 universe gods and pushed everything towards Eternal Saint Master. Fellow Taoist Dai, don't kill me. He had no intention of dying alongside Eternal Saint Master. As for the so-called brotherhood, it was nothing compared to his own life. Not to mention that he and Eternal Saint Master were more of a union of interests, and that they truly had a bit of brotherhood. Everyone was well aware of that. God Lord Tian Mu, you. Eternal Saint Master was so angry that he glared at him. This bastard, he pushed him away cleanly. If you hadn't taken a fancy to the universe god's wealth, why would you be so eager to follow him to the true profound capital? In order to invite this God Lord Tian Mu, he had promised him that he would suppress the universe god behind Yang family, and the final reward would be 30 to 70% for the 2 of them. 3 for him, 7 for God Lord Tian Mu. When you divide the profits, you have to take the biggest share. Now that you are in danger, you have to push all the blame onto me, old man Tian Mu. Can you be any more fucking shameless? Old man, Wangu, what are you talking about? Did I say something wrong? They are challenging you, not me. I am just here to watch the battle. Don't worry, I will immediately withdraw from the Imperial Advisor's mansion. I will leave this old man to you all. While speaking, God Lord Tian Mu was about to leave the Imperial Advisor's mansion. In this Imperial Advisor's mansion, whoever was willing to stay, who was willing to stay. In any case, he didn't want to stay here any longer. He didn't even want to stay in the true mystic capital anymore. It was better to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't want to risk his life just because of this. At this moment, a mocking voice echoed across the entire Imperial Advisor's mansion. You want to leave? Weren't you very arrogant before this? A dog-like thing, who gave you the guts to provoke my lord before he finished speaking? Rumble, rumble, 3 terrifying pressures that were more than 10 times stronger than high-rank universe god descended from the sky, firmly locking onto God Lord Tian Mu. Kai Hun, this extreme universe god, and Qing Kang, these 2 peak universe gods had finally made their debut. Bang bang, the spiderweb-like barrier that was covered in cracks finally couldn't withstand the violent pressure and completely collapsed. Grug grug grug, in the Imperial Advisor's mansion, those who were below the top-level universe lord didn't even have the time to scream before they were crushed into ashes. Even for top-level universe lord, most of them were bleeding from their eyes, nose, and mouth. They could only release chi, but not much chi. Top-level universe god, 2 top-level universe god. That person was even more so, extreme universe god. God Lord Tian Mu sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, it was extreme universe god. Master, they really do have a master. Gulp. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from God Lord Tian Mu's forehead as though they were free. 8 middle-rank universe god, 4 high-rank universe god, 2 peak universe gods, and extreme universe god. This lineup was luxurious to the extreme, but they were just some people's slaves. That person, how terrifying was that person? It was impossible for him to be a quasi-middle-level universe god warrior. A middle-level universe god was at least a middle-level universe god, or even a higher-level universe god that surpassed Godfather. But our Qiao universe is only a Hautian intermediate universe, and a quasi-middle-level universe god is the limit. How could there be such a supreme expert? Suddenly, God Lord Tian Mu's heart skipped a beat as he thought of something. Earth, indigenous beings, they just called us indigenous beings. They are not from the Qiao universe at all. Only the expert outside the Qiao universe would call them indigenous beings. An old man from the ancient times. This bastard, just how much trouble did he cause? At this moment, God Lord Tian Mu really wanted to rip Eternal Saint Master to pieces. Could a middle-rank universe god like you afford to offend such a great god? It's fine if you want to die, but why did you drag me into this? Did I kill your father or your mother? What grudge? Why did you want to set me up? God Lord Tian Mu hated it. Eternal Saint Master also hated him so much that he gritted his teeth. However, his target wasn't God Lord Tian Mu, but his only son, the little Imperial Advisor, Eternal Black. Motherfucker, why did this shishti happen to me? This unfilial son is really setting me up. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let this unfilial son come out alive even if I had no descendants. Not only did he fail to seize the treasure, he even wanted to take revenge on me. This bitch unfilial son, who gave you face? Boom. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed across Eternal Saint Master's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Poochie. With a twist of his right arm, he grabbed the Eternal Black in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no intention of offending you all. All of this is the fault of this young woman. If you want to kill me, then do as you wish. I have no complaints about this. A tiger does not eat its own son, but to a universe god like Eternal Saint Master, a mere son was nothing. Heaven and earth were vast, but his life was the greatest. In any case, his longevity was endless. He just needed to have another one in the future. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't give birth, so what? As long as he was alive, would there be any descendants? Actually, it didn't really matter. It was a clean push, but today, all of you have to die. Let's do it together. A cruel smile flashed across Kai Hun's lips as he ordered. Roar. Universe 8 trigrams divine formation rise. An 8 divination map descended from the sky and covered the entire Imperial Advisor's mansion. This was a simplified version of the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation. It was made from 8 low-grade low-level chaos treasures and 864 exquisite quasi-chaos treasures. Its power was naturally incomparable to the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation that Yang Fann had set up when he sealed killing God Ming Yi back then. It didn't even have 1/10,000th of its power. However, their opponent was not top-rank high-level universe god, who was like killing God Ming Yi. There were only 2 low-level universe god who were only at the high grade. This simplified version of the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation was more than enough. Even if that quasi-middle level universe god fell into this simplified version of the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation, he would only have his life sealed by it. Kill all these barbarians. You actually dare provoke my lord? Truly audacious. You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes. No, No, please spare my life. My lord, spare my life. Ah, woo 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 woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, someone save me, let us go please, let us go. All of this is the little imperial advisor's fault, it has nothing to do with us, it has nothing to do with us. C 2492. Its power shook the universe, the empire of true mystery, Genzon capital, imperial advisor's mansion. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, lord, please take a look, all of this is the fault of the eternal black, it's all his fault. Ah. You bunch of beautiful girls, you're all going to die a horrible death, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Wails, pleas for mercy, and curses rose and fell one after another. Despair and endless despair filled the imperial advisor's mansion, covering the entire imperial advisor's mansion. The massacre was a one-sided massacre. The gap between the two sides. It was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. One on earth, the difference was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Under Yang Fann's great efforts, these universe god slaves under Yang Fann's command all controlled more than one middle-grade origin ability. Although most of them were only at the beginning, compared to these Xiao universe natives, they were considered heaven-defying. Their godfather, who was at the peak of the Xiao universe, had not even mastered a single middle-grade origin ability, let alone these acquired life. These universe gods were just like the many universe gods in the Morning Star Chaos domain that Yang Fann was born in. Not to mention the middle-grade origin ability, even those who had mastered the low-grade origin divine ability were extremely rare. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, just like Eternal Saint Master and God Lord Tien Mu, who had mastered the strongest divine ability. They were just a few quasi-origin abilities. As for the Chaos Treasure, it was almost a legend to Eternal Saint Master and God Lord Tien Mu. On the other hand, of the 15 people from the Crimson Soul universe, each of them had at least one Chaos Treasure in their hands. Like the leading Crimson Soul universe god, the number of Chaos Treasures in his hands exceeded that of a single hand, and they were all low-grade, low-level Chaos Treasures. To put it bluntly, each of the 15 Crimson Soul universe gods had the ability to jump ranks to challenge someone in the Xiao universe. It wasn't as simple as surpassing a level. Even the weakest middle-rank universe god had a combat strength that was above God Lord Tien Mu, who was a high-rank universe god. In addition, Eternal Saint Master, God Lord Tien Mu, and the others were like turtles in a jar, unable to escape even if they had wings. Finally, Eternal Saint Master, God Lord Tien Mu could only rely on the powerful recovery ability of the universe god to hold on. However, no matter how powerful the universe god's divine body was, there was a limit to it. 1 minute later, spare me, my lord, spare me, I am willing to surrender, I am willing to become your master's slave, I swear my loyalty to your master. God Lord Tien Mu gritted his teeth and begged. In order to live, he had abandoned the dignity and pride of a universe god, even if it meant becoming a slave. Master, there is still this little one. This little one is also willing to become your master's slave. Eternal Saint Master hastily agreed. If this continued, his divine body would at most last for a minute before it completely collapsed, and he would no longer be able to revive with a drop of blood. You want to become my master's slave? You two lowly savages really have a good idea. Crimson Soul universe god's mouth, a hint of mockery flashed across the corner of his mouth. These two dogs really dared to think that becoming the master's slaves, would that be punishing them or reward them? Ah, no, how could this be? God Lord Tien Mu and Eternal Saint Master could not believe their ears at all. They wanted to throw away their dignity and be willing to be that lowly slave. How could they possibly refuse? Universe gods, they were all universe gods. Even if their master was a supreme expert that was comparable to or even surpassed Godfather's Xiao universe god, he shouldn't have rejected their offer. Or were they afraid that the two of them would affect their status? However, thinking about it, it wasn't very likely. Their cultivation base and strength weren't outstanding amongst the opponents. They could be said to be at the bottom of the list. Furthermore, as acquired life, they were restricted by the Shantian realm. Quasi-middle-level universe god was their limit. It was impossible for them to affect their status. While God Lord Tien Mu and Eternal Saint Master were guessing randomly, another 50 seconds passed very quickly. Ah, no, an extremely unwilling wail was heard. Bang bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. In less than a breath's time, it could be said that almost at the same time, God Lord Tien Mu and Eternal Saint Master's divine bodies exploded like punctured balloons. They exploded into powder, and the soul was destroyed in the next second. Swish, the universe 8 trigrams divine formation dissipated, and the 15 crimson soul universe gods tore through space and vanished without a trace. They didn't even try to plunder the nearly destroyed Imperial Advisor's mansion. A group of lowly natives that didn't even have a single low-grade chaos treasure, what good things could they have? How could they enter the eyes of the Crimson Soul Universe God and the others? If he had the time to plunder, he might as well return to his lord's side and report to his lord. Silence. The silence in the vast true profound capital was terrifying. It was as if all sound had been lost in an instant. After a long while, the true profound capital finally recovered a little bit of sound. Finished. Finished. The Imperial Advisor's mansion is finished just like that. This. Am I dreaming? 10. 15 universe gods. A total of 15 universe gods. I don't dare to imagine it. I really don't dare to imagine it. From all directions, the quasi-universe gods were all dumbfounded. They felt as if they had fallen into a dream. Whether it was the 15 universe gods or the destruction of Imperial Advisor's mansion, it was unbelievable to them. 15 universe gods. On the surface, all the universe gods in mysterious brilliant continent were united. It was almost the same number. There was also the Imperial Advisor's mansion, which was guarded by Eternal Saint Master and God Lord Tien Mu. In less than half an incense stick of time, it was completely destroyed, leaving no survivors. What kind of terrifying power was this? Since ancient times, although there had been no universe gods that had fallen, but every one of them had to spend millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years just to get rid of it. In less than half an incense stick of time, they were still 2 universe gods. The gap between them was more than 1,000 miles. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? True mystic Imperial City, true profound Emperor and Great Emperor Jingyong looked at each other. In their eyes, other than fear, they felt fortunate. Just a little bit more. The father and son pair would be able to defeat Eternal Saint Master and God Lord Tien Mu. That group of evil spirit could kill Eternal Saint Master in less than half an incense stick of time. Similarly, God Lord Tien Mu also had the power to kill their father and son in less than half an incense stick of time. In fact, it would take even less time. Especially the leader of the group. That terrifying power made their hearts tremble when they thought about it. No matter what, God Lord Tien Mu was still a high-rank universe god. He was just a single man. He could almost withstand the combined attack of the father and son, but he couldn't even withstand a single attack from that man. He was almost blown to pieces. This strength was comparable to the peak of the expert quasi-middle-level universe god in Xiao universe, and it might even surpass them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the strongest expert in the Xiao universe. However, this expert was actually a slave of someone. How terrifying was that person? True profound Emperor and his son didn't dare to dream about it anymore. However, the worries in their hearts were relieved. In the mysterious brilliant continent, there the Empire of True Mystery was at the bottom of the hierarchy, and they lacked a lot of resources. They couldn't even afford a peak universe god, and with the knowledge of the expert, they probably wouldn't be able to take a liking to a small fortune like theirs. The reason why he attacked Imperial Advisor's mansion wasn't because he wanted to target there the Empire of True Mystery. It was just that the young Imperial Advisor, Wangu Xuanyi, didn't know the difference between life and death and had provoked that lord, bringing disaster to the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Eternal Saint Master was a wise man, but he did not expect that he would end up like this in the end. It was a pity no, he had to strictly control those little brats. At this time, if anyone dares to cause trouble recklessly, their cultivation will be crippled, and they will be expelled from my True Profound clan. True Profound Emperor didn't want to be harmed by these unfilial descendants and follow in Eternal Saint Master's footsteps. Especially those from the Yun family. Whenever a disciple of the True Profound clan sees a disciple of the Yun family, they will retreat. This time, the Yun family of the Blue Cloud Palace has struck gold. I really don't know what kind of luck this Yun family has gotten. To think that they would be able to catch up to that master. Thinking back to the future, their True Profound clan. True Profound Emperor's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why isn't it our True Profound clan? What, 10, 15 universe gods, and all of them are slaves of one person? How is this possible? The heavens are going to change. I'm afraid the mysterious brilliant continent will really change this time. bitch it, that so-called Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace, isn't this too lucky? C-2493 It's a blessing in disguise. The Empire of True Mystery. The Empire of True Mystery, Imperial Advisor's mansion. He was slaughtered by his entire family. The news that no chicken or dog was left behind swept towards the Empire of True Mystery and even the entire mysterious brilliant continent at a terrifying speed. What? 10, 15 universe gods? No, how is that possible? The first reaction of countless factions was disbelief. 15 universe gods, what kind of concept was that? It was the head of the 8 empires, the Yulun Empire. Even if all the universe gods were combined together, it would be very difficult to have so many universe gods. Not to mention, these universe gods were someone's slaves. This was simply nonsense. From ancient times until now, no one had ever heard of a universe god being enslaved by someone, let alone 15 universe gods at the same time. This was simply not something that could be done with human strength. However, the reality was just that shocking. One person, the words of 2 people could be false. The words of 1,000 or 10,000 people might not be able to be believed, but in the entire true profound capital, everyone was lying. It was obviously impossible. At that time, for the sake of that battle, who knew how many major powers, quasi-universes, divine gods and top-level universe lord, had gathered. It wasn't just the Empire of True Mystery. There were also many empires, dynasties, and dynasties in the vicinity that had experts entering the capital. As for these powers, it was unknown how many of them were enemies or even longtime enemies. It was simply impossible for them to join forces and offer sacrifices. It's true, everything is true, terrifying, truly too terrifying. To be able to slay a universe god, what is the cultivation level of that mysterious expert? Even if Godfather is revived, I'm afraid that would be the case. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse for such a great god to suddenly appear in mysterious brilliant continent. My clan needs to make plans as soon as possible. The old ancestors of the major powers of the empire felt a sense of unease in their hearts, and a layer of gloominess was cast over them. It would be fine if this mysterious expert didn't have any evil thoughts, but if it had any evil thoughts towards their Xiao universe, the consequences would be unimaginable. In front of the ultimate expert that was comparable to Godfather, or even surpassed him, their strength was nothing. Even if they gathered everyone's strength, their chances of winning wouldn't exceed 1 level. Of course, most of them were envious of the Yun family. Motherfucker, this Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace, I wonder what kind of great virtues their ancestors have accumulated. Did they save Xiao universe or what? How could they be able to board that huge ship? With such a relationship, the Yun family's meteoric rise was just around the corner. Even the Yulun Imperial clan would have to avoid the people of the Yun family when they see them in the future. In order to avoid provoking the great god behind the Yun family, it would bring about the destruction of their race. From today onwards, my mysterious brilliant continent will respect the Yun family. The great Tao is unfair, the great Tao is unfair, bitch it, why isn't it my clan? Which part of my clan can't be compared to the tiny Yun family? The Empire of True Mystery, Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Yun family. What? Those 15 seniors were really? Are they really universe gods? Yun Yi's eyes widened, almost bursting out of his eye sockets. The news finally reached Blue Cloud City. Although he had already guessed that these 15 seniors might be the universe gods, when he thought about them kneeling and worshipping in front of Yang Fann, it was really hard to link them to the high and mighty universe gods. Just based on their humble appearance, how could they possibly be the high and mighty universe god? After a long while, Yun Yi finally managed to suppress the shock in his heart. The next second, a look of ecstasy appeared on Yun Yi's face. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He had struck gold. Their Yun family had really struck gold this time. With the relationship of a senior, the Yun family would be able to do whatever they wanted in the huge mysterious brilliant continent. From now on, even those universe gods wouldn't dare to provoke their Yun family. Right, senior seems to have something for Lei. If Lei can become senior, at that time, with senior's divine ability, it is not impossible for me to become a universe god. It seems like I have to let Lei go to senior's place more often. That's more like it. Yun Yi narrowed his eyes and made a decision in his heart. Advancing to the universe god realm was his biggest dream in his life. In order to successfully advance to the universe god realm, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his precious daughter's happiness. Furthermore, In his opinion, it was not a bad thing for his youngest daughter, Yun Lei, to become the senior's woman. It could even be said to be the greatest fortune of his daughter's life. Rather than letting a mediocre person benefit from it in the future, it was better to become the senior's woman. Now, how many people in mysterious brilliant continent wanted to become the woman of a senior? That number was enough to rank from the capital's Zhan to their Blue Cloud City. A supreme expert like senior. Once she became his woman, she would immediately become a phoenix on a tree branch and become a universe god in the future. Even if it was just a single night of pleasure, it would be enough for them to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. It would allow their family to stand out from the thousands of powers in mysterious brilliant continent in one go, and even surpass the 8 great imperial clans. Furthermore, he could see that his little daughter had some strange feelings towards her senior. Heroes are sad for beauties. On the other hand, it was the same. Furthermore, Yang Fann was the master of Yun family, the savior of their father and daughter. In this world, the thing that could move a beauty's heart the most was a hero saving a beauty. Women were emotional, especially when it came to an innocent girl like his little daughter. She loved fantasy the most. Yun Yi had a good plan, but Yang Fann did not give him the chance. After sending out Kai Hun and the others, Yang Fann immediately closed his death gate and started to devour the chaotic divine power. The feeling of having his strength suppressed by the 9th layer and 9th layer wasn't that pleasant. Furthermore, under such circumstances, it made him feel insecure. If he wasn't careful and bumped into a quasi-chaos god, he would die an innocent death. Although the possibility of this happening was very slim, putting aside the fact that Qiao Universe was a secret place, even if a quasi-chaos god were to pass by, he wouldn't care too much about it. Such a intermediate acquired universe was only a Hautian intermediate universe. That little amount of resources. Not even enough to fill their teeth. But he was not afraid of 10,000, he was just afraid of 1 in 10,000. No one could guarantee the future. The only way was to recover all his strength. Only then would he be able to deal with everything better. At that time, as long as he didn't encounter a true chaos god, he would be able to protect his own life even if he couldn't defeat him. Even when Kai Hun and the others returned to report, Yang Fann hadn't come out of seclusion to see them, let alone Yun Yi. In the huge Yun family, the only person that could make Yang Fann take Yun Lei seriously was Yun Lei. However, it was only because of her love for her. As for the rest of the people from the Yun family, they were only polite to Yun Lei on account of her. Including the eldest daughter, Yun Yu. In Yang Fann's eyes, they could at most be considered acquaintances, not even ordinary friends. Not everyone had the qualifications to be Yang Fann's friend. Yun family, Yunhua Palace. Rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, circulating the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to the limit. The mighty power of devouring and the power of the primal chaos god. It's like two groups of elite army fighting with all their might. Although the chaotic divine power was pure, in terms of quality, it was comparable to Yang Fann's power of devouring. It was much purer, but it was still the rootless duckweed after all. There was only one power of devouring, Yang Fann's power of devouring. It was like a surging river that was endless. Moreover, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great law was incomparably heaven-defying. Even the power of chaos god. Boom boom boom. Furthermore, as time passed, the rate of weakening became faster and faster, consuming 10,000 years of light at the start. Just now, he had swallowed a strand of power of chaos god the size of a strand of hair. Now, 10,000 years was enough to refine a power of chaos god the size of a baby's pinky. The range of the power of chaos god had increased by more than 100 times. 1,000 times. At the same time, Yang Fann's aura was rising rapidly. He hadn't even absorbed Wei Jian. Because he had used dozens of forbidden divine ability, the energy he had lost had been restored to the 3rd level. This power of chaos god was worthy of being called the origin divine energy unique to the chaos god. It was far from being comparable to the top-level universe god's strength of origin. Even the quasi-universe god was far from being able to compare with it. If this power of chaos god was completely devoured and refined, Yang Fann had a feeling that not only would he be able to recover his full cultivation base, but he would also be able to advance further, and break through to the high-level universe lord in one go. C-2494 Prospective Master of the Universe Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Residence of Yunhua Palace. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose steadily. His pale face, gradually disappeared without a trace, turning into the color of a normal person's blood. In a flash, 80 billion years had passed. The power of Chaos God had shrunk by a large margin. Yang Fann had used dozens of forbidden divine ability during the screening, and his source energy had been restored by more than half. At most, there was still 10 billion years of light yin left. Yang Fann would be able to recover all of his energy, and his cultivation base would once again rise to the top-rank high-level universe lord. One had to admit that the power of Chaos God was the power of Chaos God. There was a qualitative difference between it and the power of the universe controlled by Universe Lord and the quasi-universe God. The two of them were on completely different levels. One had to know that using dozens of types of forbidden divine ability at once, and even using the Blood God's escape technique to heal his injuries, Yang Fann had used up more than 3 levels of the strength of origin, which was close to 4 levels. According to Yang Fann's estimation, he would only be able to make up for all his losses by completely devouring Wei Jian, who was a quasi-top-grade top-level universe god. There might still be some deficiencies. After all, he had already absorbed a lot of Wei Jian's strength of original life, but now, that power of Chaos God had not even lost a single layer, and it had already recovered half of his original source. In other words, a single power of Chaos God was almost as powerful as 10 Wei Jian. Terrifying, this was just an insignificant power of Chaos God. The old ancestor of Wei family didn't need to spend much vital energy to produce 10 million of them. If this power of Chaos God could completely suppress and devour the old ancestor of Wei family, how many strength of origin could it provide him? Yang Fann didn't dare to imagine it. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the top-level universe lord and become a universe god in one fell swoop. Of course, Yang Fann was just thinking about it. It was just a power of Chaos God, but its combat strength wasn't as strong as his true body's level, or even lower. It was enough to destroy his body and soul. If he were to face the old ancestor of Wei family, he would have to face them head-on. That would be incredible. It was obvious even with his toes. There was only one result. It was a complete meat bun beating a dog, and they would never return. Yang Fann would not have any idea about those chaos gods before he broke through to the god realm of quasi-universe, or if he had some other fortuitous encounter and obtained the origin of chaos, allowing him to successfully enter the sect. Yang Fann would never be careless about his own life, knowing that he was no match for them. He still wanted to challenge them. This was not courage, but stupidity. Not every time he would be so lucky to escape from death. Wang, wang, wang. The power of devouring transformed into numerous devouring dragons, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. The evil dragons pounced on the power of chaos gods, devouring the remaining power of chaos gods. After his cultivation returned to the top-rank high-level universe lord, Yang Fann's devouring speed increased by more than double. Chi-chi-chi, the divine dragons that looked like chaotic power of chaos gods began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, another 50 billion years passed. The power of chaos god in Yang Fann's body had shrunk by more than half. Not only had Yang Fann fully recovered the energy he had lost, his cultivation base had also reached the critical point of the top-ranked high-level universe lord. He was only one more step away from breaking through to the high-level universe lord. 3 billion years later, rumble, rumble, the energy within Yang Fann's body erupted like a volcano. More than half of the shrunken primal chaos divine dragon was devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Finally, Yang Fann's cultivation base took that critical step and broke through to the limit high-level universe lord. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 160 billion years. Pucci. The power of Chaos God in his body was completely devoured by Yang Fann. Boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light pierced through the void, destroying all worlds. At this moment, even extreme top-level universe god, who was below the quasi-chaos god, would be crushed into pieces instantly if he stood in front of Yang Fann, severely injuring the soul. After breaking through to the high-level universe lord, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. If he were to face the chaotic divine decree again, he wouldn't have to fight with his life on the line. He wouldn't have to risk the destruction of his divine body by forcefully using dozens of forbidden divine ability. With just the strength of the Dragon Sun 10 rotations, Yang Fann was confident that he could withstand the chaotic divine decree. Furthermore, Yang Fann's great universe's eternal immortal divine body was constantly being ravaged by the power of Chaos God. Under the impact of the power of Chaos God, it broke and stood up, almost making a qualitative breakthrough. If it was said that Yang Fann's great cosmic eternal divine body was only comparable to a supreme grade high-grade chaos treasure. Although the current great cosmic eternal divine body was still inferior to a supreme grade chaos treasure, however, it was not much weaker than most quasi-top-level chaos treasures. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that an ordinary quasi-chaos god like Yang Fann would have a hard time hurting him even if he stood there and let him attack. A top-grade chaos treasure was a treasure that even the chaos god would be tempted by. Most quasi-chaos god didn't even have a top-grade chaos treasure in their hands. Feng and Yun, with the two of them working together, it could be considered as a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. However, the best treasure in their hands was only the high-grade chaos treasure, the only high-grade chaos treasure. The 1000 Luo seal was lent to them by Wei Kun, the young master of the Wei family. From this, it wasn't difficult to tell that some middle-low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors only used high-grade chaos treasures. To be able to own a quasi-top-level chaos treasure, one could be considered wealthy this time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. Before obtaining the origin of chaos and cultivating the chaos origin divine body, Yang Fann didn't think that his divine body could undergo any significant transformation. One should know that in terms of divine body alone, not to mention those quasi-chaos god, even the true chaos god might not be able to compare with him. However, if he could choose, Yang Fann would rather not face the chaos divine decree. That time was definitely the most dangerous time since he began his path of cultivation. As long as that chaotic divine decree became a bit stronger, what awaited him might be the true destruction of both body and spirit. With the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great method supporting him, he could stand shoulder to shoulder, and even surpass the chaotic deity. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, this period of time wouldn't be too long. There really was no need to take this risk. There was only one life. If there was no more, it would all be over no matter how glorious the dead monsters were when they were alive, they were just dead people only when one lived to. The end was the true expert. Wei family, wash your neck and wait for me. Soon, I will find you all. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a fierce light. His killing intent was boundless and his hatred was overflowing. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. Only fresh blood could quell the anger in his heart. The next second, with a flash of divine light, a man appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was the elder of the Wei family, Wei Jian. Rumble, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air and slammed into Wei Jian's body, swallowing him whole. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, countless power of devourings exploded out, crazily devouring Wei Jian's strength of original life. After breaking through to the limit high-level universe lord, the defense of his divine body had increased by tenfold. Not only that, Yang Fann's devouring speed had also made a qualitative breakthrough. Wei Jian's divine body started to shrivel up and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than 100 million years of light. Wei Jian, who was a quasi-top-level universe god, was completely devoured by Yang Fann. Wei Jian, who was originally regarded as a great tonic by Yang Fann, was now just like that. It had only allowed Yang Fann's cultivation base to break through a small realm, and this was also the result of Yang Fann absorbing the remaining power of Chaos God. His cultivation base had almost reached the peak of high-level universe lord early stage, otherwise. With just Wei Jian alone, it was possible for him to break through a small realm. He wouldn't be able to break through to the third level. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for a high-level universe god to completely give up. The further he went, the more difficult it was to level up. High-level universe gods were the pinnacle middle-sized chaos domains in the middle-sized chaos domain, even in the large-sized chaos domain. They were also heroes, many of first-class god clan's elders. They were not cabbages on the roadside. They could get as much as they wanted. Not to mention the top-level universe god. We'll talk about it in the future. How can a living person suffocate to death? We'll talk about it after we devour that Feng and Yun. Very quickly, Yang Fann shook his head and stopped thinking about it. I wonder if this Feng and Yun can help me break through quasi-top-level universe lord's cultivation base. C-2495 guests from outer space, the Empire of True Mystery, Blue Cloud Palace, Blue Cloud City, Yun Family, Yunhua Palace. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura was like a tsunami, erupting crazily and rising endlessly. In the blink of an eye, he had been in secluded cultivation for 350 billion years. Currently, only old Yun was left of Feng and Yun. As for old Feng, He had absorbed all of Feng and Yun's strength of original life, as well as old Yun's third level of strength of original life. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken that critical step, and he had successfully broken through to the quasi-top-level Universe Lord realm. It had to be said that Feng and Yun was indeed one of the best amongst extreme top-level Universe Gods group. With just one step, he had broken through to the quasi-chaos god, and his strength of origin was more than 10 times stronger than Wei Jian, who was a quasi-top-level Universe god. Chi-chi-chi, the terrifying pressure crushed the four-direction space, causing cracking sounds to be heard. Vaguely, cracks could be seen on the surface of the barrier. Fortunately, Yang Fann was prepared for this. Before he went into seclusion, he had already released the high-grade supreme-grade spatial chaos treasure, the thousand-sifting seal, to suppress the four-direction space. Otherwise, not to mention a tiny trace of the barely noticeable fissured trace, even the entire mysterious brilliant continent and Qiao universe would be crushed under his pressure, turning into nothing but flying ashes. At this moment, there was almost no one below the divine level in quasi-universe who could stand up in Yunhua Palace. Not to mention the intermediate acquired universe in the Qiao universe. Soon, another 100 million years passed. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually calmed down. After absorbing and refining Elder Yun's strength of original life, Yang Fann's cultivation had completely stabilized. 10,000 years later, rumble, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and they shone with a brilliant divine light that illuminated the heavens. Countless gods flashed and vanished within them. It was as if he could control the life and death of billions of gods with a single thought. Powerful, the difference between quasi-top-level Universe Lord and a peak high-level Universe Lord was more than double the difference between a peak high-level Universe Lord and top-ranked high-level Universe Lord. Compared to a peak high-level Universe Lord, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by nearly 30 times. Terrifying. One should know that when he was a peak high-level Universe Lord, Yang Fann's combat strength was already at the top of the top-ranked quasi-chaos god, catching up to extreme quasi-chaos god. Currently, his combat strength was probably above most of the extreme quasi-chaos god. Even if he wasn't as strong as those great perfection quasi-chaos god who only needed one more chance to break through, he wouldn't be much weaker. Perhaps I won't even need to break through to the quasi-universe, I might be able to face the chaos god head-on. Yang Fann was deep in thought. The defense of his divine body had improved by leaps and bounds, causing the amount of divine power he could contain to increase by several times. If it was still the same divine body, his current combat strength would drop dramatically even if he broke through to quasi-top-level Universe Lord. Compared to some extreme quasi-chaos god, he wouldn't be much stronger. In fact, he might even be slightly weaker. Wei family, your end is coming. Hatred flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. With his current cultivation base and strength, there were only a few people who could be considered his opponent in the huge Wei family. The only one who could truly threaten his safety was the old ancestor of Wei family. The rest of them wouldn't be a match for him even if they had the chaotic divine decree. With his current cultivation base, if he faced the chaotic divine decree, he wouldn't even need to use the power of the last 4 revolutions. He only needed to use the power of the 6th revolution to block the chaotic divine decree. However, with Yang Fann's powerful physique, he would be able to withstand the power of the 6th revolution. He wouldn't need to use too many strength of origin. Even if he didn't devour the universe god, he would be able to recover after cultivating for thousands or tens of thousands of years. This price was almost negligible, as long as he wasn't unlucky enough to run into the old ancestor of Wei family. He would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Wei family. As for the old ancestor of Wei family, it seemed like they had already left the Gukang Chaos Domain and even the Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle in Wei Jian and Feng and Yun's memories. The old ancestor of Wei family had not appeared in the Wei family's ancestral land for nearly 1,000,000 eras. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann forcefully suppressed the urge to seek revenge from the Wei family. Continuing to devour Elder Yun's strength of original life, 350 billion years had passed, and it wouldn't be any later than 1,000,000,000 years. This Elder Yun still had nearly 6 levels left. After absorbing and refining him, there wouldn't be a big breakthrough, but it would allow his strength to improve by a few more points. It wasn't a big problem. 350 billion years wasn't a long time. A single era was equivalent to 5-6 billion years. 350 billion years wasn't even a fraction of a single era. The Yun family had unified the Blue Cloud Palace and became the #1 overlord of the Blue Cloud Palace. If one were to calculate the origin of the Yun family, its history had already exceeded 100,000 eras. However, in this short period of 350 billion years, its development and changes were 10 times, or even 100 times greater than the previous 100,000 eras. At this moment, if it wasn't for the fact that they knew about it, no one would associate the current Yun family with the former Yun family. It was totally the same in the sky. One was on the ground in the eyes of countless powers in the mysterious brilliant continent. The Yun family had become Yang Fann's spokesperson. Not long after the Imperial Advisor's mansion was destroyed, all the major powers in the mysterious brilliant continent, including Zhen Zan, Yu Lun, and the other 8 emperor clans, had prepared generous gifts and headed to the Blue Cloud City. Even if they couldn't befriend the Yun family, they couldn't afford to offend the Yun family. A gift from one of the major powers might not be a big deal, but if it included the gifts from the major powers in the 9th level of mysterious brilliant continent, it would be terrifying. When all the gifts from the major powers were combined together, the amount of resources they had would be even greater than the total wealth of some low-rank universe god. In addition to that, there were also 15 universe gods who would occasionally preach and guide him, and Yang Fann remained in seclusion. The 15 universe gods including the Crimson Soul universe god could not return to Yang Fann's inner world and could only temporarily stay in residence of Yun. Under Yun Yi's intentional misdirection, the Crimson Soul universe god and the others mistakenly thought that Yang Fann had taken a liking to the second young lady of Yun family, Yun Lei. That was why they decided to stay in residence of Yun. Otherwise, with his master's status, how could he possibly take a fancy to a small native family like the Yun family, and even stand up for them? With such a relationship, how could Crimson Soul Universe God and the others dare to be slow with the people of the Yun family? Otherwise, in the future, the second young lady of the Yun family would not have any good results. Don't just look at how all of them were universe gods. However, they knew the things of their own family the best. In the eyes of their master, Yang Fann, they were nothing. They were not much stronger than ordinary people. A breeze from the pillow might be able to take their lives. The 15 people from the Crimson Soul universe had almost no reservations. They only had those origin abilities. Without Yang Fann's permission, they did not dare to casually spread them out. There were plenty of resources, and there was also a large number of universe gods who taught them. Yun Yi and the others' cultivation levels advanced by leaps and bounds. In just 350 billion years, the top-level universe lord of the Yun family had emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain. Even the gods of quasi-universe had advanced by quite a bit. One should know that even the 8 great emperor clans, son of monarch, couldn't receive the teachings of their ancestors. Being able to occasionally give guidance once or twice was their fortune, and they truly thought of themselves as universe gods. From day to night, they had nothing to do at all. During this period of time, who knew how many powers experts were envied? He could ask the universe god for guidance at any time. And there were 15 universe gods in total. This was an excellent cultivation environment. If one wanted to enter the Yun family and become a member of the Yun family, the expert would be like a carp in a river. There were countless of them, and there was no lack of quasi-universe gods among them. Currently, the number of quasi-universe gods in the Yun family alone was more than 2 hands. Including the quasi-universe gods who joined the Yun family, there were more than 30 of them in the Yun family. This was the result of Yun Yi's control. If there were no restrictions or rejection, the number would at least increase by 1 or 2 times. As for the top-level universe lord, it was needless to say that there were more than 1,000 of them. If it wasn't for the universe god, Yun family's overall strength wouldn't be any weaker than the true profound sovereign clan. And this was only a matter of 350 billion years. Up until now, many of the disciples of Yun family still felt as if they had fallen into a dream. They were deeply afraid that they would wake up at any time. Their Yun family was still the same Yun family, in imminent danger. No one knew when it would be completely destroyed. 5 billion years passed in the blink of an eye. Elder Yun was as thin as a bag of bones. At a glance, he was probably no more than 40 kilograms. It was as if a gust of wind had caused him to collapse onto the ground. At this moment, the strength of origin in his body was not even a level stronger than Wei Jian's. His chi was weak, even weaker than Wei Jian's. Rumble, a terrifying pressure that caused even the origin will of the Qiao universe to tremble descended from the sky. It swept across the entire Qiao universe in an imposing manner. Ha ha ha. Good a intermediate acquired universe, and also a top-ranked middle-level universe God's universe. What a pleasant surprise. C-2496 Horror Rumble. In the Xiao universe, the cosmic crystal wall violently shook. Terrifying cracks that stretched for over 100 years appeared on top of the cosmic crystal wall. It was like a glass full of cracks. No one knew when it would completely peel off and crumble. Vaguely, the countless mysterious brilliant continents in the mysterious brilliant continent seemed to be wailing. That was the wailing of the universe source's will. Under the violent pressure, the will of the universe source was instantly severely injured and crushed. It could only wail in grief. It didn't have the strength to resist at all. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? The will of the universe source actually, no, this isn't real. It definitely isn't true. Woo woo woo. How could the cosmic will be possible? In the mysterious brilliant continent, countless experts let out heart-wrenching wails. He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. The will of the universe source. However, the strongest force in Xiao universe was Patron Saint, who was the strongest amongst them. Even those middle-level universe god warriors might not be a match for the will of the universe source. One should know that God Father, the god of Xiao universe, was a top-ranked middle-level universe god. Even though he had already fallen, and there was only less than a tenth of him left in Xiao universe, the power of the will of the universe source had fallen drastically. Thus, he could barely exert the power of the first-level god of Xiao universe. But even so, the power of the will of the universe source was still much stronger than some of middle-ranked middle-level universe gods, and it was almost at the high-ranked middle-level universe god. Even those quasi-high-level universe god warriors who had just stepped into the advanced universe god stage would never be able to do so. Just the pressure alone was enough to severely injure the origin of the will of Xiao universe. Right at this moment, rumble, outside the cosmic crystal wall of Xiao universe, a bright starlight suddenly burst out from the boundless chaos. Wherever the starlight passed, all the chaos would be destroyed and turned into nothingness. In the next second, a majestic figure appeared in the void like a mirage. It was more than 1,000,000 light-years tall and looked down at Xiao universe from above. Both of his eyes were shining with a divine light, as if he could see through the entire Xiao universe. In the Xiao universe, all the experts seemed to be visible in his eyes. Unknowingly, the smile on his face became even wider. The divine parish universe had always been a popular commodity in the Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle. Every divine parish universe represented a large amount of resources. Even the weakest low-rank universe god, the divine parish universe, represented a massive amount of resources. The resources within were far from what some high-level universes could compare with. As for top-ranked middle-level universe god's divine parish universe, it was even more precious. It was a great temptation to a high-level universe god like him. Especially in this Hautian intermediate universe, there were so many universe gods. These were all high-quality slaves. Even the low-level universe god who had just advanced was worth tens of billions of universe sources. As for a quasi-middle-level universe god warrior who had just broken through to the middle-level universe god, he could easily sell them for tens of billions of universe sources. If he sold them for a bit, the price would be even higher. His aura. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. This was the difference between life and death. He was not a match for it. I am far from being his match. If he is willing, as long as he casually moves his finger, he will be able to suppress me thousands of times. The universe gods were extremely shocked. In front of terrifying great gods, who was like a universe, they were as tiny as the petty aphids on the ground. Woo woo woo. This isn't a middle-level universe god at all, it's very tall. High-level universe god, he's a high-level universe god. Really. All of this is true, it's all true. The will of the universe source was truly. At this moment, the expert of Xiao universe finally understood the reality and believed the cruel reality. Their original will of the Xiao universe was truly crushed by someone's pressure. Brutal, it was truly brutal. This power was far beyond their imagination. High-level universe god, and there were at least 8 to 9 of them, and they weren't even ordinary low-order advanced universe gods. Despair, endless despair, it was like a surging tide that was about to devour their souls. It collapsed. The minds of countless experts completely collapsed. This was a type of ultimate expert. How could they, low-level universe god, be a match for the gods of quasi-universe? Suppress, they were just a matter of backhanded means. It's over, our Xiao universe is finished. Woo woo woo. Great Tao, why are you so cruel? What have we done to anger the heavens and make you treat us so cruelly? It's not enough for that person from the Yun family. And now, such a terrifying and ferocious god has come. This is not giving us any chance to live. Ah, that's right, we still have that man from the Yun family. If that lord is willing to help us, with his strength, it's not impossible for him to defeat that ferocious god. Suddenly, the despairing hearts of the universe gods all began to shine with a glimmer of hope. The lord of Yun family was able to slay so many universe gods. His strength was terrifying. He was at least 8 to 9 times stronger than Godfather, the god of Qiao universe. Perhaps, he was also a high-level universe god. If he was willing to come forward, even if he was not a match for the ferocious god, he would still be afraid of him. He wouldn't dare to attack their Qiao universe at will. Although one intermediate acquired universe was tempting, if he offended another high-level universe god because of this, it was still up to him to decide whether it was worth it or not. I wonder if Sir is willing to help us. Unknowingly, the gazes of all the universe gods turned towards the Blue Cloud Palace. It was as if they had seen through countless space-time and landed on the Blue Cloud City. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and apprehension. The lord of the Yun family was also an outsider. He was not born in Qiao universe, so he might not make an enemy out of a high-level universe god for them. What a disgusting bloodline aura. Suddenly, a disgusted voice sounded. It was like a thunderclap that shook the giant god's soul, causing his expression to change drastically. Ah, not good. It was just a single voice, but it had already caused the high-ranked high-level universe god's mind to collapse. It was imaginable how terrifying that mysterious man's strength was. It had far exceeded his imagination. Top-level universe god, the person who spoke was definitely that top-level universe god. He wasn't even a low-order top universe divine god. How could this be? How could a mere intermediate acquired universe possibly exist in the top-level universe god? This was just like a group of husky, a prehistoric vicious beast had suddenly emerged. Was there anything more absurd than this? Run now. A top-level universe god was not someone he could match. Even if he was a descendant of the chaos god and possessed the bloodline of the chaotic divine blood, he was still invincible amongst his peers. The gap between a big level and a few big levels was like a heavenly chasm that was difficult to overcome. If you want to leave, come here. Ah. No. With a despairing howl, the giant god felt the world spin around him as a terrifying power bound his body. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to move at all. Ah, this isn't my eyesight, right? Suppress. That fierce god was suppressed just like that. This. What in the world is going on? What in the world is going on? In the mysterious brilliant continent, all the expert were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their own eyes. This sudden scene was extremely horrifying, and it challenged the limits of their minds. Gulp gulp, it was the Lord of Yun family, the Lord of Yun family. In the entire mysterious brilliant continent, apart from the mysterious Lord of Yun family, who they had only heard of and not seen, who else could it be? It was just that this was a little too cruel. Hiss. The Lord of the Yun family. What is his cultivation base? Is he really just a high-level universe god? He thought that he had overestimated that person from the Yun family. Who would have thought that he would still look down on him from afar? He was nowhere to be seen. He had just relaxed and suppressed a high-level universe god. This power was far beyond their imagination. Even if it wasn't a true top-level universe god, it wouldn't be much different. This cultivation base was probably the overlord of a region even in the legendary large-sized chaos domain. With just a breath of air, he would be able to kill Godfather. What kind of luck did the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace have to be able to get into contact with that master? Sigh, why isn't it our clan? And Yun Yi's child's daughter? She only looks like that. Apart from the spiritual chi, there was nothing special about her. How could she get the favor of that master? With the care of that master, Yun Yi's future will undoubtedly surpass ours. He might even be able to break through the shackles of life and become the first middle-level universe god in Qiao universe. At this moment, all the old ancestors and universe gods were filled with envy. Why didn't I have such a good daughter? C2497. He would collect some interest. First Qiao universe, Blue Cloud City, Yun family, Yunhua Palace Puchi. The space distorted, and a man fell to the ground like a broken sack. Who else could it be other than terrifying great gods, who was so arrogant that all the experts in Xiao universe were trembling in fear. However, at this moment, the giant god had already returned to its normal size. Furthermore, it no longer had that arrogant and domineering look. There was only unconcealable panic. "You'd better let me go right now. I am Wei Feng of the Wei family, one of the 12 families of the human race. If you dare to hurt me, I, the Wei family, will never do it with you." Before he could see Yang Fann's face clearly, Wei Feng had already brought out the Wei family behind him and threatened him. He hoped that the reputation of the Wei family could make the opponent feel some fear. A top-level universe god was not someone he could fight against. Especially this top-level universe god, he was able to suppress him so easily without any resistance. His cultivation base was profound and his strength was formidable. Even amongst the numerous top-level universe god, he was not a weakling. At least, he was an intermediate top-level universe god, or even a high-grade top-level universe god. It wasn't impossible for him to become a peak top-level universe god. However, before he could finish his last word, Wei Feng's pupils shrank, and the fear that he couldn't hide had started to expand in his eyes. "Ah, it's him, it's that fierce god, it's that fierce god." Obviously, he had recognized Yang Fann. After Wei Kun had reported the matter of Yang Fann to the family, Yang Fann had become a famous figure in the entire Wei family. It had been many eras since the old ancestor of Wei family had advanced to the chaotic god realm. No one had ever provoked the Wei family in such a way. Of course, it was the 5 supreme elders who told the Wei family that Yang Fann was a top-rank quasi-chaos god. Even Wei Kun, one of the 4 young masters, was severely punished because of this. To provoke such a powerful enemy for the family had no choice but to use one of the few old ancestor decrees. This was not a small crime. If not for Lord Family Lord's great efforts in protecting him, as well as Wei Kun's mother's family running around and supporting him with all their strength, Wei Kun might have already been stripped of the position of Family Lord's successor. The others would be afraid of the Wei family because of their fear of them. They wouldn't dare to attack the direct descendants of the Wei family, lest they suffer the revenge of the Wei family. They would have no place in the Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle, but evil spirit would never be afraid of the Wei family behind him. Even if Elder Wei Jian said that he could suppress them, he was still the deacon of the Wei family. He was dead for sure. This time, he was really dead for sure. Why am I so unlucky? Isn't it just an intermediate acquired universe? How did I meet this evil spirit? Suddenly, his expression changed once again, and a trace of doubt climbed up his face. "No, this isn't right. This isn't right, Grand Elder. They didn't mean to say it. Was this evil spirit already dead? How could he still be alive? Could it be that the Supreme Elder and the others were lying? Was it just possible, putting aside the fact that the Supreme Elder did not need to lie at all? Furthermore, the Death Curse seal had indeed disappeared without a trace. Without the help of Chaos God, the only way to eliminate the Death Curse seal was to die. Or could it be that this person was a clone of evil spirit? Although most of the time, once the true body died, all the clones would die along with it. However, there were some exceptions. Some clones had incomparably profound divine abilities, and each clone was an independent individual. Even if the main body died, the doppelgangers would still be able to survive without being affected at all. Right at this moment, rumble, a strength of soul that was more than 1,000,000 times more terrifying than a high-rank high-level universe god like him violently ripped apart the space within his sea of consciousness and enveloped his soul. In an instant, Wei Feng's face became extremely distorted. The terrifying pain of the soul being torn apart almost made him faint. A few breaths later, boom, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. "What a good Wei family, you still haven't given up on searching for me." The wealth of a top-rank quasi-chaos god was very tempting to the 5 grand elders of the Wei family. It had been almost 360 billion years, but the 5 grand elders were still searching for the place where he had fallen. Later on, they had even gathered all their juniors and subordinates, as if they would never give up until they found the place of his death. In this way, Feng was one of the subordinates of one of the supreme elders. However, this is a chance for me. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up and he had an idea in his mind. If those 5 supreme elders were together, it would be really difficult for him to make a move against them. None of these 5 people were a match for him alone. However, if the 5 of them joined forces, their strength wouldn't be much weaker than his. Even if he could defeat them, he was not confident that he would be able to stop them if they were determined to leave. The thousand-sifting seal was a supreme-grade high-grade spatial chaos treasure, and it had a great suppressive effect on those low-rank quasi-chaos gods' warriors. However, if it was used on high-rank quasi-chaos god, it wouldn't be of much use, let alone when it was used to suppress 5 high-grade and above quasi-chaos god warriors at the same time. Even if Yang Fann didn't want the thousand-sifting seal and burned the origin of space at all costs to increase the power of the seal, it wouldn't be of much use with 5 high-grade top-rank quasi-chaos god combined. It wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. However, now that the 5 of them were separated, it was his biggest chance. He didn't have any good ideas about the 5 Grand Elders, but he was confident that he could defeat just one of them. At most, he would sacrifice the 1000 Luo seal. A high-rank quasi-chaos god wasn't someone Feng and Yun could compare with. The strength of origin was 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than Feng and Yun. If he could devour and refine a supreme elder, even if he couldn't break through to the top-level universe lord in one go, his cultivation base wouldn't be much weaker. Yang Fann's heart was burning with passion. Once he broke through to the top-level universe lord, although he was still no match for the chaos god, he didn't even have the qualifications to challenge her. However, there shouldn't be many people below the level of the chaos god who would be a match for him. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. Those 5 old dogs are not in a hurry, let's collect some interest first. This time, Wei Feng was not the only one who was ordered to search. There was also a large number of universe god experts. Those intermediate, low-level universe god. Putting aside the fact that there were more than 1,000 high-level universe gods like Wei Feng, top-level universe god, fewer in number, but there were also close to 100 of them. Many of them were top-grade, extreme top-level universe god. The 5 supreme elders had operated in the Wei family for thousands of eras. Each of them was a flag, a mountain. The power they controlled was much stronger than many first-class god clan in the Gukang Chaos domain. Not only were there many elders who depended on them, there were also many second-rate divine races who were under their control. These high-level universe gods and top-level universe god were also a big piece of fat meat. If they could catch all of them in one go, their harvest wouldn't be much worse than suppressing an intermediate quasi-chaos god. Even if it was only half of them, it wouldn't be any smaller than suppressing a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. I'll leave it to the few of you first. After flipping through Wei Feng's memories, Yang Fann quickly found his target. Buzz. The soul moved, immediately confusing Wei Feng's mind. He controlled Wei Feng to send a message to his friends and elders. Although Yang Fann didn't have any special abilities related to the soul, with the terrifying soul power that was comparable to a quasi-chaos god, forcefully slave a high-level universe god like Wei Feng was just a matter of a thought. In the next second, 6 streaks of chaotic divine light. In the blink of an eye, they had left the Qiao universe and vanished into the boundless chaos. Dong, dong, dong. A million light-years tall terrifying great gods was galloping rapidly in the chaos. With every step he took, millions of light-years of chaos would be destroyed. Buzz. Suddenly, the giant god's figure paused. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Ha 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 ha, as expected of my good brother. He didn't forget to inform me about such a good thing. Brother Wei Feng, just you wait. Big brother, I'm here. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying sound wave rolled out like a tidal wave, sweeping out in all directions and shattering a large expanse of chaos. In a top-class universe rumble, a mighty god stood up abruptly. With a move of his body, he tore through space and quickly disappeared into the boundless chaos. Ha 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 ha, my son actually found evil spirit's inheritance, ha ha ha. Luck, truly luck. Even if it's an inheritance, it's still a treasure. The big head is the big one. As for the remaining treasures, it should be enough for my faction's strength to increase by a huge margin. C-2498 prepared to close the Net Qiao universe, Blue Cloud City, residence of Yunhua Main Hall. Buzz. With a flash of light, Wei Feng was sucked into Yang Fann's inner world. The bait had been put down, waiting for the fish to take the bait. In the next second, rumble, rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was once again circulated to the maximum by Yang Fann. He began to devour Elder Yun's remaining strength of original life. With the speed of those high-level universe gods and top-level universe god, it was not something that could be done in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. It could very well be 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, or even 100 million years. These days could not be wasted. Furthermore, these high-grade universe gods and top-level universe god were just the appetizers. Those 5 supreme elders were Yang Fann's true target. At this moment, his cultivation base had improved a little. When he fought the Wei family's supreme elder, the chances of them escaping would be lower. Yang Fann wasn't worried about whether he could win or not. With his current cultivation base, even without using the forbidden divine ability, his combat strength had already surpassed most extreme quasi-chaos god warriors, and he was now chasing after great perfection quasi-chaos god, who was only one more step away from achieving the Tao. There was no doubt that he could defeat the 5 supreme elders of the Wei family, who were only at the top rank quasi-chaos god. What was truly difficult was how to make them stay behind. If high-ranked chaos god wanted to leave, even the real great perfection quasi-chaos god wouldn't have the confidence to do so. He would definitely be able to stay behind. In a flash, 2,800,000 years had passed. Boom boom, all of a sudden, a terrifying sound came from the east side of the Qiao universe. Large pieces of chaos directly shattered into pieces. A terrifying giant spirit that was over 1,000,000 light years tall rushed past. Top-rank high-level universe god's powerful spiritual sense was absolutely unrestrained as it swept towards the Qiao universe. He didn't put the trillions of lives in the Qiao universe in his eyes at all. How could a group of intermediate universe natives be worthy of his attention? Hiss. Another expert has come to Qiao universe. How long has it been? This pressure is 10 times more terrifying than the previous ferocious god. Not only that, it's another advanced universe god. Another advanced universe god. What is going on? What exactly is there in my Qiao universe that attracted them to come to my Qiao universe? In the mysterious brilliant continent, the pupils of all the universe gods and quasi-universe gods contracted. Their hearts trembled, and they could vaguely make out that these quasi-universes were constantly descending upon the Qiao universe. There was still a hint of doubt. That terrifying pressure was definitely from a high-level universe god, and it was even from the top of the high-rank universe god. Under normal circumstances, this kind of peerless expert shouldn't even be able to reach the Qiao universe. The chaos domain that their Qiao universe was located in was only a single small-sized chaos region, and it wasn't even considered a peak grade amongst the many small-sized chaos regions. There weren't even a few middle-level universe god, and to a high-level universe god, it was simply a desolate land. They, Godfather, had fallen for nearly 5 million eras, but before this, not to mention a high-level universe god, not even a single middle-level universe god had appeared. Of course, compared to the last time, this time, the group of universe gods, the quasi-universe gods, were rather calm and did not panic too much. This high-level universe god, although he was more than 10 times stronger than the one 2,800,000 years ago, compared to the Yang family lord, he was probably just a slightly stronger ant. The fact that this man dared to come to the Qiao universe so brazenly was a direct provocation to that man. The outcome was already decided. Sure enough, it was as everyone had expected. In less than a breath's time, the terrifying pressure disappeared without a trace. It really came and left quickly. Blue Cloud City, residence of Yunhua Main Hall. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes and said, "The first one." The next second, he closed his eyes and continued to devour and refine Elder Yun. 100 million years later. Rumble. A terrifying aura of a low-order top universe god descended from the sky and swept across the Qiao universe. However, at this moment, there were many quasi-universe gods in the mysterious brilliant continent. The universe god just calmly looked up at them. On the surface, there was not a single trace of shock, let alone panic. There was also a trace of schadenfreude. In just 100 million years, more than 100 people had come to their mysterious brilliant continent, and all of these experts were handsome without exception. In less than a second, they were suppressed by the lord of the Yun family. Among them, there were many who were stronger than this man in front of them. This man was no exception. Many experts were gambling. How long could this man last in the hands of the Yun family's master? It was as if the person in front of them wasn't the high and mighty top-level universe god. It's that colossus on the Colosseum, like. They had witnessed these so-called high and top-level universe god being killed in seconds time and time again, and they had long become numb to it. Many of them even felt that the high and top-level universe god were nothing more than this. In fact, each and every one of them only looked terrifying. In fact, they were all paper tigers, and there was nothing to be afraid of. It was hard to say whether they would be able to suppress them even if they attacked. They could suppress those high-level, top-level universe god warriors. Blue Cloud City, residence of Yunhua Main Hall. Wang. A stream of light flashed. The top-level universe god appeared in front of Yang Fann. Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. Adding this top-level universe god, the top-level universe god that he had suppressed. Even extreme top-level universe god had 3, and the number of high-level universe gods was even higher. There were more than 150 of them, and there were 158 of them. This harvest was no less than suppressing a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. If they could absorb all of them and break through to the top-level universe lord, it would be almost certain. Soon, another 300 million years passed. Not only was Elder Yun completely devoured by Yang Fann, even those high-level universe gods were refined by Yang Fann. However, Yang Fann had left behind a soul for these high-level universe gods. He didn't want to completely devour them, so as to avoid alerting the Wei family and alerting them. If the 5 Grand Elders were to gather together again, it would be difficult for him to suppress them again. Although his cultivation base had improved a lot, and he had already reached the mid-stage, his combat strength had almost doubled compared to when he had just broken through. However, he still didn't have much confidence. He still lacked a powerful space treasure to seal the spatial zone. In these 300 million years, Yang Fann had once again suppressed 23 top-level universe god and nearly 400 high-level universe gods. He had plundered a large number of chaos treasures, and there was no lack of spatial chaos treasures among them. Unfortunately, none of these spatial chaos treasures were of a higher grade than the 1000 Luo seal, and their help with Yang Fann was very limited. It's time to deal with the 5 Grand Elders. Yang Fann's eyes lit up as he made a decision. 35 top-level universe god and more than 500 high-level universe gods. The 5 Grand Elders' high-level combat strength was suppressed by him by 3 levels, close to 4 levels. The mysterious disappearance of so many experts had attracted the attention of the 5 Grand Elders. If it was too much, it would be too late. If he continued to lure those top-level universe god and high-level universe gods, it might cause the 5 Grand Elders to become wary. Compared to the 5 Grand Elders, these top-level universe god and higher-grade universe gods were nothing. Even if all the higher-grade and top-level universe god were combined together, they wouldn't be able to compare to a single Grand Elder. Yang Fann wouldn't do something like picking up a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed. The next second, Poochie. Yang Fann moved his body and tore open the spatial zone, leaving the Qiao universe. This wasn't a place for a great battle. The 5 Supreme Elders were different from these high-grade and top-level universe god experts. With a wave of his hand, he could suppress them, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to cripple them. If a war really broke out in Qiao universe, the entire Qiao universe would surely be destroyed. 1 month later, Yang Fann left the Chaos Domain where the Qiao universe was located. It's about time, this is the place. Yang Fann's figure paused for a moment. Half of the Chaos Domain was separated by Yang Fann. Even if they hit the sky and the earth, they would not be able to affect the Qiao universe. They were only quasi-chaos god, not a true chaos god. Only the chaos god had the power to destroy a part of the Chaos Domain. I'll be able to retrieve the net after making some preparations. But, who should I choose for these 5 Grand Elders? C2499 something was wrong. Tian Chao Chaos Domain. This was the neighboring Chaos Domain of the Chaos Domain. Similar to the Chaos Domain, Tian Chao Chaos Domain was also a small-sized chaos region, but it was much stronger than the Chaos Domain. Among the tens of millions of small-sized chaos region in the Chaos Domain, it could barely be called a high grade. There were dozens of middle-level universe god, hundreds of low-level universe god, and the strongest one was the master of Tian Chao Divine Palace, Divine Master Tian Chao. According to the legends, he had already stepped into the advanced universe god stage. The name of the Chaos Domain was because of Divine Master Tian Chao. In the northeast region of the Chaos Domain, in a vast expanse of chaos, a large number of chaos domains began to gather from several 100,000 years ago in the Chaos Domain. Up until now, this chaotic starry sky was truly a place where top-level universe lord warriors were no match for dogs. The quasi-universe was filled with deities, and low-level universe god was in a group. Even middle-level universe god warriors, who were usually elusive and secretive, could be vaguely seen. There were even a large number of experts. They hurried over from the surroundings of the primal chaos. 1 million years ago, countless divine formations and restrictions suddenly emerged from the chaos. In the center of these divine formations, one could vaguely see a vast continent. It was so vast, it was even bigger than many top universes. Of course, if that was all, it wouldn't have caused so many experts to go crazy. Not only would it shake the entire chaos domain, even some of the low and middle level universe god in the vicinity were attracted to this place. Although it was rare to find a top-tier universe, it wasn't like the chaos domain didn't have one. There were still quite a number of them, as there were 48 of them. The key point was that there was a unique charm of the acquired universe that passed through the layers of divine seals. It was intermittent and faintly discernible. The acquired universe was a acquired universe. A peak Shantian universe was not rare, but it could be exchanged for a peak Hautian universe. Those were two completely different concepts. This was the inner universe of a top-level universe god, the resources within. Not to mention, this was an inner universe of a top-level universe god, and its resources were countless times greater than one of the top innate universes. There was a high possibility that there was also the inheritance of that top-level universe god. If he was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of that top-level universe god, that would be a huge blow to him. It was hard to say whether he would be able to reach the top-level universe god in the future. However, a high-level universe god was a sure thing. It was even very likely that he would become a quasi-top-level universe god. As for a quasi-top-level universe god, let alone these small-sized chaos region, even in the middle-sized chaos domain, it was synonymous with invincibility. In the Jiyukang chaos circle, as long as one didn't enter the core of the Gukang chaos domain, a quasi-top-level universe god could do whatever he wanted. Taking a step back, even if they couldn't obtain the inheritance of the top-level universe god, just by entering it and obtaining some divine fruit and divine medicines, their cultivation base would be able to increase by a large margin. Intermediate, or even a high-level universe god. Such a heaven-defying opportunity, if they missed it just like that, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Jiyukang Chaos Circle, apart from Gukang Chaos Domain, there were thousands of other places in the Chaos Domain. Top-level universe god was just a legend. Not to mention the top-grade acquired universe left behind by a fallen top-level universe god. This was something that had never happened before. However, what made the experts feel helpless was that the divine formation around this top-grade universe was incomparably powerful. A quasi-high-level universe god like Divine Master Tian Chao had used all of his skills, even using the foundation of their divine palace, but he was still unable to move forward even after a few light years. Of course, this was also within everyone's expectations. How could it be so easy to obtain a top-level universe god inheritance? If they were allowed to enter the universe so easily, they would find it strange. From the moment they arrived here, they were already prepared to fight for a long time. A few 100,000 years was nothing. They simply took a nap. More than that, even if it were 100,000, 100 trillion years, or even 10, or even 100 eras, they would still be able to enter the top universe. They would be able to accept it. Very quickly, another million years passed. The number of experts gathered in this chaos had more than doubled. Almost a dozen chaos domains were gathered in the vicinity of the heavenly coincidentally chaos domain, and most of them were universe gods. There was no wall in the world that was impenetrable by wind. Although Divine Master Tian Chao and the others had tried their best to block the news of the birth of a top-notch acquired universe still quickly spread to the surrounding chaos domain. At this moment, there were more than 100 middle-level universe god warriors, and there were even 5 quasi-high-level universe god warriors who were on the same level as Divine Master Tian Chao. Low-level universe god, who was at the next level, had nearly 10,000 of them. With the combined strength of all of them, even the average middle and low-order advanced universe gods had no choice but to retreat. However, a top-level universe god was a top-level universe god. His divine ability and means were far beyond their imagination. Even with the combined strength of all of them, they could only advance forward by 100 light years. There was more than 1 trillion light years of difference from the top continent at the center of the divine array. With their speed, a few eras simply could not dream of entering that top universe. This was still considering that there were still a large number of experts rushing over from the other chaos domain and joining the breaking formation brigade. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure came from all directions, as though it was enveloping the entire primal chaos. Grug 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 wherever the pressure passed. Even Divine Lord Tian Chao and the other quasi-high-level universe god experts were at a loss for what to do. The divine formation that they could only slowly wear down over a long period of time was like a piece of paper. Large pieces of the divine formation began to crumble. Ah, this. Who on earth is this person? Those restrictions. Bululu. Top-level universe god, could it be that a top-level universe god has arrived? Hiss. This is the power of a top-level universe god. Scary. Frightening, truly terrifying. The group of awe-inspiring powers that were being crushed by the awe-inspiring power were all shocked beyond words. In the time it takes to breathe, all of them were so terrified that they couldn't even stand up. More than half of the divine seals around the peak universe had already been broken. Furthermore, the remaining divine seals were still collapsing at a terrifying speed. At this rate, in less than a quarter of an hour, all the formations would be destroyed. In the next second, many universe gods' pupils contracted as pain flashed across their faces. They felt as if countless treasures were waving goodbye to them. A top-level universe god had arrived in person, so there was no need for them to worry about anything in this top-tier universe. Not to mention a top-level universe god inheritance, perhaps they might not even be able to drink some super water. A peak Hautian universe was equivalent to a top-level universe god. That was a rare resource base. If they were in their shoes, they would definitely occupy this peak universe. They would not allow any other forces to touch it. Woo. Great Tao, how cruel are you? He had given them their greatest hope, yet he had killed him in the cradle so quickly. Cruel. It was no ordinary cruelty. If that was the case, they might as well not appear in this top-tier universe. They would not have so many expectations. 15 minutes later. Bang. The last layer of the restriction was completely broken. Buzz. The chaos started to churn. Countless streams of chaotic air were like chaotic divine dragons, wreaking havoc in the chaos. In the next second, in the center of the chaos, the true face of that top-level universe was revealed. This was a vast continent, and its area was several times larger than the largest universe in their chaos domain, the heavenly cosmos's universe. Rumble. Numerous dazzling treasure lights rose up from the continent and exploded out. It was dazzling, and it illuminated the vast expanse of chaos. Seeing this, all the universe gods and quasi-universe gods were burning with passion. They wished they could charge into the vast continent and slaughter in all directions, crazily sweeping away everything in their path. Just by looking at the dazzling treasure light, one could tell that it was the treasure light. The chaos treasure might even be a legendary high-grade chaos treasure. Unfortunately, this was only a wishful thinking. Under the awe-inspiring power, it was difficult for them to even move, let alone charge towards that continent. Rumble. A beam of divine light tore through the void, and a person appeared in the sky above the continent. He was a middle-aged man who wore a golden robe and had an extremely noble aura. He had handsome facial features and a proud look in his eyes, as if he was born superior to everyone else. There were countless living beings in the universal world, and they were nothing more than his slaves. Wei Yi was one of the supreme elders of Wei family. He was also one of the 5 quasi-chaos god experts who had surrounded and killed Yang Fann in the past. Strange. This universe shouldn't be like this. Wei Yi frowned and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. But in this universe, there is indeed that person's aura. C 2500 Trap Tian Chao Chaos Domain. The Wei family's grand elder, Wei Yi, was looking down at the continent from above. His eyes sparkled with a divine light, as if he could see through everything on the continent. Unknowingly, his brows knitted together, and traces of doubt flashed across his eyes from time to time. Something was not right. A quasi-chaos god like them, although they weren't chaos gods yet, and the universe within their bodies hadn't completely transformed into a chaos domain, there were still some changes, and some of the changes were related to the chaotic element. The reason why quasi-chaos god was far superior to top-level universe god was because of this chaotic element. Under the enhancement of the chaotic element, the power of the universe's power would increase by several times, or even more than 10 times. However, underneath, this universe gave him the feeling that it was a universe within the top-level universe god, and he couldn't sense any chaotic aura at all. However, that man's chi had indeed appeared here. He definitely wouldn't be wrong about this. Although they had only met once, the contact between them was very short. However, as a quasi-chaos god, there wouldn't be a single flaw in his opponent's chi. What was going on? Could it be that the person's true cultivation base was only at the first top-level universe god? What kind of joke was this? How was this possible? It was extremely difficult for these Chaos Divine Blood descendants to challenge someone at the top-level universe god. The entire Wei family had existed for hundreds of millions of eras, and there were no more than a handful of such monsters. Furthermore, they were only able to challenge someone at the low-rank quasi-chaos gods. A monster who could fight an intermediate quasi-chaos god with a top-level universe god cultivation base. None of them. There were only a handful of people in the entire human race and even all the top powers in the Gukang Chaos domain that had a chaos god guarding them. Not to mention challenging high-rank quasi-chaos god who had a higher cultivation base. Not to mention meeting him, he had never even heard of him before. The aura that this monster unleashed back then was at least 10 times stronger than high-rank quasi-chaos gods. Top-rank quasi-chaos god, even amongst many top-rank quasi-chaos god warriors, was considered one of the best. How could such a monster exist in this world? But what should the universe say? Or did he discover who are? It was not the place where that person died, but a fake remains that he set up before he died. Ah, what about who are? Why haven't I seen him until now? Suddenly, Wei Yi's expression changed slightly. This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, Wei Hua should be waiting for him in the vicinity. Something was not right, something was very wrong. Vaguely, a trace of uneasiness emerged in Wei Yi's heart, as if there was a conspiracy that was approaching him. Right at this moment, Universe 8 Trigrams Divine Formation, rise a voice that sounded like a sound of great Tao rang in Wei Yi's ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 72 beams of godly light rose from all directions of the universe, forming a huge 8 trigrams that covered the entire universe, completely sealing the entire continent, not allowing a single drop of water to leak out. There's a situation in the universe. The group of intermediate who couldn't stand straight due to Wei Yi's terrifying pressure. Low-level universe god's eyes lit up. The top-level universe god inheritance wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Perhaps the top-level universe god warrior would be badly injured if he were to fight with it. Of course, if he could kill this top-level universe god completely. That would be the best if he didn't die. How could they enter and fight for those chaos treasures? Within the void, not good Wei Yi's expression changed, and the uneasiness in his heart intensified. Break for me, rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the vacuum. It slammed towards the massive 8 trigrams of heaven and earth. The huge palm covered the sky, crushing the void. This was Wei Yi's full-strength strike. He didn't hold back at all. However, what made Wei Yi panic was that this strike only caused the 8 trigrams of universe to shake violently. There were some tiny cracks that were barely noticeable. If he wanted to break it completely, he was still far from being able to do so. Could it be that Dark Star knew that I could find his inner universe in advance and left this move in advance? Old dog from the Wei family, you are still satisfied with this big gift of mine? Following the sound of a mocking voice, ripples appeared on the void. A man appeared in front of Wei Yi. His eyes were shining with a blazing light, like a hunter looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. It was Yang Fann. All of this had been carefully prepared by Yang Fann. In order to lure Wei Yi into the trap, Yang Fann had put in a lot of effort. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice a top-level universe god to extract the universe within Wei Yi's body as bait. This was the illusion that he had fallen. One should know that the inner universe was formed by the origin of a universe god. Most of the universe gods had 9 layers and 9 layers of origin in the inner universe, and they had lost their inner universe. That top-level universe god was basically crippled. Not even a high-level universe god could be compared to him. The battle between peak quasi-chaos god warriors was not something a universe within the top-level universe god could withstand. It would only take an instant for the universe to be destroyed. There was also the Universe 8 Trigrams Divine Formation. It was the same Universe 8 Trigrams Divine Formation, but compared to the one that suppressed killing god Ming Yi. This time, it was like a bird spear switching to a cannon. Its power had increased by hundreds of millions of times. It was directly arranged with 8 high-grade chaos treasures as the eye of the formation and 64 low-grade high-grade chaos treasures as the base of the formation. Even a high-rank quasi-chaos god like Wei Yi wouldn't be able to break this formation so easily. Yang Fann had to thank the Wei family for successfully setting up this formation. If it wasn't for the 35 top-level universe god contributing generously and selfishly, he could only take the second step. With the 8 high intermediate chaos treasures as the eye of the formation and 64 exquisite intermediate chaos treasures as the base of the formation, he set up this formation. At that time, the power of the formation would be much weaker, not to mention high-rank quasi-chaos god, who was like Wei Yi. Even some intermediate quasi-chaos god could easily break the formation in less than 10 breaths of time. Ah, it's you. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Wei Yi's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief. He had personally witnessed Yang Fann being severely injured by their ancestors' decree, and he was on the verge of dying. Moreover, the news about the death curse seal couldn't possibly be fake. This person should have already died a long time ago. How could he appear in front of him and set up a trap for him? Could it be that he has some means to block us from sensing the death curse seal? Apart from this possibility, Wei Yi really couldn't think of a second possibility. Even the Chaos God would need 1,000 years or 10,000 years to remove the death curse seal, let alone a quasi-chaos god. It was simply a dream to do so in just 10 days. However, it wasn't impossible to block their senses from the death curse seal. They had never encountered it before, but that didn't mean they hadn't. Since their old ancestor was able to obtain the death curse seal from the ruins, it might be possible that there was a way to crack the death curse seal in the other ruins. The chaos was vast, and anything could happen. Bitch, a trap. This is simply a trap. In an instant, Wei Yi's heart sank. At this moment, if he didn't know that he had fallen into Yang Fann's trap, he would have lived for nothing for so many eras. The next second, Wei Yi's expression changed again. Not good. Who are and the others? The mysterious disappearance of the elders under his command did not bother him at first. He thought that they had temporarily entered a forbidden area and had temporarily lost contact with the outside world. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. They were suppressed by Dark Star and became his captives. Looking at Dark Star's expression, it was obvious that he had recovered from his previous state after 360 billion years. This was a top-rank quasi-chaos god, and his strength was far greater than his. The image of Dark Star fighting with his life on the line was still vivid in his mind. That terrifying power made his heart palpitate when he thought about it. Under that power, he, high-rank quasi-chaos god, wasn't any better than the aphids on the land. If this Dark Star were to attack him at all costs, given his cultivation base and strength, even if he used all his trump cards, the forbidden divine ability, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. If it was Wei Hua and the others, there was no need to say much about the high-grade universe gods. They were completely accurate and had no chance of escaping at this moment. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of playfulness. Old dog, last time, that dog's old ancestor's decree tricked me quite badly. Today, I would like to see if you can still take out that chaotic divine decree, bitch it. Wei Jian clenched his fist, his eyes filled with hatred. Did this bastard really think that he was going to eat me alive? He really wanted to say no more. He took out the ancient ancestor's decree and sent him on his way. Unfortunately, he only thought about it. The ancestral decree, but the foundation of the Wei family, clan-suppressing treasure. After so many eras had passed, there were no more than a handful of them. To be able to get them to bring a decree from the old ancestor, that was already a sign of respect for this bastard. How could there be a second one? Your Excellency, there is definitely no good result from becoming my clan's enemy. Now, stop and let me go. I can pretend that nothing happened. C 2501 Fight against the quasi-chaos god Tian Chao Chaos Domain, a top-tier universe. The Wei family's grand elder, Wei Yi, had a solemn expression on his face. He warned Yang Fann not to make a mistake and bring disaster upon himself. He didn't want to fight this battle, he really didn't want to fight it. With his cultivation base and strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Dark Star. If he really wanted to fight this battle, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed half a level. If he forced Dark Star to give him a vicious blow at all costs, perhaps he would still be in danger of dying. As for Wei Hua and the other juniors raising the flag, he could not care less. He pretended to be confused and did not mention it last time. It was only Elder Wei Jian and Feng and Yun. Dark Star would rather go against the Wei family and face the decree of the old ancestor than compromise. Now, there were so many high-grade and top-level universe god experts. How could Dark Star let go of them? If he mentioned it, it would only be a bad thing. It would make it impossible for him to reconcile with Dark Star. Wei Yi had considered everything thoroughly. As long as he was allowed to leave, he would not care about the head of those guardian elders. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. Besides, he wasn't afraid of the reputation of the Wei family. With his current terror-fighting power, the only person that could make him fear was the old ancestor of Wei family. As long as the old ancestor of Wei family didn't interfere, the rest of the people in the Wei family, including Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, might be able to defeat him, but it was impossible for them to leave him alive. If he could completely suppress the Supreme Elder of the Wei family and digest what he had obtained, he would be able to break through to the intermediate, the high grade, and even top-ranked top-level Universe Lord. At that time, even if he couldn't defeat the old ancestor of Wei family, he was confident that he would be able to save his life in the hands of the old ancestor of Wei family. There was a qualitative difference between top-level Universe Lord and quasi-top-level Universe Lord. Besides, Yang Fann wasn't stupid. Wei Yi had put it nicely, let him go and pretend nothing had happened. He was afraid that as soon as he let him go, he would bring the other Supreme Elders of Wei family to find him. Yang Fann was well aware of the characteristics of these major families. Unless it was a universe god on the same level as their ancestor. Otherwise, wanting them to lower their heads and submit was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Furthermore, he, Yang, was not a good gentleman who would not fight back or scold back. Repaying kindness with gratitude, taking revenge with hatred, and taking revenge with pleasure was Yang Fann's life creed. He cultivated hard. Apart from protecting his family's safety and protecting them from the wind and rain, it wasn't for the sake of being able to run amok in the world. If he were to be restricted everywhere, compromise and tolerate everything, then what was the point of his painstaking cultivation? Between him and the Wei family, there was only one party that could survive in this world, and they wouldn't rest until one of them died. Furthermore, Yang Fann was confident that the victor would only be him, not the Wei family. His talent and potential was not something a mere Wei family could compare with. The Wei family had existed for hundreds of millions of eras. Up until now, only one Chaos God and dozens of Quasi-Chaos God had emerged. As for him, he hadn't cultivated for more than 13 billion years, not even a fraction of an era, yet his combat strength had already caught up to the Chaos God. If he was given 100 million era of the years like the Wei family, what kind of realm would Yang Fann's strength reach? No, there was no need for such a long period of time. As long as there was an era, Yang Fann was confident that he could uproot the Wei family and the old ancestor of Wei family from the Gukang Chaos domain. The Gu Kang Chaos Circle was just a small chaos circle, and it was at the bottom of the circle. There was only the Gukang Chaos domain, the large-sized chaos domain. There were limited resources in it, and it was impossible to provide for it. Those top-level Chaos God, or even those high-level Chaos Gods, couldn't even find a single one of them. According to the legends, the number one person in Gukang Chaos domain, the ancient blue Chaos God, had only just entered the middle-level Chaos God. As for the old ancestor of Wei family, it was only a low-level Chaos God warrior. In fact, amongst the many low-level Chaos God warriors, it wasn't even considered an expert. What's wrong? There's no second Chaos Divine Decree. Then don't say that I didn't give you the chance. Yang Fann looked down at Wei Yi, as if he was a cat toying with a mouse. Regarding this Wei Yi, Yang Fann was determined to win. In his eyes, he was like a fat piece of meat on a chopping board. Firstly, this Wei Yi was the target he had carefully selected through the memories of the elders of the Wei family. Among the 5 supreme elders of the Wei family, the top-ranked quasi-chaos god was first excluded by Yang Fann. With his strength, even if he used the power of the 10th revolution at all cost, the possibility of him suppressing a top-ranked quasi-chaos god wouldn't exceed the 3rd level. Among the remaining 4 high-ranked quasi-chaos god, this Wei Yi was undoubtedly the weakest. Wei Yi, who had just advanced to the high-rank quasi-chaos god realm, was just 100,000 years old. Among the many high-rank quasi-chaos god in the Gukang chaos domain, he was an out-and-out newbie. He couldn't be considered to be at the bottom, nor could he be much stronger. The pushovers naturally had to pick the weak ones to bully. It was also high-rank quasi-chaos god, the chaos god bloodline descendant. With his strength of origin, there was at most a difference of 1 or 2 levels between the two of them. The gap was not big. Secondly, with the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation that he had carefully arranged, even if Wei Yi used the forbidden divine ability, he still wouldn't be able to break through to the next level in just a breath's time. Apart from that, Yang Fann also had other tricks up his sleeve. If he really couldn't do it, he would have to risk losing the 1000 Luo seal. There were also many spatial chaos treasures. He also wanted to keep Wei Yi. Under this almost inescapable net, if Wei Yi could still escape alive, then it could only be said that his life shouldn't be lost. Sir, don't go too far. Although you are a top-rank quasi-chaos god and your cultivation base is a grade higher than mine, if you really want to die, I will kill you. In this battle, even if you can defeat me, I will not let you off easily. Wei Yi stared at Yang Fann, as if he was trying to show his determination. Rumble, rumble, the chi around his body increased crazily, rising steadily. In an instant, he had surpassed the top-rank quasi-chaos god, and was now chasing after the extreme quasi-chaos god. It was as if he was warning Yang Fann that if he didn't give up, he wouldn't let him live even if he had to risk his life. You want to fight me to the death? Do you think I'm scared to death? A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. If he wanted to fight with his life, he, Yang Fann, was the ancestor. He clearly had the upper hand, but he still used the forbidden divine ability without hesitation. Who else could do such a crazy thing besides him? Boom boom. While he was speaking, Yang Fann no longer suppressed his chi. He was like an ancient ferocious god that had transcended the time-long river and awakened in this era. In an instant, the terrifying pressure had surpassed Wei Yi's. Ah, how is this possible? Wei Yi's eyes widened, and a trace of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief. In order to express his determination, he had already used the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his combat strength. The terrifying pressure he exerted had already surpassed most of the top-ranked quasi-chaos god, and was comparable to some quasi-extreme quasi-chaos god warriors. However, Dark Star's chi had actually surpassed his. What was even more terrifying was that Dark Star's chi was still rising continuously, as if there was no end to it. No, this isn't true. It wasn't real. Wei Yi couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. If this Dark Star was the same as him, using the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his cultivation base, it wouldn't be a big deal. Back then, Dark Star's ferocious power was still resurfacing in his mind. With the help of the forbidden divine ability, his power was so terrifying that even the few great perfection quasi-chaos god in his family couldn't match up to him. Surpassing him wasn't something that could be fixed. However, the truth was that he had never seen the shadow of the forbidden divine ability on Dark Star's body. In other words, he had never used the forbidden divine ability before. His true cultivation base was an extreme quasi-chaos god, or perhaps even great perfection quasi-chaos god. In just a short period of 360 billion years, he wanted to break through one, or even two great grades. Was this possible? It was not like those Universe Lord. They were quasi-chaos god, the ultimate experts that were second only to the chaos god. Not to mention 360 billion years, even if it was 3,600 eras, it was absolutely impossible for them to break through a major realm. Old dog from the Wei family, take my palm. Rumble. C2502 Suppress Wei Yi Tian Chao Chaos Domain, Universe 8 Trigrams Divine Formation. Rumble. Yang Fann gave a ferocious smile. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He thrust his palm towards Wei Yi. Hong Long. Although Yang Fann hadn't used the forbidden divine ability, the power of this palm strike was still far beyond the limit of the extreme quasi-chaos god. It was almost comparable to some great perfection quasi-chaos god, and his cultivation had broken through another small realm, reaching the mid-stage of quasi-top-level Universe Lord. Yang Fann's strength had become much stronger. Ah, no, it's true, it was true, this Dark Star was really great perfection quasi-chaos god. Wei Yi's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but scream. At this moment, he finally believed the cruel reality. Yang Fann wasn't trying to mystify the situation, but a real great perfection quasi-chaos god. Damn it, what was this bastard trying to do? He would rather risk getting injured by the Origin Dao to deceive them and conceal his true cultivation base. In a short period of 360 billion years, his combat strength had increased by two major grades, from top-ranked quasi-chaos god to great perfection quasi-chaos god. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. It wasn't like he was the sovereign lord or the universe sovereign. How could it be that easy? In just a short period of 360 billion years, he had risen by two major grades. He must have hidden his true cultivation base long ago. This scheming, this method, this forbearance, this was truly terrifying to the extreme. The mere thought of it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. If it were him, he would never have dared to hide his true cultivation at that moment of life and death. Under the chaos divine decree, even great perfection quasi-chaos God had a slim chance of survival. At this time, he was purposely hiding his strength, totally using his life as a bet. Could it be that he did all of this to plot against me? Roar, bastard, what kind of grudge do I have with you? What grudge do you have? Did you kill your parents, or did you exterminate your clan, and want you to scheme against me? Like this, he couldn't understand it, he really couldn't understand it. He had dominated the Gukang chaos domain for millions of years, and had grown up all the way. He had offended countless powers, and he had offended countless experts. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that there wasn't a single great perfection quasi-chaos god among them. Even if the Wei family was the top families with the chaos god, they would never go against great perfection quasi-chaos god unless it was absolutely necessary. This was the strongest expert under the chaos god. The true half of the chaos god, even the chaos god, had to give them some face, not daring to offend them too much. Although great perfection quasi-chaos god was far from being a match for the chaos god, he was determined to leave. An ordinary chaos god wouldn't be able to leave them behind for more than 5 levels. Unless it was the rogue cultivator, the chaos god, who had nothing to worry about, he would still have some concerns. The chaos god was not afraid of great perfection quasi-chaos god's revenge. Could it be that his friends and family were not afraid of great perfection quasi-chaos god's revenge? Not everyone was like Yang Fann, bringing their parents and friends into his inner world to receive his protection. As long as Yang Fann didn't die, his parents and friends wouldn't be harmed. The ninth level, and even more expert were like the Wei family, spreading their branches and leaves. The disciples of the family were almost everywhere in the Gukang chaos domain. How many resources could there be in an inner universe or an inner chaos domain? If the family wanted to expand and become stronger, they had to rely on the many universes in the outside world, the chaos domain. At that moment, rumble, divine light rose from Wei Yi's body, making him look like a massive source of light. In just a fraction of a second, the beams of divine light turned into palm-sized bronze mirrors, densely surrounding Wei Yi. Chi, countless divine imprints flickered around the ancient bronze mirrors. Vaguely, one could see countless worlds and living creatures. It was as if every ancient bronze mirror was a world of its own. The myriad forms divine mirror was full of changes. The most powerful defensive treasure on Wei Yi's body was a peak intermediate chaos treasure. It was given to him by the old ancestor of Wei family after he made a great contribution to the Wei family. With Wei Yi's current strength that was comparable to a quasi-extreme quasi-chaos god, he boosted the myriad divine mirror with all his strength, causing the defensive power of the mirror to increase exponentially. The defensive power was so terrifying that even great perfection quasi-chaos god would find it extremely difficult to break through the defense of the mirror. Bang! Yang Fann slammed his palm on the mirror, but it only destroyed thousands of ancient bronze mirrors. As for the mirror, it was densely packed. There were more than 1 million of them. 10 million of them was more than 100 million of them. Especially under the support of Wei Yi's divine power, the broken ancient bronze mirror was still recovering at a terrifying speed. It would take at most half a breath's time. The ancient bronze mirror that was destroyed by Yang Fann would be fully restored. It seems like I won't be able to do it without a bit of sincerity. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes. There were no exceptions. Everything was within his expectation. The dignified high-rank quasi-chaos god was also the grandson of the chaos god. It would be strange if Wei Yi didn't have any trump cards. In fact, the palm strike just now was probing Wei Yi. Die. Dragon solar cycle rumble. Yang Fann's palm. Force doubled. Roar! It's not broken yet. Dragon Sun second transformation. Old dog, look at my Dragon Sun 3 revolutions. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Break for me. Dragon Sun 4 transformations. His strength had increased by 8 times. This was a strength that could be considered outstanding even amongst great perfection quasi-chaos god. Grug, a large area. The ancient bronze mirror quickly collapsed. In less than an instant, it had destroyed nearly a layer of the ancient bronze mirror. A large number of ancient bronze mirrors quickly healed and recovered. However, compared to the speed of destruction of the ancient bronze mirror, their speed was still much slower. Only after destroying 2 ancient bronze mirrors did one of them recover. If this continued, the 10,000 elephant divine mirror would at most last 2 to 4 hours before completely collapsing. Sir, you have to think this through. We are both humans, but do you really want to become enemies with the Wei family? A trace of panic flashed across Wei Yi's eyes. Once the myriad divine mirror was destroyed, he wouldn't be a match for Dark Star with his puny strength. It was hard to say that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from Dark Star. Become the enemy of your Wei family. What a joke from the beginning until the end. It was your Wei family who couldn't stand against me. The fifth cycle of the Solar Dragon. Rumble. With a sneer, Yang Fann's palm force doubled once again, and it seemed like it was going to surpass great perfection quasi-chaos gods. Bang bang, the speed of the ancient bronze mirror's destruction increased by more than double. Sir, I am different from those elders and protectors. I am the grand elder of the Wei family. The great-grandson of the old ancestor. If you dare to hurt me, the Wei family and the old ancestor of my race will certainly be furious. The Gu Kang Chaos Circle is so big, there is no place for you to hide anymore. The sixth cycle of the Solar Dragon. Without answering Wei Yi's question, Yang Fann used his actions to tell Wei Yi the answer. Rumble. As the palm landed, it actually had the shadow of a chaos god. Wherever it passed, all of the divine mirrors would collapse into dust. Ah! Bitch it, this bastard is really going to kill me. Wei Yi's heart sank. An extremely uneasy feeling had completely covered his heart. Under the explosive force of the palm, the myriad divine mirror could only hold on for another 15 minutes before it completely shattered. Without the protection of the myriad form's divine mirror, the consequences would be clear to him with just his feet and fingers. The surrounding space had already been completely sealed by the divine array. He had no other choice but to face it head-on. No, I can't just sit here and wait for my death. It seems like this is the only way. Bastard, just you wait, as long as I don't die. Clenching his teeth, Wei Jian gave Yang Fann a fierce look. It was as if he was going to carve Yang Fann's entire body into his sea of consciousness. Finally, he made up his mind. Chaotic divine blood, burn divine blood, wuji, escape. Although with his status in the Wei family, even if he lost the chaotic divine blood vein, he still had a high position in the upper echelons. His position wouldn't be the same as Wei Jian's, and he wouldn't be pushed to the bottom. However, the depletion of his innate talent and potential couldn't be avoided no matter what. Without the chaos divine blood vein, his life would come to an end. In the future, he wouldn't need to talk about proving great perfection quasi-chaos god or extreme quasi-chaos god. It was his luck that he could ensure that his cultivation base wouldn't fall to the intermediate quasi-chaos god. All of this was the fault of this bastard. It was all his fault. Die, this bastard must die. If you want to leave, don't even think about it. Just stay here. Thousand Sifting Seal, Origin Ignition, Roar Dragon Sun 10 Transformation C 2503 causing a disaster. Tian Chao Chaos Domain, within the Universe 8 Trigrams Divine Formation. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with killing intent, and deep within his pupils, a killing intent could be seen. There's a little bit of regret. Although he was prepared to sacrifice the Thousand Sifting Seal and burn the origin of the Supreme Treasure, it was still better for him to stay at this step. A high-grade supreme-grade spatial chaos treasure was almost equivalent to half of the wealth of a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. Even if he couldn't use it in the future, it would bring him a huge amount of resources even if he were to auction it off. There was also the Dragon Sun 10 transformations. With Yang Fann's current strength, once he used his full strength, he would lose his source. It was absolutely an astronomical figure. Even if he devoured and refined a top-level universe god, he might not be able to recover from it. Unfortunately, this was merely an extravagant hope. How could he suppress a high-rank quasi-chaos god without paying some price? Boom! A brilliant treasure light rose from Yang Fann's body, transforming into a huge seal that covered the sky. Divine light shone as countless deities appeared around him. They were high and mighty, holy and unparalleled. The mighty power of space radiated in all directions with him as the center. It turned into spatial chains and pierced through Wei Yi's divine body. He didn't hesitate to burn the strength of origin. Under the attack, the power unleashed by the Thousand Luo seal was even more powerful than many low-grade and top-grade spatial chaos treasures. It was almost as powerful as an intermediate top-grade spatial chaos treasure. Even though Wei Yi had ignited his chaos divine blood meridians, and his strength had increased by dozens or even hundreds of times, he still felt like he was about to surpass great perfection quasi-chaos god. He couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It was a very short period of time, not even 1/100th of a second. It was completely negligible. However, compared to Yang Fann, who was a supreme expert, this amount of time was more than enough for him to establish a solid foundation in the battle. Bang! With the power of the 10th revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 cycles, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by 512 times. Although it was far from being comparable to the true Chaos God, it was no longer weaker than the law decree of the old ancestor of Wei family that severely injured Yang Fann. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. This was a mighty force that could even severely injure or even kill great perfection quasi-chaos god. The myriad divine mirror that was protecting Wei Yi was like a piece of paper. It was completely destroyed, leaving only the core of the mirror that was riddled with injuries. It turned into a stream of light and entered Wei Yi's body. Without any preparation, it was impossible for him to burn the origin of all the supreme treasures in one go like the 1000 Luo seal. Burning only a portion of the supreme treasures, Origins was extremely limited in the enhancement of the myriad forms divine mirror. Let alone a high-grade defensive chaos treasure, it was even comparable to a high-grade defensive chaos treasure. Some of the high-grade intermediate defensive chaos treasure were much weaker than the myriad divine mirror. Arg, no, roar, block it, rumble. Layers of defensive barriers and numerous high-grade defensive chaos treasures appeared in front of Wei Yi. They were going to defend against Yang Fann's ultimate attack. However, it was all in vain. The power of these defensive barriers and high-grade defensive chaos treasures was not even comparable to the power of the first layer of the myriad divine mirror. How could they withstand Yang Fann's terrifying palm? Poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter, crushing everything in its path. Ah, no. Wei Yi's pupils constricted, and he let out a despairing wail. Poochie. Yang Fann grabbed him like a chick. Roar bastard, let go of me, let go of me, let go of me. I am the supreme elder of Wei family, the great-grandson of the Chaos God. How dare you hurt me? I, the Wei family, will never forgive you. So noisy, Yang Fann shouted coldly. Boom! The terrifying force that was 100 times stronger than great perfection quasi-chaos God surged and sealed all of Wei Yi's power, restricting his 5 senses and 6 senses. At this point, he was still using the Wei family to threaten him. What a joke, he didn't even need to think about it. If he was really afraid of the Wei family, how would he dare to attack so many guardians and elders of the Wei family? He wouldn't even set a trap to deal with a supreme elder of the Wei family. Top families of the large-sized chaos domain, like the Wei family, was the pillar of the family, followed by all the quasi-chaos god supreme elders. He was the true core of the family. Mobilizing the supreme elders of Wei family was equivalent to moving the foundation of Wei family. Even if it was the Chaos God or the Wei family, they wouldn't give up so easily. Since he dared to attack Wei Yi, Yang Fann was prepared to face the frenzied pursuit of the Wei family and the old ancestor of Wei family. Outside the universe 8 trigrams divine formation, there was a vast chaos. The chaos domain and the nearby intermediate and low-level universe God were all looking forward to it. Many of them were stretching their necks, wanting to know everything about the chaos domain. Was it the masters of the top-tier universe who had left behind the many backers to suppress the top-level universe god, or was it the top-level universe god who broke the seal and took away the top-level universe god's inheritance? Unfortunately, that heaven and earth 8 trigrams barrier wasn't something that low-level universe god and the others could see through. Not to mention them, even some top-level universe god warriors wouldn't be able to see through it. Buzz. Suddenly, the barrier began to shake violently, distort, and crack. In the end, it completely collapsed, revealing everything within the barrier. However, that vast peak universe had long disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was countless terrifying chaotic turbulences. Disappeared, the top-tier universe is gone. What exactly is going on? Why did the top-tier universe disappear? No, this isn't true. Woo. I don't believe it. Countless experts widened their eyes, and many of them even let out heart-wrenching wails. It wasn't easy for them to see the hope of advancing to a high-level universe god, or even a top-level universe god, but just like that, they disappeared without a trace right under their noses. Was there anything more cruel than this in this world? Great Tao, oh great Tao, since you don't want to create good fortune for us, why do you want us to see hope? It's him, it must be the top-level universe god who took the top-level universe god away. Let's go back. The peak Hautian universe is not something we can covet. Many people began to leave. The pre-sky level universe had already been taken away, so what were they still staying here for? Did they really think that they had nothing better to do every day? However, there were also many people who insisted on not leaving, silently waiting for a miracle to appear. It had only been a short period of time, but it had only been a quarter of an hour. Even though that man was a top-level universe god, it wasn't easy for him to successfully take over a top-level universe, let alone in less than a quarter of an hour. They firmly believed that the top-grade universe must have used some kind of secret technique to conceal itself. The means of a top-level universe god was far beyond the imagination of intermediate and low-level universe god. Even if that top-level universe god had fallen for countless eras, it would still be the same. Perhaps, after a period of time, then, the Supreme Universe would reappear once more. If they were to temporarily leave and miss this great opportunity, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Wasn't it just a matter of time? What they didn't lack the most was time. In the blink of an eye, 800,000 years had passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that was even stronger than Wei Yi descended from the sky. The next second, Poochie. Chaos shattered as a person stepped into the sky. He was a middle-aged man in purple, just like Wei Yi. He had a kind of pride that penetrated deep into his bones. It was as if no one in the world could put him in his eyes. Upon a closer look, one could vaguely see the shadow of Wei Yi on his face. Wei Wei, the third-generation-old ancestor of Wei family, was also Wei Yi's uncle. After meeting Yang Fann, Wei Yi decisively used a secret technique to ask for help from Wei Wei and the other supreme elders of Wei family. Ah, no, little Yi, you bastard. That bitched woman, my Wei family will never forgive you. Wei Wei let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. One aphids, how dare you make fun of my Wei family? Die now. Ah, don't kill me. Spare me, my lord, spare me. Ah, I regret it. Why didn't he leave earlier? Why didn't you leave earlier? C2504 removing the position of young master Tian Chao Chaos Domain. Poochie, a terrifying pressure rolled out like a tide, crushing everything in its path. Whether it was the quasi-high-level universe god who had stepped into the universe god stage, or those universe gods who weren't even gods of quasi-universe, they were all destroyed and turned into ashes. Wei Yi's disappearance had infuriated Wei Wei. These days, the Chaos Domain and the nearby Chaos Domain had become the target of Wei Wei's fury. A group of lowly small-sized Chaos region aborigines actually dared to look at the Wei family as a joke. They deserved to die 10,000 times over. They deserved to die 9 generations later. This was the sorrow of the weak. No one knew when that undeserved calamity would descend, and it would become the expert's punching bag. Weakness was the original sin. If they were strong enough, and they were both quasi-chaos god, Wei Wei and would dare to bully them like this. What justice? In the cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, everything was false. Whoever had the bigger fist would be the reason. Very quickly, another 1,300,000 years passed. There were 3 more people by Wei Wei's side. They were all old acquaintances of Yang Fann. They were the other 3 grand elders of the Wei family who had surrounded and killed him. It seems like Elder Yi is really in trouble this time. I never thought that Hua Sheng would hide himself so deeply. He's actually a great perfection quasi-chaos god. He is able to suppress little Yi completely. He can't even escape. It seems like his true strength isn't weak even amongst the numerous great perfection. Quasi-chaos god. Our Wei family has gotten into big trouble this time. Wei Wei and the other 3 had solemn expressions on their faces. A great perfection quasi-chaos god was definitely not joking. If he really wanted to make the Wei family his enemy, he would be a huge threat to the Wei family, especially when he was still an old ancestor. He had traveled far and wide and had never taken charge of the ancestral land. With their current strength, as long as they didn't act foolishly and went deep into the ancestral land, they would at most be able to defeat this great perfection quasi-chaos god. It was almost impossible for them to completely suppress him. However, no matter what, little Yi must be saved. We can't lose the dignity of our Wei family. If it really doesn't work, inform the old ancestor. The dignity of our Wei family is not something a mere huge perfection quasi-god can challenge. That's right, anyone who dares to challenge the dignity of our Wei family, even great perfection quasi-chaos god, will have to die. Top families couldn't afford to lose his face. A single great perfection quasi-chaos god had the audacity to trample on their Wei family and capture their grand elder. If he was allowed to escape from the law, where would their reputation go? They would become the laughing stock of the other major powers in the future. How would they be able to lead the human race? But before that, we still have to deal with that bastard, Wei Kun. That's right, if it wasn't for that reckless bastard, our Wei family wouldn't have provoked such a great enemy. I suggest that we convene a family meeting once we return to the ancestral land and remove Wei Kun, the young master of unfilial son, from his position. When Wei Kun was mentioned, the four supreme elders were burning with rage. If unfilial son hadn't provoked them first, how could their Wei family have suffered such a huge loss? Quasi-Chaos God was the pillar of their Wei family. Furthermore, it was high-ranked Quasi-Chaos God, who was ranked in the top 20 expert of Wei family. His status in the Wei family was even higher than the acting head of the family of Wei family. Because of this unfilial son, Wei Kun had become a prisoner. There were also so many elders and protectors under their command, 35 top-level universe god and nearly 500 high-level universe gods. No matter how big the Wei family was, this loss was enough to hurt their vital energy. One should know that there were only 1,000 top-level universe god warriors in the entire Wei family, including all the subsidiary powers. And he was going to ask for help from the old ancestor just like that. What would the old ancestor think of their descendants? Wei Kun, this evil creature, had to take full responsibility for all of this. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Kun was one of the four young masters of Wei family, the son of an acting head of the family, the mother clan behind him was one of the most important supporters of Wei family. As for Wei Kun himself, his talent was extraordinary. He had the potential to advance to the top-ranked quasi-chaos god. If it was any other disciple of the Wei family, who would dare to cause such a monstrous disaster? Cripple all of his cultivation base and expel him from the Wei family. That would be a light punishment. Do you really think that you can provoke anyone just because you have your family backing you? If he didn't teach unfilial son a painful lesson today, if he can offend great perfection quasi-chaos god, tomorrow, he might provoke the chaos god. Even if their Wei family had an ancestor guarding them, they would still be destroyed by unfilial son. The land of the Wei family's ancestor, the heavenly rain universe. Wei Kun did not have a good time these past few years. Although he managed to retain his identity as the heir of the family, he was stripped of his identity as Tian Lin Universe Lord. He had lost the Tian Lin universe that he had painstakingly built for tens of thousands of eras. His reputation in the family had fallen tremendously. When the tree falls, the monkeys will scatter. Although Wei Kun hadn't truly fallen, he wasn't too far away from advancing to family lord. There was a possibility that he wouldn't be able to advance to the next level. Unless he could surpass the other three young masters in a short period of time and break through to the quasi-chaos god. It wasn't that easy to break through to the quasi-chaos god. For example, Feng and Yun was a genius amongst geniuses. Compared to Wei Kun, he was only slightly weaker. However, in front of the quasi-chaos god, he had been stuck at nearly 3 million eras, but he still couldn't find any way to break through. With Wei Kun's talent, he would need at least 300 to 500,000 eras to have a chance of breaking through. This was also because of his status and the support of a huge amount of resources. Now that the heavenly rain universe had been taken away, if there were no other fortuitous encounters, the time needed to break through would at least double. But if they really had to wait until 1,000,000 eras later, then even the flowers and vegetables would turn cold, and Family Lord would take the position. How could he still have a share? None of the other three young masters were inferior to him in terms of talent and potential. In fact, there were even some who were better than him. If he wanted to break through to the quasi-chaos god, it would only be a matter of a few 100,000 eras. As for the four young masters, the first one to break through to the quasi-chaos god would be the next family lord of the Wei family. The divine palace of Kun, the divine palace of Wei Kun. The once bustling divine palace of Kun was now nowhere to be found. He knew that Wei Kun had almost no chance of becoming family lord. No one was willing to continue supporting him as usual. At that time, the new family lord would have to settle the score with these competitors. They didn't want to become the target of the score. Although it wasn't a large-scale massacre, the Wei family wasn't a hall of family lords' words. There was also the family elders meeting. There were many supreme elders present, and above the supreme elders, There was also the Chaos God ancestor. However, it was not a problem to wear a few shoes and be strict with resources. The Elder Council would not hold a meeting of elders to punish Family Lord for such a trivial matter. Within the main hall of the Divine Palace. Rumble, rumble. Wei Kun was in secluded cultivation, refining numerous top-grade divine pills, hoping that he could quickly break through to the quasi-chaos god and take back what he had lost in the past. Suddenly, Wei Kun furrowed his brows, and his eyelids twitched. It was as if something bad was about to happen, and it was about to fall on his head. Right at this moment, young Master Wei Kun, you are a good man. You are arrogant and rude. You have no respect for your elders. Under the orders of the elders, you will be removed from the position of young Master Wei Kun. No elders will order you to leave the Divine Palace without permission. A loud voice descended from the sky and swept across the entire Divine Palace. What? The Lord has been removed from the position of the young Lord. How is this possible? What exactly happened? Why would the clan elder remove the position of the Lord's young Lord? Everyone in the Divine Palace was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears. One should know that, all these years, their master. But he had been in secluded cultivation in the Kun Shen Palace all these years. His subordinates, they had all left, scattered. It was also impossible for them to cause him any trouble. How could he suddenly suffer such a cruel punishment? Not only had they been stripped of their young master's position, but they had also been put under house arrest in the Divine Palace. He was not allowed to leave the Divine Palace. As for Wei Kun, he found it even harder to accept all of this. No, this isn't true. I don't believe it. I want to see all the Supreme Elders. For no reason, how can the elders strip me of my position as the young master? He had already paid a painful price to begin with. Compared to 360 billion years ago, he had lost more than half of his resources. If he were to be stripped of his position as the young master again, in the future, he would be able to barely maintain his normal cultivation needs. If he didn't have any great fortuitous encounters, he would have a long way to go before he broke through to the quasi-chaos god. If he couldn't even get out of the Divine Palace, how could he have any fortuitous encounters? Would there really be a free lunch on that day? There was no pie, but there was a secret letter. It was a message from his father, Wei family's acting head of the family Wei Yuan. What? Big, great perfection quasi-chaos god, that man is great perfection quasi-chaos god, and he even suppressed Wei Yi's great-uncle's grandfather. No, this was impossible. There was a mistake. The Supreme Elder and the others must have made a mistake. How could that man be great perfection quasi-chaos god?